Hey, listen up. This is definitely a FIFA to get excited about. Definitely get excited about more than 17,000 players, 70 icons, over 700 licensed teams, and 70 noisy stadiums. Across more than 30 official leagues, including the Chinese Super League, UEFA Europa League, and you might know this one. Sounds like this.
The pinnacle of club football.
And looks like this.
Unbelievable!
Champions League changes your career. If you play here, 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 or here. Play for the silverware in the new kickoff, or by your own rules, or without rules. We don't mind. So, what more can we say? FIFA 19 is the ultimate football experience.
For the players.
Hello and welcome to the FUT Champions Cup from Bucharest, Romania. We are joined by some of the very best FIFA players on the planet who will be battling it out for 1,500 Global Series points and a top prize of $50,000. We've already seen 2 different champions, but who will take the top spots this time out? We'll find out over the next 3 days. But right now, let's kick things off with a PS4 pre-show.
Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to Bucharest, Romania for the 3rd major of the FUT Champions Cup presented by PlayStation 4. I'm Jimmy Conrad, and I'm being joined by 2 of my good friends who I think have some of the most comfortable seats in that house, Spencer Owen and Yvonne Boris Legend Lepage. Now, guys, before we introduce the rest of our talented and most beautiful team, and of course the talented players that are competing today, I want to get into my favorite edition of the new competitive season. It's the Global Series points.
Yeah, we like the Global Series points. You'd be familiar with these sort of ranking systems in sports like tennis and whatnot. Yeah. What I like about it is that we come to these tournaments, particularly this one, which is kind of halfway through the field now, with a really good idea of who's the best players. They have an official number, a ranking, a seed, whatever you want to call it, next to your name. So when we see 2 people playing each other, Boris, we know who's the most likely to win based on those ranking points.
Yeah. And also this season we have so many more tournaments, so many more chances to prove yourself. We have, I think, it's in total, if you're playing on PS4, 15 tournaments and the chances to earn points on this leaderboard to put yourself in a nice spot before the playoffs.
I think what's most interesting for me about the points is that if you win one tournament, it could change your whole entire life or how you're viewing the game in particular. And in this tournament in particular, 1,500 points are at stake.
Yeah, I mean, one player that's a really good example of that is a guy who's not here in Bucharest this weekend, which is Joxan, who started off the year so well on the PlayStation side. Is just this weekend gone, dropped from 1st to 2nd, because Nicholas won an event, also not here, in London last weekend. But he had such a good start that he's actually not even attempted to qualify for a lot of the big events this year. Maybe because, I mean, we can only speculate, but maybe because he knows he's got enough points already in the locker to qualify for the playoffs at the end of the year and probably the World Cup final as well.
Yeah. I want to get into that some more. We're going to check out the calendar here for you guys really quick because there's a lot to dissect there. Why would you not want to try to qualify for every single event? But here, take us through the ecosystem of this competitive season.
Yeah, I mean, here's an idea of just how many events there are. All on the left-hand side of these different tournaments you can qualify for and different events you can play in order to get these points. Okay, obviously the FUT Champions Cups and the FIFA majors. We've got a FIFA major happening right here this weekend in Bucharest. We've got licensed qualifying events, which seems like they're happening every weekend. So it's an amazing opportunity to play. Official league partners like the EMLS, the E-Premier League starting soon, etc. PlayStation specific tournaments, and of course the Weekend League, which anyone can play. As long as you get 27 wins or more, you get 10 points. And I've got to stress, I think those points can be really important come the end of the year. I think some people are going to miss out on spots in the playoffs, maybe even the E-World Cup final, because they didn't get enough wins on Weekend League. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I actually did the maths yesterday. You can actually get about the 300 points in total solely from Weekend League this season, and that is a lot of points. I mean, that can be the difference, definitely.
For sure.
All right, now let's take a look at the leaderboards. We're going to start with Xbox first. Obviously, there's been some changes to some of the positions. Definitely not at top, because that's where F2 Tex is. He is cruising right now. He's played in 4 tournaments. He's won 2 of them. He's got to the final in another, and he lost in the semis of another.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the best player in the world right now.
Yeah, he's
down.
not had a bad tournament yet. I don't expect that to change this weekend. He's put himself in such a good position that whatever happens here, he will still be top at the end of the weekend. That cannot change. But people like Dasari could really catch up on him. In fact, a lot of those guys, 6 of that top 10 are here this weekend, which is different on the PlayStation side. So there's definitely a chance for the gap to be closed a little bit if that's an opportunity for some boys to take.
And then, Boris, how about Resende? He did very well in London in the LQE last weekend.
Yeah, that's a player in great shape. We saw him in London winning actually the Xbox side of things. Lost the cross-console final against Nicholas, but Nicholas was on fire last weekend, and Resende looked really strong. We saw him in the final playing against the Goal Machine. And we also saw here on the ranking, we have top 4 players actually from 4 different regions, which is also very nice to see.
I like that. And also, first versus 9th is the first game on Xbox.
Yeah, that's an exciting one. Now, Goal Machine, really quick, because him and Resende played in the console final in the LQE. Goal Machine beat Tex in the semifinals. A bit of a shock.
He's
though
human.
Tex would, he raised his hand and said, wasn't playing my best. But I love when he's not playing his best, he still gets to the semis.
Yeah. He's human, right? He can be beaten.
He is definitely, but I think we saw the same pattern last season. He started off very strongly, and then after a while, people are learning from his gameplay. People are watching him, analyzing him, because you always want to beat the guy at the top. You can analyze every footstep. And he's starting to struggle more and more, not only in the LQ, you also saw him in the qualifiers. He's been qualifying, but not as convincing as previously. So he's definitely, he's still the favorite here, but I'm saying that this tournament is very open.
Well, I was going to agree with you on that, but there's been 2 tournaments in Bucharest so far, and Tex has won both.
He likes it in Romania.
I think he likes it here. There's something about the food or the water or the temperature. It's -1, I think, today.
Yeah.
That really appeals to him.
Can he get the hat trick, though?
That's true. I think he can. He just tweeted out that he's feeling pretty confident and feeling good at the warm-ups. So we'll see if he can continue that on. Now let's go over to the PS4 side of things and look at the leaderboard here. Nicolas with that big win in London, which we're going to get into in a second, but that puts him on top. Jackson really hasn't seen too much of him. He got off to a hot start. He might be the F2 Tex of this season. Yeah,
I know he's a student as well, so maybe he's busy with his studies, and that's why he's not taking part in every event, but he's in a great position. What's really interesting about this top 10 is only 3 of them at the tournament this weekend. So there's some serious movement will definitely happen on this leaderboard, particularly with Stefano Pinna, currently in 4th place, the Belgian. If he wins this event, he goes top. Simples.
Yep. So out of these top 5 players, actually only Pinna qualified. And like Spencer said, if he wins this, he is topping this table. And I think overall we're seeing a very open tournament. It might be one of these tournaments where we actually see a new name popping up. Even though I will hold Pinna on the PS4 side as a slight favorite.
Now, do you feel like Pinna knows that he has a huge opportunity to take a big step on these guys on the leaderboard?
Definitely, yes. And Pinna also see him in the previous qualifiers, a guy that is in great shape. He also feels very confident, and he knows that this is his big chance. We don't have Nicholas here, we don't have Mo here, no Jackson, no Maestro. This is his big chance to win a major this season.
Yeah, now I want to get back into the London LQE because with Nicolas winning in the final, it's the first time that somebody on the PlayStation side has won the cross-console final since 2017 in the FIFA E Club World Cup. That is a long time for a non-PS4 winner to finally step up. A PS4 winner to finally step up and beat somebody on the Xbox side.
Yeah, but what's also very interesting is that the guys who actually won the cross-console final was either Tex or Dasari. So maybe that's also just something from them two being so dominant, because when none of them have been in the finals, then it's been a PS4 player winning.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Emis Dasari because he's right now standing with our Kyle Walker. Take it away, Kyle.
Thank you, Jimmy. Yes, I am here in the players' area. As you can see behind me, everyone is warming up. The tensions in here, they're getting hot. They are, definitely. But I am with a man who I know. I watched him win the overall title last year. He is somebody that you all know as well. It's MS Dasari. How are you doing today?
I'm really confident, and I played some good FIFA the last 2 days, so I hope I can do the same.
Hopefully you can put on a show for us all. Now, coming into this tournament here in Bucharest, is there pressure? We know that F2 Tex has won the past 2 tournaments here, right here in this room. Are you feeling that pressure?
Whenever I'll be in any tournament, I'll have that pressure because I have a winning mentality. So I think Romania is the home of Tex, and London is my home, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. You're going to try and take that crown from Tex right there. Now, you said on a recent Instagram post that the best is yet to come. Are you looking forward to the rest of this year, what it has on offer?
I have a mission to be on the FIFA Grand Final, so I hope to be there to defend for my title.
I like that. It's a mission, he said right there. You have a mission to be there at the Grand Finals this year. The question I want to know is, can you do it? Are you going to be there?
I hope so. I believe in myself. I think I'm good this year, so let's see.
Let's see indeed. Now, one quick thing I wanted to get just from you. It's really cold outside. Jimmy was just saying there, he thinks it's -1. I think it's -2 out there. It's completely opposite to where you're from, Saudi Arabia. How are you dealing with these temperatures, with this cold?
I have been sick today, so I think I'm not doing good with the temperature and the weather.
So we need some hot places, okay? You heard it here first. We need some hot places. We don't want one of the reigning champ. We don't want him to be sick anymore, okay? So we need some more hot. We need some more heat for you. Good luck for today, all right? Have some fun. Enjoy. I'm sure I'll be chatting to you throughout this tournament. But back to you guys on the analysis couch.
Very much, Kyle. So, interesting interview with MS Dasari. He didn't say anything that surprised me, but the best is yet to come is interesting because he's the only player in the last, ever actually, in FIFA history to win a major in the last 3 years. Yeah. And I think that's fascinating. And he still thinks the best is yet to come. He's the reigning E-World Cup champion, and yet the best is yet to come. I mean, that mentality is what makes him a champion, I feel like.
Definitely, he's a very consistent player, and kudos to Dasari. It's not easy, though. It's not easy. We've seen so many people struggle to reach those heights again after winning a World Championship. I mean, he's here this weekend, and he could prove me wrong, but you just look at the form of Gorilla this year. Only by his own standards is he having a bad season. Because he's a fantastic player, and he's still doing well in terms of the leaderboard and whatnot. He's in the race to do really well, but to follow up when he won in 2017, he's struggled a little bit to reach those same heights, and it's hard to keep motivated. Dasari's shown that he can do that over a period of years, but last year, of course, was when he won the big one. So can he come and win it a second year in a row? It's going to be hard, Boris.
It's going to be hard, definitely, but MS Dasari, I mean, this is a very, very special player, winning a major for 3 consecutive years, the only player ever to do so, and just also thinking how difficult that is with one new game coming every year, so many new players also popping up every year, and that he's still possible every year to be so good. That is, like he says also, he has the mindset of a winner. And I think this year also he will surely make it to the grand finals, and it's going to be hard to take him down.
Now, he wasn't in London. So do you think that takes away from his sharpness a little bit, whereas the other guys were playing this past weekend, or Tex, mainly his rival? Do you think that makes him sharper going into this, or do you think it makes him more tired? How does that play into it for you guys?
For me, there's so many events this year. Maybe you miss one event. Dasari is a kind of level player that he's been at most events, so he's never going to be more than a few weeks away from competitive experience. You've got the weekend league. You've got no real excuse unless you have struggled to compete. To qualify. There are some guys here this weekend who this is their first event of the year.
Yeah.
They're the ones for me that maybe could use the excuse of not being sharp. I don't think Dasari's in that bracket. There's only a handful of guys that have had real consistent qualification for every event. Even the best are struggling to qualify for everything.
Well, we brought up the Global Series points at the start of the show because I think they're fascinating and my favorite part of this whole competitive season. Now let's take a look at what these guys can earn if they win and where they finish. So why don't you walk us through this, Spencer?
Yeah, so there's a different amount of points up for grabs at different events. As we already talked about, you get 10 points every weekend of the weekend league for getting 27 wins or more. The majors, which we are here for this weekend, 1,500 points up for grabs. LQE, slightly less, 850. Official league partners, depends, it could be 850 or 200. And obviously 200 at the PlayStation country tournaments as well. If you get through to the playoffs, which the top 64 on each console on the Global Series ranking leaderboard will do, The winner of that gets 1,800 points. So straight away you see that it's slightly more than the majors, making it a little bit more of a bigger step up in terms of opportunity to then qualify for the FEWC, which will be the top 16 after the playoffs. So you don't have to play at the playoffs necessarily. Well, you will inevitably have played there, but you don't have to have a great playoff to get into the FEWC. But it's going to put you in a great position if you do.
Well, this leads me to my favorite question, I think, and that is, how many points do you think you're going to need to get into the playoff? And then secondly, how many do you think you're going to need to get into the FIFA E World Cup?
And we also talked about this last time when we were in Bucharest, and I think the prediction is pretty similar now. I think to make it to the playoffs, something between 600 and 700 points, and then to make it to the grand finals, it's going to be a huge bump up. I think you need at least 2,000 points, maybe 2,200. So there is a chance that we're going to see a player just scraping it to the playoffs, 700 points, and then maybe winning and making it to the grand final. So there's a chance, even though you are the lowest seed, making it to the playoffs, you still have a chance to make it to the grand finals.
And isn't that what you want? Just a chance?
You
right?
want
You always want a chance just to compete and have an opportunity to potentially win it.
It would be great to see an underdog story, someone just to squeeze their way in the playoffs, and then. But the likeness of that happening for me, someone that just gets in, which means they haven't. Well, it means they haven't had a big performance at any tournament. If they're that low in the 64 to get into the playoffs, to then have a massive at the most competitive one, it's going to be hard. But
it's going to be hard.
Just looking at the numbers here, and we're going to talk later about the specific points that are up for grabs. But I believe when you combine it with weekend link points up for grabs, just getting to the last 4 of your console here is probably enough, plus weekend points, to qualify for the playoffs. So you just need one good event.
Scrape in. I mean, you need one decent performance. You don't need to win anything until the end. Then you can be a champion. I don't know. I love it.
True.
I love this whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the tournament format now, because it's a special format, the Swiss format. Spencer, walk us through this again.
The Swiss format, my favorite. 3 days, obviously starting off today, going over the weekend. 64 players in total, 32 on each console. 5 rounds of Swiss format. We had 7 rounds last year. We reduced that a little bit this year for the sort of more intimate tournaments. You always play someone with the same record as you. So if you win your first game, you're 1-0. You play someone else who's 1-0, and vice versa. If you lose, you play another person that lost. Once you get to 3 wins, you're good. You're through. The minimum you need is 3 wins. Likewise, if you get to 3 losses, you're out. There's no way back from here. You're done. If you get out, you go through to day 2, where we're going to have the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. Then day 3 is decision day, if you like. We've got the semi-finals, the console finals, and then the grand final, where the winner of PlayStation plays the winner of Xbox. Both of those guys are going to get 1,500 points, but only one of them is going to get $50,000.
That's so much cheddar. That is a lot. Second place gets 30 grand.
Yeah, and this is a lot of prize money. I mean, I'm been playing in many tournaments, and usually you don't think about the prize money. You think about the prestige and the glory of winning this title, the trophy. Then you have some special tournaments where you think about, okay, if I win this is 50K, you get this feeling, it's tickling. That is a lot of money. That can be life-changing. And this is definitely one of these tournaments where you say, whew, that is a lot of money.
I think if you win something like that, you get some new friends. Friends you never knew you had when you start winning that type of money.
Probably. Yeah, not necessarily great friends.
Yeah, but friends nonetheless.
True. What's amazing for me is second place at this event gets $30,000. This is a significant tournament, but one of many significant tournaments this year. Only a couple of years ago, the winner of the whole World Cup got $20,000.
Yeah.
So it's almost second place at not the biggest event in the year gets more than the biggest event winner. So it shows you how far it's gone, and we're looking at much bigger numbers up for grabs at the grand final.
Well, speaking of big numbers, let's look at the point distribution for this tournament, so you guys can see a breakdown from first all the way down to 64th. Take a look there. So first and second get 1,500 global series points. Third and fourth, 850. That's the same as winning an LQE. 5th through 8th, 625. 9 and 16, 450, 275. And just by showing up, even if you don't play very well, that's 150 points, which is pretty valuable, Boris, because as you mentioned before, the weekend leagues are only 10 points. You get 27 wins. So that's 15 weekends of points just by being here. So there's nothing to sneeze at there either. But that 1,500, you get that and you're in. You guys are claiming that that's good enough to get into the FIFA E-World Cup if you win this tournament. Is that enough? Do you think you need to get up to about 2,000? But you had to qualify, so you're already going to have some points along the way.
So you're going to have this win, you're going to have weekend league, and probably also, if you had a quality to win a tournament like this, you're going to be in more tournaments. So like we said, somewhere around 2,000. So if you win there, you are in a great spot.
Yeah.
What do you guys think, though, with Tex kind of taking in all the points and amassing all of them? They're starting to create a little bit of a gap between the haves and the have-nots. that I think the fight towards the end of the season is going to be incredible to get that 64th spot, to get into the playoff, and then obviously to get into the E-World Cup.
Yeah, so one person or a couple of people breaking away and creating this kind of leader group, if you like, is good for the guys who are down the bottom because it means there's no one else taking loads of points. So it keeps it nice and feisty. But what's interesting for Tex for me, obviously there's no negatives to having such a good start to the season. Theoretically, it's great because you're getting the points. He's in the FEWC final. We know that now. It's going to happen. However, I would say this. I'd say, first of all, you got to stay hungry. You got to stay hungry throughout the year. I don't think that's going to be a problem for Tex, but you got to keep motivated. You can't take your foot off the gas. Second of all, and I'm not saying this is what's happened with Tex, but often when you see players have a great start to the year, it's because they're maybe very good at getting good at the game quicker than others. But slowly you see people catch them up. Now, first of all, his job is to stay good, stay that much better than the people around him. But also, the game changes over time, right? They have updates, they have patches, etc. You've got to stay being able to adapt. Adapt or die is the famous phrase, of course. Maybe not die, we'll call it adapt or don't qualify, right? That's what you've got to do. You've got to adapt to the different iterations of the game. And lastly, I'd say the points ultimately, they get you in the final. After that, they're meaningless. Like, you don't get any extra money if you've got 1,000 more points than the guy beneath you. You've got to have a good FEWC. So
Exactly.
Tex could go in there with a 5,000 point lead. It doesn't mean he's going to win the whole thing unless he does a good performance that day.
Yeah, I think it's all about to peak at the right time. I mean, we saw last year Tex also won a major. We saw Megabit winning the playoffs. But the only thing we remember actually from the last season is the winner of the grand finals.
Exactly.
And that is
that's all
what
that matters.
Yep.
All right, well, you've heard from us here on the couch. Let's throw it over to the breakdown board for two of our beautiful people on our production team. It's Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle.
What an intro to start things off. We actually can't even see him. You can see the best matchup, though. That's the beautiful people. Here they are, beautiful people. And I love how Mike, actually, the breakdown board, went kind of global, didn't it? It kind of went to every single tournament you have been working on since you named it here back in December. Is that right?
It seems that way. And, I'm glad that it's become a bit of a staple.
It has, but let's talk about what is on this beautiful breakdown board. It is, of course, the Team of the Year players. This is the first time in a major we'll see them in action. So, Mike, I just thought, firstly, were you happy with all the players that were picked this time out?
Many beautiful Team of the Year players, might I add. I'm happy with it. I think it's difficult to argue against a lot of these guys, and we're going to see them used in every single squad, whether it's the attackers when you're looking at the Cristiano Ronaldo, the Messi, the Neymar, the Mbappe. Whether they're starting, they're coming off the bench, they're going to be influential. In the midfield, I'm expecting to see a lot of Conte, maybe over Vieira, a little better attacker, faster, just a different vibe that you're going to get from him in the midfield. And then defensively, Varane, Ramos, Marcelo are going to be very common. Most people will have at least 2 out of 3 of those guys starting. You might see a little bit of VVD, and if you're using De Gea, why not upgrade him? And I'm not sure if De Bruyne's going to be heavily used. Could be a super sub, not in the starting lineup, though.
So I was going to say, how would it change the overall game? But you kind of just said there, maybe a bit faster, a bit better in defence, just kind of overall a better game. And then we were going to see how the Team of the Year players were going to transition onto some of the players' teams. And here we have Wolves for Phils. Obviously, he's up in one of our great matchups up first. So, Mike, he's using 5, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the Team of the Year players. And talk us through why he might use some of these.
Yeah, 5 in the starting lineup. He's actually replaced a couple icons. We're used to seeing the Pelés and the Eusebios in those positions. And then off the bench, I'm expecting Messi to be subbed on, and as well as Conte. It's pretty traditional 4-2-3-1. The big debatable lately has been this right back position. Are we using Kyle Walker? In the LQE last weekend, Fafilza was using Varane. He said, Mike, he's too sluggish for me. I had to go back to Walker. He's a little bit faster. We see Cancelo being used. We also have seen even Ramos being a right back. So it's still been a very debatable position in terms of a lot of the pros, but he's looking to control a game and try to build on his form.
Well, he's up against Stefano Pina, and I guess, like you were just saying there, the LQE, they got a chance to use some of them and try them out, but this is where it actually matters. So they've got to get it right now, haven't they?
Absolutely, and I feel like Stefano might still be the most underrated and underappreciated player. We heard Yvonne, Spencer, Jimmy all talking about him. All the guy does is get good results, and we don't often talk about him being one of the world's best players, and he really deserves that exposure. You're seeing his in-game formation. The big thing that stands out, again, right back, you got Lala, and then you don't see Team of the Year Ramos. Most people prefer Ramos over Varane. However, for Stefano, he says that he'd rather have the size, and also he feels like Varane's better on a positional side of being able to predict what's going to happen. Ramos has been all over the pitch for him, so he's going with what he's comfortable with, what you're practicing with at home.
Absolutely. The boys on the sofa have been talking about predictions throughout this pre-show. Mike, predictions for this one. I hate putting you on the spot, but I'm obviously going to do it.
I don't think you can go against Stefano. I will say Fulfills is in form right now, but I think you just can't go against Stefano. He's been so consistent in every single event. He always shows up, and I would say that he's a small favorite in this first opening matchup.
So there you have it, boys. Mike is backing Stefano in round 1.
Thank you, Mike and Rachel. Now, guys, I'm actually pretty disappointed in the shirt choice by Mike Lavelle. I thought he was going to come with something a little bit more wacky.
What's underneath the cagoule? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. Maybe we have plenty of time.
Probably some kind of
artistic. We have a lot of games, so at some point he's probably going to sweat and want to take that off. So maybe he's got a big surprise for us.
We'll see.
Now, something I wanted to ask before we threw it over to them is, on the leaderboard, where would you guys want to be right now? Because if you think about it as a horse race, you never really want to be in front. You don't want, it's pretty rare where a horse is going to go wire to wire. Now, there's some horses out there. I'm sure F2 Techs wouldn't mind being that horse to go wire to wire and be the player that wins the E-World Cup at the end of everything. But for me, I'd like to be third or fourth, kind of just hanging on behind, just watching, taking notes. But then, as you said, Boris, earlier, just hitting that peak a little bit later in the season.
Yeah, seeing, I think, in my opinion, of course, being in Techs, being number 1, he's already qualified for the grand finals. There is a chance that he will actually relax this spring, maybe not be as motivated, maybe not grind as much, while we have players who are ranked maybe 4th to 10th place, who needs to keep qualifying, who needs to keep grinding, and they will not be under the radar. People will not watch them as much, not analyze their gameplay, and that gives them more chance to work in a quiet space and just get that peak at the grand finals. So just like you said, maybe it's not number 1 that you want to be at this moment. We also talked about this previously. You want to peak at the grand finals.
Yeah, it's really fascinating to me, and I feel like we're going to have this conversation throughout the season. But I wonder, and now with this new point system, I guess we're going to figure it out in year 1, how this is all going to play out and how it's going to change and evolve moving forward. But now let's take a look at the schedule for today and the first round matchups. They are very, very tasty. This will be for both sides, PS4 and Xbox. I know we saw some of them, guys, but let's take a look here.
We've got some big games coming up. I mean, we're going to start with the PlayStation 4, as we've seen, and we've got Fulfilza is going to be going up against Peanut. It's a big game.
That's a great game.
But there's some other great matchups in there. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with NYC Chris against Webb Nasri. Yeah. That's a good game. Ali G's in the house.
Ali G, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Some comic relief for us.
We've got some great games in there, of course. And Rasta Arta versus Marv as well. I think it's the first event we've seen Marv in this year.
It is.
He had a great final in the summer.
Yes.
Let's take a look, though, at the number 6 right there. Levinkin versus Aga.
Massive.
That is a huge game because I think Levinkin, he had a great run in London at the LQE. I think he's flying under the radar right now.
Yep.
And then Aga, obviously, talented player. I just don't know. They have to be bitter. I think that they drew each other.
To be honest, that game's almost as big as you can get, because when we said there's only 3 of the top 10 here from the PlayStation side, that's 7th versus 12th. So there's only a couple of matchups that could actually be higher ranked than that.
Yeah.
Aga's a really interesting one with what you were talking about with the people that are needing to stay motivated.
Yeah.
He is qualified for a load of events this year, but this is the last one he's qualified for so far.
In a while, yeah.
So he knows he needs some points. He doesn't need a load. He's in a good position, being 7th in the world. But if he has a good performance here, that takes the pressure off him for the other tournaments to come that he may or may not qualify for.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that was PS4 side. Let's take a look now at the Xbox and see who the tasty first round matchups are. Some good ones here, too.
Massive.
I think Marlet versus Dolan Mike's all right, and Rasic taking on Senna. That's a very, very good one. I want to see how Resende comes out in this one after having a good performance in London. Kid Mamito representing EMLS and the Houston Dynamo. Gorilla versus Vinny is going to be, thank you very much, very good. Anything standing out for you, Boris?
I mean, it's going to be very interesting to watch Gorilla here also, because he's been maybe not having his best season this far. This is a player who always wants to be at the top. He wants to show that he is the best. And he's been particularly struggling against Brazilian players. And here matching up once again a Brazilian player. And I think he needs a nice start here. He needs the confidence. He got grouped in the last tournament, and he wants to prove that he is still one of the world's best players.
And then you see there at the bottom, on bottom right, Dragon versus Goal Machine. That's going to be a very good one. And then Tex versus Dax.
That's a crazy matchup.
Huge.
I mean, I was in the car when with Tex on the way over yesterday when he found out he was playing Dax, and his reaction was like, "Oh my! I can never get a easy matchup in my first round ever," and he just like melted onto the seat. It was pretty funny. especially to see it from him, because obviously he's playing at a very high level right now.
Yeah, and Tech's always getting tough matchups. We saw him also in the first major. He matched up Rasek first round, also a very, very big name. And the Ducks and the Techs that played in the LQ last week, and it was a very, very, very close game. Ducks almost beating Techs, but Techs, he scored some real bangers from 30 meters, but Dax is looking very, very strong now. He also had a slow start of this season, and he plays a bit different. I mean, we're not seeing this typical way of playing FIFA 19 with the long shots. He really tries to work his way into the box. Not always working, but when it works, it looks so nice. And this is going to be a tough game for Tex, definitely.
It's going to be a tough game for everybody, I think, just getting those jitters out. Well, the first matchup for us on the PS4 side is going to be Fafilza versus Stefano Pinna. So let's take a look at what those guys right now. This was my favorite pose, I think, from Stefano Pinna. I want us to do those.
We should do them.
We should do them.
We could do them. What pose
in front of the green screen? I don't know. I've got a couple poses in mind. Maybe some Da'ali G type poses. That would be a lot of fun.
Here they are. Look.
Oh, there they are. These are our new graphics. I can scratch Fafilza's head right here. That's amazing.
This is what you get. This is production value.
This is production value.
This is a big matchup.
Unbelievable.
Wolves versus PSV. We might see this matchup in Europe one day soon. Wolves are on that way in real life. You know, they're getting there.
I mean,
you don't think
they're getting there?
They are getting there. They've got the investment. They've got the players.
True. They still have to perform a little bit.
They're going to get there.
They're
I
getting there.
Give it a few years.
I mean, they've put out all the things in place. They've planted the seeds for that growth. So that's important. I support Newcastle, and it hurts because we're not doing the same thing. Different conversation, everybody. All right, so first round matchup, Fafilza versus Stefano Pinna.
Huge game.
Who do you like in this one? Boris, I'll start with you.
This is a big game. I mean, seeing overall the first round, some very, very big matchups. Age versus Levink, and also this game. If you would ask me before this tournament, who are your two favorites on the PS4 side, I would say Fafilza and Pinna.
Wow.
Because Pinna, I mean, his form, just looking at the previous qualifiers, he is demolishing people. He's so consistent. And this is a guy that people don't talk about. Just like Mike said, he works under the radar. Even though he is the reigning PS4 world champion, people still don't talk about him that much. And then we have this guy who was so close, beating Nicolas in London last weekend. We talked about him a lot in the first major. We said that this is the Mozart of FIFA with his amazing passing gameplay. And he's added also some of this more meta things in FIFA 19 with the long shot. So he really evolved his gameplay, and he was so good last weekend, and this will be a huge game, really.
Now Spencer, he's in that perfect spot that I like. He's kind of in that fourth spot, trailing, but not too far. He wins this tournament. He's going to be on top of the PS4 side. How important is it for him to get a result in this first game? It's a momentum thing, right? It's just like a confidence thing. No, you don't think it's as important?
I don't think that's that important, to be honest. I think that's the beauty of the Swiss format. I think people make a bigger deal out of the first game than they need to. Not to say this game isn't important in the scope of the tournament. It's very important. But for him individually, if he doesn't win it, I've got all the faith he'll go and get 3 wins elsewhere. So I don't think he knows that. These guys have done enough Swiss formats now. But I have just got my notepad out because we are going to keep score of predictions, I believe, this weekend.
Right, here we go.
We're going to keep score. And Boras, you gave us some great soliloquy about the boys, but you didn't actually tell us who was going to win.
Yes, that's true. You were dodging.
Okay, so then if you put me against the wall, I'm going to go with Pinna.
Pinna.
I'm going to go with Pinna as well.
Should we go Pinna across the board? Because we're not messing about here. We're not going to be
no, this is true.
Oh, you said him, so I'll say him. We need the points.
Yeah.
Because we might have to do some sort of punishment.
I feel like there needs to be a punishment or a bet on this.
So, well, we'll work
Somebody
out
needs to get the R9 haircut.
Come on.
Come on.
It won't go back.
That's true.
We're all going Pinna. I'm going to write this down.
Okay, so we're all going Pinna.
Pinna. So we can get some early points here, but there's no difference between our predictions. I'm going to go Pinna as well. Fafils are definitely capable. But I think it's time for Pinna to shine. You talk about not having pressure on him, but he's the highest seeded player at the tournament. I'd say that's all the pressure you need.
Okay, so I want to kind of flip your conversation a little bit, because when you're speaking about Gorilla in particular, he needs that first win. It feels like he needs it just to get his tournament going, because he's had some slow starts recently.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he needs... I mean, he doesn't physically need it in terms of points. You can get, like we talked about, coming maybe in top 8 on your console, or it's going to be enough to get you where you need to go. And he can peak later in the year. We've seen him do it before, 2017. Exactly what he did.
Yep.
He didn't smash it early doors, came and won it when it mattered. So there's that. I think with Gorilla as well, there's another thing, which is he's very much been the poster boy of FIFA for a couple of years now. And that's kind of fading, let's be honest. That's Tex is taking that off him at the moment. No disrespect to Gorilla, the most consistent player of the last 4 or 5 years, in my opinion.
Yep.
But
agree.
I'm sure he wants that back. Yeah, because once you get a taste of that, you want to keep it. And Tex has come in the scene last year or so and really smashed it. And he's leading the way quite comfortably. So Gorilla, maybe a little part of him wants it back for that reason as well.
I was just curious your thoughts on that. Well, everybody, this signals the end of the FUT Champions Cup pre-show presented by PlayStation 4. We're going to throw it over to our analysts, or excuse me, we're the analysts, to our casters, Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley. Guys, what are your predictions?
Oof, it's a tough one. It's a very, very tough one, Jimmy. Everyone want Pinner across the board. I think it's going to be for Filza's time. I think he's going to come out shining. I'm going to say for Filza.
You're just going against the grain. Brandon, what do you think?
I'm on the Pinner bus, so get me a ticket.
That's what's up.
But no, yeah. Rich has gone for Filza. We've gone for Pinner. It's a fantastic game to kick off this FUT Champions Cup, and it's the first event of the year for Pinner. We saw for Filza last weekend, so I'm just going on for me in big tournaments at the moment. From what we've seen, Pinner's the one for me.
All right, thanks, guys. Well, it's up to you now to take it away. Let us hear your beautiful voices for the calls of these games.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, Spencer, and of course, Boras there. And welcome to Bucharest, our third time we've been here, Richard. Obviously, we're here for the first FUT Champions Cup of FIFA 19. Then we're here for the LQE not long after. And now we're delightful to be back again. It's still snowy, it's still a little bit chilly, but
yeah,
the FIFA quality, I'm sure, will still deliver.
Yeah, flew in, a little bit damp, a little bit moist in the air, but there's just that little bit of sprinkle of FIFA magic in the air as well. So I'm looking forward to it. I think we've got a fantastic game first on here. Stefano Pina versus Filza. I think Boras summed it up perfectly. If you're going to put 2 people at the beginning of the tournament into a console final on the PlayStation 4, I think it will be these 2, looking at some of the people that aren't playing in this tournament. Nicholas, not here. Mo Alba, not here. They're your typical favourites on the PlayStation usually. So Pina and for Filza, it's going to be a great game, and I think we're going to see some really, really interesting stuff coming out. Almost attack versus defend, you'd say.
Exactly that. Of course, this is day 1 of 3 now of the competition here in Bucharest, so do not go anywhere if you have just tuned in. This is only round 1 as well of 5 of Swiss-style formats. We're going to play through all of that today. And as you know, we're back to that magic number of 4. 4 wins takes you through. 4 defeats, will knock you out the competition. But this is the first one. For Filza up against Stefano Pina.
5 rounds of action.
Mbappe back to Vieira, and of course we have just kicked this one off here in Bucharest. You heard the guys talking about it there. For Filza, I remember the last time, or the first time we actually saw him this year in the competitive scene. We saw him in Bucharest, and he played really well. You know, he was superb in the way he played. You heard the guys at the couch hyping him up as well, saying how good this guy is. He's playing some real football, some really quick possession football, and we saw it a little bit last weekend. He went out the competition to Nicholas, which is no easy tie for him, but he's back again. He's back in a major, but no Nicholas here either. So
yeah, the way that he plays FIFA, if you just look at him for Filza in that orange kit, he's about 3 steps in front of his opponent at all times. Just the way that he's always looking for that one pass in front of his opponent. He's almost 2 steps ahead at all times is for Filza. Well, Pina coming forward here. CR7 played into Patrick Vieira in quite an attacking position, not the man you want going forward for you, and Hullet on the defensive end doing the job. You can see the face cams of the players there. Everyone's in the players area, 64 players right now. We've got the coach behind him. It's going to be busy, a little bit like a street market in there. No fruit and veg on sale this time though.
Mbappe to Ronaldo. Here we go. This is R9 with the first chance of the game, back to goal. Tried to go back the other way, but then it's going to be back to Hullet. And nothing comes of that, Ed's out. But this is only round 1, so, as Spencer kind of mentioned, how far do you look into round 1 in Swiss-style format?
I mean, if you're a player who's maybe this is their first event, someone like Mark Cuso springs to mind, I think it's very important to start with a win on the board. But if you're someone like Stefano Pina, someone like for Filza, Tex, I think if you lose that first game, you're still going to have the exact same confidence coming into the tournament that you had before. It's not really going to affect you that much, I don't think. And a little bit more info on Stefano Pina. We were downstairs in the restaurant yesterday, Brandon, having a little bit to eat. And we saw Stefano Pina come in. with his manager, with his coach, and they were just separate from the rest of the group, just on their own, switched on. They're not here to make friends, they're here to play FIFA, and they're here to win tournaments. And that's what Stefano seems to do. He comes, he's very business orientated.
Most of the time he comes on his own as well from that Belgium nation. You know, there's not too many fantastic players that, you know, that can stand out there, and Stefano is that. And as the guys were saying, a lot of people, you know, were sleeping on him a little bit and saying, you know, not really hyping him up. But technically on paper, he was the best. He was a grand final. He was in the final against Mr. Sari, and he technically, from that last year, was the best PlayStation player on records of what we saw. Obviously, he beat everyone there, had that incredible final in the PlayStation side against Marcuso.
Yeah, what a final that was as well. I remember watching it last August, and speaking of last year, this time last year, DH Tex, who was the winner in Barcelona. He's emergent. What a rise that has been for him, and just look at the continued growth of FIFA esports as well. More clubs getting involved. I mean, Wolves weren't even in FIFA esports really this time last year. Now they've got one of the best players alongside Turin in Fulfilza, part of their organisation, part of their football club, alongside Team Bundled.
Here we go. This is Fulfilza now on the attack. It's going to be a talking point all weekend of these new Team of the Year items, how they're going to slot in, who's going to use them, who's going to stick to basics of what they know, as we saw last weekend in the Gfinity LQE. Very patient build-up play here from Fulfilza. It's going to be dispossessed. No, he's not. He's just going about to keep possession. But as you were talking about, the difference in players, you know, Stefano stays away kind of with Coach Romo Abdi, an ex-professional FIFA player. There's the finesse, and it's just gone a little bit wide.
Yeah, good effort from Fulfilza, just looking for that top left corner. He's always going to win that header. Is the main man, CR7. I think he's playing as a left cam right now. Is Stefano Pina. Look like Hullet could be that right CVM. Played into Mbappe, Team of the Year, 99 pace, the absolute pace merchant. Mbappe is so quick. I personally prefer him coming on as a substitute. I think if you bring him on 65th, 70th minute against quite fatigued fullbacks, quite fatigued centre-halves, I think he can really do damage. I think when you start him, you're letting go of that Messi, you're letting go of that potentially like Eusebio.
Got loads of space here, expect that. He didn't even go for a finesse. He kind of tricked the keeper there with the goalkeeper movement that we know is so important. Can work for you, can work against you if you don't time it well. And you saw, I think the more talking point is that some people go Neymar and Mbappe, some people just choose one, as you mentioned, to get Messi in the team as well. As we know, got that centre forward Team of the Year for item, which can be moved down obviously to centre midfield, and you can move it in when you change your formation in game there. But this is the first game of the day. We are back in Bucharest again, and it's Stefano Pina that's going to score the first goal on stream. And it was a tasty finish as well. R9 on the edge of the box, a basic finesse, nothing fancy about it, just into the back of the net. And now the PSV man is going to be leading by 1-0.
Yeah, really nice bit of play just on the edge of the box from Pina. You see the build-up here. Hullet played into... And it's Mbappe in the end. Played into R9, and he's making no mistake from close range. He's the Brazilian icon. Finesse past the goalkeeper. A little bit of goalkeeper movement from Pina, a little bit to the left, and I should say from Fulfilza, a little bit to the left, and it just sort of took him off his track slightly. I think when you do move the goalkeeper, sometimes you get a few erratic saves. I know I've had it, and multiple people have had it. So sometimes it's best not to move him and just slightly, as they're about to shoot, if you just flick your right stick.
I think the main difference is that you're affecting the natural positioning of your goalkeeper.
Yeah, it's the AI in the end. The goalkeeper's always been the AI, so then when you're human controlling it, maybe those things don't mesh together so well.
Oh, that's superb. And for finesse, it was time, but kind of just pushed a little bit from Marcelo to take that out for a corner. This to be played in now. It's going to go all the way. Just an easy punch with David De Gea. I'm guessing that Team of the Year for item that's in use. Still in possession though for Fulfilza, so he's going to drag that back to the edge of the box. Ronaldo, the goal scorer of Stefano Pina, and we're going to go into half-time at 1-0 to Stefano Pina. But to be honest, it has been all Fulfilza. You can see on the possession stats here, 67% possession, Richard. A few more chances too, but it is the scoreline that only matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, goals win games, and Fulfilza can have all the possession he wants, but if PSV Stefano Pina comes out and wins this game quite comfortably in the end, maybe 1-2-0. Both players you see playing 4-2-3-1. Looks like Fafilza is making a few changes in his lineup. Be interested to see. You don't really see this sort of possession play from Fafilza. He's more quite direct in his play, more quite, you'd say, he's just not really a possession player. I think maybe this is a little bit of a game plan. These players knew they were playing each other, maybe from last night, you know, Bundled and Melvin over at Bundled. They love a game plan.
Of course, you've got Coach Bass here as well, the man that knows how to do a game plan with his player Ajax, Danny. Obviously in town. 64 players are here, though, and they'll be playing today throughout the tournament.
Yeah, some of the other games in this round one of fixtures, a few really tasty games. Tex versus Dax, again, that seems to be always coming up at the minute. Also on the Xbox, you've got #Shori versus FaZe TAS. That's a fantastic game. Dragon versus Goal Machine. That's a really good game. And then the two highest ranked seeds probably on the PlayStation 4 matching up against each other in this first round. 7th versus 12th, I think Spencer said. Aga versus Lev.
We said about this, the storyline is that this PlayStation side is so much more open now because this tournament is missing, you know, big players like Aubameyang. You're missing Joksan, you're missing, of course, Nicholas in there as well. You know, this is just a huge chance for players to pick up points to have it. And they spoke about Aga, about this is how his last tournament he's qualified for a while. Then you go over to the Xbox side, you've got Tex who's qualified for everything. Even if he has a bad tournament, which I'm assuming he will not, he's still taking 100 points from each event. I think it's 9 out of 9 he's qualified for. Bear in mind, you know, if he didn't do as well as he had, that would have still been 900 points minimum instead he's on like 3,500.
Yeah, it'd probably been, it'd definitely be over like 1,300 points just from the 150s, from the majors, from the 110s, from the LQEs. He'd probably have enough points, maybe for grand finals, just from qualifying alone. But he's not only qualified; he's gone and he's pretty much won or finished top 4 in every single event this year so far. But he's got a lot more events left in his locker.
As you know, we've still got 3 more FUT Champions Cups to come as well. This is only halfway technically into the season. There's a finesse and it's just wide again. I think it was time yellow this time from Cristiano Ronaldo. It feels that frustration must be building. He has got another leg though, as we know, is Swiss style. So we'll try and pull this back, but 1-0 is not really much. And you have to say Pinner somehow soaking up the pressure still. We saw the possession stats at half-time. It's been all for Filza, really. 1 chance, 1 goal it was for Pinner. That's how clinical he can be.
Ooh, that's really unlucky. That lovely scoop turn. Then into a heel-to-heel inside the box, looking to just get past Varane there in the end. And for Filza, been very, very slick on the skills this game. Heel-to-heel, scoop turns, drag backs. Just looking to get that all-important goal to take us into a 1-1 scoreline as it stands. Pina with 20 minutes left on the clock. Still leading 1-0. He's had 1 shot on target. He's had 1 shot in total. Yet the man is leading 1-0 and it could be 2.
He's coming back again. Oh, Mbappe back to Hullet. R9. Could have been a penalty if he actually lunged in, but if anything, was just more being pushed off balance there by Rio Ferdinand. This is all Stefano Pina, though, in this 1 chance that he's had in this second half as well. If he goes and scores it as well, you talk about being clinical in big tournaments. See another EA major here in Bucharest. Mbappe played it through to Neymar, and we saw how well that Pina did last time he was in Bucharest. He wasn't involved in that big first major of the year. However, in the LQE, Richard, he went all the way to the cross-continental final.
Yeah, he's been really good this year so far. Pretty much in most of his tournaments he's competed in. He's always there or thereabouts. He's very much the competing player, it seems like. And if you look at the way that he plays FIFA as well, I'll tell you just after this attack.
Well played.
If you look at the way he plays, he's very similar to Megabit in the way that Megabit doesn't really do a lot of skills. He's just really, really good, almost amazing at just all the simple things, passing, defending. If you just look at the way that Pina plays, keeps it very simple, a lot of X-passing, not a lot of sprinting in the final third. His defending is immaculate, Stefano Pina, and there's a reason that he's going far in competitions. It's because defence wins championships at the end of the day. And that's the reason Tex has been so successful this year. He always had that attacking flair in the final third, but if there were a couple of negatives to his game last year, it was that defending. How is that not a free kick? And this year, again, Tex got better at defending, but Stefano Pina as well, he's so good at defending, and Nicholas as well. You saw him at that LQE last weekend. His defending was fantastic.
I think coming into day number 2, because it was only a 2-day tournament there, his goal conceded a game, I think it was like 1.33.
I think 1.2 might have run.
It was really low. Like, you're talking, that's per leg as well. You know, for everyone at home, that's less than 2 goals a game the guys concede. Then you saw Tex, who was scoring 6.50 goals average a leg. So the guy was firing in goals for fun over on the Xbox. He's up against Dax in the first game. You know, Jimmy mentioned about how he was getting frustrated, saying, how am I playing these good players? Well, to be honest, in these tournaments, you can't hide from anyone. These are the best of the best. This is 32 of the best in a huge major competition.
Yeah, to be the best, you've got to beat the best. It's pretty simple. At the end of the day, you're going to match up at some point throughout the competition if you do want to go all the way. So why not play that player early in Swiss style and avoid them for the rest of Swiss?
We've just got to defend this attack. Sorry to cut you out, Richard. Stefano Pineda. No, he can't. He moved the keeper completely the other way. And you have to say it has been coming for Filza. Finally gets that one chance he needed with the fellow Brazilian Neymar to score it.
Yeah, you saw the goalkeeper movement. He moved into the front post expecting the finesse and then just rifled it into that bottom right corner. But as we were talking before, if you played someone really tough in the first round of Swiss, you're not going to play for the rest of Swiss. I'm pretty sure that you can't match up twice in Swiss against each other. So for the likes of Aga, for the likes of these two players on your screen right now, for Filza and Pina, Tex and Dax, that means that for the rest of that Swiss style, you're not going to have to play that player again. Which, if you're playing for Filza or Pina first round, you know, I've arguably played my toughest player in the first round of Swiss. Even if I'm going 0-1, I might not match somebody harder than that player throughout the rest of Swiss. So you're going to be building confidence throughout that Swiss style format.
And you speak of Tex, sorry to cut you out for it. You saw how well he does in Bucharest. It's like a Bucharest theme for him. Like in the LQE, he won that. He won the first major of the year. He won that in Bucharest. And yes, he can moan about the match that he's getting, but I said to him, do you not thrive off playing these big players? Because you've come out before and you said you're not scared of playing anyone. And those tournaments where you did play the big players, you went and won that competition. Here's a chance to go and win the game, but that one was met too easily by Thibaut Courtois.
I think he just loves I should say cities with B. Barcelona, Bucharest. Where's next? If we do a tournament in Barnsley, you know who's going to win it. It's going to be F2 Tex,
well,
that does
Richard.
round up the first game.
That is the first game, done and dusted there. All square, all a piece at 1-1. And, you know, what Romo Abdi be saying to him now, obviously the coach at PSV and ex-pro, he's been with Stefano throughout all the success. And just to take proof of the result there, I believe that is the coach of for Filza. I think he's disappointed more than anything for Filza. He knows, I've had a lot of possession there. I've had a few chances too. If anything, I think he's maybe held the ball up a little bit too much around the edge of the box and been a little bit indecisive of what he's doing.
Yeah, not only on the edge of the box, but I just think in that final third, it's just been a little bit too reluctant to really give the ball to Pina. I think he knows that Pina is so dangerous when he gets that ball. So it's a little bit, well, if I keep hold of the ball, I can't concede. It's a pretty simple mentality. If my opponent only has 30% of the ball, that's only 30% of attacks that I'm going to have to defend against. So I think he's coming with the right game plan. 1-1 after the first leg, so it's been semi-successful. It was a late goal, and I think one thing to look back on both of the goals, quite poor goalkeeper movement was used in both of the defensive aspects of the goals scored in that game.
I would say more definitely in the goal that Stefano conceded at the end there. I don't know where his keeper was running off to. But obviously that's how we know the first leg did finish 1-1 between these two PS4 players. Of course, doing superbly well in the Global Series rankings as well. Obviously, the format's completely changed for this year of competitive FIFA. It's all about getting points. It's all about getting to the competitions, the LQEs, the FUT Champions Cups, the virtual leagues as well that are all involved and doing well in those tournaments. We've still got the E-Club World Cup. We've got the E-Nations Cup. There's so much FIFA to digest this year. I'm surprised we're still able to keep on digesting it. But I think the main story, as we said from this, the PlayStation side, it's so open. You're missing, as you said, the top 3 players in the rankings. At the same time as that, you've got new players that have never played in a big competition this year. You know, they've came here to Bucharest. You've got people that have had 2 or 3 weeks off around the Christmas period. They've come in now, and they've had a little chance of a breather from the travelling, the competitive FIFA. How are they going to do? Is that break maybe help them at all? And you've got players that are just thriving off playing back-to-back FIFA. You look at Fafils the last weekend in London. You look at F2 Tex, those players that are constantly playing LAN experience, because that's, at the end of the day, that is what helps so many people, LAN experience.
Yeah, it is. And you see people only getting better and better throughout the FIFA year. I think some people, as Spencer was saying earlier, they start the year and they learn the game so very quickly. And I think Dax is a good example of that. Usually there's a tournament early on at ESWC at Paris Games Week. He usually does very well in that tournament and he usually goes far in it. Throughout the back end of the year, it seems to sort of always just decline for him. I think it's safe to say. This year it seems to be more consistent and really just at ease, I'd say, throughout the game. There's not that much more pressure on him, which usually is the case. And as we do get into this second leg, we are currently drawing. We're all square, 1 goal apiece between Pina and Verfilzer, both these players representing football clubs, PSV and Wolves. What a sight that is to see.
As we know, we've got the E-Premier League approaching us soon, one of those virtual leagues, 850 global series ranking points to them. But then we saw the PlayStation side of the E-Divisie went down. Unfortunately, this time round, he couldn't have a good run out. Good Stefano Pina. He went out. Danny Vizza won that one, a very young Dutch player there coming forward. Can he play back across? No. Can he go down the line? Yes, he can. In the end, Walker to Vieira.
I'd expect a switch here. Hullet just trying to play through a door that wasn't really open there. I don't know if you ever saw Takeshi's Castle, a little bit like that, where he's trying to run through the door, and it's a wooden door. It's not plastic. You can't go through it. He just ran in it and bounced off, and that's exactly what Hullet were doing there, just intercepting the ball, and it's going to come straight back at Verfilzer right now.
Vieira, can he play down? Yes, he can. And I think the key thing about this, whoever wins this will go 1-0 in Swiss-style format. Pushed off the ball there. That looked like a bit of a heavy tackle between the two coming together. And then after this game, we'll have all the scores. We'll wrap it all up for you in the Swiss-style round 1. Xbox, PlayStation ties. You know, Richard, you mentioned a few of the big games there. Be interesting to see how that PSG Dax F2 Tex game goes again. We saw how defensive Dax was last time.
Yeah, well, they matched up twice now. In the first time, it was in Bucharest, and Tex beat him 4-0. The last time they matched up, it was a lot tighter affair, but Tex did come out victorious. And again, can he make it a hat-trick? F2 Tex, like he could potentially make it a hat-trick in Bucharest. 3 championship wins, which will be unbelievable for the young man representing F2.
As we said,
that's a great ball.
This time last year was when he got his first ever major in Barcelona. And what a moment it was for him. I remember that. Our first ever EA event, Richard, we covered our first EA broadcast. I remember seeing you and Abdu commentating together. That was one of my personal favourites of last year. We had Boris as well, all involved. Here we go then for Filzer. Basic fake shot into a drag back. Can he try and...
Something I've picked up that from watching Resende last weekend. The fake shot, you press L1 and you do a fake shot, and he does like a more emphasised fake shot. They were doing that a lot, was Resende last week, down the line to get into the box, because when you're inside the box as well, it's very similar to real life. Your opponent can't really put a tackle in, because we see penalties gave quite often if you are pressing circle and you're lunging in inside the box. Penalties do get gave against you, so interesting to see that that's slowly starting to come into the meta. The fake shot inside the box, taking it down the line, and then when you get into the line, a back post cross is on or a pass across goal.
This is for Filzer now. After such a positive start in that first game, he saw the disappointment on his face as well when he came out of it. He knew he had the chances, he knew he had possession, but you don't take your chances, Richard. We don't need to say it. You're not going to be scoring goals. And came out of 1-1. Stefano, we didn't see enough from him. Defensively, yes, he was able to soak up the pressure. He can keep the ball in the right areas. We're seeing right now in front of us, playing that white strip from left to right. Actually representing one of the big teams in Holland, PSV Eindhoven. Alongside Alariza Agan, who won the Eredivisie on his side. The PlayStation side, obviously the man that won that back-to-back. Ajax Danny's in the building. He is on the PlayStation side. He's competing all weekend too. This is lovely build-up play from Stefano Pina. Lovely feet off the post on the rebound, surely. He's not going to get a gift better than that. Is Stefano Pina 2-1 up, 30 minutes in game.
Did fantastic to get into the opportunity there, did Pina. Little La Croqueta inside the box just to create a little bit of space rifled that shot. It bounced off the post. See the Lacroqueta there, cross goal. And Neymar, right man, in the right place at the right time, just to tap into an open goal from close range. And seems as though everyone's prediction for Stefano Pina right now.
Yeah.
He's coming in, all aboard the Pina bus, tickets, passes and rail cards.
We're going to be doing that all weekend, I believe. We're going to be doing our predictions to see who can predict competitive FIFA the best, because we know we sometimes really can't call how it goes, Richard. It's so end to end. Anyone can beat anyone.
I did predict for Filza.
I know you did, to be fair. However,
what
of
of
how
FIFA
he's
left to be
played, of
played.
how Filza's played in these two legs, you'd probably say the way he's played, he deserves something. But just look at the defensive line, around the edge of the box. Every single time there's 2 or 3 options there just to block the runs that Filza's trying to make. And you can see every time he's getting around the edge of the box, he's panicking slightly. Is the Brazilian.
Yeah, look for a nice little ball there. Just a intricate pass inside the box did for Filza. Seems as though that quick passing, fluid FIFA that he were playing last weekend doesn't seem to be there right now. I'm not sure if he's maybe a little bit apprehensive coming into the first round here. A little bit nervous playing against Pina. I mean, there's no reason he should be, but you remember the way that they were playing, one-touch passing everywhere across the pitch, whether with his goalkeeper to his defenders in midfield. Seems as though he's definitely taking more care over the ball right now, is for Filza.
But then where he's taking those risks and playing, such fluent football, is working for him. That's a little bit better for him on the attacking third. Great feet, and again, every single time, the timing of the tackle from Stefano Pina is absolutely fantastic. Bullet now. Still in front is Stefano Pina as he approaches this first half in the second leg. 45 in-game minutes to hold on. He'll be 1-0 in the Swiss-style format. First loss of the day as well for Filza. Part of me just feels like we're going to be seeing a few more goals, or at least something more to cheer about. Mbappe gets the ball straight to the face there.
Good, nice little way play there from Pina. One-touch passing.
He's got no rush to go forward. Added time of 2 minutes to come. Or if anything, he'll make sure he's had the last chance of the half. Neymar, look at the run of Vieira. Nothing will come of that in the end. You can see as well, Lala being used at right back.
Yeah, the 86 Lala you see there at half-time. What a contrast from the first leg to the second leg. 67% possession in the first leg for Filza. Pina dominating the possession right now, 55%. Not had a shot on target, has the man from Wolves.
You can see the difference in the teams there as well. It's surprising to not see Sergio Ramos involved, but then you're still looking at the Maldinis, the Rio Ferdinands. They're still getting a lot of support because they've been proven how good they are.
Yeah, I think centre-back is one of those positions where if you're using Sergio Ramos before, the team of the year is just an upgrade.
Yeah.
If you're using Maldini and Blanc, maybe Maldini and Varane, team of the year, it's interesting then because what do you change? Do you change almost the mojo a little bit?
Well, at the same time, Varane probably would not got a look in before that team of the year. Well done.
Goalkeeper movement.
Superb goalkeeper movement there from David De Gea and Stefano Pina. Went to the right bottom corner, matched, and he's going to probably collect that from the corner as well. But Varane probably wouldn't have been used at all before team of the year.
Yeah.
Not really, to be honest.
Either Maldini and Rio or the 92 Sergio Ramos and Rio or Maldini. But that Varane just changed it up completely. He's definitely throwing a cat amongst the pigeons, you'd say. 90 pace, unbelievable defending and physicality. He's got 99 short passing.
I know you're a big fan of the short passing style. I think Ramos got a boost as well by 1, didn't he?
Yeah, from last year. Got the +1 upgrade. And everyone were a big fan of that in Barcelona, so why not bring it back for Bucharest?
Pause cued by Filza. Clearly something not right for him other than the scoreline.
Probably an attacking change, you've got to say. And I'm there just...
A bit of a rocky game, to be honest.
Pushed off the game.
Every single time they get on the edge of the box, it's like needs to get into their flow a little bit, both these players. It's only first game of the day, remember. They're still going to have chances. They're still going to potentially play 5 rounds if they need to. And I'm not too sure what happened there. I don't know if it's a good deflection out for a corner, but of course you can see the teams matched up here, both matched up in the same formation.
Yeah, 4-2-3-1, pretty much. I'd say 90% of players play the 4-2-3-1. I'm trying to think other people who don't. I I think Resende plays with the 4-2-3-1 second variation. Goal Machine, I think, plays with 4-3-1-2. Just trying to think off my top of my head. There'll be a couple of players who like to play in the diamonds in the 4-2-2-2, but 4-2-3-1 just is the formation of choice for.
It kind of feels like
pretty much everyone.
Yeah, I wouldn't say you have to play that way, but it kind of feels like you're missing out, because we saw, newcomers to big tournaments. We saw Alan Avi from FC Dallas in London last week play the 4-1-2-1-2. First big competitive event of the year. 4-1-2-1-2 didn't work for him. Just simply did not work.
Just get a little bit too almost drowned out by the two DMs who just sit in front. But then Hullet also goes forward in that CDM position. When you've got wide players such as Mbappe, Neymar, Cruyff, Eusebio, I think it's silly not to use the 4-2-3-1 because that's where you get the most creative players going forward with the three cams. Then you can use CR7 up top. In a 4-1-2-1-2, your left centre mid and your right centre mid aren't going to be that creative unless you're using someone like Birdcamp, such as Goal Machine does do.
And it goes without saying that when you play a 4-2-3-1, it at least gives you a bit of width compared to a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, which is kind of fast build-up play all down the centre of the field. Other than your two strikers that might go slightly wide, everything is just down the middle of the pie. Here we go. This is for Phils now. This is Eusebio. Good to see Messi involved. That team of the year, which kind of he needed to be pushed back into a number of pros teams. Some still used him occasionally, and that is why he's in there. Messi on that left foot of dreams.
Yeah, he set it up. He was waiting for the little bit of space for Messi. You can see there, he just peels off, pulls into a nice pocket of space just on the edge of the D and finessed into the top left corner. Bent around. I always think it's nice to see the curl when you see a ball curl. It's similar to real life. If someone hits a free kick and you see that camera from behind the free kick, you just see it whip. Roberto Carlos is the famous one.
And it's shots like those that you simply cannot move your keeper because you don't have any time. You don't know if it's coming. You don't know really the timing of the shot compared to when you play a casual play on FUT Champions on the weekend. You can see when they're going to finesse it. You can kind of read what I'm going to do, for example. And that's what the pro players have to be so different in. They have to be so much more unpredictable in the type of shot they're going to take, when they're going to take it. If the player's got a 5-star weak foot, which side they're going to go. And now, once again, we are all square. We have to go to extra time if need be to separate these two. As you know, Swiss-style format, 2 legs of 19 game minutes of FIFA. If we're all square after that, penalties could be needed if extra time doesn't separate them. Neymar, lovely drag back. Oh, a lovely finish as well. And look how Courtois was moved again. We have to talk about it.
Expecting the finesse. Moved him a couple of inches to the left and then just powered into that near post. That's what Neymar does give you with that 5-star weak foot. Can go either side and just smashes that into the near post. And we're going to see a change from Pina. Looks like he's going into a 4-5-1. We saw this... seen this before from Stefano Pina. Just really, really condense that middle of the pitch. Make it as tight as possible. Look at the 3 centre mids that he's got there.
He's just brought on one man. Yeah.
Vieira and Hullet. 3 of the best overall centre midfielders, CDMs in the game.
He's brought on one man that's going to give that midfield a bit of energy, you have to say. N'Golo Kante, team of the year. 96 rate. We saw how good he was for a few players last weekend and how big of a fan I was when we saw Resende using him.
You see the thought process as well. So switch to a 4-2-2 has for Phils. You saw the thought process from Pina. He had Mbappe right mid. He took Mbappe off, put Neymar back on. He took Neymar back off and put Mbappe back on. So I think simply for the fact the keeper should be saving that. He's straight at him. He should be saving that. Courtois should be getting a hand on that, a stronger hand on it. But you saw the thought process. Mbappe just slightly more stamina. Keep Mbappe on. I don't need to score another goal. I just have to see out the game.
So the goal scorer of Neymar gets subbed off. We see the introduction of Kante as well. He's going to bring a lot of energy to that midfield, or instead it's going to nearly lose possession for Stefano Pina.
Yeah, nearly did get his pocket picked there.
But we saw a completely different N'Golo Kante. An N'Golo Kante that wanted to attack. And look at him making the run now. Last weekend, we saw him finesse it. We saw him just pile drive it into the back of the net.
The thing is with Kante now, he's got the shooting to go forward, but he's also got a nice little pace upgrade as well. So he's got so much stamina and so much energy to be able to get back And you can run back with Kante without even controlling your defenders. Just run back with Kante over and over and over again.
It's like a box-to-box midfielder, really.
Yeah, the ultimate box-to-box midfielder.
He's got so much energy. You look now, he doesn't really need too much either. You know, you've got 10 minutes left. Don't really need to put him out of position if you don't want to. You can see him making the run in like a centre position now, number 7 on the field. Lovely ball through to R9. This is Pinner now. He's already 3-2 up, looking for another goal to ensure that he's got that win. Edge of the box. Cristiano Ronaldo back to Vieira. Calm it down, if anything. No headphones on as well from Stefano. You can hear everything. You can hear the roars, the emotions from every other single player that is competing in this tournament. He's got down the byline nearly. Ramos just pushed him off.
It's going to have to be a late resurgence here from Filza if he wants to get back into this. To take us to
Sabia, I think he's just off.
Extra time shenanigans potentially if Filza does get a late goal.
Kind of looks defeated, does for Filza. Mention how 2 games were so different. The first game was all for Filza, but then when you don't take your chance in that game when you're on top, Stefano knew what he wanted to do, needed to keep possession more, needed to be a bit more clinical and, if anything, create a few more chances. He's done that in this game. He will get one more chance, though, for Filza. Hullet to Ronaldo. Look at the run.
Can he take it? That's the question.
It's being made nearly all the way across. Back to Eusebio. He's going to turn back to goal, but drag back. Oh, he's done so well.
Oh, he's gone wide.
So close from Pele. That would have been an incredible goal for him. Stefano can just breathe at least to go, I've somehow managed to get away from that one.
It's the game over.
It was an inch closer towards the goalkeeper. It could have nestled against the top-hand corner. However, it's going to be Pinner that takes the win here, and everyone that was supporting Pinner, everyone that predicted him to win,
everyone except me,
is going to be very happy.
Yeah, a late chance there for Filza. They'll be thinking, how on earth has that not gone in? He's probably watching that replay back right now. He had a time to take a touch with Pele. And we are going to jump over to Lev Vinken versus Aga. This will be in the closing stages, I imagine. Both games did kick off at the same time. And it's in extra time. And it's Aga leading 6-5.
It's a perfect game to join as well. You don't need us to talk about how good August Rosemeyer is of a competitive FIFA player. 2014 world champion in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. However, he's 6-5 up at the moment. He's on the attack now with Mbappe, and he's going to win a corner. He's up against Lev Vinken, who had a fantastic display last weekend at the Gfinity LQE, of course, qualified for the FIFA E-Club World Cup. This is alongside TAS too.
This is the corner, sorry for interrupting there. This is the corner that Aggie likes to do. He put it on the penalty spot. I messed that one up.
That one didn't go to the script, unfortunately, and if he goes and concedes now, he's going to be very, very disappointed. And one thing I've noticed as well, a lot of Dutch pro players, they still love using Cruyff. Spoke to Lev last weekend, and a lot of people aren't using Cruyff. Why'd you use him? He's like, he's a legend. You know, he's a Dutch footballing legend. Obviously, that team bundled is Lev Vinken on the attack now as well. A drag back or two. What a save from David De Gea. You would have to say a bit of a... Last year, we kept going about the save of feet trait. That was typical David De Gea.
Yeah, I think that's the what a game this has been. Good pass accuracy, great shots for both of the players.
Notice something as well, how contested both of these games have been. The game we just saw then, the 3-2 win to Stefano Pinner, now we're looking at a 6-5 game between Aggie.
It's only the very best players qualifying at the minute for events, and you know how tight it is to qualify when you've seen Nicholas not even make events, when you've seen Mo Auba not make events. These are winners, these are champions in their own right, and these are able to qualify for the event. You see Lev there in the FaZe kit, representing FaZe at the FIFA Club World Cup.
And as we know, he made it to that console final, did Lev Vinken against Nicholas. You know, who else to lose to?
4-1, 3-1 in the end.
3-1 in the end, that one. We spoke about how good defensively Nicholas was, but there's not much more we can say about him because he's not here this weekend. Very risky at the back there. Johan Cruyff nearly beaten Marcelo. Ramos at right back as well for Lev Vinken. Here's a chance. No, it's not. Maldini's going to stand in the way. This is a huge tournament for Aga. You know, if all the other tournaments weren't big, this is even bigger. He needs the points because he hasn't qualified for the next one.
Yeah, we're downstairs waiting for the waiting to get picked up to go to the arena here today, Brandon. And I was overhearing a little conversation between George Hughes, who's the manager at North, and Aga. And he was just calming him, just saying, look, this is the tournament. It don't matter what's happened. Obviously, there's been a lot of news recently surrounding Aga and the Danish FIFA scene.
Oh, lovely ball. Mbappe all the time in the world. Keeper was moved. He was fooled as well. And just a simple finish into the right-hand corner for Kylian Mbappe. And you can see the Global Series rankings at the moment.
And Aga was just talking about it, and George was saying, look, just calm down, just relax. This tournament, you go in, you get a top 4, you get a top 2 finish again, and you solidify yourself in that top 5 placing, top 3 placing. You solidify your grand final spot as well, and you can really just calm and just. He's had a lot of buzz about him recently, as Aga. So this is the last tournament he's qualified for, and he has to perform at this tournament because 1,100 points, in my opinion, isn't enough to get that grand final spot. That's not top 16 level.
So that's going to be a huge debate over the next few weeks, and it's something that, you know, it needs to be put out, you could say, onto Twitter to see what the FIFA community is saying, because how many points, one, is enough for the playoffs? How many points is enough for the FIFA World Cup Grand Final? Which you heard Boras, I think, speak about 2,500 maybe.
He said 2,000 to 2,200. I think it's going to be more along the lines of 14 to 1,600 points.
Depending on you know, where in that top 16, as we know. But the playoffs is the first goal for a lot of these guys. But if you can go to the playoffs, you could say stress-free now, and you're in the E-Club World Cup Grand Finals, which you still have to perform in to get a place in, to get that trophy that MS Dasari picked up last year in London. It's no easy task. However, 6-6 in this one. Round 1, surely we're not going to penalties. Round 1 of Swiss-style format, we could have a penalty shootout to decide.
Lev's going to get is it going to be Aga? Aga's going to get the final chance of the game.
He's going to get the last chance of the game. De Bruyne, not the fastest of players. There he's through. Oh no, I thought he was going to play it through the gap between Marcelo and Ramos, but penalties safe. Looks like it will be happening unless this referee wants to play on a little bit longer. To be honest, he might play this attack because it's in the final third. No, he won't. Carl Walker can get there, and it's going to be a penalty shootout to decide this tie between Lev Vinken and August Rosemeyer. Lev steps up first. Which way is he going? Down the middle, and I do not know how David De Gea's not got there.
Yeah, you're asking questions all with De Gea in goal. De Bruyne steps up to the spot for Aga, straight down the middle. 1-1.
Johan Cruyff, the Dutch legend, goes right and will score for Lev Vinken.
Yeah, good penalty there. Aga steps up to the spot. Good penalty, but a good save. Guessed the right way. Did Lev, an advantage Lev right now.
And he's gained that bit of breathing space. Mbappe, he goes the right way. He just missed the last one.
Yeah, good low penalty there. Again, Lev still has that slight advantage. Aga needs to save one.
Needs to save this one. Ronaldo steps up, scored again. Needs to score. Needs to score as August Rosemeyer. Ronaldo to step up. Which way is he going to go? Goes left and will score.
If Lev scores this penalty, he wins the tie. Aga must save. Vieira up to the spot. Number 4 slots it in, and that's the game.
Lev Vinken, 6-6 the game went, but he picks up the all-important win, I should say. Vieira steps up, scores that one, and that's how that one's going to go. We're going to move to another game now, and wow, we're going over to the Xbox side of things now. FUT Tex against PSG Dags. This one must be quite late on, Richard. These two met very recently in London. You can see the score, FUT Tex just in front. He's going to be kicking in that Liverpool strip from left to right in this second half, but Dax scoring a few goals.
Yeah, if I were going to do a little bit of quick maths, it looks like Tex won the first game 3-1. And Dax now leading this game 2-1. You can see Tex team there on your screen. I think he's made a couple of changes. Or watching him earlier today, you're playing Alexandro in at left back. He likes to bring R9 off around the 55th minute, as we've seen here.
And even bring on Steven Gerrard if he's feeling up for it. FUT Tex. Currently 4-3 up. Could be 5-3 up after this attack with Cristiano Ronaldo if he can do anything with it. Just toying with that midfield three there of Kante Hillet. Going to play all the way out to Carl Walker. One thing we saw that was really interesting last weekend from F2 Tex is that he played with a few of those Team of the Years on day one, came into day two, was not happy with how he's performing, so went back to that original side that won him back-to-back events.
It weren't even day one, it was game one. He played him in the first game and he lost his first game, a Swiss did Tex last weekend, and as soon as that he just said, you know what, no, get out of the team. I'm going back to what I know, I'm going back to what I'm comfortable with. And he's put the Team of the Years back in this weekend to try and give him another chance maybe.
Still kept that right back option though, as we know. A lot of players tending to use the centre half in there. We saw Ramos. But don't get me wrong, he can keep up with the likes of Neymar when he's pushed out on that far hand side. Messi if he's pushed out wide. And Mbappe.
We saw Ramos do a job at right back. I think me personally, I still would use Kyle Walker at right back. The Champions League 85 Kyle Walker. And then use Ramos as a centre-back alongside probably an icon, either Rio or Maldini.
Just because you know he's a right-back, by trade.
Yeah.
He's a right-back by trade.
You see Tech's reaction there. He knows that was a good chance to try and get CR7 in behind. No one's catching him if he goes in behind.
See Dax on top with the scoreline in this game. Not the overall scoreline, but in this game he's 2-1 up. One more goal from Tex would probably kill the tie off. Be 2 goals in front, would be looking even more confident than he already is. Here's Vieira. Did he need to take that fake shot? Instead, he's going to do a ball roll or two.
You saw Tex on Twitter as well talking about how he thinks he's back to his best, back to his game, and
back to Bucharest.
It's a scary thought for the rest of the competition if he's back at his best. Dax is in behind though.
Oh, the space.
He's still in behind. He plays it down the line to Mbappe.
It's just giving them those extra few seconds though for F2 Tex to pull a man back in for Kyle Walker to get in position, because there was acres of space for Mbappe to run into, but just didn't really use it. Look how high Kante is as well there. Kind of has to go out and play, I guess. Does Dax. Managed to defend this one too. Oh no, Rio Ferdinand there. A heavy touch, then just plays it into the path of Tex. Ronaldo, he's pushed over. No, he's not. Varane just wins that.
I think his decision making there were a little bit off. I think he could have. He did the heel to heel there. I think he could have taken a little bit more time. Could Tex. Dax slowly building this attack.
Bullet to Pele. Has to be perfect. Has to be. I don't think he just tried to lay it back to Pele because he knew he was going to get much time there. Then Mbappe into a pause. He will go now. We can't see the changes that Dax is making, but you can imagine he's going to make a sub or two. If not, try and get an extra man forward because he needs a goal. He needs a goal to send us to extra time.
I think a couple of attacking changes potentially in the final third for Dax. You see Tex team there on the screen. 4-2-3-1. Hullet and Vieira holding Neymar, Mbappe, Messi, Ronaldo. The 4 Team of the Year players, attackers, all in his team.
Because we know he's a big Liverpool fan, and don't get me wrong, I know he didn't play this, but at one point he was joking around playing Van Dijk at right back last weekend just to get that Team of the Year involved somehow. Obviously, no Ramos involved.
Just Varane, yep.
Just, as you said, Richard, a few upgrades in there from Team of the Year. We're seeing Rafael Varane used. And nothing really has to be changed other than that.
This is the same team that you were using, I think, last weekend.
And he plays well.
In the first game. Before he went back to the icons, before he brought in Ronaldinho back into the team, before he brought Pele and Cruyff and Eusebio back into the team. The players that were so influential in his success in Bucharest and in London before Christmas, before Team of the Year was actually released. They're probably on the bench right now.
Quick Kante. He's making the run for the fellow French FIFA player. Back inside to Ronaldo. This is a chance. And now Neymar's going to pick that one up. Goes for a fake shot. Going to recycle it straight back into Marcelo, who's very high in an attacking position. Now back to goal. Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh, tries to play the one more. Alexandro. A good point there. He hasn't gone for Marcelo as F2 Tex. There's a run if he can find Messi. He's just trying to tee it up. Varane's trying to make that run to cover it. Neymar. Tex in possession. If anything, keep the ball. You're 4-3 up. Added time to come. If it's more than 2 minutes, there could be a chance. However, as long as Tex keeps this ball, there's no panic at all for him, and he should be home and dry. Unless a mistake at the back could cost him.
Oh, he's given it away.
He has. If Dak scores this, we're going to get one hell of a reaction from him. Played inside, all the way across, somehow defended off the line. Tex there.
He knows he's being let off the hook right there because that's so poor at the back, you've got to say. He's tried playing it round the back. You saw the squeeze was slowly starting to build and there were more players surrounding him. And in the end, he's got away with it and a good performance from Tex. Arguably beating one of his stronger opponents on the Xbox side of things. A big goal from Danny there in the background. You just saw that one. This is the 2 goal scorers. I'd expect to see 12 goals in this game for each player. Dragon versus Goal Machine.
Games galore here in Bucharest. Now we're over to Goal Machine against no fucks given. Obviously, Dragon Sean Allen made that final in 2016 in New York. Of course, lost out to Mal Basher in an incredible final it was, but
extra time.
What a running Goal Machine had. He went to the semi-finals last weekend. He lost to Tex, you know, not the easiest opponents to play. Beat Tex. Played in the console final. Apologies there, Goal Machine. He beat Tex. Played against Resende in that Xbox final. Just couldn't get near Resende, but he played so well to Goal Machine. He had to drop Birdcam, who at the moment, I can't really see him in this team. I need to have a proper look. I cannot see him on the screen, no. He said, no, Birdcam's going to be dropped. I'm going to use Messi occasionally. And he made that call. And now in this one, 4-4 into extra time. Had some fantastic round 1 games.
So tight. So level the competition right now. Across the board, pretty much. In FIFA, we've seen extra time galore across most of the games. We've seen a lot of really close games. I mean, the games that we've seen on stream, we've had a 4-3, a 6-6 on penalties, and a 3-2. There's been 1 goal separating each and every game. This right now going extra time, 4-4. Between Goal Machine, who's currently ranked 4th on the Xbox rankings.
You can see all the rankings there on the right-hand side of your screen. Obviously, they're the important kind of ranking that you need to look at, you know, in terms of competitive FIFA, who's been performing well. You can see exactly that explained by the rankings. F2 Tex. Being at all the events, obviously, then that PlayStation Paris Games Week. Here we go. What a chance. Keeper was moved. Really well done. Punches it away, though. And Marcelo lucky enough to get the rebound on that one for Goal Machine. Still 4-4 here. And the last time we saw Dragon was actually in Bucharest for that FUT Champions Cup.
Yeah, just going back to that goalkeeper movement. He read the cross. The cross was an easy pass for Dragon, and Goal Machine just pulled him out, made sure he got something on it with his goalkeeper. Seen Timothy De Bruyne there in the team for Dragon. Looks like he's probably a substitute looking at the level of his stamina.
Ronaldinho involved. Added time of 1 minute. Haven't seen 1 minute for a while. Will we get one more attack? I think we will. It's going to be it's going to be a lifted through ball.
He were in as well. He were in behind and the referee's blown for half-time. Look how tight that was. 12 shots, 8 on target for Dragon, I should say. 12 shots, 6 on target for Goal Machine. And we sat at extra time. Half-time in extra time, I should say.
Just looking
for the scoreline.
Looking at some of those games, Richard, of Stefano Pina 3-2 when he won against Verfilza. 6-6. Aggie up against Levinkin. That one went. Obviously, Aggie losing that one out on penalties, unfortunately for him. Had to be big, had to be brave. See some players involved. Obviously, Lyrics, UK player there. 9 UK players at this event. Most UK players we've seen a big event or a major for a while.
Yeah, and speaking of the nations participating, this is the most diverse FIFA tournament we've ever had, with 22 different nations taking part. The globalization of FIFA and FIFA esports just continues to grind. It continues to grow, I should say.
An incredible stat, Richard. 22 nations, as you said. Obviously, Germans out on top again. Every single event, they have the most players there. However, they haven't won an event yet this year. What a finesse that is. Time to perfection.
Hit the near posted. Goal Machine with Neymar. Green times into the top corner. And Timothy and Neymar doing it again for Goal Machine.
Didn't need to mess about with it at all. Knew exactly where he wanted to place that one. You talk about maybe the difference of having that little bit more experience last weekend for Goal Machine and the competitive structure. He stayed in London for a few days, then came straight to Bucharest. Obviously, no point in him going back to Canada. And this is what we can see from him. Happy to just to calm it down.
So on the offensive, he wants his players to be very wide and to just get in behind with the long ball. Everybody else just stay behind the ball. Looks like he's got to stay central. Get in behind on Ronaldo, so he knows that basically his thought process now is as Dragon comes forward, there's going to be space in behind. He wants Ronaldo to spin in behind, get into that space and get another goal and completely rattle this game off.
Simple finesse for him. Keeper could get no way near. And now the advantage will sway back to the Canadian in goal machine. See there, Benedict Salza, one of the legends in the FIFA scene. 27 years of age. He's at this event as well. And we talk about all the nations involved. Straight down the other end, the chance to nearly score that one. So you can see Ranners there from Roma. Actually, an Irish FIFA player. Tex, who
heavy touch,
just picked up that win against Dax. Number 1 on Xbox. Here we go. This is goal machine with Mbappe. Tried to get past him with a little bit of pace, but as time does go on now in this game, legs will tire, and other than the subs, can't expect too much. Now those players, look how Ty Vieira is there in that centre midfield. Oh, lovely feet. Neymar, not again, surely not. He's getting him so much time, so much space, off the bar.
Does react to it as well, Courtois, and Dragon's going to get an opportunity to come forward. End-to-end FIFA right now. This is how quickly a game can change. He's just had his bar rattled at one end. Look for the back post cross.
He's got it as well if he can find it. It's Messi. Played inside to Mbappe. Messi again. It's been blocked by Ramos. Added time of 2 minutes, and this is goal machines to lose now. And he looks confident he's going to get himself his first win on the board in a two-legged game. And he's done everything right. It seemed a tight game. We've seen tight games all across the board. Only a goal in it or a penalty shootout to separate all the games we've seen between Tex and Dax, Lev and Aga. Penalty. No, it's not. And the referee blows up.
Can you imagine the referee gave a penalty?
Time there. Goal machine carrying on like he means to go on from an incredible performance last weekend. And of course in London. And wow, what an incredible game that has been, Richard. We've seen a few very, very tight games. We've seen, obviously, as you said, Tex, Dax. We've seen Lev up against Aga. We've seen Stefano Pin against Vifilza. And we've just seen that cracking game as well.
Yeah, fantastic FIFA all across the board. And I know one person who's going to be very happy is that Jimmy Conrad. He got his prediction right. Jimmy, what a set of games.
Guys, thank you so much for those calls. I am happy because I got my prediction right. Stefano Pina won 3-2, so that's good. You guys won as well.
Yeah, we got it right.
So let's just give it up. High fives right away. Huh?
Nice
1-0. That's what's up.
That's
what's up. I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Hat-trick.
Yeah. But that game in particular, the last one we just saw, Goal Machine versus Dragon. Now, everybody didn't have the benefit of seeing the first game. I watched it. It's probably the best I've ever seen Dragon play. He beat Goal Machine 3-1. Goal Machine only had one shot on goal the whole game, and he scored it. He's got to be gutted now that he ended up losing that one.
Yeah, very much so. I didn't see it come in after that first leg like you, but at the same time, Goal Machine has been able to bounce back from that. Something tactically was obviously wrong to only have one shot in the first game. To come through to the second leg and then get that many goals shows that he's changed something pretty successfully. So you've got to take your hat off to him.
Boris, though, that has to hurt as a competitor. When you have that lead, that commanding lead in the first leg, and you played so well to give it up and now be down, or you're now 0-1. Heading into the second game in the Swiss format.
Yeah, we're seeing the same pattern with the Dragon many times. He has the lead. I mean, he plays so good, but he maybe sometimes doesn't really have the mental part of it. We saw him, the prime example was when he lost the final FIFA 16 grand finals. He lost against Bacha. He was leading with 2 goals, and Bacha came back, and it seems like ever since then, this is somehow haunting him. He is taking the lead many times. He can lead with a lot of goals, but sometimes, or usually, the opponent finds his way back. And that is something that he has to work on mentally.
I mean, it's clear that he's talented. It just feels like it's more in between the years, right?
Yeah.
So how does this impact him then moving forward? Can he fight back from it given the history that Boris talked about?
He can. Don't want to throw him under the bus or anything, but history suggests that he'll maybe that might get in his head, that result. But he's definitely good enough. That's what he has to focus on. That's what I'd be saying to him is look at that first game. You're clearly good enough. You just beat one of the best players. You made it into many people's kind of sort of team of the year, if you like, of FIFA players, Goal Machine last year. So that's a good performance. You need to do more of them. And he won't mention it, But that little throwback down memory lane Boris just took us to, he didn't mention that he was in the semi-final of the of that same World Cup. So yeah.
We're sitting with a real pro over here.
Exactly.
It's an honor to have you on this couch for us.
Thank you very much.
All right, now let's talk about the game that we wanted to see from the beginning. Started this whole stream, started this whole tournament. It was Stefano Pinna versus Fafilza.
Yeah.
We picked Pinna. It was a tough one, though. Fafilza was a tough competitor. It was 3-2. We're going to watch all the highlights here. Spencer, why don't you walk us through these?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the predictions as well, we saw quite a few of the guys did predict Fafilza, and it was a tight game. This is Pinna in the white kit here against the Wolves of Fafilza, and that finesse finish, not even a time finish there, just straight in. Maybe keeper could have done a little bit better, but that got him the lead. Obviously in that PSV kit there, and that's Fafilza on your screen there in the Wolves kit. So not a great start for Fafilza, but the game it grew into it. You know, Fafilza got chances later on, got himself a goal back into it, and we saw it get tighter and tighter. But ultimately, Pinna was victorious as we saw. There's Pinna on the screen there. Annoying to concede a late goal in that first leg.
Yeah, and I mean, watching Pinna, it never looks that amazing. He doesn't do, let's say, anything special. And I also played him many times. You never feel like he is dominating you, but he is so consistent and so mentally strong, and he takes his chances. And what we don't see here, and what many people watching this stream don't see, is that his defense is so compact. It's so hard to create chances. He never makes any mistakes in the defense. This is very hard to defend this first time shot by Messi. And maybe some players at this point conceding this goal were starting to lose it mentally, but no, Pinna just keeps going, and he also gets this late goal to win this big game.
Now talk about the defensive side of the ball a little bit. We're going to see the game winner that ultimately decided it, made it 3-2 in favor of Pinna. But when we watch him defensively, he drops a lot of guys into the top of the box and even into the box. There seemed to be a package of like 9 guys sitting there. That's hard to break down, so you have to use those first-time shots to have success.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to create chances versus him. And also the way that you can see here, he's using Vieira, he's using Gullit and just sweeping that midfield. And this is a huge chance. Probably should have scored. You can also see Pinna, he is considering himself as luck here. But just, yeah, the way that he is using his midfield, his 2 big men, Gullit and Vieira, is so hard to surpass these guys.
Yeah, it seems like the margins in this game are pretty thin, right? When you get to the highest levels, it's a real thin line between success and failure.
It is, and we're going back to that same thing with the Dragon. I mean, the level here is so high, and it comes to these last percentages where it's mentally only. And the reason why we're seeing Pinna being so good this season, also last season, I mean, coming to the gameplay, maybe he isn't the top 5 player, but he is mentally maybe number 1.
Well, we're talking a lot about him on the couch. He's actually with our Kyle Walker right now. So take it away, Kyle.
Thank you, Jimmy. Yes. Now, in London, we had Lottie's Lounge, but here in Bucharest, we've got Kyle's cool down spot, all right? And someone who may need to cool down a little bit after the game. We've just seen the highlights there. Stefano Pinna, 3-2 winner. I just want to talk about those last 20 minutes. You went up 3-2. Was it nerve-wracking?
Yes, it was a very tough game against Fafilza, very good player, and yes, I got a bit lucky at the end. He got a really good chance, but at the end I still went 3-2, so I'm very happy with my performance.
Yeah, you were brilliant throughout, but those last 20 minutes, it must be hard, it must be nerve-wracking when they're attacking, that final attack in the 90th minute. What are you thinking there? Are you thinking, get it out? In England, we just say, if in doubt, get it out, hoof that ball away. Was you thinking that?
Yeah, I just want the ball the last 20 minutes so I can play a bit possession. But yeah, he was really good in the attack. He takes more risk in the attack, so it was very difficult to get the ball. And yes, I'm very happy with my win. It was a very tough game.
It was a tough game indeed. Now, this is the first of 5 tournaments in 2019 for you. You've got 4 more after this, okay? Do you think you can go all the way? Can you make it through to those playoffs? Are you going to win a tournament at some point this year?
Yeah, I hope so. I'm always very close. Cross console final or final from the PS4. So I hope I will win a tournament. It's one of my dreams, of course. But yeah, I need to play a lot better than I did in my first game if I will win.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your pack look, all right? Because I saw on your Instagram, I'm checking everyone's Instagrams, all right? I saw that you packed Coutinho, Toni Kroos, and Bergkamp, all right? You need to tell me, how are you doing it? Because I'm not having this sort of look.
Yeah, I was yesterday chilling at the restaurant with my coach Rommel and opening some packs. And out of 100k pack, I packed Bergkamp, Kroos and Coutinho. So my first icon this year. So I'm very happy with that.
Well, I need to chat to this guy a little bit more about how I can pack one of these icons, because I've not done it yet. That is it from Kyle's cool-down spot. That's what we're going to be calling it throughout the rest of the day. This is Stefano Pina. Back to you guys, back on the analysis couch.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Kyle's cool-down spot. I'm writing that down now. Everybody's got a breakdown board or a cool-down spot. Everybody needs a catchy name.
Kyle's cool-down corner would have been better for alliteration.
Yeah, or cool-down couch.
Yeah, he hasn't got a couch, though.
He doesn't. He's standing. So some interesting words there from Stefano Pina. Obviously, he felt pretty good about the result, all things considered, but maybe a little bit lucky too. I mean, do you feel like you need a little bit of luck to win these tournaments?
Of course. I mean, you always need luck. The margins, like we mentioned, are very, very small. And also Pina is showing here that he's not so happy with this first game. He feels that he has much more to give. But it's also very, very common that you get this slow start and that you grow in confidence with every game. And just the fact that he's beating Filza here, who's a player that is in form, great player, without thinking that he played good. That just shows his level.
All right, well, we've talked about a few specific games. Now let's see all of the first round matchups. We're going to start with PS4. Take a look at some of these score lines. Some might surprise you.
Oh, Ice
Vogel.
Yeah.
Getting beat 8-2. That is a pretty shocking result. We weren't prepared for that one. It's another good. Rain ended up losing.
You've got to say shout out to Ali G. Respect.
14 goals.
14 goals. No one else has scored more. Okay, you got the 11-9 with Agger and Lev, but that went to extra time.
Penalties also.
Yeah, so in terms of the other games, no one else scored more than 8, and you've got Ali G banging in 14.
Yeah, that's a big
We're
result.
seeing here a very, very clear patterns with players that are under big pressure, players that didn't qualify for many events this year. We have Ice Vogel, who really needs the points in this tournament. He got absolutely demolished in this first round by the Portuguese player here, Tuga, and also Marv and Marcuso, two players who makes their first appearance of the year, and they both lost the first round.
Yeah, well,
pressure.
Maybe the pressure is too much for them.
Yeah.
Well, now let's take a look at the Xbox side of things. See if there's any fancy results. There's one that's already on the tip of my tongue. It's hashtag Shori getting the shutout, the clean sheet against TAS.
The only clean sheet of both
The only
consoles.
clean sheet of the first round on both consoles. Now, this is the first time TAS, a former hashtag player, has faced anybody from hashtag, and he ends up losing 2-0. He can't be happy with that.
No, I mean, I saw a little bit of the game, and I know TAS was a bit unlucky. He had a couple of headers hit the bar, so I think it was actually quite a close game. And the fact that it's very rare you see a person win by scoring 2 goals. Usually, look at all the other games, the winning team's got at least 4, if not 5, 6, 7. We saw 14 on the last page, so that's obviously it was a bit of a stalemate, that game, but well done to Shori.
And obviously some names you guys are some names you guys are familiar with, Dasari 6-4, Gorilla 5-3.
Yep. Also seeing Resenda keeping a nice form from London last week in 7-2 against Rezaya, very, very good French player.
How about Enrasic losing?
Well, what's amazing, as you know from the Swiss format and my expert explanation of it, you always play someone with the same record as you, which means, could we see Enrasic go up against Dax?
Possible.
In a game that if you lose, you can't afford to lose another one.
So I'm glad you brought that game up because Tex versus Dax. Dax went up early. He was playing very well. Is there a player that you guys know of that you don't really want to get a lead against because they're so good in coming back?
Back in the day, I would have said Gorilla. Back in the day, I would have said, sometimes I used to see Gorilla 2-3 goals down, and I'd be like, it's fine. Because he'd always find a way, and particularly towards the latter stages of the game. Not sure if he's as amazing at that as he used to be. But, I mean, in general, you want to get the lead, right? It sounds like an obvious statement.
Of course.
A bit of a
Boris,
cliche,
I mean,
but
you're right in the scene, right in the middle of the scene. I mean, is there anybody that you're like, man. I mean, I obviously want to get a lead, but if I get a lead, I know this guy's going to come storming back.
Well, there are 2 players I can think of on the PS4 side that I really think are hard to keep leads against. And first of all, we have Mo Aubameyang, who didn't qualify for this one. We saw him, I know it was FIFA 17 World Cup. He was trailing 4 goals in the first leg against Nicolas. And he came back and won that second leg with 5-0. So that is a comeback king. And also the second one, which I really would never feel confident even having a 5-goal lead, is FIFA Ustun, who is so good in the attack, and he doesn't overthink, so he just plays. So he doesn't care if he's trailing with 4-5 goals. He just always plays like it's 0-0. And I mean, both these guys, Mo and Ustun, amazing attack, and I think that is for making big comebacks. that is the main reason.
That's a special quality to have that type of mentality that you can fight through anything. Well, now we're going to throw it over to the breakdown board with two people that I think also have some special abilities. It's Rachel and Mike.
Special abilities, we'll come up with something to be special at after this maybe, but we're just going to have a little chat about what we loved just watching there, which was obviously Dax taking on F2 Tex, one of the guys that we're expecting to go probably quite far in this tournament, and they're probably getting a bit annoyed of playing each other, aren't they, Mike? They keep getting put against each other in the first couple of rounds.
Well, I know Dax has to be getting tired of playing Tex. I've seen him play 3 times now. It's been 3 losses for Dax. Even though I will say this matchup and the previous matchup at the LQE, super close. And some would even say that Dax deserved to win. He just wasn't clinical enough.
Why do they keep getting put together?
At the end of the day, if you keep winning and he keeps winning, you guys are going to match up at some point. And Tex, we're used to seeing him in the finals or the semis of every single event.
Yeah, I wish we could actually show you a bit of Twitter right now, because Tex, he's also getting quite vocal on Twitter, and he used to say before matches, he'd go out and say, I'm not going to win, really dumb down his ability. But now he's getting quite confident, isn't he, Mike?
Well, I think at this point, I mean, he used to say, hey, I'm not feeling that confident, or anything could happen, or this guy's really amazing. I think it relieved some of that pressure, some of that stress. It took it off his back. But at this point, we know he's going to be there. We've seen him win a couple events already this year, so he's owning up to it. I like it.
Okay, he's putting that pressure on his shoulders, but we're going to go to one of his goals right now, and we're calling this a Tex teamwork goal.
Absolutely, because everyone's going to touch the ball. And something that was really important for Tex at the LQE was starting to get more used to some of the Team of the Year players. We talked a little bit, and that was a big deciding factor for him, was who do I include, who do I not include. And in this first freeze frame, which you're seeing, he's got the ball with Messi, of course, and he's got 3 runners. But there's all this space. And because he's got that space, Dax has to respect that. So he's going to have to try to take away that space. He's going to use a drag back to open up more of the pitch. And a lot of times we don't give Tex enough credit for some of his build-up play. We talk about how well he is able to kind of dominate the meta with moving the goalkeeper and the finesse shots, but it's all these other intricate details that are so important for him scoring these goals and creating these opportunities consistently versus a variety of opponents. And in this freeze frame here, you've got your matchup there, manually defended. You see a first-time finesse shot with Mbappe, or sorry, excuse me, a first-time fake shot with Mbappe. And what that does is 2 different things. One, you can challenge the defender, and also it gives you a half second to look at the goalkeeper. Is he moving? Is he not moving? And that's what you're going to see here. David De Gea does not move. Finesse shot on the near post, and it gives him that go-ahead goal.
And the goalkeeper didn't move there because of that fake shot? He didn't know what he was going to do?
Well, maybe he was going to shift, maybe he wasn't, but more importantly, Tex was going to have just that little half second to look up to see, are you shifting left? Are you shifting right? Do I need to challenge you on the near post? Do I need to challenge you on the far post? What's it going to be? And that's why it's important. It's all about these little details when you're at the pro level.
Of course it is. That's how you go through to the next round. And that was, again, Dax and F2 Tex. They're getting tired of playing each other, but we're not getting tired of talking to you guys.
Oh, that was very sweet, Rachel. Thank you very much. Now, I've decided what I think Mike is. He's like half a referee. Because he's got the stripes, but he hasn't finished the whole thing yet.
Yeah,
like an NBA referee, that is.
He hasn't finished his qualifications. He gets the trousers when he finishes.
No, he hasn't. All right, so the game that we're going to be watching next for the second round is Lev versus FUT Marco.
Oh,
now, Lev got there. They're both 1-0 by beating Aga.
Yeah.
And that was a tremendous game because Lev went up 2-0. And then Aga stormed back, made it 4-2. And then it ended 6-6, went to penalties. And again, talking about the margins again, Lev wins the coin flip. He goes through, gets the 1-0. What is that going to do for Lev's confidence? Boris, we'll start with you.
A lot, definitely. I mean, I always have this feeling after you're in a penalty shootout that you get this extra confidence, this boost. You feel like a cat. You get this extra life. And Lev, we saw him in London, also won a penalty shootout against Andoni. This is a guy that is actually a specialist at penalties. And now he's going to play Marco, who is, well, he's been dominating the Oceania region lately on the PS4 side, made it to almost all of the latest qualifiers. This is a guy in great shape.
And he beat Zazinho 5-2, so he's going to be feeling pretty good as well.
And that is a statement. And then on the other hand, we have Lev, who just left Ajax. And it seems like after becoming a free agent, we're seeing a much more cool Lev, a much more confident Lev, because maybe...
Too much pressure from having a sponsor?
Or maybe just the fact that he was in the shadow of Ajax Dani. And now he gets just to be... Himself, yeah. He is his own star. And we're seeing him getting back this confidence.
I want to be my own star. Well, that's just one specific game. Let's take a look at all the second round matchups. We're going to start with PS4 first. That's the game we're going to be watching, Lev versus FUT Marco. But some other good ones here. Aga versus Marv is going to be a good one. Ice Vogel versus Marcuso is going to be a huge game.
Yeah, one of them's going to be on 0 and 2.
Ollie G and his 14 goals going against Hasu.
The Stranger versus Rasta Arta is going to be quite tasty.
We got some EMLS representation. FC Cincinnati Fiddle taking on Chihan.
Got the only UK representative on the PS4 side, Jas, going up against Pina.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
good.
There's some good games there.
Marv.
I like the Stranger versus Rasta Artur. I think that's one of my big highlights for that one.
Yes.
Now let's take a look at the Xbox side of things. See if there's any tasty matchups happening in round 2. I'm pretty sure there's going to be.
There'll be some very
That's just how it works here in the
delicious
Swiss format. Let's see the big ones that jump out at me right now. I like Tass versus Remy Martin.
Ooh, that is
Remy
nice.
Martin represents the LA Galaxy, and obviously Tass represents FaZe Clan.
Got a UK matchup, Dragon versus Lyrics. That would be good. Vinny versus Dachep. Rizaya versus Marlot.
No.
Oh, yeah, we've seen it. Number 11.
You see it? Dasari versus Resende.
Yep.
That is the one that I'm very excited to
massive.
see. Gorilla playing Rainers as well is very good.
And Stokes versus Goal Machine is also really good. Stokes did well in his first game, and we saw Goal Machine obviously do that comeback against Dragon, so that's going to be a good
Tasty.
one. Yeah, there's some good matches.
Yep. There is some good matches.
The Swiss format always gives you tasty matches.
Okay. Now, I know we're going to start with PlayStation 4, but Xbox? I mean, I think we have some say, because we have these microphones, about who we want to watch. Who would you want to vote for?
I mean, you got to want to watch that Dasari game for me.
Yeah.
On the Xbox side, that's huge. Someone's going to be 2-0 at that point. 2-0 obviously doesn't guarantee you progression, but it puts you in a really good spot. It means you've got 3 games to get 1 win. So it's as good as fruit in my eyes.
All right, I agree with that. All right, guys, everybody watching the stream right now, it's our first Twitch drop of the day. It's going down. Make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts to make it happen.
Oh,
and
wow.
are you ready for this? Oh, it's already up. It's Team of the Year, Marcelo.
I need him.
A lot of the players here are using this card.
Essentially, would you say, Boras, expert opinion, the best left back in the game?
Hold on.
Definitely.
I'm linking my account right now.
You're not linked him. He's not already linked
No,
it.
I was. I just like to. Go ahead, keep going.
Link it.
Just saying at the lineups of most of the players qualifying here, I think 95% is using Marcelo. Maybe someone would prefer Alexander because of the height, but Marcelo is better at everything else. And definitely, I mean, by quite a margin, the best left back in FIFA 19.
Yeah, we need him.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I don't think we're going to get him.
No?
We might. It's possible. Some people watching definitely going to get him. That's the
We're
fact.
probably not allowed to get him.
Yeah, if we do
I wouldn't
get him,
tell
we'll have to
anybody if
give
I
him
did
away.
get it. That's what for sure.
Someone's getting him.
All right, so our big matchup is coming up. Let's take a look at those intros right now. I need a ball. I need that. I want that phone. That's the one I want now.
I like that.
That's the one.
He's going.
Yeah, I like the punching one and the holding one. It's amazing. I definitely have to get into that booth to get some photos as soon as possible.
Yeah, we'll get
All right.
some done.
So we have Lev versus FUT Marco. Prediction time. How are you guys feeling about this one?
For me, you can see him there in front of us here, of course, the 2 guys just here and here.
With the head scratching.
I am going to go with Lev for this one.
Okay.
I think he's going to, like you said, have the confidence from the penalty shoot win.
Yes,
and
confidence.
he's playing with that freedom, no longer in the shadows
Swagger.
of Danny, as you mentioned. He's a bird flying in the sky.
Yeah.
He's ready to win.
Okay.
He's going to do it for me.
All right.
Predictions.
Boris?
I'm writing them down.
I'm going to say that we have 2 players in great form at the moment. We have the guy dominating the Oceania region and a guy dominating the Europe West region. And I would say that the Europe West region is slightly harder.
You're so biased. You're so biased. I'm just kidding.
And also the fact that we have Levink and once again with the swagger, with the confidence. That's why I'm going to go with Lev.
You copy me again, okay? No
Oh,
problem.
man, you're putting a lot of pressure on me
Copy you.
here. So I'm going to take into consideration that Lev lost last weekend to Nicolas in the console final at the LQE. And he's got some confidence. He gained a lot of points there, so he jumped 15 spots, the biggest jump of any player. Then FUT Marco, yes, he does play in Oceania. I want to go with him because I have a soft spot.
We're
for
doing the same thing again.
No, I'm gonna go with Lev.
Okay.
I'm going with Lev.
So we're all going with
Copycat.
Lev. We're all
Okay.
going with Lev.
A
all right.
copycat. I'm just thinking through my thoughts here.
Rest of the guys, you got to get your predictions in and
Yeah,
stream or
before the
WhatsApp
game
me.
starts this time.
We'll
Before
get
the
them
game
down.
starts.
Yeah, we'll get them down. But with the first predictions, we were all right with Pina. Brandon Smith was correct, of course, with Pina as well. Dan, Mark, Mike, LaBelle, and that was all the people that predicted Pina, actually. So everyone else fulfills
So we're feeling pretty good. We're in the Swiss format. We're in a good spot right
We're in
now.
good shape. We want to know. We want to know.
All right,
That's
everybody.
how we should do it. If you get 3 predictions wrong, you're out.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, we're done.
All right.
Swiss format.
I like that. Then we can stick it into the knockarounds for the following days?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm on board with that. All right, everybody. This is the second round of the FUT Champions Cup presented by PlayStation 4 is about to happen. So we're going to throw it over to our casters right now, Richard and Brandon. Guys, it's time for your predictions. Who do you got?
Cheers, Jimmy.
What's
Are you all right, Rich?
Just doing the intro, mate. Just getting ready.
He's been planning that one for a while. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Yeah, a massive game coming up. PlayStation game. We saw the penalty shootout between Lev Vinken and then Marco. You know, when you come from you're a country, you're only representative of that country. Is that a bit of pressure as well?
Oh, massive pressure. You're representing an org as well. The best player from FUTWiz this year by quite a substantial margin as well. He's qualified for multiple events. But I've got to get one on the board for the predictions. I'm going Lev Vinken. I'm
gonna join as well, Jimmy. Lev Vinken. We're all
5
Lev
for
Vinken
Lev.
here.
Okay, so all 5 for Lev. Can we talk about your shirt really quick, Richard Buckley?
I mean, what's to say about it?
It's we have to talk about that because you've actually outdone Mike LaBelle, and that's not easy to do.
I thought it was quite special, but take it on the chin. I'll move forward.
I was going to say one of your Christmas presents you got this year. I was a big fan of it. However, here we go then into game number 2, or round number 2, we should say, of the day here in Bucharest. Hopefully, you guys are all enjoying this stream. Lev Vinken up against FUTWiz Marco. Actually, Lev Vinken, a free agent, still under that team bundled banner. And you heard Boras saying about how he can maybe express himself a little bit more now he's a free agent. And if you look at the competitions he's played in the last 2, this one, and obviously how well he did last weekend in London, a console final there, went out to Nicholas. It's not really a bad run, is it?
Coming off the back up, that's fantastic. El Tornado into a little back heel for Messi.
FUTWiz Marco. No, he can't. Nearly got there. Varane just swinged a leg at it, but
coming off the back of the Club World Cup qualifiers as well. So Levy, he's been successful in probably 2 back-to-back major qualifiers right now, major events taking place in the FIFA calendar. Can he make it 3? He goes 3-0 right here.
Ronaldo, he's in space. This is Marco now, read there by David De Gea. And yes, we have, said that we think Lev Vinken will win this game, but I can tell you now, FUTWiz Marco ain't just going to sit down and say, right, you can come put 4 or 5 past me.
He's not going to roll over.
He did so well, as we know, with these virtual leagues over in the A-League, the version of that, the E-League there with Sydney FC, with obviously Samir, the player there, obviously won that tournament. And again, we talk about how this rest of the world region kind of bases up, how it fights up against the EU players. And over the last 2 years, it has really closed the gap between the two. I don't know, he's got away with that one. I think it's going to go out for a corner.
It's great to see FUTWiz as well, one of the big players in FIFA esports.
Maldini, outside the boot.
Not only the website and the social media traction that they do create with Dan and Ruan leading the line there, but also the players that they've got right now under that banner. You're looking at Jamie as well from this region. Former Honey Badger was at FUTWiz, now at Hashtag as well. Tom and Zell.
And to be honest, for me, they're an organisation that give that spotlight to those rest of the world players. They give them the opportunity with the academy setup they've got. And, you look at the likes of Epsilon and other organisations that have dipped into the rest of the world region in the past. Outside the boot for Marco. It's going to be saved in the end by David De Gea, and it's been an end-to-end start to kick this off. 2-legged game, as we know. I have to correct myself. 3 wins takes you through. 4 wins.
Oh, last year.
I was going to say 4 wins was last year when we were playing with 128 players at an event. We talk about how many players are being flown over to the events there, but it changed. The qualification process changed for the better, you have to say, and we're seeing the best of the best now. You play pretty much a tournament at home now. You play your Swiss style, you play your online knockouts, and you come here and you do it all again, but with an even better selection of players.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can as well, but if FUTWiz Marco scores some late goals in this game and wins this match, I'd love to try and get a few camera shots of FUTWiz Dan. I know he's here in the building, co-owner of FUTWiz. He's a very emotional character.
On the other side of that, you've got obviously Team Bundle as well behind Lev. They were there last weekend and over the moon with the performance that Lev pulled out on the PlayStation side of it. I think he went for a penalty shootout against Andoni really late on. I think that was in the semi-finals as he comes forward now. He tried to find that to R9. That was blocked in the end, but you saw there Marcelo being dropped now for you guys at home. Not a bad item at all at left back there.
There's going to be no better left back. Probably all the way until team of the season, more than likely. Maybe if Andy Robertson gets a left back team of the season, that maybe could rival it, but Marcelo has the full package. He's got the physicality, he's got the pace now, upgraded. He's got that 5-star skill, so he can get you out of a tricky situation if you need it. And he can also go forward.
Messi here. Acres of space for him. 3 players round. He's going to play back to Ramos, who looks like he's maybe slotted in at right back for this game.
It is so difficult to predict, though. I know we're doing the prediction contest. Just because of the level of players. I think last year at the events, it was slightly easier. You had double the amount of players.
R9. Oh,
That's
lovely.
beautiful.
Messi. Oh, no, he's
buffled
fluffed
it.
his lines completely. The goal was gaping open on the left-hand side for an easy finesse. Not even a finesse, just to tap it into the back of the net.
It's not even going on target.
And instead, he just blazes it wide. I thought it was Mario can have a breather there. That's a lifeline for him.
Gives Lev confidence, so he knows that he can cut Marco open. He knows he can hurt him in the final third, and he's coming forward again here.
Did it twice, just a basic fake shot, didn't he?
Little drag back.
How deep Mbappe is there. Needs to be a lot higher if he's going to get the ball forward for him. One going run there of Messi if he wants to use it. He doesn't want to, just going to happy to fake it to go back to the right back, but instead uses Messi still, who's got quick feet around him, can pull out a few skill moves too. Whips that into the box. And
great spectacle as well here for FIFA. Both of these players have represented clubs and esports orgs, and both kits are in the game. You've got FaZe, who Lev is playing for the Club World Cup. He qualified alongside TAS. And also you see that green Footways kit. Seems to be the kit that everyone seems to get good pack luck with. We've seen it recently.
you saw what Boris got out of his rewards yesterday. Cheeky Kylian Mbappe. Still 0-0 in this one. Fake shot. Messi on the shot. It was timed, and it's going to be a penalty. As you know, this year, when you still take a shot away like last year, we kind of cancel any foul that came in afterwards. But Marcelo, I think, just got in there as the shot came in from Messi, and it's going to be an easy chance now for Lev. He's going to go 1-0 up.
Yeah, Lev seems to be the king of penalties at the minute. He's winning penalty shootouts and very confident there. He never looked like missing. Slotted past the goalkeeper.
You just see Grilla there looking over his shoulder, looking at Lev. Slot that penalty away. The right-hand bottom corner of your screen. Then you can see that this is what everyone's playing for: $50,000 and 1,500 Global Series ranking points. Those points that are so important to guarantee your playoffs, to guarantee you have to say maybe one or two outings at an event.
There's only limited to player points now available for the players. We're over halfway through the year, you'd say. So these Global Series ranking points are quite valuable right now. If you're getting through to a semi-final at a major event such as this one, picking up around 600, 700, 800 points. That's good banking right there of ranking points.
1-0 up is the Dutchman in Lev. Did he need to go back there? I don't know if he did. Open up a finesse. And half-time in this one, Richard. 1-0 to Lev there. You can see the shots, all the chances between the two. But it was a penalty, and then there was the goalkeeper movement. Could have been 2-0 easily, you have to say, to Lev. And all we've seen from Marco is, to be honest, a few crosses.
Yeah, a few crosses into the box. Nothing really clear-cut for Footways Marco at half-time. But there's a lot of FIFA left to be played. And it looks like a couple of changes may be made, or just a few moments just to take a breath, just to relax a little bit for Footways Marco, reassess, get back into this game.
So I was looking online, travelled over 8,000 miles to get here to Bucharest. You know, you look at the travel time for a lot of these players, and we spoke about the superstition that we have when you look at a player like Nicholas or MS Desari that travels so far to these tournaments. You don't just come here for a holiday. You don't just come here for a day out.
Come here to take something back with you, whether that's a trophy, whether that's a substantial amount of prize money, or now with the ranking points, a good amount of ranking points to make sure that trip was worthwhile. To go back to your org, to go back to your team, to go back to your family and say, yeah, I went to Bucharest and I came back with this.
And I made an organisation proud. I made my nation proud, which, you know, last time it was obviously Melbourne City Marcus Gomes. Now that falls into the path of Footways Marco to come and put out a big performance.
Speaking of City, I think I saw a big performance from New York City Chris in that first round of fixtures. He's like picking up where he left off with the EMLS and also with... Oh, that's a pen.
Well, it is as well. That is clever, though.
Lovely flick.
That's clever. Expecting him to lunge in and just simple with the right analog stick. Just over the top of his head.
Awaited the contact, flicked it over his head, and now Lev, is he going to go right again?
Straight down the middle. And there's 2 chances that he did really not need to give away. 2 tackles that he's lunged in for is Marco. Yes, it was a tight one, that last one there, but the confidence to do that from Lev, to know that it's a possibility that I'm going to win a penalty if he lunges in at me. Now he's 2-0 up.
Yep, 2-0 up. 2 penalties for Lev Vinken, and 2 penalties that pretty much, there weren't much discussion about them. There were penalties. First one, are coming together inside the box, and the second one, just a lovely flick over his head, waited for the contact.
You can see the
He's in behind Neymar if he plays that ball.
disappointment of Marco on the top of your screen there, just a shrug of the shoulders as he got intercepted, saying, what can I do? You've still got a second leg, Marco. I was about to say as well that the travel time for the EMLS guys, they're only competing a few days ago, so we've got Mike on the breakdown board, but then you've got Kid Mamito, you've got, of course, New York City Chris, FC Cincinnati Fiddle, all those guys that, competed in the MLS a few days ago, which has had a fantastic partnered league as well that did so well there, and it was Dolstar that came out with the win from Philadelphia Union.
Yeah, great dedication from all the players. Travelling a lot of miles in a very short amount of time, but
if anything, I'm sure these guys are happy to have so many FIFA tournaments.
Yeah.
So many opportunities to earn prize money. Stack up global series ranking points. And of course, playing for a lot more than we're used to in competitive FIFA. You look at Tex, the numbers he has all across his social medias and his YouTube as well, from just playing well in tournaments, building that fan base that all these guys are doing. This is better from Marco.
Good defending from Lev. I wonder if he's learnt a thing or two from Nicholas. I know he came off the stage and said, how am I supposed to break that down when Nicholas had just got 11 men behind the ball? He just saw out the game. It was impossible for Lev to create a chance. I'm talking about last weekend at the LQE. And it was almost like I can't actually do anything. It's not that I've not played bad. It's not that I've not given my all, because I have. It's impossible to break someone down when they're that good at defending. You just learn from that.
Tried to go to the other post, did Lev Vinken there. You expected to go to the far hand post, but went just to the keeper's side. Luckily enough, Thibaut Courtois was close enough to his goal side post to ensure he could collect that one. Pauses have been cued by Marco though. Can he find the through? Well, this could be good for Marco. Inside to Neymar. This is a chance for him. Well done. Could have easily went the other way. Just slotted it into that right-hand corner.
Yeah, really good play from Marco. The long goal kick pinged up the field. Ronaldo won it. Little 1-2, him and Neymar. Then in the end, it was Ronaldo to Neymar. Neymar back to Ronaldo. Ronaldo back to Neymar. Into that near post. He could have gone across the goal, but just powered it home with the outside of the boot. And 2-1. You saw the celebration from Marco. He's still trailing 2-1, but
it's something.
Gives him confidence going into the second leg if he's only trailing 2-1. And you know that you can get a goal from anywhere. You can get it in the first minute or the 93rd minute. That's Luka Modric.
You're just subbing off your goal scorer there. Neymar off he goes, but you mentioned about the stamina, and you speak about the jump of the stamina that Messi got as well for that team of the year. When you're a pro player, you look at every single factor of why someone should be on your team. Have they got the stamina? Have they got the stats to finish? Equalise! Oh my! Marco,
he knows that was a chance.
Fuming there. What a chance it was as well. Who else would you put in that position other than Cristiano Ronaldo?
Wow.
And that would have been a turnaround and a half. He has got a corner though. He has still got possession. Messi. In it goes to the front post. There's the equaliser. Second time of asking. Cristiano Ronaldo. We said, don't write this man off.
2 goals in 4 minutes. Cristiano Ronaldo with the near post header. No movement at all from Lev to try and cover that near post. Didn't pull Ronaldo, his defending Ronaldo to the front post. Didn't pull his goalkeeper with the right stick into an area where he could have intercepted it. And that's how quickly a game can change.
We know the jumping stats, the heading accuracy, the heading stats that Ronaldo does have.
The best player in the air on the game by a country mile.
If that wasn't a warning in the header before of how high this guy can jump.
Is it?
Oh no, straight down the other one. This could be horrible. This could be painful for him. And Marco, it just all crashes down again. That confidence, that wall you've built. A wake-up call for Lev, if anything.
Lev straight from kickoff, down the other end. Lovely little 1-2. You saw CR7 just ghosting behind the goalkeeper movement. They were moving left and right, trying to put him off. But it wasn't meant to be. And Footways Marco back in a trailing position. Lev Vinken reclaims his lead in 3-2. This game, in the last 5 minutes, has sprung into life like a sunflower on the 1st of April.
Just thinking about that sunflower now. A wake-up call for Marco. He's still got a second leg, let's remember. And also, both of these players are 1-0 in Swiss-style format. That means they've both won their first game. So, I'm sure they won't want to lose this game. But if they do, they're still kind of 0-0 as such. 3 wins you need to take you through. 3 losses will, unfortunately, knock you out of the competition. Going to be interesting to see some of those storylines, Richard. The players that go 0-2, then pull it back to 3-2. What a chance that was as well. That was Cristiano Ronaldo again.
Yeah, Aero, the ultimate comeback king. It was 0-3 at the playoffs last May in Amsterdam.
The playoffs as well. What other event to do that well?
Finished 4-3 and then even went on to get a grand final spot and performed fairly well at the grand finals as well.
As we know, he's under Envy. Now he's under Olympique Lyon. Is Aero, French FIFA player.
Envy do have a presence here at this tournament in Jazz and in Fully. Jazz taking on the favourite on the PS4. A lot of people have been saying in Stefano Pino. I'll be interested to see how that game's.
Fantastic feat here from Pele's Footways Marco.
Sizing up.
Bullet to Modric. There's the finesse. Oh my God, he's
Rebound.
deep and in. Yes, he has. First and foremost, what a finish that was from Messi. Or in an effort, a goal. To bend it to the bottom corner of the right-hand side. Everyone expects it, as I said, with these finesses. Everyone expects you to go on the normal side that any casual player would do. We can see it again on the replay. To bend it there.
Yeah, just nice little finesse. Good thought process, I think it's safe to say, from Marco. Mixing up the meta, going into the near post and just whipping it. Lev, no time to react with his goalkeeper, and Ronaldo smashes it in.
If the first round didn't deliver big games, we're seeing some in the second round too. 3-3. What a way we're setting up for this second game now. A slow start from Footways Marco. Then he came alive about the 65th, 70th minute. Conceded straight away after scoring. Now he could be down again. Huge save on the rebound. Who else would it be but the goal hero from Netherlands? Johan Cruyff steps up and pretty much ensures that Lev Vinken will have an advantage in this second leg.
Whatever you can do, I can do better. Lev Vinken comes down the other end. Johan Cruyff, again, quite fortunate. The ball bounced back to him. But he makes no mistake from close range. Smashing it home.
The one thing I'm seeing here is how much time Lev is getting to think in front of goal. Like, it just feels like that somehow this back line, he's getting through a little gap in there. We've seen it once before in the goal we conceded when he went 2-2 and then went 3-2 down. He had so much time with his player, Lev did, to decide where he wanted to go. On that occasion, just cut open the defence again. Got the save away, don't get me wrong, it was a very fortunate rebound, but he has been given his chances, Lev, and there was 2 penalties as well.
He's got a corner.
If Ronaldo leaps up now, oh no. If Ronaldo leaps up then, Richard, we might have been in for a 4-4 going into our second leg, but this has delivered 7 goals this game. And we haven't even touched the second leg yet. Round 2 of a Swiss-style format as well, remember, here in Bucharest for the 3rd FUT Champions Cup of the year. The events that everybody wants to be at because they've got the most points, they've got the most prize money up for grabs.
He's got a free kick with time pretty much allotted. Do you just slung it into the box? I like it. Sam Allardyce style. Oof.
Nearly was someone was in there to jump up for that for him. Are we done here, referee? Yes, we are, and it will be slight advantage to Lev Vinken from the first leg here, and it was an end-to-end game, of course. He went 2-0 up with 2 penalties, then conceded 2 in quick succession. It was the Ronaldo header from Footways Marco that equalised him, then went and conceded straight away. Then I'm going to go back and score down the other end, and it was a rebound in the end for Lev, but
end-to-end FIFA. Score a goal, I'll score a goal, you score a goal, I'll score a goal, I'll concede a goal. And good comeback from Marco, but again, he's cancelled out the lead to only 1 goal right now, and He's coming into this second leg full of confidence. He knows he can score against Lev Vinken at half-time, something we didn't know he was able to do. Safe to say, we're 2-0 down at half-time and pretty much had nothing going for him. But second leg, it came out, maybe a couple of words from Dan potentially, just saying, look, just calm down, just play your game that you know you can play. And then coming into the second leg right now, if he scores first, maybe scores a couple to take him in front for the first time in this series, who knows, maybe all our predictions could be wrong.
Maybe they could be as well. Well, he's definitely delivered, bearing in mind that a lot of people predicted against FUT with Marco in that game. But Lev, as I said, I think he maybe didn't expect to get as fortunate he did with those two opening penalties. It was the first one, what you could say was very tight, was very close. But the second one there was, the aggressiveness of the defending from Marco, which you have to be. Don't get me wrong. You see how Tex defends. You see how other players over on the Xbox side defend. They're so aggressive in the way they attack. They have to make the tackles. And if you're clever enough and you have the time that Lev did to literally flip the ball over your head to win a penalty, you have to give credit where it is due there, because that was an incredible little move. And we're just waiting for these two to jump into that second leg. A drink from them both. You can see Remy Martin behind him there, obviously from No Foots Given, and was on loan as well to LA Galaxy. Obviously Gustella that was involved in the EMLS there. You can see Gorilla next to Lev too. Obviously still a free agent is Gorilla. Crazy to think that we're in this stage in competitive FIFA and he's a free agent still, Gorilla.
Yeah, crazy to think, and I'm sure he's had a lot of offers coming his way. I'm not going to lie, I'm trying right now. If you don't know, Lev's team name is Stone Island FC, and I'm trying to think of a music-related pun to go with his name about leading this game, but none is springing to mind right now. I'll have one later in the day. I'll have one later in the day for you.
Of course, a number of free agents at this competition. Other people signed up, as we know, to teams, organisations.
Let's talk about this, man. Let's talk about the story of Lev Vinken, because we saw him almost the first real game of competitive FIFA that he ever played. It was at the Zigoe Battle 2017, roughly May, June 2017. And
maybe like our third ever event we commentated on, me and Richard, and we were there in the Amsterdam Arena, or the Johan Cruyff Arena, whichever one you prefer to call it. And what a tournament it was for him there. We came out in a fan tournament, 256 players. He won that. For some reason, got coached by Fully, who's playing this competition.
Yeah, so the amateur tournament, it was 15 players invite tournament, and then the 16th player would be made up from an open tournament. Anyone could turn up on the day and play. And Lev went, and he won that amateur tournament, but it was an ultimate team, and he didn't have the same sort of team that the guys at the tournament were using, likes of Tas, the likes of Rocky. I think Dave, by the way, competed at that tournament as well. And he came in, and Fully, who had travelled to coach somebody, I think, he said, you know what, you can use my account. Use my ultimate team, play on my account. And I think Lev, he finished third in his group. He didn't finish rock bottom. And since then, I think Ajax Esports looked at him and thought, you know what?
We're going to take a gamble on him, and they did.
We can mould this into one of the best FIFA players in the world, and that's exactly what he did. Since then, he's just continued to grow and just get a bigger following, get better at FIFA, just mould into sort of the perfect FIFA pro. You had all this raw talent. You just had to create it into something that could compete at this level.
And he went under the team bundled wing, and he was playing for Sparta Rotterdam for a little bit. Then was at Ajax. Then went on loan to Sparta Rotterdam. Played in the Eredivisie there for them. Then he recently left Ajax. Now a free agent, and I'm sure whatever's in the wings for him.
I remember we were doing training day, and it was Sparta Rotterdam against Ajax, and he beat. He beat.
He came back and beat him in
Koen Wijnland and Ajax Danny on that day. So he had a good career at Ajax, but everyone moves on in their career, and now looking for a new team is Lev Vinken.
And this is the second leg between the two. The first one delivered a number of goals. Foot was Marco, kicking from left to right in that Juve kit, it looks like. And of course, it will be Lev from right to left, playing that PSG strip. He's 4-3 up as well, remember. As you know, speaking about Ajax players, Danny's here as well. Danny Hackerberg is competing in the tournament. Good to see him back involved as well. And of course, they've got Ajax Tornau as well, a Brazilian player there.
Yeah, great pick up that. So he's looks like to be one of the rising stars in FIFA right now.
One goal down is Marco. He went 2-0 down early on in the first game. 2 penalties that didn't really need to concede, or I'm sure he would have wanted to. Bounced back, scored 2 goals. And conceded right at the end as he comes on the attack now. Played into Messi. Well done. Oh, he's interchanged so well there. It took a finesse. It was timed green for Ronaldo, but it was matched by David De Gea.
Yeah, didn't really have the angle to score that finesse at the near post. A long goal kick. Route 1 football from Lev Vinken.
Who else would you play to as well? So Cristiano Ronaldo up there as well. He can win everything. That's why he's so good, Cristiano Ronaldo. You know, he carries such a price tag as well in FIFA Ultimate Team. Of course, we can see all your tweets coming in there. Hashtag FUT Champions Cup to get involved and to hear, of course, how you guys are enjoying the stream. Hopefully you've got some drops over the weekend as well. And hopefully your favourite competitor that you are supporting from wherever you are in the world.
Let us know you want to win.
Lev Vinken back to goal off the post.
Rebound.
On the rebound, R9. Keeper saves it into his own net. Too much power on it to hold it. And now he's 5-3 up, Lev Vinken.
And he reinstates that 2-goal cushion. Does Lev Vinken 14 minutes in to the second leg. Good finesse off the post, and again a rebound. You've got to be first man there, and that's where that attacking positioning stat comes in. You've got to be in the right place at the right time. He got absolutely
I think that would have been a penalty.
Swiped out.
If somehow we missed that one. Maldini just threw himself into the tackle there, but R9 put so much power on it, Richard, that keeper had just to parry it into his own net, unfortunately, for Marco. However, he was 2-0 down before Marco, bounced back. I'm sure he's got it in him again to do that. He can interchange well that he was doing with Messi, Ronaldo.
He showed that he's already got that resiliency, he's already got that bounce back ability element to his game. He doesn't roll over.
Oh no, this could be worse for him though.
I think Maldini should be able to get around the other side.
Oh yeah, he had 2 men on him. It's kind of like a sandwich there between the two.
Maldini's got 86 pace, the prime Maldini.
And so Varane can just do a little bit of extra running if he needs to. Ramos at right back. One of the talking points from last weekend. So many team of the years, so many temptations with these foot items that you can use that are possessed with so many good stats. How can you fit them all in your team? And the simple answer to that is you play someone out of position. There's Rafael Varane, someone that's cemented a place into a number of pros teams.
Just trying to look for the space right now is Marco when he comes forward. Lev doing a great job of getting men behind the ball.
When's he going to pull that trigger though around the edge of the box? It's R9. Heel to heel. Oh, lovely feet there. Oh,
great
wow.
finish. Heel to heel, elastico. No finesse about it. Timed greener, just powered into the top left corner. Really good finish from Footwiz Marco. This game is far from over.
A fantastic bit of football again. We can see it on the rebound, as you said, Richard. Heel to heel into an elastico. Top corner. Keeper was getting nowhere near that. Great finish. To time that, to take the risk, and to kind of choose your skill moves of choice as well. Because as we know, there's a handful you can choose in those areas. But it has to be timed right, and that one was 24 minutes into this one. We've seen 3 goals already. Our Footwiz Marco's only a goal behind.
Yeah, I saw recently as well the elastico. The ball sticks closer to you. That was one of the patch notes that I read up. So before, it might sometimes go away from you. You see it there. Look how close the ball is retained to the player's foot after executing and coming out with a skill move. So it just gives you that extra level of control over the ball. But again, what's going to happen? Lev's going to come forward.
Lovely ball. Easy. Basic finish. Surely. Oh, we just need to tap that into the back of the net. I think Marco expected a bit more power on their shot to the other side as always, but it's a guessing game, this whole moving the keeper. You got to guess the right way, and lucky enough for Lev, he did.
Lev is the man who knocks. He always comes back. He always gets that 2-goal lead back in his favour. Great one more pass there. And Messi, just goalkeeper stranded in no man's land. Can't do anything about it, Courtois.
Marcelo couldn't even get near him as well. I think they expected the original shot to come in the centre of that box from Cristiano Ronaldo, but they always say about playing the one more to simplify the chance to get the percentage up of scoring a goal. And he's done exactly that. As you know, after this game, as we approach towards the end of it, we'll give you an update from around all the other games, all the round 2 Swiss-style format games are going, but some of the big news on the block, obviously Tex went into his second game 1-up. Obviously he beat Dax 4-3. MS Desari, he's up against Resende now. He won his first game. Cross comes into the box, he's headed and flicked on, but too much power in that. Everything seems to be going through Cristiano Ronaldo at the moment.
This is a real tough game, that one. Resende against Desari. I'll be very interested to see. I'm sure we'll jump over to that like we did in the first round. These PS4 games, slightly staggered start, so you're always watching something on your screen. So we'll go PS4 and then we'll jump over to Xbox when these games have finalised.
Special mention as well to a game on Xbox, Dylan Mike against F2 Tex. You've got a 16-year-old player, which was this time last year when Tex won his first ever event, and you've also got Tex, who's 17 now, up against Dylan Mike. That's a great game there. It's because they're a battle of the youngsters. See Dylan Mike from SK Gaming playing the virtual Bundesliga as well for FC Cologne. And it's great to see this kind of new talent, this new generation of competitive FIFA pros coming through.
Ball just rebounded out at the minute.
Ronaldo to Mbappe. Can he get a little bit of space? He's just trying to find a gap through this midfield that's just running and hunting in packs every single time from Lev Vinken. You can just see the press. Can he pull that bit of space? There we go. Can he? Originally, I think he wanted to go with the shot with Mbappe, but wasn't confident enough to go.
So good having Ronaldo as that out ball. Every single time, you just lump the ball forward, and you know that he's going to win it. 9 times out of 10, you know that ball's going to be retained and you're going to be able to build out from him.
It's that play you put the confidence in to step up for a free kick, step up for a penalty, win the ball from a corner, come back and defend. We see how good Ronaldo is defensively as well, regarding in the aerial kind of battles that he faces. And here we go, Messi now. Can he cut back inside? Goes for a scoop turn. Still in possession. Is Lev Vinken's Messi in or not? Added time to come on 3 minutes. He's going to get one more chance here, Lev Vinken. And he's just rushed that one slightly. And instead, it's actually going to fall back to Lev now to have the last chance. Messi, just the ball roll into a drag back. Happy to keep the ball now with Vieira. I'm sure he's going to be looking to go into half-time at 2-1 up in this game, 6-4 on aggregate. Here's the Dutch FIFA player in Lev Vinken. Is he going to get one more chance? No, he's not referee. Half-time between the two. 6-4 still on aggregate.
You see the stats at half-time. Very, very even between the two players. Pass accuracy, 1% in the favour of Lev. Shots pretty much identical as well, and not a lot to separate the two. It's been a very, very tightly contested game, and a couple of goals in either of the legs have swung in the favour of Lev Vinken right now. 6-4. He does lead.
Will there be a way back? I'm sure he's got a number of people supporting him back at home, or both players would have. You know what that Australian region's like, or the Oceania region, as Boris was saying, that Marco's been doing so well in. Play that one more if he can. No, he can't. Hullit's just pushed off the ball, but somehow falling back to him, Marco. You can just see getting a little bit frustrated there. The right hand sort of corner of your screen. We've seen a different change of play style from Lev, maybe, a more relaxed to hold on to this 2-0 lead. But there is risk with that. You're going to get pressure and you need to be able to soak up. He loses out possession there. Look at Ronaldo T to make that run twice. He's going to play it occasionally to him. Edge of the box. Now he's got a bit of space there. Neymar back to goal. Instead goes for a scoop turn into a drag back. This is Mbappe. Tackle timed well. This is Varane. Still the pressure's on Mbappe. Quick feet in such a small area. And that's not once but twice we've seen that across the two legs. FUT Marco just thriving off playing his FIFA in small confined spaces.
Yeah, you thought you were in a cul-de-sac with no way out there, Mbappe, but he's walked through Lev's defence. That's going to give him a lot of confidence. He's going to know, look, I can break this guy down. I can walk past this player. Really close control inside the box. And then that Lacraqueta just moved onto his right foot, slotted past the goalkeeper.
So good to see. You know, these players have got the skill moves. You know, they've got the ability to do so much, other than just the basic of passing and shooting. So good to see. So good to see from FUT Marco. It was like Lev just couldn't do anything there. He could not do anything, and that's one thing that Marco's got to be thinking of, is that I will get space, I will get time to see, and you can see the tweets coming at the bottom of your screen. We said there was going to be fans over in Australia, in Sydney. You can see there, 11:51 p.m. here, and we are still up supporting FUT Marco. You talk about the dedication and how big this esports scene's getting. Fans all over the place. He's got an equaliser. Oh no! On the rebound! Yes, it is for him.
And he's doing it for them fans back home. He's Footwiz Marco, 6'6". Lev there just stands back in his chair.
I'm going to say it's worth waiting up for if you're staying up over in Australia. How he clawed that off the line. And I honestly thought somehow Varane or Sergio Ramos would just throw their head at that and somehow block it again. The rebound fell to him. 4-4 in aggregate. Kylian Mbappe. Denied once. Cleared off the line just about. Goal line technology nearly needed there. And now we're back all square again.
All square. Clean slate with a third left of this game.
Lev is good at bouncing back though straight after he goes and concedes. 6-6 on aggregate. This is like Lev against Aga last game. Took him to extra time and then went to penalties against him. And lucky for Lev, he stood up stronger. He was more braver in the penalty shootout and did so well.
Yeah, just got the look of the draw and held his nerve a little bit better. It's a lottery, penalties.
You can see how.
You just got to guess the right way, and Lev seems to have his luck in right now.
You can see how the emotions are changing now. You've got to be thinking, oh, that's great free from Messi. Great save as well from Thibaut Courtois. But you can see Lev getting a little bit impatient now. And then you look on the other side, FUTWIZ Marco. No. He got a little header flick on there, but Marco needs to know. I've pulled myself back 2 or 3 times in a game that probably a lot of people would have ripped me off on. And look at that. There's the confidence.
On to win it.
He's on to go and do more now. Mbappe in space, cuts back inside. That one's saved. It's going to go out for a corner. It looks like Lev. We need to switch on now.
It could have given a penalty away as well when he slid in right there.
Options in the box. He's going to probably play it straight to Ronaldo at that front post. Yes, he is. Instead, plays to Mbappe. What a turnaround! Pure emotion for Marco. Just a roar at his scream in front of him.
The comeback is complete. This is the first time in 90 minutes and 68 minutes of FIFA. That's over 160 minutes of FIFA. That the man, FUTWIZ Marco, is leading. Mbappe rising on this occasion to the occasion. He's like a phoenix from the flames. FUTWIZ Marco. From the ashes, he's rose. And he's back in this game, 7-6 leading.
If this keeps staying like this today, Richard, the level of competitive FIFA we are seeing, this might be up there for one of the most competitive tournaments we've commentated on yet. The scorelines, it hasn't been, too many
dominant
of what we've seen on stream. There hasn't been, massive scorelines other than that Ali G game. That obviously 14 goals were scored in it, but they still conceded, quite a few in that one. So
conceded 8, yeah.
But Marco now, have you got the mental state to hold on and see this game out? From being behind on so many occasions, Richard, every time you score and you go and concede again. Lev's been always comfortable. He's always had a 2-0 lead. He's always been in a very comfortable position, but this is the first time, as you said, Richard, in the game of FIFA where he's been behind by a goal. Is it going to matter? What a defensive header that is by Rafael Varane up against R9.
We were asking the questions. Does he have the comeback ability? Does he have that extra sort of experience to pull him through tight situations, to pull him out of a hole? The answer is yes.
And you talk about how a goal or two can change someone's confidence in a game of competitive FIFA. Look at Mbappe now. He should have went on his own. He didn't need to. What a turnaround this is.
The answer isn't yes. The answer is definitely yes. 8-6 Marco leads. What a turnaround from this young man.
8-6 on aggregate. 14 goals this game has delivered. You can see how disappointed Lev is there from him being in front by 2-0, him looking the more confident out of the two players. Now the tables are turned and Marco, can you hold on to this? That's the question. 3 at the back, it looks like it's going to be as well from Lev Vinken.
Yeah, switching to 3-1-4-2, I should say. Cruyff coming on as a right centre mid. Pele coming on as a CDM. Everyone go forward. Just throw everybody on. Look at that, La Croqueta, and then cut back to Neymar. I thought he'd actually overplayed it.
I thought he was going to go on his own with Mbappe, but yeah. I don't know if he could open up the space for a finesse that I think he was kind of looking for originally. However, Neymar plays so well there. Mbappe is going to come off.
I think Luka Modric, team of the year, has just come on as well for
yeah, it looks like he is.
Marco.
You're correct there, Richard. 99. Team of the year, Modric. There we go. There's a comeback straight away. Still needs another goal. Still needs another goal, but that initial change, you're going 3 at the back for Lev Vinken. It's worked well for him, and we're in for an incredible last 10 in-game minutes of competitive FIFA.
Tell you what, it's all about how Marco manages this next 7, 8, 9 minutes of FIFA. If he can get to the 90th minute without conceding again, he'll probably see this game out. If Lev scores in the next 6, 7 minutes, and we're going into extra time,
the momentum
and everything, all that mental side of the game swings in the favour of Lev Vinken. The best thing for Marco to do, if he can, just score again. Seal the game, put a padlock on it, and put your record to 2-0.
And what a start to the tournament it would be as well, Richard, for the man representing a nation on his own. 22 nations in this tournament. That's a mistake at the back for him. Just defend Marco, they're saying. He's let him run. He's let him run as well. He didn't even play him. Now he has. Kylian Mbappe, once or twice, holds on the ball. Well done, Maldini there.
Yeah, really good defending from Maldini. Just to be strong and not dive in, and this is the time to seal the game.
He's onside as well, Richard. Play it to the back post. That's to be a foul that he made. I don't think it will be a red. I don't know if he was the last man, or was he? By the walk-up, it could be a red I'm looking at. Here we go, referee.
It's a yellow card.
I think because there was just a massive kind of build-up of players there. He got away with that one.
Good tactical foul, though. Take the foul.
Because he could have been 2-0 down.
Yeah.
The game would have been over. Now, he's got a pause. He has given away a free kick, but he can counter-attack off this Lev Vinken.
I think the smartest thing for Marco to do, play it short, turn around, back to the goalkeeper.
And just ensure you can take yourself through this game. Go 2-0.
It's not the prettiest style.
It's tournament football.
But we've seen 180 minutes of pretty football. We don't need to see another 2 minutes if your foot was Marco.
Plays it simple.
Clever.
Remember that he's in front. He doesn't need to score any goals. Added time will be following any second now for Footwiz Marco. And what a game this has been. 15 goals between the two. And I tell you now, we've seen some fantastic goals in there as well. Added time of 3 minutes, not the added time of 2 that Marco would have been hoping for. If anything, why not have another attack? Pele, back to goal.
Been dispossessed.
If he wanted a free kick there, we're going to play one more attack. And if Lev Vinken scores this now, we're going to get one hell of a reaction out of the Dutchman.
Messi is going to get away from Marcelo.
Striving forwards, last stack of the game. He's done so well, Marco. And what a turnaround for the Aussie.
What a comeback. We're counting him off. We counted him out of the game, did we? Everyone didn't predict this. Everyone thought Lev were going to win. We thought it was going to be comfortable. And then we saw him 2-0, 3 goals up at points throughout this series. What a performance from Footwiz Marco. He moves on to 2-0. But into this game, Brandon, 2 of the powerhouses of Xbox FIFA.
They are indeed. The guys were at the desk. We're talking about, we've joined it literally about 2 seconds too late there to see a goal scored for MS Dasari, I want to say. And I think he is winning now, or he could be behind. He's 5-3 behind, I think 5-4 behind. We'll have a look as that updates in a second. But Eusebio steps up. The penalty there given away, of course. And we're used to seeing that yellow strip of Resenda, of course, plays for Team Mesut Özil M10. And half-time between the two. In this second leg. We can see the score now, 2-2 in this one.
It's 5-4 on aggregate, I believe. So that was a 3-2 victory in the first leg for Resende coming into this second leg right now. Both players drawing 2 apiece.
He had a great run last weekend, Richard. Obviously went 3-1 in Swiss style, did Resende. Went through, as we know, to the quarter-finals in which, of course, he played some fantastic FIFA there and won 4-3 against PSG Rocky. Went through to the semi-finals and went and beat Tim Latka. And, of course, was stopped in the end, in the big final. He was the best player on Xbox, really, out of that weekend. Beat Goal Machine. And was stopped in his tracks by Nicholas. 99, the Argentine from FC Basel. 5-4, though. Only a goal behind his Goal Machine. See, from Team Rogue, the world champion of competitive FIFA last year. Played against Stefano Pina in that final and made it look quite convincing for him and all his Saudi Arabian fans. I'm sure will be supporting him right now on this Twitch chat. Kante in acres of space.
You saw him last weekend. You saw last weekend Kante scoring big goals for Ascende at big times. And that's the reason he's continued his stint in this team. Van Dijk out of the back for MS Dasari. Interesting. Could be one of the only players using Van Dijk.
Lovely ball there. Neymar. Can he play inside? Surely a finesse for him. Didn't want to. He just, I think, overrushed that one. You can see the disappointment on MS Dasari's face there. Little fact as well for you. Every single rogue FIFA player is in this tournament, and they're all on Xbox. I was making a joke, something we made earlier this week. Why haven't they got a PS4 player? Because they've got MS Dasari, Rajek from Germany, and they've got Goal Machine, all on Xbox.
Good chance that they could meet throughout this competition, those three. They're all pretty much late game players. They all make quarterfinals, semi-finals. So it surprised me if they didn't match up throughout this weekend. Maybe not today, but definitely tomorrow if all three are still there. Could have played Neymar in behind, didn't rush the chance for Asende.
And once again, both these players have won their first games, aka round one of Swiss-style format. However, one will have to lose. Here we go, Resende to go up again. He's done so well to somehow just bend that finesse into the top-hand corner. Two men running on the line as well. You can see Hullet.
The goalkeeper movement were a little bit suspect from Dasari. You'll see it back on the replay here. He goes to the front post to watch it, but he never really shuffles him back into position where he should be. Just look at the goalkeeper movement from Dasari. He's not really central. If he's central there, he might not save it, but he's definitely going to get closer to it. Man on the line as well. It just looked all a little bit all over the place from Dasari in the defensive third there, which is something that you rarely see from the Saudi Arabian.
And we saw how fearless Resende was. He went and beat Gorilla in Swiss style last week. In a two-legged game over there, he's been knocking out some huge names. And that confidence from last weekend, I'm sure will be showing through right here. As if it stays like this, he'll be going at 2-0 in Swiss style format after round two. You saw the game there. The ultimate turnaround from FUT Marco about 5 minutes ago against Lev. What a game that was, Richard. 15 goals were scored, 8-7. The win in the end there. Massive result for the Australian FIFA player there. I'll pause once again. We're looking at the team there. Mr. Dasari here.
4-4-2. He's going to three at the back very, very early. Is Dasari. He's got 25 minutes left on the clock, and he's switching to three at the back already. You don't usually see this till the 80th, 75th, 80th minute. So clearly he knows that he's not going to get a lot of chances against a player of Resende's quality. And width and depth also maxed out right now from Dasari. So this is quite audacious.
I think it was Goal Machine, his teammate, was saying, like, I think somehow came up in conversation, what players do you enjoy watching playing competitive FIFA? And obviously they are teammates, but he came out, Goal Machine was like, I love watching Dasari because he will continuously change his tactics until he can match that player up or at least feel confident against that player. You're saying that, you just said, Rich, he's gone for three at the back now. He doesn't really care. He wants to go out and give something to this game.
3-1-4-2, the formation of choice from the champ.
Marcelo to Vieira. Still 1-0 down, or 2 goals down, I should say, sorry. 6-4 on aggregate is MS Dasari. That took a deflection out for a corner. Yes, it did from Ruud Hullet. Interesting choice, finesse as well from that far out. He's got to be working the chance a little bit better. Ball across the box. Can he leap up? Yes, he can. Is that Van Dijk of all people?
At the back post, Virgil van Dijk towering over his defender at the back post. Nowhere near him there, Marcelo. Van Dijk's always winning that in the air.
As we know, picks of that team in the air. And then welcome to the team. He's Atherton to say there. What an attack that was. He popped out of nowhere, did Virgil van Dijk. And there was only 1 goal behind. He's the world champion from FIFA 18 in MS Dasari. You play it around. This is Resende trying to just add a little bit of pressure on. 6-5. I have a feeling there's going to be at least 2 more goals in this one. Then we'll go around to another game, I'm sure, to see how that's getting on. Neymar. This is Dasari. Oh, he nearly should have went with Van Bappe. Instead, he's gone with Marcelo. And he's done so well with the left back.
We've just seen 2 games back-to-back where comebacks have been huge. You can never, ever be comfortable in a game, even if you're 3-4 goals up. When you're playing against people such as Dasari's quality, every single player at this event, in fact, when you're playing against players like this, who can just make something out of nothing, it's remarkable to watch. Desari now switching into a 4-2-3-1, something you don't really see from him that often. Messi coming on as a right cam, Pele in behind CR7, and then Mbappe leading the line.
And I said that he will just continuously change his tactics. He'll happily have as many pauses as he can to continuously change until he feels comfortable in MS Desari. He's going to...
Back to Marcelo to shoot as well.
I think that's one thing that goes in your head. When you put a player in a position like that, you're like, are they really going to shoot with him? Why not? Finessed it, timed it.
Substitution for the visitors.
I think there's a triple change there, or a double change there for Resende. You saw when he conceded that goal, just scratching his head. How am I down now? Why have I conceded 2 goals when I was 6-4 up?
Number 4, Marcelo.
There's a triple change there. However, 6-6. All these games have honestly been delivering today. Oh, we nearly got it around him as well, Cristiano Ronaldo, but he was offside anyway. That would have been an interesting finish there. Would have just snatched out the hands.
Got his big toe on it there.
Possession so tight between the two as well. You can see that on your screen. 52% possession swaying one way. Been an end-to-end game of FIFA, and if the script follows, we're going to extra time. Marcelo, the goal scorer of that equaliser. Putting 4-3 up in this game, 6-6 on aggregate. Another pause from MS Desari. This isn't unlike MS Desari. He's going to continuously pause it until he feels he's playing the right way that he wants to. He's going to change formation probably again now.
So he's literally just changing the instructions on his right cam and left cam. Very, very interesting. It's the minute details from Desari that make him so interesting to watch. Kante coming on at left CDM right now as well, just to strengthen up that midfield, give a little bit more energy from box to box.
The ball swayed over there. You've got to be thinking as well, every time that Resende is having to just sit and wait for one of these pauses, he's thinking, what is MS Desari changing? It's the smallest things, though, that work so well for him, and that is why he's won titles. You know, he only competed, I think, in that London Cup, went and won that. It's when he plays in London or in England, he does so well. Manchester, London, talk about the FIFA World Cup Grand Finals. Saw him a little bit at the LQE here in Gfinity, but in Bucharest, or I should say. He's got so much more to give, and he'll tell you that. Minutes away from extra time, unless there's a winner. There's going to be one more attack. It's going to fall to Resende. He loves using Kante. Is he going to shoot with him? No, he's not. He's going to play to Eusebio instead. Last attack, if he can get around the right side of his man. Ronaldo, can he do it? Oh, that was tough.
Desari letting out a little laugh there. Van Dijk and Ronaldo just going shoulder to shoulder.
Now the last chance is going to fall down to MS Desari. He's going to build into this one. From down one end, there looks so close to being a penalty. Intercepted.
Extra time's on the cards.
It's going to be extra time again between the two. Extra time games happening for fun here in Bucharest. I'm only in day 1. I'm only in round 2 of Swiss-style format. Referee, are we there? And there we go, extra time. Nothing to separate these two, Richard. An incredible game for the neutral. 6-6.
Yeah, you see there the stats at full time before we do go into the allotted 30 minutes of extra time. MS Desari representing Team Rogue. See the jersey there that he's wearing then. M10 Özil for Resende. Good pickup from Özil for Resende. We saw him a little bit last year. He's always been there or thereabouts, but this year really put himself on the map.
Here he comes now, Mbappe.
Oh,
the ball
near
roll.
post.
He tricked the keeper completely in the front post, opened up. Speak about another player that Mesut Ozil's picked up as well in his M10 team, FIFA Houston.
Yeah, good addition as well there.
The goal-scoring machine from Denmark. That was a great chance there for Resende. Just a ball roll. Opened up a lot of space at that near post for him to to try and finish. But unfortunately for him, could not do that as a finesse this time. If you notice one thing as well, every single shot that most of these pros will take, or especially Mr. Sari, it's green. It's always green.
It's always timed. Yep.
It's always timed to perfection. Muscle memory for him. When he wasn't competing in London last weekend, he was watching Goal Machine, he was streaming his weekend league games and getting the best practice in possible for this event. Quite a few Saudis this event. 3 Saudi Arabian players in total. I think even the Royals here as well, just for moral support for one of his teammates. I think from Al Nassr, obviously the Saudi football club there. We've actually qualified for the FIFA Club World Cup. That's going to go for a corner now.
That rebound could have gone anywhere. Near post flick.
Oh, he nearly had it as well. Van Dijk leapt up and gave Ronaldo a huge aerial battle there. The pressure's on for him though. Can get away.
He's been very solid as Van Dijk so far. For Desari, got himself a goal. He's been very strong at the back. He looks like I'm surprised we don't see more Van Dijk's used, to be honest. He's got the physicality about him. He's tall, he's strong.
Dispossessed though, Pele to Kante. Slide tackle kind of pass there from Mbappe. Triangle football here, went for a fake shot with Eusebio. The ball still falls back to Kante again. You have to say one of the best players to use him, it seems, of what we've seen in the last 2 weekends. Seems like M10 Resende's Kante is like better than everybody else's.
This extra time period so far has just been all Resende. He's got to go forward though, so yep, there you go. Half time of extra time. The referee doesn't really wait about in extra time. If it hits the minute, typically he's blowing.
Now we're 15 in-game minutes away from the penalty shootout. But talking about Van Dijk, is there much of a pace difference, would you say, between a Maldini to a Van Dijk? I think that's the only, you could say that's the only reason why people are questioning, or they're uncomfortable still.
Yeah, they don't want to test something at a major event. I think you don't want to test something on LAN. You want to test it at home. You want to test it in weekend league, in division rivals. Like Tex, I think he's probably very, very comfortable with Van Dijk. But it just doesn't want to take the risk on him at an event when you've got a more safe pair of hands in a Maldini or a Rio. Or he could have played Hullet in there. Or in a Ramos, for example.
Sure as well, if Resende does go and score a goal, we're going to hear a big Vamos from him. We had a few of them last weekend. But it's interesting to say that it's a personal preference. MS Desari, is he through? No, he's not. Keeper's just about.
Courtois just getting there in front of him, yeah. Looks like it's going to go long. I know, playing out short, in fact.
Good the run from Hullet if he can find him.
Yeah, Hullet made it, but good tracking from Messi. Just to nick it off the toe of Marcelo.
Ferdinand to Kante, played all the way across now, and we're looking at the last few chances of this game. Surprise, surprise, but another thriller here, 6-6. And we're getting closer to penalties unless MS Desari's got a little bit of magic left. Somewhere. Oh, finesse, blocked out for a corner.
6-6, the exact scoreline in the Aga-Lev game as well, in that first round of fixtures.
And at one point, thought it was Marco Lev was that as well. The net finished 8-7, ball across. That was the timed header. Lucky enough, Courtois. Just a little bit more length, or height, I should say, to jump up and collect that one.
I think it was a timed downward header as well, in fact. Here we go, last chance of the game.
Oh, he's lost
Who's
out.
it going to fall to?
He's lost out on possession as Resende.
Is it going to fall to the Saudi Arabian?
Added time to come now of 2 minutes. This is MS Desari now with Messi.
It's going to be Resende's.
Oh no, they're just leaving out possession here, just dropping it for fun. Switches it back over now.
He ain't got time to play.
Oh no, he's been dispossessed. Could this be MS Desari's last chance now? Yes, it is. Pele. Back to Mbappe, open up a ball roll. Oh, intercepted. It's going to be a penalty shootout to decide this one.
Another penalty shootout.
You can see Resende just his hands in the air like, what more could I have done there? Here we go then. Resende in that yellow strip, MS Desari in the white. It's going to be Eusebio to step up first for Resende. David De Gea left and right, moving his hands about. Eusebio steps up down the middle and somehow.
How has he not saved that? Desari needs to keep his composure. You see him laughing there. Goes straight down the middle as well. I think it's going to be a long, drawn-out penalty shootout.
Pele next now. Which way again? He loves moving the keeper, does he? Playing mind games With Resende, which way is he going to go? Down left with the save as well.
Yeah, good save from Desari. Is it Desari or is it Jersey Dudek in the goal? With all that movement on the line. Steps up to the spot and he's saved.
What I can do.
You can do better.
Mbappe now. This is Emtem Resende. Which way are they going? Down the middle. It seems too easy.
Down the middle once again. Messi, hands on hips. Which way is he going to go? For MS Desari. He's gone right and it's saved.
He saved it again. You said it was going to be
It's
a
all
long
about the
penalty
head
shootout.
movement. Watch the head movement.
You can see what they're trying to do as well. They're trying to go straight down the line to kind of resist any of that movement, Richard. Resende down the middle.
Just puts his foot through it. Straight down the middle. Desari steps up. He's gone right.
There we go.
Good
Both
save.
players score now. Relieve a little bit of pressure. Still both missed two, though. If he misses this and then MS Desari scores, this could be game over.
This is it. If Desari scores, Desari wins. Ronaldo, Mr. Reliable in terms of FIFA, steps up to the spot, bar and a half of power, straight down the middle, and Desari goes 2-0 in Swiss style.
6-6 on aggregate after 2 games of FIFA. Then there we go between the two. An incredible match. Wow, a penalty shootout as well, Richard. To kind of it had to be used. We played 2 games of 90 minutes and 30 minutes of extra time in there. But MS Desari, he's a world champion for a reason. Can stay cool and calm under pressure.
You see Resende there on your screen. And we're thinking, what else do I need to do to try and get a result here against such a fantastic player? It came down to a penalty shootout. It came down to luck of the draw. It came down to the lottery. And in the end, MS Desari goes to 2-0 and a big, big penalty shootout win for the man from Saudi Arabia.
Of course, he does indeed. We're able to see 2 games, of course, in that round 2 of Swiss style format. We saw FUT Marco, unbelievable display, proved us all wrong there against Lev Vinken. And then we saw an incredible penalty shootout there from MS Desari. However, plenty more games being played in round 2. Just going to send it back over to the couch, or should we call it Jimmy's couch?
You should probably call it Jimmy's chair, and I'm sharing my couch with some of my good friends. Now, guys, that was an incredible finish to that game in particular. What was that, BFF status?
I'll say it's my couch.
All right, Spencer's couch.
I'm
That's
actually
fair.
sitting on
Jimmy's
it,
chair,
yeah.
Spencer's couch.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't
that he
have the
shares
same-
with Yvonne every once in a while.
Doesn't have the same ring to it, does
No,
it?
no.
Spencer's sofa.
I like that. Alliteration. It's nice. You
So
went
it's
to
actually-
university.
It's actually called sibilance when you use an S. That's a lesson for you.
Whoa.
It's alliteration.
Wow, learned
unless you use an
something new
S, it's
today. Learned
sibilance.
something new today. Okay, so a lot of big matches here in round 2. We just saw the end of a surprising win, I guess, for Desari because Resende looked like he was in charge. But let's talk about our feature game instead, because we're going to get to the Xbox side in a second. It's Lev versus FUT was Marco, and
Yeah.
our predictions.
Well, they were
because
just
I went with
shambolic.
Lev, everybody went with Lev except Rachel Stringer. She's the
Lev.
only
Yeah.
one.
Rachel Stringer knows more about FIFA than all of us combined. Clearly.
Yeah.
Because we've all gone Lev, like you say, and she's got herself a point there. She's off the
Schneid.
Yeah, she's got a win on the
She's
Swiss
got a win.
format. Is what I'm trying to say.
Right here, and here's some of the highlights from this matchup. Again, I think what was interesting, if you guys have been paying attention at home or listening to us the first time around, Lev had a 2-0 win over Aga as well, ended up winning that one in penalties. So again, he goes up 2-0 and gives up this lead.
So we know that Lev starts quick. That's what we've learned about him. He likes to get going. But yeah, he couldn't hold on to this one, and he almost threw away the first time, let's be honest. He could be 0-2 right now, Lev, to be fair. It's only penalties that have stopped that. And well done to Marco. You can see some of the stuff he was doing here. This is actually Lev on the ball in the red right now, 2-2 at this point in the game.
That is.
And then pretty composed to take that touch there with Ronaldo and not rush to finish. You know, 2 defenders running straight on him. So he takes the lead again here, 3-2 up. You can see he's pretty happy about that. But Marco didn't give up, representing that Oceania region, as we've talked about. Did pretty well, didn't he, Boris?
Yeah, and we also saw this previous goal where he was trying to do the offside trap, but simply mistimed it. We saw one player that was absolutely crucial for Marco, and that was Team of the Year Mbappe. I mean, just showing, and then also this goal here, he's fooling in here with shooting the near post. First time finish, gets the rebound here. But yes, we're seeing these Team of the Year players slowly making their way into the lineup because previous weekend in London, LQ, we saw a lot of the pros being a bit stubborn, maybe using their old choices, the icons. We saw Tex, he tried playing with the Team of the Year players in the first round, he lost and then instantly switched back to what he was used to. But They're getting more and more dominant here in the lineups, and we will get soon back to, yes, you can see here, Team of the Year, Mbappe. He's so good on the ball, so quick. You can just see this dribbling. I mean, it's unbelievable.
That's unbelievable.
And this was only the beginning. He scored 3 goals within 15 in-game minutes.
Wow.
And this is just
I knew there was going to be a good
amazing.
card. I didn't realize it was going to be this good.
Yeah, pretty decent. I mean, he lost the ball a couple of times, got it back, kept going, and then he just took on 2 or 3 players, and you can see that goal maybe a little bit fortunate. A good clearance came back to him, and we saw a few goals like that for Marco. But in my opinion, you get yourself in that place. You get yourself in that position in the first place to score.
Yeah, but this next goal is a goal that really blew my mind. This was a goal that I said, okay, Team of the Year, Mbappe is a must. We're going to see this corner. He's going to aim for the near post. And just look at this jumping. And that precision on the header, that is absolutely crazy. And this is Cristiano, Neymar and Messi combined into one body, really.
We could hear those celebrations in here as well, couldn't we?
Yeah, that is a bold call, by the way. See all 3 of those guys in one. But that's how well he was playing in this game.
Look at this, yeah. Nice.
He should have shot in the first one. Mbappe could have had 4 goals in 20 in-game minutes.
Yes, could have. And once again, we're going to see this La Croqueta, which is definitely, we talked about it the previous tournament. This is the best skill move in the game by far. Completely opening up a new lane. It goes so quickly. If you just take 1 step wrong with your defender, you are gone. And we're just seeing also here Marco using it so well. Even though Levinken almost came back, here he scores 1 goal back to 8-7, but he never managed to get close after this. Also, we saw later Marco had a huge run, free run, and well, Lev just made a tackle, and I think it was not even a red card for that tackle. But yes, Marco, he surprised it, really. We had our calls. We all said it's going to be Levinken.
Yeah.
But Oceania region, really, looking strong.
We've learned a lot from that. I'm going to go a little bit more off-piste in my predictions, I think.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Also good to know is that our main man, Kyle Walker, is with FUT Was Marco now.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Yes, I'm here. First question I just want to ask, how's the throat? We could hear you celebrating, screaming, shouting. I'd like to call that passion. How are you feeling after that game?
Pretty incredible. I know for a fact Lev is an incredible player. I've watched him play, and just in qualifying, he's absolutely outstanding, and to get a win over him is probably my biggest win of my career.
Well, there we have it, the biggest win of your career. It seemed like every single time he was going forward and he was scoring, or you were scoring, you were both replying to each other. How do you keep your nerves? How do you keep your cool when he's just scored and then you're having to think, right, what I'm going to have to do to bring this back?
I sort of had to stay a little bit composed. I was a little bit frustrated that he scored a couple of kickoff goals. I could not stop it. He's incredible at them. But yeah, I just held my composure, found some space in between his defence and just capitalised. Yeah.
Now, we talked a lot about their Team of the Year, Mbappe. Is there one player that you've got to have in your team? He walks in there and you're going to keep him there for the rest of the year.
Mbappe is actually incredible. He's 100% my favourite player from the Team of the Year, and he's done bits for me like in this tournament, so he's staying.
Yes, there you have it. He's done bits, and we're going to finish this one just by your favourite saying. We heard it before. That's what's up.
Thank you, guys. So what's interesting, I think, for Marco in particular is the Oceania region.
Yeah.
It's a region that doesn't get a lot of respect. They seem to have a chip on their shoulder. Does this earn him more respect, do you think, from the community over here in Europe?
It's got to. It's got to, right? I mean, people will talk about different... Obviously, you're going to qualify in your region. And people sometimes feel that there's certain regions that have better players, which is probably true in terms of numbers. But at the same time, you get more spots in those regions as well. Once you get here, that's all out the window as far as I'm concerned. Once you get in this room, and if you're competing and beating people from those regions, then you're as good as them. And in that case, better.
When the whistle blows, you're either ready or you're not.
Yeah.
Right? It's quite simple.
And we have seen previously just these, let's say, smaller regions that was considered to be worse in the past catching up. We had the last tournament, London. We had the final on Xbox was non-European. Also the cross-console final with Nicolas and Resende. No Europeans at all. And if this was 2 years ago, I mean, that would be 90% sure European final. And you're just seeing that other regions are catching up. You have all possible tools now to check streams, YouTube, everything. There's so much to see and learn. And maybe this is a wake-up call for Europe. Okay, we have been so proud past years. We are always saying that we are the best region by quite a margin. But we're seeing now in fact, that other regions are performing better.
And that makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside, so I'm glad you brought that up. Now let's take a look at the results for the PS4 side for the round 2. Some pretty surprising results, I think, that you guys are going to see here with all the other big games that were happening. Aga goes down again. He's 0-2.
Yep.
He had a big lead over Marv. He had a 3-goal lead.
Yes.
Ends up losing that.
Second game in the row that he has a nice lead, a nice cozy lead, and he drops it. And
it's nice to see Marcuso.
0-2, yes.
Marcuso gets his first win here.
Which means Icevogel is also 0-2.
That's right.
So you got a couple of really good players on that. They could potentially play each other, of course, on that kind of elimination game. And every game they play for the rest of the Swiss format will be an elimination game. Filza gets a win. You can see there in game number 6, 3-2 win over Bunyada.
You see Pinna gets another win there.
Yeah,
He's
it looks
3-1.
so solid still. 3-1 against the only UK player here on the PS4 side.
And then Tuga, I want to bring him up because he's from Portugal.
Yes.
Not a lot of people know who he is. He steamrolled his first 2 opponents.
And I said, Jimmy, that this might be the tournament that we're going to see a new name popping up. And this might be this new name. I just saw him in the first round. He was completely destroying Icevogel 8-2. I mean, that is a statement.
Yeah.
And now, once again, keeping out that format 2-0. And Tuga, watch out for this guy.
Also, Ali G, in the first game, we talked about him because he scored 14 goals.
Yeah, incredible.
He won 14-8. The most anyone else scored, I think, was 9. He's just lost 9-1. So he's gone from scoring the most to conceding the most.
So it's really hard to know how good he is.
Whatever happens, the games he plays are entertaining.
They're entertaining.
But it might not always be in his favour.
Hopefully we'll get a crack at watching him play at some point during this competition. Now let's take a look at the Xbox side of things and see if there's any, let's say, Tugas on that side of it, on that console. Let's take a look now. Here we got Tass with the big win over Remy Martin. So Remy Martin from the LA Galaxy is now 0-2. He's got some work to do. And Rasic loses again. He's 0-2.
Big. That's shocking, to be honest.
Vinny is now 0-2. Dax got the big win over him. Kid Mamito loses in penalties for the Houston Dynamo. A Dragon, he had the lead in that game, loses to Lyric.
Once again.
Foley gets the win there.
Tex gets another win, and he's not smashing them. Like, it's tight, but a win's a win at the end of the day.
Yep.
So he's 2 up now. Gorilla's 2-0. Danny is also 2-0. Hashtag Shori 2-0. Only conceding 1 goal across 2 matches now.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
Almost certainly the best defence anyone's done so far in the tournament.
Yeah, and we got to talk about Stokes over Goal Machine. Stokes has been playing incredibly well.
That's really impressive. That's a great matchup, actually, Stokes.
And this is a player that we don't talk about too much. I mean, Stokes. And this was a player that back in my days, when I started playing in FIFA 12, 13, he was one of the main guys. And then he kind of dropped off for a couple of years, but came back in FIFA 19. And I would say actually that he is now the 2nd best UK player.
But he's based on the leaderboard. He definitely is. That's what I love about the leaderboard. Speaking of that, we talked earlier about this European thing and our Europe is dominant. Well, in terms of the amount of people here, I've got some stats here for you. 16 Germans here, 16 of 64. That's a quarter.
That's a lot.
25%.
That's a lot.
9 British. Okay, so they're the 2 biggest regions represented.
Sure.
So in terms of qualification, not just Europe, but particularly UK and Germany are still dominant. But is that coming through at the latter stage of the tournament? You could say maybe not. The next biggest territory is actually Brazil, with 6 players, and you've got the US with 4. So it is. You can make that point that there's other continents coming through, but in terms of overall qualification, it's still Germans and the British.
Well, heavily weighted towards Europe in general.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to throw it over now to the breakdown board with our basketball referee and Rachel Stringer.
Can you not say I'm like Rachel Stringer prediction extraordinaire? Because I got that one right when you guys all failed. Yes, I said Marco was going to win. And come on, you've got to say something back to them about them slating your clothes all the time. Boys, you're not being very nice to Mike.
Well, Jimmy then said I was boring with my outfit. He was disappointed. Then now he's talking about the referee joint. I came with the full zebra unit, and they made me take off the pants. Otherwise, you would have had something different to look at. It would have been wild, just whatever you wanted.
Wild, the animal
Maybe the
kingdom over here.
full referee. He said half referee. It would have been the full referee.
Okay, we're going a little bit off. Let's go back to the breakdown board, which we're obviously all here for. And let's just have a look back to that game, which I predicted correctly. I'll have you know. I might keep bringing that up, actually. And let's go to one of Marco's exceptional goals. He obviously was losing in the first leg, and then he brought it back, which no one really predicted there. Did you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, FUT Marco is making a name for himself today at this event. And the guy's got skill moves on skill moves on skill moves. This is more of a classic example. We're going to see the La Croqueta being used in a couple different situations and scenarios. This is one of the best places to use it on the pitch. We're going to take a closer look. So you've got Mbappe here. You can already see he's scooting around a Lev. But basically, what's happening here, First off, manual defending, need that. It's going to be a big plus. You need your opponent to actually be trying to take the ball off you. Inside the box, they typically are. He's going this way, trying to cover the inside of the pitch. At the same time, Marco is going to attack the end line. And when he attacks that end line, he opens up more space. You're going to have a classic cutback goal. But it's crucial. It's important. This ends up being a go-ahead for him.
And that pretty much sealed his win there. And that took him 2-0 in the competition so far. Only one more, and then he'll go sailing through to the next round. And let's go and have a look at the next one. Before I actually start it, you kind of need to keep your eyes peeled because he uses skill after skill after skill.
Yeah, disclaimer, pay attention to the stream right now. This is not going to be a breakdown. This is more of a skill move showcase. Pele is about to put in some serious work.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Let's hit this.
I mean, we've got, I think, 7 skill moves in quick succession, and a lot of variety here, and he's just shaking Ramos everywhere. And the reason it's important, it ends up being a goal. This is in the first leg, and it gets him to draw even, and it's a momentum shift, in my opinion, because it tells Lev, hey, I'm feeling very confident. I'm not worried about being behind. I got skill move sessions on deck. I've got a little bit of some razzle-dazzle, all of that. And then some.
And that's surprising for someone who is obviously losing at that point. Could Lev have done anything in that situation? He tried a little bit, but obviously didn't work.
I mean, like I said, his Ramos was shifting left and right. He just didn't know where he was going, and that's more credit to Marco.
He did not indeed know where he's going. And let's just talk about predictions. Obviously, I'm going to go back again. I won that one. I haven't predicted the next match. You have. What did you go with?
I've got Sion. Sion versus Stranger.
So I'm going to predict it right now because I haven't done it. I'm going to go Stranger. Okay, boys.
We'll talk about some razzle-dazzle. Starts with Rachel's predictions, and it ends with Mike calling himself a zebra.
Yep.
Welcome to the jungle over there at the breakdown board. That's what's happening. Okay, so let's take a look. Before we get into our featured match, let's just take a look at the PS4 matches that are coming up for round 3. Some very exciting ones in particular.
Well, this is a big period. This from this point on, there's a lot of people that are going to be going home.
Yeah. Some of my favorites here. Well, anybody, I guess, that's backs against the wall. We have a few of those that are 0-2.
Yeah, you can see Game 5 and Game 6 are both 0-2 games. So Aga going up against Banyada 10-10. One of them's going home this game. Ice Vogel could also be leaving us if he doesn't get a win against El Sebasor Tizzle, we're going to say.
I love that. I love that shout right there. NYC Chris, we haven't talked about him at all, representing EMLS, going against FUT Marco, who we just saw.
Yep.
That should be a very good game. Both of them are 2-0. Chihan and the Stranger, that's going to be our featured match. Pinna versus Tuga, though.
Yeah, this is the real test for Tuga. We've been hyping him this far, but this is the real test, because if he takes down Pinna in this game, we can look at a serious contender for the PS4 title here.
Now, Boris, are you feeling pressure when you're 2-0 and you're playing somebody else that's 2-0 that you could just get that third win and your day would be set because you qualify for the knockout rounds? Or do you feel like, I can make a mistake because I am 2-0. I can lose a game?
I mean, 2-0 is a very, very, very comfy seat because you can afford to lose 2 matches. And this also means when you put yourself in this seat, you're 2-0, it means that you've been playing good throughout this day. And I think when you're having this scoreline, I mean, you're just feeling nice feeling. You're feeling good. You feel that this can be your tournament because the competition here is so tough. Just the fact that you can go 2-0 at this stage means that you are a player that can win the whole tournament. So,
no, that was a good point.
Yes.
I was just going to move us along over to the other console now. That was PS4 before. Now let's take a look at the Xbox and see what these big matchups are for round 3. Some exciting ones as well. That I think you're going to want to watch or at least hear about at some point along the way. Any favorites there, Spencer?
Some great games. I mean, Enrasic, game number 3, Enrasic versus Remy Martin. One of them is going home. It's a big game. Not sure who's going to win that based on current form. TAS versus Runners is a good match. They've played each other plenty of times before. We've got Shorey against Stokes in a battle of the UK players, both on 2-0. So one of them's going to clinch themselves a spot in the knockout round after that game. Gorilla Dasari, though. I mean,
wow,
this is 2 world champions.
That's it.
2017 versus 2018, right there. Massive.
Yep. That is a fantastic game. I do worry, though, for Dragon at number 5 right there because he's taking on Jesus. I don't know if you ever want to take on Jesus when you're 0-2. It just doesn't look good for you.
Dragon versus Jesus. Yeah. I can't remember what chapter
But an all British battle there with Foley and F2 Tex.
Yep.
I saw them battling each other in the warm-ups. I think Tex got the better of him, so that'll be interesting to see.
Fair play to Foley, though, for getting himself in that position, though, 2-0 to take on
quietly,
Tex.
too.
I've seen him do that before, and I don't want to get in his head by any means. I wish the best for him, but I remember him back in the day when I think he had to get 4 wins. He was 3-0 up, and he ended up not going through.
That was in Manchester.
That was in Manchester, yes.
I remember that. He was talking about it the other day, so it's still in his head.
Yeah, he's one of those players that the mental game is very important to him, and I think he needs to keep himself relaxed. going up against Tex, he shouldn't, no disrespect to him, but he shouldn't be expecting to win it. So if it doesn't go to plan, don't think like, oh God, it's all going wrong again. Just think, get my next win next game.
Good news for you guys. You ready? It's another Twitch drop. It's all going down.
Big.
Team of the year, N'Golo Kante. Unbelievable.
I need him.
I need him as well. So make sure you guys link your EA and Twitch accounts to make that happen. You already have him?
Yes, I have him. I just, in the previous Weekend League, I replaced my Patrick Vieira Prime for Team of the Year Kante. And I think we're going to see more and more pro players going this same way because what they have in common, both players are superior at defending. We have the two best defensive players in the game, even though I think Vieira is slightly better with his size.
Yeah.
But you get a so much more dynamic player that can go both ways. This guy can both attack and defend. And having this combo with having Prime Gullit and him on the midfield, I mean, that is such a dynamic and versatile midfield.
I don't know how you lose any games with those two guys.
Yeah.
But I love any player that's focused on defending, being a former defender myself.
Yeah. So definitely a great choice.
Yeah, so to reiterate, make sure you guys link your EA and Twitch accounts to be eligible to win that drop. That is a tasty card.
Tasty.
All right, now let's move on to our featured match. It's Cihan versus The Stranger, an all-German affair. Let's take a look at these intros right now. How are you feeling about this pose? Is this looking all right, everybody? Hold it there, everybody. Screen grab this.
You're ready for a game of FIFA.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. So, a big matchup between these two players. They're both 2-0. Who do you like? We're going to get right into the predictions. Let's not mess around.
It's probably the
They're very familiar with each other.
Yeah, it's going to probably divide opinion the most amongst us, I think, in terms of the predictions. For me, personally, I'm going to go Stranger. I think he's been pretty consistent over the last few years, a little bit more than Cihan. But I'm interested to see who Boras goes with.
This is a tough call because this is, if you're looking at domestic tournaments in Germany, these are the two giants. They've been in a lot of finals. They played so many times. And I think if you look at head-to-head record, I think, but I might be wrong, that Cihan has the upper hand. Even though looking at the past form, I would say that Stranger is looking slightly better. So I would actually also go with Stranger here.
Okay, so you're going with the Stranger. So I have a personal story about Cihan. We were in Madrid.
This
was
one.
it? Yeah, and he got so upset about losing a match that he walked off his console, took off, and he kicked the couch.
You're never going to drop this, are you?
No, I'm never going to drop it. It's like he's messing with my hair.
He's changed his ways.
Has he? I mean, sometimes anger can be used as a gift in some ways. It's what drives you and fuels you to be the best, but also can work against you. Your biggest strength can be your biggest weakness.
So yeah,
I'm going with the Stranger. That was a really long way of me saying that I'm going with the Stranger.
You're annoyed about the chair.
He kicked.
I'll write that down.
You write that down?
Yeah, I'm writing it down,
I still can't believe it. I remember going, what is he doing? Why is he kicking my chair?
Well,
he was upset.
More importantly, perhaps, is a couple of us, well, not us, but a couple of people on our little predictions panel who are 0 for 2 right now, could be leaving us in the Swiss format. I'm looking at one of them off camera there. Carl Walker is 0 for 2. Richard Buckley is 0 for 2. It's a bit embarrassing.
Have you seen his shirt? That's also borderline embarrassing.
The other Ivan, who's going to join us on the sofa later, aka Nightwatch, is also 0 for 2 because he didn't predict the last round. He missed the time limit on that one. So yeah, there's a couple of 2-0s that could be leaving us. Need a big prediction coming up.
All right, well, speaking of predictions, we're going to throw it over to our casters for the third round of the FUT Champions Cup presented by PlayStation 4. It's Onset and Gaskin. What's up, guys? How are you?
We're good, I think. We're good. Dan, how are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, doing pretty well. I'm excited for some more FIFA. We've had some great games today and more to come, I hope.
All right, we're going to put you on blast. What are your predictions? You got Cihan or do you have the Stranger?
After you.
I'll go for the Stranger. I remember watching him at Paris Games Week and I was just utterly impressed. And I think he's going to do more of the same today.
I'm going to go with the Stranger as well.
We all want the same people.
I know, but there's a reason we're all going for him, isn't there? Come on, we think he's getting that dub.
All right. Well, take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And now it's crunch time for all of the players here in Bucharest. A lot of them in this Swiss-style format could either be going through or going home at this stage, Dan. The pressure just gets ramped up every round we go through.
It really does. I mean, we've got two players here who are both 2-0. They have that chance to get through to those quarterfinals, through to the knockouts. And that's when you start to get more Global Series ranking points. That's when people start to look at you in results and go, okay, there's something we need to be thinking about these players. And of course, you can now relax for the rest of Friday as well. You can just sit back, maybe even go back to the hotel if you want, and then start thinking about those knockout rounds.
Yeah, it's time to put your feet up for a few minutes. You got your hard work done. But some of the players that we were talking about, and the guys on the couch were talking about, that are on the wrong side of the things at the moment, and they're currently sat at 0-2. You look at Lord Hjorth; he's had a really good year so far. Aga, we know how much is riding on this tournament for him. He's 0-2 at the moment. Eitvogel as well, big noble player last year, putting some huge performances. He's struggling as well, but two players who aren't struggling are the two players we're going to be commentating over here in our featured game. We, of course, got Sehan going up against the Stranger, an all-German affair here, and it's going to be Sehan playing in the white and red from left to right, and of course we've got the Stranger playing in that FC Bar kit.
And Sehan's been at every FUT Champions Cup so far, finishing in the quarterfinals, back in Bucharest for FUT Cup 1. He got out of the groups in London for FUT Cup 2. Whereas for the Stranger, we didn't see him in the last FUT Cup, but he did finish in the quarterfinals of FUT Cup 1 as well, so definitely has what it takes to get out of the Swiss phase. And, you know, the Stranger was one of those players for me who have always been impressed with his goal-scoring ability, Mark.
Oh, for sure. He's definitely got that ability to score goals. He's already proved it so far in the Swiss-style format. And for some of you wondering in the graphic that we saw just before, Sehan wasn't asleep. It was a deep meditation phase that he goes through just before he gets into his game. So don't worry about him too much. He's definitely here to play. As we see a tackle coming in on this right-hand side here, and it's Ronaldo going up against Marcelo. The Brazilian gets back, makes a strong tackle, but a strong start at the start of this game here. Dan coming in from the Stranger, holding position quite nicely. Now he's building the first real meaningful attack, but he gives the possession away pretty early on in that attack. Now you're going to see the counter coming up from Sehan.
I'm not really surprised that the Stranger has started this tournament so well. I mean, across all of the tournaments he's played in, he's played 14 matches of FIFA. He's scored 81 goals, Mark, won 10 and lost 4. I mean, that's a pretty impressive record for the 3 tournaments that he's been in, including this one. But can he actually find anything here? Because he's struggling a little bit in this turn of play.
Well, here is Hulip. Beautiful little cricketer. Tries to get the second one round the corner. You saw that CR7 was just hovering in space at that back post, and he tried to find him with R9. Unfortunately, couldn't quite complete that pass. And now straight up the other end, you have the Stranger getting in behind. Pele back to Ronaldo. The two Brazilian icons linking up. And here's Johan Cruyff on the finesse shot. And there is your first goal of the game. It is going to be the Stranger who takes the lead. Johan Cruyff with the finesse shot to the far corner.
And the Stranger kind of raised an eyebrow there because we all saw it coming. Everyone knew that was getting finessed into the top bins. But Sehan apparently didn't move his goalkeeper far enough to stop that one. And the Stranger gifted an opening goal here. Nice little 1-2s out on the right-hand side to get himself in that position. A slightly fortunate deflection, but he'll take it. A way to get off the mark here and get that one step closer to the quarterfinals and get out of this Swiss stage.
Yeah, the Stranger definitely going to be feeling a little bit more relaxed. Having seen that one hit the back of the net fairly early on inside the first 15 minutes here in game. Now you're going to see Sehan coming back, and that's a beautiful little advanced fake shot there. Back inside, and he could equalise here, and he does. Immediately strikes back. We're all tied up.
Just making sure he puts as much pressure as possible from the kickoff. Sends all those players up the pitch, try and take advantage of some of those defensive players, just slightly stepping out of position. And now the Stranger has to find another goal to take the lead here. It was a gift for himself, but now he's given a gift away to Sehan. And if we look at the record difference, I mean, I was speaking about how the Stranger has scored 81 goals, making that 82 now across all the 3 tournaments. For Sehan, then he actually has a negative goal difference. He was 78 and 89 before this game, so now 79 and 90. So certainly does lack defensively, but he still can get a few goals here or there.
Yeah, he's got to make sure that he isn't leaking at the back too many times. Otherwise, he's going to have a few more games to play in this Swiss-style format. We see the Stranger then coming forward. Trying to answer back immediately after Sehan had got that equaliser. And he's gone the other way this time. And he's gone back across goal. He's fooled the goalkeeper, but David De Gea, welcome to the party. What a save that is from the Spaniard. I mean, the Stranger had played it so beautifully. He'd baited the goalkeeper movement. He went back across goal with the low-driven shot. And then he got a little bit fortunate on the rebound. But David De Gea, what a save that was.
It's one of those things, he was unfortunate that it struck the post, then he gets the fortune of it going back to that player, and at that point he's probably thinking, all right, this is a guaranteed goal. Of course, R9's going to put this one away. But it wasn't as easy. It's not very comfortable putting it past De Gea. And now on the counter-attack here, it's going to be Sehan. Can't punish him, though.
This has been end-to-end stuff so far between these two players, the two Germans, of course. Both of them just flying forward and creating chances almost at will. Every single time we've seen one of these players go forward, it seems to have a chance on the end of it. Marcelo almost manages to nip him before CR7 there. Vieira now round the corner, and there might be another chance here. R9 on the turn. Couldn't quite get the shot away, but he might get another chance here.
Oh, my
Strikes the
goodness.
upright. Oh, this game is starting at a million miles an hour.
Someone check the ball. Someone check the post. There's some sort of magnet involved, surely. He can't seem to find the net. And the stranger just needs to make sure he doesn't get frustrated by that, though. He's had a little laugh about it. The positive for him, he's creating those chances. He's getting those opportunities. If he keeps doing more of the same, he will eventually find that second goal.
I was about to ask, will this game slow down at any point? But you can just see the intensity that both of these guys are playing with at the start here. Expect there to be a lot of goals across these two legs. Of course, this is the first leg, and historically you see players kind of feeling each other out a bit, trying to see what kind of avenues they're going to be attacking. Not looking to overcommit too early, but both of these players have decided the first leg, if they can get that advantage, they might be able to close things out. Slightly unfortunate there for Sihan there with Lionel Messi. Just maybe didn't quite connect on that second button there for the fake shot. Gave the ball away. Does win it back though, and now he's going to start again on this left-hand side with that team of the year, that new FUT item, Marcelo.
And of course, that was one of the Twitch drops earlier. I hope some of you were lucky enough to be able to grab that one. Now Team of the Year Kante is being dropped, I'm being told. I pray for it myself. It's probably not going to happen, but we can still hope. But I think you're right, Mark. Very back and forth action, very quick. Neither player really kind of passing it around the midfield and being methodical about their play. It's getting straight up that pitch. And maybe you just need to see one of them just slow it down a little bit, take control of the game, and try and maybe worry their opponent with a lot of possession and a lot of pressure. But at the same time, if you are just going to be going end to end, you want to take those chances. You want to have as many opportunities on goal as possible. So some players like getting the ball up the pitch.
To say, I know what one I'd rather see, to be honest with you. I love the attacking play both of these players are bringing to the fore. And Vieira's looking to find Cristiano Ronaldo! And he does find him at that back post. A perfectly timed header as well, back across the goalkeeper. And even the heroics of David De Gea we saw earlier weren't able to match up against that.
And this is the reason why we've seen some players talk and even test of putting the likes of Ramos, the likes of Varane at left back. Because Marcelo, a fantastic foot item, but he doesn't quite have the height. You can improve all the statistics in the world, but you can't make the man grow. And he is not going to win a header against Cristiano Ronaldo. And the stranger now takes a lead right in the dying moments of the first half.
Sihan again looking to answer back straight away from the kickoff, but there is the half-time whistle. I hope everyone at home is entertained, because that was an entertaining first half. Lots of chances, 3 goals in it as well. And a variation of different chances as well. They're down both players showing their creativity and showing what they can bring to the fore.
And it has been Sihan with the majority of the possession. I think it was 61% last we saw. So he has been kind of controlling the midfield, but he has still been playing the ball forward for the majority of the time. Whereas the stranger trying to hit him on that counter-attack. Very reluctant to play it around, very reluctant to play it slow. Tries to open up this second half with just a quick shot on goal. But I've been impressed with both players. Of course, the stranger probably feels like he hasn't really had the rub the green, probably thinks he should maybe be 4-1 up at this point with the amount of times he's hit the post. But at least he has the lead.
Interesting to see the use of Eusebio and the likes of Pele not favouring those new Team of the Year items from the start here. Obviously, we'll have them on the bench, I'd imagine, trying to find Lionel Messi in behind there. Sihan. Marcelo defends that one well. That's where Marcelo is good. Making those interceptions high up the pitch and starting attacks, turning defence into attack. Actually, the stranger just prodding at the defence of Sihan. Gives it away, though, having just won that ball back. R9 inside the box now. Little drag back round the corner. Pele tries to squeeze a shot in. And interesting to see here. See CR7 playing out quite wide. We saw him win that back post header, and it's something that I might expect to see a little bit more, especially when we're seeing those 4-2-2 formations coming a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised to see those wide cams maybe looking to use that height, looking to use that back post cross, which we have seen become so influential and effective over the last couple of tournaments. Get your big players in position to win those headers.
It does seem like FIFA 19 height is extremely important part of it. But just going back to your point about some of these old icons being used over the new Team of the Year FUT items, well, you might be saying, why aren't they using Team of the Year Messi? He's one of the best cards we've ever seen. Team of the Year Modric's one of the best cards. But a lot of these players, these FUT items, the players have played with them several events now. They're used to where they're positioning themselves. They know where they're going to be on the pitch. They've had that practice regime with them. Because you've got to remember, at home, they don't get to play with these teams. They don't have the esports accounts. Instead, they've got their own players. And maybe they have some of these icons. But a lot of the Team of the Year FUT items that came in might have been a little bit more expensive, and they might not have been able to draft them into their side yet. It's all about familiarity and just being comfortable in your games.
Yeah, one area that I'm even now at the start of this tournament here in Bucharest, we're seeing as a little bit different from last weekend is pretty much every player at the start of the tournament in London was trying to squeeze in Varane or Ramos in that right back position. I'm seeing Kyle Walker. I've already seen Lala coming back into the fold. So it looks like, for all the statistics, maybe playing them off chem isn't quite working for them. Maybe the work rates are something they're not quite agreeing with. Going back to that familiarity, as you said, being comfortable in these big games, so vital.
Oh.
As we see, Eusebio's going to play to the whistle here. There's the tackle from Kyle Walker.
I think it's going to get pulled back for the free kick.
Interesting.
I'm not sure it's a penalty. Either that or it's gone out for a corner and they're just pulling it back for the yellow. But either way, it was a dirty challenge from Hullet. It's just going to be a corner in the end.
Sehen then to whip this one in. Manually controlling Cristiano Ronaldo, and he is at that back post. Ruud Hullet gets up, probably the one man that you'd want to mark unless you're CR7 versus CR7. In those defensive aerial battles, and now you've seen Eusebio with a bit of space. Went for the Cruyff turn, maybe thought that Kyle Walker was going to overcommit there. Didn't know the stranger stood firm. Wins the ball back, and you have to say that Sehan's controlled this second half so far. Hasn't quite created the opportunities that we saw in that first half, and it'd be surprising to see that, having seen both players come out of the traps at 100 mile an hour, but game's kind of become a little bit more touchy-feely now, as you would expect as we get to the latter half of this game.
And he was controlling the first half too, in terms of possession, and chances will come if you do have the possession. Naturally, some of your opposition players will draw themselves out of position, and you will find chances to shoot on goal. But at the same time, the longer we get into this game and into this tie in general as we move into the second leg, there's going to be even more opportunities for Stranger to hit him on the counter-attack. I've seen 3 or 4 times now where Sehan's left and right backs have been slightly out of position, and Stranger is just there waiting to make that pass. It's Cruyff on that left-hand side making those runs every single time.
Good tackle there from Sehan. He needs to win the ball back here. 15 minutes or so to go in game, plus stoppage time, of course. Before we go into our second leg, and it's Eusebio now versus Kyle Walker, just on this inside left position. Walker defends well. It's going to be a corner, though, and now you're going to see that pause come in. It looks like there might be a few changes. I imagine it'll be personnel changes at this point, and we are seeing that super sub. We saw so much of him last weekend. He influenced the game coming off the bench. That Team of the Year, Mbappe. When you're bringing a player on with that 99 pace stat on his base card, then you know he's going to be quick as it is. But it just seems when he's coming on towards the end of these games against those slightly fatigued fullbacks like Richard and Brandon were talking about a little bit earlier on, he just seems to just burn away from them. And if you can get that ball in behind, you really can create chances with him.
He is one of the few players, one of the few FUT items you can actually use in the game, which seems to be able to out-sprint those defenders when you play those through balls. And yes, he has that 99 pace, 99 acceleration, of course, if you're going to be adding some chem styles. But even the original card...
Oh, it's deflected!
Even the original FUT item of Mbappe was quick if you put a hunter on him. But it just feels like this Team of the Year one does that a little bit more, more fire in his belly, as that deflection almost found the net. And Sehan certainly knocking on the door at the moment.
Yeah, he's searching for this equaliser to go into our second leg with everything tied up. CR7 at the back post again, does get the header down, back across goal. Doesn't fall to a player in a white shirt, though, unfortunately. And here comes the counter-attack now from the stranger. Interesting to see how he plays this one. Is he going to play the clock a little bit here, try and go into that second leg with 1 goal to his name? Messi goes for that long shot. De Gea actually forced him to the save there. So a little bit of a pot shot there from the stranger has created a set piece here. Ball falls on the edge of the area to Vieira now. Neymar goes for that far corner. Oh, and it's in from Neymar.
And it's like the keeper didn't expect it. He's hit that post enough times, the Stranger, but this time he's actually helped him out. A nice little 1-2 on the edge of the box. You don't see many people shooting from that angle. A lot of the time, finesse shots will come a little bit further outside the box or a little bit more central, but he has found the perfect angle, it would seem. And that's a cruel way for Sihan to go 2 goals down, it would seem, after he's had so much control and several opportunities. But that's what happens when you come up against a player like the Stranger. He is clinical, he knows how to score goals, and that's why his goal-scoring record is so good across these events.
Sihan then, that's changed the complexion of this tie completely now. Eusebio tries to get around the corner, and Manuel Neuer gets a right boot down to his near post to turn that one behind for a corner. Pull it now into that front post. Neuer comes and collects, and the German, the Stranger's going to be patting him on the back. Thank you very much. 2 big plays coming in from him.
And now this is the point where you just slow it down a little bit. As we're getting towards the 90th minute. Make sure that last attack is yours, but he's not going to be able to do that. Unfortunately, he doesn't win the header with Cristiano Ronaldo out on the right. We're just going to leave just one opportunity now for Sihan, potentially.
A free kick.
To get a goal, but he's been brought down. And what have you got in the playbook? We're going to see a little dink over the back line. We are. It's going to be a header. Actually, it's
he gets a... Oh, my word.
He gets a boot to it, and it was almost wonderful.
Reminds me of that famous goal David Platt scored for England. Unfortunately, that one ended up at the back of the net for Sihan. That one didn't, but that is going to be the end of the first leg here, and the Stranger will go in with an advantage into the second leg, but it's a 2-goal advantage. And you just thought with that chance towards the end of the game, 1 goal is very different, but it just changes the mentality of every single player. You go into that second leg down by 2, the mentality you have in comparison to going into the break just 1 down, it's so different now.
And then you look at both of these players and you're probably feeling like they should both get through the Swiss phase. Of course, the winner will be guaranteed to go through with their 3rd win on the board. But both of them have been there before. I mean, when it was at FUT Cup 1 and they both got to the quarterfinals, we knew what they were capable of. But it's about pushing themselves that little bit further. I want to see the same Stranger I saw at Paris Games Week. The first event of the year, the PS4 event, where he finished 2nd. He went 5-1, of course, only losing to Joksan, and Joksan's performance at that event, I mean, I don't think anyone would argue that...
He did all right, didn't he?
Yeah,
pretty good.
It was just
First place
incredible.
is usually pretty good, yeah.
And Stranger has that in his locker. He has the ability to be able to win events, or at least get close to. And I think his main competition is going to be players like Stefano Pina, for example. How does he fare when he comes up against them in the quarterfinals, in the semi-finals? I want to see him go that little bit further.
The interesting thing for me as well for these PlayStation players is you look at the players like you mentioned, Joksan not here, Nicholas not here. It's a real opportunity for someone to claim a title, and not just, you know, an LQE. It's a major event to put your name down here, and you've got all of those Global Series ranking points. You've got the prize money on the line as well. It's a real opportunity to put your name in the conversation next time an event comes around to say, I am a tournament winner, I'm going to win this one as well. It's a really interesting dynamic for me for a lot of these PS4 players.
Not just put your name in the conversation, but put fear in your name. When oppositions come up against you, they go, oh, wait, this guy, he got semi-final last time. He got console final last time. He has the ability to win games under pressure. He is one of the best players around. I don't want to face this player in round 1 of Swiss. That's what you want to be introducing to your game. That's what you just want to be making your name big and scary.
Big and scary.
Yes.
That's what you're trying to do. Much
terrifying.
Like you. Much like
just
you
like
are,
me.
just like
huge and then terrifying. And no, I'm tiny and cute.
You're fine. Don't worry about it. We'll
Thanks.
move on from that. But anyway, let's get back to our game. We're obviously getting set up here for our second leg. If you're just joining us, welcome along. And just to let you know that it is obviously the Stranger going in with a 3-1 advantage into our second leg here. And the second leg, I love the second legs because it seems like the first leg's kind of the first, I'd say you're reading a book. It's the first 70% of a book and you're looking forward to that last 30% where everything gets a little bit juicy, where everything gets interesting and you finally get your conclusion, the big payoff. And let's see, Han there obviously waving, he agrees with me. But talking about, how this second leg is different in it, how it differs to that first leg. Because you get to a point where someone has to change something, where something has to change. It's very rare you'll go into the last 30 minutes where it's all tied up. Someone has to make that decision to try and win a game or see a game out or change personnel. And that's, for me, is where games are won or lost.
I'm sure both of these players would like to be able to skip ahead and read to that final chapter and see if they're going to get into the knockout stages. But unfortunately with FIFA, you can't predict. And the Stranger is just going to have to play exactly the same again. Maybe even pretend this game is 0-0.
Yeah.
Don't think, oh, I've got a 2-goal lead, so I'm just going to pass it around at the back. think, I need to get a goal. I need to secure this win. This 2-goal cushion is not enough. We've seen the ability of some of these players. I mean, yes, okay, Sihan's had some close games in rounds 1 and 2. He won 4-3 versus Villamore, and he won 6-5 versus Fiddle. But that's 6 goals he was able to score. That's 4 goals he was able to score. He has the ability to punish those situations. So I think that the Stranger needs to be very careful not to sit back and absorb too much pressure, else he's going to give those opportunities to Sihan.
Yeah, it's very true. I think we should give the Stranger some credit, though, for the way that he did defend in that first leg there. I think, some of the names that you mentioned there, I would argue that the Strangers defensively is probably a more superior player. And you saw that from, Sihan controlling the possession in the game, but not creating as much as maybe we would expect. So going into the second leg here, what do you want to see more from Sihan? What has he got to produce to get back into this one?
I mean, he's been holding possession, but maybe not necessarily taking enough risks with his passes. He hasn't been trying any of those through balls. He's been reluctant to, because he sees the defenders coming in and he thinks, all right, well, if I lose the ball here, I'm suddenly going to get punished by the Stranger on the counter-attack, which has happened a couple of times. But he's going to have to take those risks now going into this second leg. And I think if he does, he's going to be rewarded. Just a few more shots here or there. You saw the Stranger was taking pop shots from outside the box with Messi, with Neymar, and it went in eventually. The keeper can be moved and it can be stopped, but sometimes players don't recognise it quick enough. They don't move their keeper quick enough.
Well, the perfect example of that was that Neymar goal in the first leg we saw. I just don't think that Sihan was expecting that, to be honest with you. But one thing that he probably wasn't expecting is to get a potential chance in the first 2 minutes of the game there. But Sergio Ramos, that Team of the Year FUT item there, all the pace in the world you possibly need to get back in, managed to hunt down Eusebio there as he was trying to get in behind. But going back to that point, it's becoming a guessing game sometimes for that goalkeeper movement, and it's for where you strike the ball as well. We know the power of the time finesse shot. We all do. We know how effective it is in this game. It's about now catching your opponent off guard, catching them moving their goalkeeper early, waiting for that reaction. It's such an interesting battle, and it's just how the meta is now starting to develop.
And there are those risky through balls I was talking about.
Oh,
good keeper movement, but
no.
where's Hullet? Put it!
Look at Sihan. He's doing exactly what I am. What has just happened there?
They call him the Hullet Bullet, but he has completely missed the target there. And Sihan is going to be absolutely distraught. He didn't even try and time it, just tried to put it on, but maybe Hullet slightly off balance there. Not connecting with it well. Oh, and what a chance that goes missing early on in this game.
Yeah, Sihan was all smiles a minute ago in the break. Even though he was down, he knows that his record's pretty good at the moment. This isn't the be-all and end-all if he goes down, but his face changed pretty quickly there when Ruud Hullet decided to put that one into the stands.
And I mean, we say it's not the be-all or end-all, but we've seen people from 2-0 fall 2-3 before. It can be that momentum swing where your head starts to drop and you start thinking about, I should have won that game, I could have done this differently. But out of the blocks, Sihan's had everything in this second leg. And I don't think it's a case of the Stranger just sitting back and absorbing possession. I just think it's a case of Sihan just going at him here and really throwing everything, including the kitchen sink.
Yeah, he's looking to take the fight to him here, and you can really see that in the focus on his face. However, the Stranger looking to carve out his first opportunity here in this second leg. Scoop turn wasn't good enough to beat the defender. But now you're seeing him come forward again. Little run in behind here from Pele. Cruyff's going to look for that return ball as well, and inside the box, so difficult to defend. You don't want to overcommit. We've already seen a couple of penalties being given away early on as Ruud Hullet goes for that finesse shot from distance, but just over the top there. And now you're seeing the Stranger win the ball back almost immediately from Sihan's goal kick.
You can already see the urgency that's in the game of Sihan, and now the slightly more calm approach from the Stranger, just passing it between his two CDMs, waiting for that moment for a chance for a finesse shot from outside the box. Even just hesitating slightly to see if one of his strikers makes one of those runs. And there's one of them. But Ferdinand gets his whole body in the way. And that's what some of these icon defenders do, some of their Team of the Year FUT items as well. They just put their whole bodies in the way, and it's so hard to get past them.
Yeah, and you can see Sihan is playing that 4-2-2 here as well, so he's going to have lots of players flying forward. You've got Team of the Year Messi out on this left-hand side, this right-hand side, sorry. He's going to be looking to cut back onto that left foot, of course, one of the best finesse shots that you'll find in the game, which is saying something here in FIFA 19. Now you're seeing the Stranger. That's a beautiful ball in behind, utilising Johan Cruyff, little cricketer, just to create the space there. Pull it now. Look at the space in the middle here for these players. Vialdi got that tackle in, it hasn't come in, tries to squeeze the shot between the two centre-backs. And I think this is kind of going to be the pattern of the game, to be honest with you, Dan. You're going to see Sihan committing forward. You can see him trying to get players up the pitch, but it is going to create those chances and those breakaways for the stranger.
Yeah, I think Sihan would be pretty silly to expect, or at least predict, that Stranger's not going to score a goal in this game. Surely there's a goal available for Stranger, but Sihan just has to score many more. He's got plenty of space out on the left here with Ronaldo, but great tracking back by Kyle Walker there. And it is great to see players using Kyle Walker again. I mean, we did already discuss it. Oh, you're going to be putting Ramos at the right back, for example. But I feel like Kyle Walker and Lala, they're very good at intercepting the ball quite far up the pitch, whereas Ramos naturally sits a little bit deeper because he is a centre-back at heart.
Here comes the stranger then. He's just looking to take the sting out of this one a little bit, I feel. Looking to slow it down a little bit. Stop some of that momentum that you can see Sihan was building in this first half. Still a 2-goal difference between the two players. Of course, the aggregate score just below the 0-0 in the top left-hand side of your screen. Ramos now coming forward. He will be playing in that right-back position for Sihan. Ronaldo back to R9. Little bit of space if Vieira can find CR7 here. Goes for the strike. Well defended again by the stranger. And look at this, Ferdinand. That's a big, big tackle up the pitch.
Massive challenge. It's always risky sometimes diving in like that. The space it leaves behind. But when you win them, it presents such a good opportunity. And he's been rewarded for the risk as well. I said he needed to take more risks. He takes a defensive one. And he gets rewarded with a goal.
Yeah, that tackle from Ferdinand was just the catalyst for that attack. And you see Cristiano Ronaldo there just sets it wide with a finesse shot. Finds the back of the net. Even the huge frame of Manuel Neuer couldn't get across to that one. The stranger couldn't react in time to move that goalkeeper either. So now it's just a 1-goal game between the two players.
Number 6, Cristiano Ronaldo.
And goalkeeper movement is one of those interesting ones. We do see some players are better at it than others. However, if they're really good at goalkeeper movement, sometimes they lack in defensive ability. Because it all depends on where your thumb is. Do you have it on your right stick, or have you got it near your tackle button? You've got to be really careful with when you make that switch. If you make it too late, the keeper's not moved in time. If you make it too early, you're too predictable. And it's a very fine line you have to tread to try and perfect goalkeeper movement.
Corner here just before half-time here for the stranger. Johan Cruyff looking to find a one-back as he fires the ball into Pele, who just fires it past that near post. And it is set up beautifully for the second half. 1 goal between the two players. However, if the stranger can nip a goal or create a chance before half-time, you have to wonder if that will sort of take the wind out of Sihan, to be honest with you. However, if Sihan gets one, you feel like all the momentum has to be with him. And here he comes, looking to get that last attack here of this first half. Couple of minutes of stoppage time, of course. Look at this run inside here from Eusebio. Ball across to Messi. Tries to scoop turn past Marcelo. Can't beat him, though. And now you're going to see the stranger just come away. Expect the referee's halftime whistle to be blown any minute now as the ball flies out of play. And there it is. We are set up beautifully for the second half of our second leg. Again, for all of the attacking prowess that Sihan had, it was the stranger actually there who had the most of the possession in that first half.
And the stranger now needs to reevaluate things. Just the 1 goal in it. We've seen a couple of 2-goal leads already been thrown away today. Lev Vinken, for example, who had a 2-goal cushion, wasn't able to keep hold of it. Whereas with just the 1 goal, is the stranger going to sit back? You'd expect him to actually start going at Sihan a little bit more now. Because you're right, stranger was just kind of controlling the game, passing it around, wasn't flowing the same way he was in the first leg, wasn't quickly moving his players up that pitch. Now we might see him try and get a couple more opportunities on the board.
And the thing that's scary here for Sihan as well is we've seen how deadly that the stranger is in front of goal. When he gets that chance, it's very rare that he doesn't put it away. And of all players tracking back there, it was Eusebio, the Portuguese icon, making sure that Ruud Gullit wasn't in a position to pull the trigger there. Now Sihan's going to start an attack of his own in this on this right-hand side with Sergio Ramos finding Messi. Ronaldo now, look at the run outside of him from Messi. That's causing a little bit of a distraction, and he finds the ball through to Eusebio. Fortunately, the linesman's flag will go up as he finds the back of the net, but worrying signs there for the stranger. Sihan pretty much tore him apart there, to be honest.
It would be very impressive if Sihan manages to hold stranger to zero goals here. I mean, on average, the stranger scores 2.8 goals every leg. If we count all the goals from every tournament he's been in this year, including this one. So it's really hard to think that he's not going to score a goal here, but the way that Sihan's defending, he's controlling the game pretty well. He is keeping the stranger at bay, and he's keeping himself in this tie.
Here's R9 then. 1v1, the cricketer beats his man. Tries to squeeze it into the box there. I think it was Pele who was just hovering around the edge of the box. Another tackle high up the pitch here, so the pressure, the high pressure really starting to work here for Sihan. Messi now versus Marcelo. Ronaldo tries to turn it around the corner, but the Italian gets back inside there. Maldini with the tackle, and now the stranger can just slow things down. Take a deep breath, and just hold possession for a few moments.
And you can see how the 4-2-2 is offering so much more opportunity for Sihan as well. Stretching the play. He has been going down wide, which has been working, but going down the middle is always risky because those two defensive midfielders, they will just drop back and mark those strikers. And that's the point of the 4-2-2, is you take advantage of that, take advantage of the fact that the RAM and the LAM are going to have that little bit more space, and then you cut inside, then you use those strikers. But it's the stranger going forward, a little bit of goalkeeper movement, and Sihan stays within this one. Just a goal in it.
Inside the last half hour then, both of these players currently sat at 2-0, of course, if you're just joining us, to remind you. And here's Lionel Messi now. He's managed to get inside the box and he's burnt away from his man. Can he find the ball back across? He can't find a target. Big chance there for Sihan. Another tackle high up the pitch though, Dan.
It's one of those ones where you just drill it in and you just hope that it's going to beat that first man, and you're going to have bodies waiting to just put anything on it. But maybe a dink to the back post might have been a little bit better. Maybe a cricketer to beat that first man. It is chances going missing for Sihan, but it's the stranger on the counter-attack. He tries to drill it as well.
Ronaldo's won that, Cruyff.
It's not going across. But certainly opportunities at either end, and I really feel like this one could go either way. Even though Stranger has that goal lead, it is definitely vulnerable.
And you can see here, I think Sihan realises he's just got to go for it at this point. Not too much time left in this game. Adjusting those instructions, making sure that he is giving himself the most attacking options he possibly can. Probably going to see potentially a change of personnel here. I mean, look at that bench, don't you? I mean, what would you give for a bench like that? 98, Pele coming on, prime Pele. Team of the Year Mbappe coming on. We've seen what he can do, and I think a lot of players will be saving that Mbappe for these kind of moments. He's that impact player with that pace who can really create opportunities here. And I'm sure that Sihan is hoping that he's going to do something for him here, the Frenchman, to get him back into this one.
And I like that from Sihan as well. You notice he just quickly flicked onto Pele just to double check. What kind of skill moves has he got? What foot is he on? Just to make sure. He may have played with Pele 20 times, but you still have to double check. You need to know what skills are in the locker as he tries to pull out a few there. But Pele goes down, no penalty. It was a fair challenge. And I think that's one thing we underestimate about FIFA Pros in general, is the amount of research it takes with all these players, not only knowing your own foot items you're using, but your opposition's as well. Can they pull an El Tornado out of the bag here, or do I not have to mark against that because they're only 4-star skills?
Here comes the stranger then, and he's just going to be looking to bite time out of this game, to be honest with you, at the moment. Every second that passes is absolutely fine for the German. Just going to see that clock run down, but Sihan with possession here. Manages to squeeze the ball back inside, but the pass from Messi was nowhere near its intended target. Big tackle again from Rafael Varane, though. And that's something I've really enjoyed seeing here from Sihan. He's won the ball back with his centre-backs very quickly, having given the ball away. And when you have possession, you have the chance of creating something. Hullet almost gets the ball back here. Pele round the corner now to Ronaldo, and there's a ball here for Neymar to chase, and he's fresh on the pitch as well.
Oh,
big commitment. Oh, and he's taken out Ramos as well. Neymar rolls it past. This has to be a goal, and Marcelo can't stop it. The stranger has pretty much put this one to bed with just 10 minutes left in game. Not sure what David De Gea was trying there for Sihan, but I can guarantee you one thing, and it certainly didn't work.
That was frustration, just portrayed in a painting. If we had to just show one moment to demonstrate frustration, that was it. He was like, oh, he's kind of through here. I'm just going to bring my goalkeeper out. I'm going to take that risk. It was a bad risk to take. I said I wanted to see him take risks this game. That's not the kind of risk that you want to be taking, especially against a player like the stranger. Ramos still had that chance to get across the player. You still have the chance to move the keeper in that one-on-one situation. I feel like that is a better situation to put yourself in. But well played from the stranger to keep his composure. Marcelo probably should have done better on the line. Might have been missing. Marcelo's just kind of hipped it in for him there. But the stranger won't mind as he gets that 2-goal cushion back once again. And now Sihan really has to go gung-ho to have any chance here.
Yeah, and you've seen that, the formation change. Obviously 3 at the back now. Get as many players forward as you can. If he gets one back here, there might be a chance. And oh my word, he almost got one back almost immediately. Will be a corner here to Sihan. To manually use that Cristiano Ronaldo at the back post once more. Ronaldo versus Hullet. Ronaldo gets up. Neymar beaten to the ball though.
And Messi beats Ronaldo in the air. How many times have you said that? Probably very little.
I don't think I still haven't said it.
But the new FUT item with Messi and those upgraded stats, he does have that chance, and especially with a bit of momentum behind him, he can leap quite far. As the stranger now has the opportunity to put it to bed.
Eusebio is looking to put this to bed. As you say, Dan goes near post. The pressure from the defender. Maybe just enough to make that opportunity a little bit more difficult. That would have been the game, though. That would have been done and dusted. And I think with the seconds ticking down here and the 2 goals, the difference between the two teams, it's just going to mean there's more chances to close it out here for the stranger. 3v1 opportunity. He decides to take it on early, maybe expecting a little bit of goalkeeper movement, trying to cut that ball out. Ball in towards the back post, will be defended, but the stranger. I predicted him to win this one, Dan. I think you did as well, and I think it's just composure, which has been the difference. I mean, the left foot there of Ruud Hullet will certainly put this one to bed.
Yeah, and I'm sure Sihan will be saying, well, where was that left foot for me when I had a shot with Hullet earlier on today? Well, the difference, I guess, it was finesse and it was timed green. I've criticised Sihan a little bit with some of his mistakes, but it's because I know what Sihan's capable of. I know what an incredible player he is. But also, he's going up against the stranger, Mark. And that makes everything 10 times more difficult.
Yeah, you have to respect the level of player that we are seeing here. And it is going to be the stranger who qualifies into the knockout rounds now. Sihan will pick up his first loss here in the Swiss-style format. So he will be sat at 2-1. But we're going to move over to another game here. It's going to be #Shori, who I believe is sat at 2-0 at the moment, going up against Bundled Stokes. We've just had an all-German affair down, and now we're going to have an all-English affair.
Pretty excited for this one. If I remember correctly, it wasn't last London event, but it was last FUT Champs London event. Stokes actually took down Tex during the Swiss phase, so he's one of those players who definitely has it within him. Currently, it's a 1-0 lead for Shori. And Shori, of course, will be playing in that yellow and blue #kit. Whereas Stokes is going to be playing in white.
Update for you as well. MS Dasari is currently leading 4-0 versus Gorilla in that battle of the Titans. So Dasari, after that big win on penalties earlier, maybe that was the little kick into action that he needed. It seems to be working for him, but this has been a really tight one, Dan. 1 goal between the two players. Into our second leg here, and it's going to be Stokes now, who's working down this right-hand side with Lionel Messi. Trying to cut inside, finds the ball to R9. Drag back here, big chance, goes near post, but finds the post.
And I think the refs need to check this right-hand side post because it has been very popular today already, but what an incredible opportunity that he'd worked well. Decent use of skill moves as well to put himself in that scenario. He's going to be very frustrated he didn't finish it in the end. And now on the other end, Shori is going to try and punish that. I have been on the receiving end of playing Shori in Weekend League, and it was not a fun experience, I can say. As I'm sure it wouldn't be playing any of these 64 players who are here today.
64 of the best in the world descending here on Bucharest. And you can see how tight every single one of these games is. I think the stat that jumped out to me from the Swiss-style format so far is, we talk about Tex, how he's one of the best in the world, got those 2 titles under his belt. The fact that he's won his 2 games in Swiss so far by just that 1 goal shows the level of competition, shows how close it is getting, even from the start of the season, Dan. Seems like everyone has got to grips now with FIFA 19, the ins and outs. And now it's just a battle. It's almost like a war every single time one of these players goes up against each other. Shori them with the big switch of play now.
And of course, you did mention the Gorilla versus Dasari game. That was 2-0, so that will put Dasari at 3-0 and through the Swiss phase. Same situation here. Both players at 2-0 in the Swiss at the moment have that chance to get into the knockouts. And I mean, it would be big for both of them, really, getting out of Swiss. Certainly, #Shuri been relatively quiet so far this year. But I feel like every player who qualifies for these tournaments has that just potential, that glimmer of hope of getting to a console final, getting to a semi-final. Sometimes you've got to knock out a Titan to be able to achieve that. But they've done it before. They've done it in weekend leagues and whatnot. They've played some of the best of the best. But this has been a cagey first half that we've joined in here.
Here we go then, second half underway, as you can see. 0-0 in this game, 1-0. A single solitary, lonely looking goal at the moment between the two teams, and it is Shuri who is holding the advantage. You can see the two players here now in the player cams on the right-hand side. Shuri adopting the hoodie, which seems to have proven quite effective for a few players, notably Tex, Nicholas. Stokes with his down, not sure if that's going to affect him. Maybe there's something in it. Well, it looks by the scoreline there is. I think we're going to see everyone with the hood up by the end of this tournament.
I mean, there's probably psychology behind it as well, to be honest. About just blocking out everyone that's around you, focusing on the game, and maybe even pretending you're in a different environment.
That's a great ball. Mbappe now down this left-hand side. Cruyff turned back inside here for Shuri. Didn't have much possession in that first half, but he won't care as long as that stays at 0. He goes far post and he finds a goal to double the lead. And in a game which is so tight between two players, finding a goal at this time in the second leg could be pivotal.
And you can see how it's affected Stokes as well, just muttering to himself, shaking the head, not happy about it. Whereas for Shuri, it's given him that cushion that he needed. Also slightly different with the hood placement, making sure the hair's still on point. Can appreciate it. How do you feel about that, Mark? Good. Yeah, didn't think so. Didn't think you'd have any comment on it, but it's fine.
I appreciate anyone that has hair. I'll leave it at that. But here comes Stokes now. He's got to find 2 goals in which what has been such a tight game. Chance here for Messi, though, on the edge of the box. Oh, beautiful heel to heel. De Gea gets a big left hand on that one. It was the left boot of Lionel Messi versus the left hand of De Gea there, and De Gea came out on top.
And again, no timed finish on that left foot as well. And that sometimes can be the difference, to give it that extra little bit of power behind it, extra bit of placement. They might just be able to put it past those keepers' fingers. But that's certainly a little bit of a chance that might actually get Stokes thinking, all right, I've got opportunities. I can still get back into this tie. Maybe I can take it to extra time. You have to believe at all moments.
With every single moment that goes past, the more players he's going to have to commit forward, though it will create space here for Shuri. Oh, and it's a loose pass there from Stokes with Neymar. See Shuri's game plan written all over those couple of passes there. He just wants to keep the ball, wait for that perfect opportunity. Ball in behind, Mbappe. Oh, that's a fantastic ball, and I think that might be it.
He's offside. Stokes
stays in it.
Just about survives.
You saw the celebration there from Shuri as well. I think he thought that one was in.
Oh, he did.
Fooled me.
Fooled him, fooled the players, fooled the fans. And now Stokes needs to take this momentum. Going forward, though, but defensively, Shuri's putting his players in all the right positions, just tracking back with his CDMs, making sure there's not any easy pass being able to made into that box. And then he is finding the counter-attack every time, and those counters are going to be coming thick and fast.
Here we go then, changes then in personnel. Similar ones, it's always those front three that you're going to be seeing sort of interchange, especially when you see that 4-2-3-1 narrow variation. Get those fresh legs on the pitch. Messi coming in at that cam spot now for Shuri. Not only does it mean it's going to offer more offensively for him, but it means he's going to be able to cover that space, getting in, helping out those 2 CDMs as well. Cutting those passing lanes. Now you're going to see Stokes on the attack here. What's he got left in the tank here? Can he find a way back into this one? Great scoop turn there from Ronaldo. Tries to feed it back through to Neymar. You can see slightly nervy passing here from Shuri at the back. Pressure coming in here from Stokes, trying to win that ball back. But well played here from Shuri. Took his time, waited for the right opening, and now Lionel Messi, that player who has just come off the subs bench, looking to create an opportunity, and the final hammer blow goes into the hands of De Gea though. Now Stokes, just about 20 minutes left in game to find 2 goals.
And the thing is, Stokes does have firepower. He does have goals in him. The last time we saw him, he scored 68 goals.
Bad touch from Ronaldo.
68 goals in 10 matches last time we saw him at the FUT Cup in London. The fact that Shawry's held him at bay for this long, is that surely offside? No, it's not. Messi somehow found his way in behind the defence. And there is still life for Stokes here. I said he had the firepower. He's found a goal out of nowhere. And he's right back into this tie.
Look at the body language of Shawry as well. Look to the heavens, deep breath. Stokes, focused, determined, knows that he has found a way back into this one. It seems like ever since Shawry went up by 2 goals here, he has looked a little bit nervy. Passing not been quite as precise as it was. He's almost telegraphed a few of the passes to the fact that he's trying to keep possession, trying to play that ball backwards. Messi now coming forward. Tackle there from Hullet. Ronaldinho fighting with Messi to try and get the ball, and CR7 now has won the ball. Here's Mbappe down the left-hand side for Stokes. Streaks away from his man, tries to get the ball in between both the legs of Paolo Maldini, but couldn't get inside the box. Shawry survives here. 15 minutes left to go.
And Shawry just needs to be careful that he doesn't fall into that same trap of just passing the ball around and giving opportunities. But there's a man in the middle and a man on the left.
Oh, what a tackle.
But Ramos gets to the floor so quickly. And if that was a tackle made by Stokes, then he should be very proud of that one.
Shawry then on the attack again, and there's a big chance here to finish things off. Hullet, big save from De Gea. Oh, he's going to want that one back if he doesn't manage to close this game out.
You saw Mbappe maybe even thought that the goal was going in on the left-hand side there. He was almost wheeling away in jubilation. I don't know if that was control of the player himself, or whether that was just in-game. 8 minutes left now.
Just 1 goal between the 2 players. Ronaldinho, the cricketer. Neymar inside the box. Drag back from Neymar. Can he finish it? No, he can't. The defender just manages to get back in time. There's been chances at both ends, Dan. This could have really gone either way in the last few minutes.
You know, I spoke about the offensive record of the previous game and how there were just goals aplenty for the stranger. Bundled Stokes has an average of 5.6 goals per match. From the 3 tournaments he's played, from the 19 matches he's played. Well, that's absolutely insane stuff. But at the moment, he needs to actually dig deep and find one of those goals. Is this going to... You've got to predict that every attack is going to be your last attack at this point, because you know that Shawry just has that ability to just hold the ball for the last few minutes now.
It's exactly what Shawry's going to be looking to do at this point. Messi just going backwards. Keep hold of the ball, and you'll win the Battle of Britain here. Marcelo with lots of space here, and that just means more seconds are going to tick off the clock. Stokes just can't get close enough to Shawry to make an interception. Oh, he had the chance, but Messi just couldn't collect it. Is there one more chance here? No, there isn't. And look at the reaction there from Shawry. He knows how much that means. That means he's into the knockouts as well, I believe. I thought it was the final whistle. It wasn't. It was a free kick down. I'm getting ahead of myself.
But
there
it's still probably enough.
We're fine.
Kicks the ball out of play.
Shawry's fooled me twice.
Shawry gets through to the knockouts then. 3-0 in the Swiss. And I think we might be moving over potentially to Gorilla and Dasari. Last we heard, it was 4-0 to Dasari against Gorilla, Mark.
Yep.
Which would put him 3-0. And there we go. 3 goals on the board makes it 7-0.
Oh, dear. Oh, that's a tough one for Gorilla to take. We've just seen 2 Englishmen go up against each other. We're seeing 1 Englishman get taught a little bit of a lesson, to be honest with you here. And it's Dasari. He's looking to find another one here. Pele's in behind. Almost finds one here, but with just 30 minutes left in game. I mean, this one's pretty much done and dusted.
This is revenge for Dasari as well. Do you not remember at the last time in Bucharest, these 2 faced up against each other in the quarterfinals, and it was Gorilla who took down Dasari in that tournament, knocked him out. And we were all asking questions about the current world champion. Is he going to be good enough in FIFA 19? Well, here's your answer. He comes back. He's obviously won a FUT Cup in London as well, and he is a scary, scary man on FIFA 19.
Both of these players going into this game as well, down 2-0 records. So this will be qualification guaranteed. I mean, that's what Gorilla can do. That's what he can do. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too late. with just 20 minutes left in game. The El Tornado finding the space and Ruud Gullit connecting very, very sweetly with that ball into the near post. But for me, this is a big test for Gorilla. Not only, he's obviously come off the back of a bit of a drubbed here in this particular game against Dasari, but it's how does he bounce back here? How does he bounce back in his next game? That's definitely one for everyone here in the building, other players and everyone at home to keep an eye on.
And of course, we've joined this game quite late. You imagine it 4 goals down, Gorilla probably threw everything forward, and that naturally is going to present more opportunities for MS Dasari. So the scoreline might not quite reflect how well Gorilla has played in this game. So take it with a pinch of salt, but at the same time, you can just appreciate how well Dasari obviously has been playing to find those goals. But Gorilla can bounce back. He does have the ability to still qualify. 2 more games left, of course, for him to find just 1 victory. But it's about who he faces. Is he going to face anyone that can do exactly what Dasari's done here?
Strike there from Cristiano Ronaldo will be blazed over the bar from Gorilla. But sometimes it can be a good thing, Dan, to take a loss in the Swiss-style format. It just refocuses you a little bit, especially if you're going up against a player like Dasari. There's 2 ways of kind of looking at it for me. It's kind of, this could potentially be a final for me. This is someone I can match up within a final. This result proves to me, can I beat someone? Can I win a tournament? Or the other way around is, I've played one of the best in the world now. Now I know what I've got to expect. Now I know what level I've got to raise my game to. It's what Gorilla can take away from this result in a positive light.
Yes, what he can learn from this game.
Exactly.
Is he just going to put this game past and say, don't care, I lost. I didn't have any luck in that game. Or is he going to look at it and say, all right, well, I didn't pass it well enough, or I didn't defend well enough. If he can analyze it and learn from it, then he will qualify out of the Swiss. As there is one final chance. As Modric puts it wide. And of course, we know, and you know, there is no coming back for Gorilla. So it's almost a lap of victory now for Dasari at this point. He can just do what he likes, demonstrate a couple of skills, just have fun with the game. Try and improve those statistics that I often ramble on about, Mark. Goals scored and goals against. But clearly, Dasari has played well in this tie.
And he just seems to be getting better and better every single time that we see him as well. That's the scary thing about Dasari. Every time that we talk about him, it's obviously he's the current FIFA World Cup champion. But every tournament, he started a little bit slow this year, took a little bit of time to get used to FIFA 19.
Oh, yeah.
To the meta game. I mean, he said it himself. He wasn't using time finishing at one point. He had to go away and learn that after one tournament.
Paris Games Week, he had time finishing turned off. He didn't touch goalkeeper movement, and he suffered because of it. But he's still got victories. He's still got out of that Swiss phase because he is just a fantastic FIFA player. And I've heard people saying online, because we know there's patches coming, there's changes to the game, people aren't going to be able to cope in FIFA as soon as we see maybe time finesse not being as good. Dasari is example number 1 of these FIFA players are so good that they just adjust to whatever meta is thrown at them.
Very, very true. And there is the final whistle. We knew the result a long time ago, but Dasari will take down a Gorilla in fairly convincing fashion, I think we have to say that. So now, we're set up beautifully. We've got our players who have started qualifying for the knockout rounds. We've got some players who obviously are going to be going home as well. And as soon as we can keep you up to date with that, we'll let you know some of the players who might have been sent home, unfortunately. But Dan, that's going to do it for now. We're going to go back to the couch, I believe, with Jimmy and the guys.
Q on set and Gaskin, good call of that game or multiple games. Are you pretty surprised by that result in particular? Dasari, I mean, absolutely decimating Gorilla. 2 world champions going head to head.
Not surprised by the result, surprised by the scoreline. Yeah, I thought Dasari would get the win. But yeah, Gorilla can bounce back from that. It's not going to be the kind of guy that's going to see him struggle. He's still 2 for 1. It's a good position to be in, but it just reaffirms what we kind of already knew, which is Dasari's nearly in a class of his own.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying off camera that maybe he will supplant Gorilla as the best FIFA player of all time.
I kind of think he already has, to be honest. I mean, Gorilla has been so consistent for so many years, but in terms of championships, in this kind of what I'll call the FUT Champions era, in the last sort of 3 years, since it's kind of the weekend league and all these things, Dasari has been the best player across 3 years. And yeah, I guess it's open to interpretation as to whether you say that makes him the best player of all time, but if he's not already, he's very close.
It's a never-ending conversation. You can go back and forth on that. All right, let's get to our feature match, which was between Chehan and the Stranger. predictions were pretty good for us, Spencer.
Yeah, we got them right. As you can see, Stranger in the Basel kit here, starting things off with a nice finesse from the edge of the box there against Sheehan. This is a battle of 2 European clubs, of course.
And 2 Germans.
In RB Leipzig there, yeah. And Sheehan not happy about that one. Stranger never looks happy, but he was probably doing jumping jacks
even
on the
keel,
inside.
all things considered.
He went 1-0 up. This is Sheehan on the ball here in the white and red kit. Nice movement into the box. Good football. Good finish at the near post. It was quite tight.
It was tight
for many
until
points of the
the very end. I think is where the Stranger made a few plays that made the difference. But you can see that nod of approval. It's a good feeling when you actually execute exactly the way that you want.
These guys have played each other a lot as well, so there's a lot of respect between the 2 players, I'm sure, in terms of what they're both capable of. Good ball to the back stick.
I love some back post cheddar.
Yeah.
That's a big risk, though, to pull out your goalkeeper. I know you're chasing the game a little bit. You're down a goal, but Spencer, too big of a risk there. He still had some time. He would have gotten another 1 or 2 opportunities on goal.
He still had quite a lot to do, even when he did the keeper. He still had to get around the defenders, 2 ball rolls in a row, and then even the finish was a little bit of luck involved, to be honest, because I'm not convinced it was definitely going in. It was affected off the defender, wide. But look at that. He's so good at this skill, Stranger, and he knows exactly what he's doing. So you can't really give him a moment's rest or a moment's space outside the box. He'll punish you, and he gets the win, which is good for a lot of our predictions, with the exception of one man. We have lost someone from our Swiss format predictions.
Yeah, who is that?
Richard Buckley clearly knows nothing about FIFA.
Clearly not his lucky shirt.
He
might not want to wear that ever again.
He's out. He's out.
He's not out?
He is out.
He is out.
No, 0 for 3. He's
but
gone.
Is there any 1 and 2s?
He's still in. There's a couple of 1 and 2s. Carl's on 1 and 2. Mike LaBelle's on 1 and 2. Brandon's on 1 and 2. Nightwatch or Ivan's on 1 and 2. And I think Rachel. No, Rachel's actually doing well. Rachel's
she's 2 and 1.
2 and 1, yeah.
Yeah, like you and me.
Yes.
Firm handshake for that.
And
what
you?
about Boris? Boris 2 and 1?
Boris is 2 and 1.
Let's bring it in for the real thing.
Cheers. Good handshakes.
Cheers on that.
Firm.
Okay, so in the other game that we were watching on the PlayStation side, I thought was Marco beat NYC Chris.
Yeah.
So he's got 3 wins. He's going through. He's taking that Oceania vibe, good Oceania vibe that he's got going on, and turning it into something positive. So he's going to be in the knockout rounds for us with day 2.
Yeah.
And then, but let's talk about the other matchup that we were watching there at the end in Xbox, because it's #Shori, who
against Tom Stokes. Yeah.
And Stokes scores a lot of goals. He held him to just 1. He's only given up 2 goals in 6 halves so far.
It was pretty late as well, to be fair to Tom Stokes' goal. I thought he was going to get another clean sheet. Yeah, sure he's not scoring a crazy amount of goals, but right now he's not having to. He's had a shutout in the first game, only conceded 1 in the next 2, and he's 3-0, which is massive. I think he's going to be in the same section of, obviously, Dasari, who he could be playing in the next match. I think we've got, I'm not sure on the results, but I think we're going to have Danny and Tex potentially in there as well. So some huge matchups for Shori, but regardless, he's through, which is a massive achievement for a relative newcomer, really.
All right, let's take a look now at the results for round 3 of PS4. Some shockers, some surprises.
Some exits. This is where people exit us, Jimmy. It's sad to see, but it does happen. Just like Bunyada 10-10, for example. He's gone. Aga's beaten him in that elimination match. Aga stays alive for now.
The Kingfisher.
I'm not going to lie. I'm relatively happy that El Sebastian Sizzle's gone out. Not because I don't like him, because I don't know how to say his name, and I no longer have to say it.
Marcuso drops to 1 and 2 now. He's obviously got his back against the wall here, coming into round 4.
He needs a big performance in this tournament as well, because he's not qualified for much other things. So he needs to get some wins under his belt.
Yeah, Yeah. Sorry, we have a little bit of a mic difficulty for Boris right now. So, Boris, we're going to take over what you just said.
I'll summarise what he basically said. He basically just said there's some really good games, and I like FIFA.
Yeah, and I really like sitting next to Jimmy and Spencer. I think that's what he said.
It was more or less that.
Yeah, more or less
deeper
that.
sort of Swedish accent.
All right, now let's take a look at the Xbox side of things. Goal Machine and Lyrics 0-0.
I think they
maybe they haven't
come in
played yet.
I think
Maybe they haven't
come
played
in,
yet. That needs to be updated because that doesn't seem right. Those guys score a lot of goals.
Yep.
Kid Mamito loses his second. Remy Martin is now out. And Rasic survives with his back against the wall. It's a lot of goals with your back against the wall. Dax gets another win. Tass gets another one, another tight one for him. He won 5-4 last round, 3-2 this time around.
Yeah, it's a good battle, that one.
Yeah.
Two guys.
Danny 6-4 over Senna. That's a good one. And
so we don't know the Tex results. So either Tex or Fully is going to be in that 3-0 category. Whoever's won that will be through and in that same situation as Shori, Danny, and Dasari.
Now, since Shori's on your team, we'll talk about him directly because you know him a little bit better than everybody else. How do you think he's going to handle now qualifying and for these next two games and then also for the knockout rounds?
Well, we were just talking about it with the man whose mic's not working, Boris. We were talking about it off camera, which is how important are these next two games. We sort of differed on it a little bit. I think they're really important because it's seeding, obviously, to get 4 wins or 5 wins or just 3 wins. It determines who you're going to play in the knockout round. If you get 5, you're going to play someone with one of the worst of records, so 3-2.
Right.
And you're protected. You're not going to play some of the other guys with 4-1 or whatever. So, but then you could also argue, which I think was what Boris was going to say, is that you still have very, very good players on 3-2, and you can still come up against some great players. So it's obviously not the be-all and end-all. You've got 2 ways of approaching it. You either go, okay, I'm through. Maybe I use this opportunity to experiment a little bit and to try different things in preparation for the knockouts. If I'm Shori specifically, I'd actually not do that. I'd go, right, for whatever reason, my defence is rock solid right now, and now I'm going to go up against someone else with a perfect record. Can I replicate it? Can I go up against one of the potential, or shall we say, favourites, and do that again? Because if I do, then people are going to start fearing me. But then you've got to also think it a bit more, and you think, maybe if I do it in this game, does it give away my secrets? Maybe I shouldn't do it against him in case I play him later. I don't know, Jim.
Yeah, well, that's some dynamite insight, regardless. And some other people that have some dynamite insight are over at the breakdown board. It's Rachel and a guy who I think looks hotter than someone that lives in Cornwall in the summer. It is Mike LaBelle.
Well, who knows where he lives in the summer? Who knows? But if he goes to Cornwall, I'm sure he gets on his motorbike and has a nice little trip around those country lanes. But we'll get on to that after this clip because we obviously are joined by #Shori next to me, who just sailed through there. And firstly, well, congratulations. But secondly, your first major as a # player as well. How is that feeling?
It's amazing to be representing #. Obviously comes with a little bit of pressure as well, but it's been going good so far. There's been some close games there, but I've managed to pull through in every game, and just feel absolutely amazing about it. So. But
pressure as well, but as support, because I was watching actually where the guys are sitting with the couch, and Spence there was really rallying for you, really hoping you were going to go all the way, and you did. Obviously 3-0 now, you can go through safely. And do you really care as much about the next 2 games? Do you know actually who you're even taking on?
I'm not sure yet. The next 2 games are more, obviously I am through, so I can lose them both, but obviously that's not the plan. There's more to adjust to, just more adjust into the gameplay and just, practice, really. That's all this is. But obviously seeding would be nice, but everyone who gets through to the knockouts is an amazing player. You're not going to have an easy match, basically, is what I'm saying. So it's more just practice, I would say. Will we see you changing things up now then in the next 2 games? I might try a few different tactics, but I have conceded 2 goals in 3 games, so I might just stick with what I'm using at the moment. But yeah, it's all just sort of practice right now. We were very much impressed with that stat there, weren't we, Mike, about how many goals he has conceded. Only 2, but you've only actually scored 7, and we're about to see...
How are you going to bring him down like that?
No, because I'm
How are you going to bring him down? The man's on a high right now. 2 goals conceded.
Okay, now let's have a go at Rachel. No, because I was going to transition nicely into showing one of those goals. Here we have it. Here is one of those 7 goals here. Mike, just have a little chat with Shari about this one.
It's really good build-up play. It's all about getting in behind and then trying to be deceptive, trying to mislead your opponent in the best way possible. And it does end in a first-time finesse shot. Super overpowered still in this build of the game. We do have a patch, I think, coming out next week, which is supposed to kind of work out some of the finesse shots. But it's so important because it's ended up being the go-ahead because Stokes does get 1 goal back.
I think the goal is quite a standard goal on FIFA 19, but the setup before, to sort of work down the wing, and then you can sort of pass between your striker and your CMs, and it's hard for them to know when you're going to shoot, when you're going to pass, when you're going to maybe fake shot or something like that. So, yeah, I like setting those up because they go in.
They do, and they go in nicely. Let's have a quick look at one of those goals that you have saved so well throughout the tournament. We're going to actually have a pause on this as well, but you can talk.
Yeah, so as I'm sure that he's going to tell us here what's going through his mind, but I mean, with defending, the goalkeeper movement is really important as well. So talk to us right here. I see the goalkeeper starting to come out.
Well, as soon as I see him turn my defender here, obviously I'm extremely scared because I'm thinking, yep, you scored. But I pull the keeper back. I try and pull the keeper back onto the goal line so that it kind of scares him and makes him think, oh, I'm not sure which way. Once he sees my keepers moving, it might make him start to panic. So yeah, and then
you're gonna see that here. It's kind of a game of cat and mouse.
Yeah, and then when he started dribbling, I was like, is he gonna shoot? Like, you want to score, but I ended up just bringing my keeper out, and yeah, it was probably a bit lucky that he saved that, but yeah, moving him onto the goal line, I would say, is what kind of puts him off a little bit at first.
Yeah, it was almost like a 3-step goalkeeper movement where you came out, you sat back, and then right when you saw him take an additional touch, attack.
Yeah.
And I just think it put him off finishing.
And when we were just asking him off camera, we were saying, can you explain that? He was like, well, actually explain it. When you're actually in the game.
At the time, I don't even know what's going on. As soon as he turns my defender, it's just awful. But I was like, but great games to Tom. Like, he's an absolutely amazing player. I'm sure he'll make it through to knockouts. Like, he's honestly an amazing player. But yeah, just buzzing to have made it through.
Absolutely buzzing. And you just asked as well, would you be able to give a shout out to some of your mates?
Oh, yes.
Of course you can. It's your time in the limelight. Do what you want.
Back at home, Michael, Dan, Matt, massive shout out to the boys. That's all I need to say.
I'm right here,
I'm
right here.
Well, I hope all of you guys were watching because he's been awesome and he's sailing through to the next round. Boys, back to you.
Very much, Rachel. Some good insight there from Shori.
Yeah.
Boris, welcome back.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you very much.
It's great to hear your
feels
voice.
Good. Feels good.
So how impressive is it for him to only have given up 2 goals in 6 games? I know they're 2-legged affairs, so 3 matches, but ultimately 6 games.
I'm pretty confident it's the least anyone's conceded in the tournament thus far. I think there's been some moments. I've watched a lot of the games quite closely. Tassi hit the bar a couple of times in the first game, which he can't take credit for necessarily. But then that save he just talked about, we've moving the goalkeeper like a Martian or whatever on the line. Pulling out that save was unbelievable.
Is that what Martians do?
Yeah, have you not seen him? That was unbelievable from him. So got to take some credit for it.
Sure.
And it can't be a coincidence when you've done it over 3 games, particularly in that last game against Tom Stokes, who was 2-0. So if I was going up against Shuri, I'd be thinking, like, what is it this guy's doing defensively that's stopping people scoring?
Now, Boris, he said he wasn't going to do anything different these next 2 games. Shori in particular, he's just going to practice because he's already qualified for the knockout rounds. But is there anything to practice? I mean, he seems to be playing as well as he's ever has.
I mean, he's doing very, very well. We're seeing 2 players previously who had the same defense. It was FUT in the first 2 tournaments. We also saw Nicholas having the same defense in London. And like we said previously, it's a defense that wins you tournaments. The only thing that I might say that he doesn't score enough goals. He's defending like a Greek god, but he doesn't score so much. We're seeing him score 2 goals. I think it was in the second leg 3 goals, and now once again 3 goals. So he's lacking maybe a little bit in the attack to take that final step. But in the defense, I mean, amazing, really.
All right, well, that's a lot of looking back. Now it's time to look forward. Let's take a look at the PS4 matches for round 4. There's going to be some good ones, I promise you, once this graphic goes over my face and you get to see these matchups. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully it's going to happen right now. And there it is. These are the matchups here. Obviously, we've lost a few players that have been knocked out already after 3 rounds. That Tuga game against Chihan should be very, very good. Marcuso versus Levinkin. Any other matchups, guys?
I like NYC Chris versus Rasta Arthur. I think that's going to be quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, the Stranger versus Hasu, these guys have been doing really well. And obviously Marco against Pino, it's a really good test for Marco. We kind of wrote him off a little bit. Only one person predicted him to beat Lev earlier in the day, which he shut us all up, and he's gone on to win another game since then. So if he goes out and beats, I mean, he's already got to be taken seriously, but if he gets a result against Pino, then he's got to be looked at as a potential favourite.
Yeah, and we have also a lot of big matchups from players that are 1 and 2. Icevogel against Lord Yurt. We also have Age playing against Diego, who was
that's an elimination game
in the semifinals in the last major. So this is a very, very tough round for him, definitely. And also we had Levinkin playing against Marcus. So tough rounds. And they have to win.
All right, guys, if you want to vote on what we're going to see next, use the hashtag NextMatchFIFA and then go over to EA FIFA Esports on Twitter. Which one do you want to see? Make sure you vote, of course, to make that happen.
They're all elimination games.
They're all elimination games.
So 4 of the 8 guys on the screen are going home.
So there's really not a bad game there, but let us know which one that you guys want to see, and we'll watch it with you, of course. So make that happen. Use the Twitter hashtag next match FIFA, and then EA FIFA Esports. Cool, you guys got that? You're going to do it right now once we get this break?
I'll do it. Yeah. I'll do it in the break.
All right, guys. So we have a lot of big games that have been finished, and we have a lot of big games coming up. So come back and join us right after this break.
Diego, tenemos 10 minutos. ¿Vamos a echar un FIFA?
Vamos, te voy a ganar, hermano.
Venga, vamos. Dale, Costa, saca. Encima vale Costa, bien.
Complicado la cosa. Totó, que pase para Dieguito La Costa. Gira Costa. ¡Ey! ¿Qué hizo en la otra, mano?
Si hubiese empezado el partido al minuto 30,
la cosa iba a ser otra.
vámonos. Que pase. Cuidado, graba, cuidado, picadito.
Este es un viciado, está engañado.
Tienes que recuperarlo.
Yes! Vamos, chicos, que hay un segundo partido en el vestuario. Vamos, equipo campeón. Pues aquí estamos con Rodri, la cosa está complicada porque el primer partido yo no he estado muy bien, pero tenemos la esperanza porque somos la leche. Dá la vuelta, Rodri. Vai, safadinho. Pero vamos que ahora va un gol.
¡Qué golazo! ¡De Rodri!
¡Qué bien, chaval! Rodri joga muy bien ahí, bajando, va.
Atlético de Madrid. ¡Qué bien! ¡No es para Rodri! Y marca con el dorsal número 7, Antoine Griezmann.
No es tonto, mano. Pero la verdad es que esperaba un poquito más de ti.
Que vaya a ganar, te lo juro. Dale, toma,
¡Gol! ¡Qué golazo de mi hermano! ¡Toma de mar! Pero yo creía que Rodri era mejor que yo, pero la verdad que...
Diego Costa.
Ya te dejo. Te lo mereces, hermano.
Pero un abrazo.
Un beso.
The FIFA 19 Global Series is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach, so make sure you follow them on Twitter at Turtle Beach, and then they're going to have a unique hashtag that they're going to put out there. If you retweet it, you have a chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset, and that's pretty rad, and I want one of those. So I just want to throw that out there.
I actually got one recently.
Yeah, Turtle Beach, if you're watching, hook me up.
I actually got one recently, and I thoroughly recommend it. Never had a headset before.
Really?
Which might shock some people.
Interesting.
But I got sent one, and I've worn it a lot, and I enjoy it.
All right.
So
that's good to know.
That's genuine as well.
That's genuine.
Recommendations.
Maybe I'll borrow it first to get a test ride.
You can do if you want.
Anyway, I'm Jimmy Conrad here with Spencer Owen, and we have another Yvonne for another Yvonne. It's Nightwatch. He's ranked number 22 in the Xbox standings, joining us here today. Thank you for sitting in for the other Yvonne.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I thought he was well dressed, but you're doing well yourself.
Try not to be far behind.
Something about the name Ivan. You've got these very well-educated, very, very well-spoken, 6 languages this guy speaks. Played football with him as well, decent footballer, and obviously decent FIFA player. What are they eating?
What can't you do? What can't you do?
Play FIFA at a very, very high level.
Well, welcome to the club. You're at the perfect spot.
Yeah, well.
All right, so what have you seen so far through the 3 rounds? Any big shocks for you?
I mean, I wouldn't go as far as say big shocks. Obviously, the last game, the Dossery Gorilla game that we saw, we didn't expect such high scoring games, especially Gorilla only scoring 1 goal and Dossery scoring 7. We see the usual Tex winning games, Danny winning games. We see the PlayStation side, Stefano Pina doing very well. We see some surprises, but nothing that much out of the ordinary.
All right, how about FUT Marco? Because coming out of the Oceania region, I don't know if there's a lot of expectation around him.
Exactly, maybe that helped him. Maybe not having these expectations helped him do well. I saw some of his games.
there were some tense games. You can see FUT was down. He was supporting him, and he was shouting. You can see the emotion. You can see the passion and what it meant to him. And you can definitely say he's kind of an unexpected player to be at the score he is, and definitely probably outperforming his expectations.
And now he's qualified for the knockout round, so he can take a little bit of a breather if he wants to, of course. You want to keep that form. We've seen players that do really, really well on day one and then lose their first knockout round, and that's got to be crushing. But what isn't crushing is that you guys voted on who we're going to see next, and it's Aga versus Diego. Very exciting game between these two competitors. They're both 1 and 2, so their backs are against the wall. Whoever loses is going home. I don't know as much about Diego, but I know for Aga, that would be crushing for him. Well, crushing for either player, but Aga seems to come in with a lot of hype, a lot of reputation.
Well, he's qualified for a lot of events thus far. So far, you know, in this series, but he hasn't. There's a few coming up that he hasn't got into. So he knows he wants some big points here, and you've seen how significant it can be getting out the group. The extra points, it goes from 150 to 275, and then obviously it gets exponentially bigger the further you go. So as far as you can make it of this weekend, it could be a huge difference. Someone like Aga has already got a decent amount of points, could be securing him maybe even a World Cup spot this weekend.
All right, now let's take a look at these intros that they've created, and then I'll come back and do one of my own. Check this out. Yeah, I'm feeling the Aga Karate Kid type thing he's got going on.
Wax on, wax off.
Wax on, wax off. He's finding his inner chi. So let's talk about this. When you've had your back against the wall in a competition, Night Watch, how are you feeling? Do you change anything? Do you stick with what you usually do, or what's the mentality?
Well, it depends how your games go. How if you're unlucky, if you concede a lot of goals, if you're doing well but just get these margins not go for you, they go against you. If you're 0-2 or 1-2 and you're not performing well, obviously you have to change something. Let me tell you, I've been watching some of Aggie's games. He concedes a lot of goals. It's almost like his defenders just lay out the red carpet for his opponent's attackers. It's just, you have the feeling that his defense is not on point. And that's probably something he has to change, focus on the defense. And he will score goals, but he has to focus on not concede that many.
Now, we hear the phrase margins a lot. Do you feel like that's an easy excuse for some players when they're just not playing well, Sven?
Well, Aga has lost his fine margins a lot the first few games. Obviously penalties, and then 1 goal in the second game. So he'll be feeling low, but then you've got to look at the same time you're seeing people go through 5-0, 6-0. There is a difference being established between the guys that are performing at a very high level and the guys that are either scraping through or just being unlucky. So there's no doubt Aga can play better. But he's going to have to raise it in this game because he's up against a tough opponent. One of them's going to be leaving us, and it will be disappointing for either of them. You can see them there just in front of me here. I can see them just like you guys can. They're actually really here. They're definitely actually there.
That's them for sure. But I love that graphic. You can scratch Aga's head right here. So predictions. Night Watch, we're going to go with you first.
Having played with Aga at an event last year, I know when he has his back against the wall, he performs. So I would go with Aga.
Okay.
I think I'm going to agree. I'm going to go Aga as well. So I'm going to write these down for us both here. I mean, we could be losing some people here from the prediction game, guys. Swiss format kicks in. Swiss format affects everyone, guys. It's a real thing.
No, I understand.
It's a struggle.
Man, I'm on the fence here. I obviously want to go with Aga. I have Danish blood in my family.
Wow.
But there's something about Diego. I feel like he's a bit of an unknown. You don't know how he's going to show up, or how he's going to respond.
Maybe that helps. We saw FUT with Marco. Underdog, in a way. Maybe it helps.
But
will you risk it?
No, I'm going to go with Aga.
Safe.
Ooh. Yeah,
Wait,
it's
is it
safe.
That's not necessarily. Not necessarily, guys. We'll see, won't we?
We'll see. It'll be interesting. You think it's going to be big? You think it's going to be tight? What do you think?
Tell you what, it's big for you because you're 1 and 2 right now on your guesses. So you need this to come through. Me and Jimmy are in a pretty safe position, 2 and 1. So we can get this wrong and we're still alive.
That's true. Your back is against the wall, just like these other guys.
That's why I'm backing a player who's also has his back against the wall but performs. So hope he performs for me as well.
Nice.
All right, now before we throw it over to the casters for this game, let's talk about the guys that are maybe 2 and 1. Because like you and I are in the Swiss format, we can take a little risk. Are you changing anything there? I'm really curious about kind of that middle class. They're 1 game away. You obviously don't want to go 2 and 2 because then anything can happen, but you don't want to play tight either.
Yeah, I don't see that as a great position to be in at this point now going to the fourth game. Obviously better than the other way, 1 and 2, but you haven't got a lot of room for manoeuvre. So if you can get the win now, you take the pressure off, you can go into that last game and you can try things out. If you go into 2 and 2, that's a stressful environment to be in. It's pretty much the worst case scenario. If you go through, it's the worst way to go through because you've had to go through the stress of 5 games. If you go through to 3, even if you lose the next 2, you're a little bit relaxed.
So Nightwatch, I guess it kind of depends on how you got to 2 and 1. Because if you started down with 1 loss and you won 2 straight, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
But if you started 2 and 0 and you dropped 1, now you're feeling a little uncertain.
As I said, it depends on how you got there. If you got lucky, if you got unlucky, if you have to change something, if you're feeling confident, if you lost against a player like Tex or like Gorilla or like Dossery. If you lost against one of them, you can say, okay, he's one of the favorites. I can still play my game and be confident enough to go through.
All right, round 4 of the FUT Champions Cup presented by PlayStation 4 is about to begin. So we're going to throw it over to our casters, Gaskin and Onset. Guys, what are your predictions?
What are our predictions, Dan? What are our predictions? I'm going to go with... I've got to go with Aga. I think I agree with you, Jimmy. I think Aga's... He's got his back against the wall. We've done it before, and I think he knows how important this tournament is for him. So I think Aga.
Okay.
I'm going to go on the other side. I think I'm going to go with Diego.
All right.
Looking
Contrarian.
at the amount of goals that Aga has conceded so far this tournament and across every tournament he's been in thus far, I think he's very vulnerable at the back. I think Diego might take advantage of that.
Interesting. Well, Spencer's writing that down right now, so we'll see who's the champion at the end of this. Hopefully I go through, because if Aga wins, then I'm going to go to the knockout rounds, and that's going to feel pretty good. So good luck with the call, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And just to let everyone know at home, me and Dan, we're both 2 and 1 as well. So we're both 2 and 1, but that's going to change now. That's going to change because you've gone one way and I've gone the other.
Yeah, the handshake was too firm, so I didn't really want to stick with you anymore.
Okay,
Sorry.
fair enough. Fair enough. I'll let you off for that one. But obviously, we're going to have Diego going up against Aga now. Aga, we know how big a tournament this is for him. We've already talked about that one. Diego, a little bit of more unknown quantity, so to speak. But talk us through their performances so far, because the guys on the desk were saying it's so important about how you get to 1 and 2, isn't it? If you've just won a couple of games or whatever, you know, your confidence can be high. But if it's the other way around, it can feel very, very different this game.
Well, Aga could very easily be 2 and 1. He lost his opening on penalties. He drew 6-6 with Lev and then lost that one penalties 5-3. He then went on to lose 7-8 against Marv. Very close one. He then beat Arda 5-4 in his 3rd game to make sure he actually survived in this competition. On the other side for Diogo, he started off a bit better. He went 6-4 versus Marcuso, so he went 1-0. But then he fell to both Tuga and Rasta Arta. Rasta Arta being a 3-4 game, so very close in that one as well. But it's just the amount of goals that Aga's conceded, I think, for me, has me slightly concerned. If you can concede 8 goals, or what, he's conceded 18 goals in 3 games, or 3 matches, that leaves him very vulnerable, I think, at the back. And Diogo should be able to at least take something from that.
Okay, well, it will obviously keep an eye on how this game starts. It's something for you guys at home to keep an eye on is how Aga's going to be defending. But, I mean, we're talking about players that have managed to go through already. We should talk about some of those players, because everyone at home, you know, we can't show absolutely every single game here, but we want to keep you up to date. You know, Stefano Pina, he's through. Marco's through. The Stranger's through. Hasso's gone through as well, 3-0. And on the other side of things, IX Danny, he's 3-0. He's through. He's done. MS Desari and, of course, Shori, who we heard from earlier. What a big performance coming in from #Shori.
Yeah, it's great to see. Of course, he said it's his first major since being under hashtag, so it was extremely important for him to be able to do so. And we'll see how he does in these next couple of games as well, just to try and seed himself better. But for Aga, just going back to our tie, I mean, this is his, 6th tournament in a row now. He's qualified for every tournament thus far. His record's not fantastic. He had one really good tournament, of course, the FUT Cup #1, where he reached the console semi-finals. He went 6-2 in that tournament. But elsewhere, he's really struggled to get out of the Swiss. He's 120 goals for and 127 goals against. That means on average, he's conceding around 2.18 goals per game. Not per leg, per game. So about 4.36 per match.
Yeah.
That's just not really good enough, is it? Like, clearly he needs to be working on that.
Yeah, it's certainly an area to be looking at, and it's interesting to see if he's managed to adapt to, you know, the matter of the finesse shot. If he's able to close that space down quick enough, maybe that's something we can keep an eye on. Maybe it's something else. Maybe he's just not, getting on with defending it in FIFA 19, which is surprising to say for such an experienced player who's picked up so many of the different titles and had so much success across them. But On the other side of things, I want to keep an eye on Diego. Why have you gone for him? This is interesting. Is it because of Aga's defense, or do you think there's a little bit of magic here that some of us aren't seeing that you are?
I was able to get a sneak peek of some of his games off camera. They obviously weren't put on stream, and I like the way he goes forward. I like the attacking football that he offers. He tries to play a lot of through balls, a lot of risky through balls that I really enjoy currently in FIFA, especially using players like Mbappe who have that speed to beat those defenders. And I think he might just catch Aga out. Also, I wanted to go with something a little bit different. I wanted to be controversial as well. So there is that side of things. But the thing is with Aga, yes, okay, he's not had great results in the Swiss in 4 out of 5 of the tournaments he's been. But he's been at 5 tournaments. He's qualified. He's got that far. He's beat incredible players to qualify for his 6th tournament in a row. I mean, the man is insane.
He's insane. And he's sat in 7th place at the moment. If we look at the Global Series ranking points as well. I mean, 7th. That's pretty impressive considering how many tournaments we've had. And it's a testament to his consistency in qualification to where he is currently sat. But as the guys on the desk have said, and as everyone at home right now knows, his back is against the wall. And if this particular game does not go his way, then it's a very quick trip to Bucharest here.
But his back was against the wall in the previous game, and he was able to come out of that one with a 1-goal lead. Whereas for Diego here, this is his first time. It's his first do-or-die match now. Because he was 1-1 in the previous round. It wasn't the chance of him being eliminated from the competition, but now he does face the chance of being eliminated. How will the pressure fall on him? Because he hasn't been at the last 5 tournaments like Aga has. He doesn't have that kind of LAN experience on FIFA 19 like Aga has. So that is going to be the big question here. And it's going to be certainly a tight affair.
Well, here we go then. An elimination game here in Bucharest. Let's see who can get off to the hot start here and who is going to struggle and who will be going home. It's, of course, Aga taking on Diego. It will be Aga who's playing in the blue. Diego in the white. Of course, Aga representing North. Fantastic esports organisation. And the first attack of the game will be going to Aga here. To Diego there. There was a player on the overlap just on that left-hand side. He found himself in a pocket of space, but he couldn't quite find that pass through. And interesting to see already that player finding space in behind Aga's defence.
And that's what he's going to be looking for. He's going to be looking for those runs and those players trying to just nip in behind. And if he can beat them, if he can get that one shot on goal, and maybe a goal up here might just take a slight blow to Aga's confidence. Whereas if Aga can take the lead, you'd imagine that he will be able to kind of nurture that lead and guide his way to victory and use that experience that we know he has.
So much on the line here for these players. Of course, the Global Series ranking points all to play for. Every single round that you manage to progress at this stage, if you get through to the knockouts, the increments of points just flies up. And it's so vital for these players' seasons. You know, that's what they've worked for. That's what they've put the hours and hours in, and Weekend League and the qualification process to make it to these events is to get those Global Series ranking points, to give themselves a chance of making it to that E-World Cup final. But here is Diego down this right-hand side. Vieira now, just around the edge of the box. Manages to find a nice reverse pass, and Ruud Gullit has found the back of the net almost immediately. 11 minutes gone in game, and Aga finds himself one behind.
And that's just his vulnerable defence showing once again, trying to close down a couple of players, not able to track the run of Gullit there. And then a comfortable finish, no goalkeeper movement in time to stop it. And Diego, the Argentinian, is now going to have that chance to try and just really batter Aga here and say, all right, he is for the taking. I've seen him be knocked out of Swiss 4 out of the 5 tournaments he's been in. I have the chance now to make that 5 out of 6.
Certainly a scalp you're going to want to take. You turn up to any tournament and you take Aga out of the tournament, you're going to be pretty happy with yourself. You know you're going to have done something right. And as you say, the Argentine now has the lead, but here comes Aga. Pretty poor touch there from Cristiano Ronaldo just around the top of the edge of the box. Means that Diego will bring this ball away once again. No surprise here to see both players using that 4-2-3-1 formation. Such a staple now in FIFA 19. Only a few players who don't use that. 4-2-2, pretty much the alternative that you will see. Cancelo in at that right-back position. First time we've seen him today. Of course, that 86 rated in form for item. 4-star skills as well, so Cricket is going to be more and more viable when he gets into space, but Diego at the moment just playing with him, pulling out a few skill moves of his own. Ronaldo inside the box. Vieira back to R9, and there's Hullet again, the first goal scorer, looking for his second. Well defended, though, by Agger.
Yeah, Agger was absorbing a lot of pressure there. He was kind of waiting for Diego to have a shot, I feel, but again, just reaching and grabbing that ball out of possession from Agger, just not allowing him to have any sort of counter-attack. Very kind of aggressive defending from Diego, high up the pitch, making sure that it's not going to be a comfortable pass around for Agger. But at the same time, Agger will be like, well, if that shot is going to be all you come to from the end of all that possession is just a quick cricketer and then a poor shot from Hullet, I'd be more than happy for that to happen. However, it's more about the time that is eaten away by that big possession stint from Diego.
Agger in behind here with Lionel Messi. A little bit of space here for Ruud Hullet. Eusebio tries to fire that one into that left cam position as quickly as possible, but well read there by Diego. You saw him just controlling Ruud Hullet, I believe it was, to make that interception, cut that passing lane. Maybe slightly predictable, that pass there from Agger to start with. Hits the ball back, though. There's a chance for another track. Tries to get it over the head of Cancelo there, but one thing you kind of forget about Cancelo is he's 6 foot tall as well. Not only has he got great pace, great defending stats, and those 4-star skills, he's a big boy as well.
And, of course, has that link to Ronaldo, which is very important sometimes if you are trying to build your team, trying to get those hyperlinks involved. And you speak about like the global series ranking points, Mark, and you say that Agger is so far up the leaderboard already, despite the fact that he has gone out in Swiss so often. But he's basically got the job done just by qualifying. You get 150 global series points for qualifying for a FUT Champs Cup. And that can put you up there, and that will give you the chance to get into those playoffs. Just being at tournament in, tournament out. I mean, we see Mo Alba as well. He qualified for all previous 5 tournaments, hasn't qualified for this one. He'll be up there as well on those PS4 rankings. And the games that they have to play to get here, the amount of FIFA that needs to be done during those qualification phases, as well as playing Weekend League, it really is impressive how much time is dedicated by these pros.
Here's Neymar then for Diego. Obviously 1 up at the moment. Cricketer inside. Cancelo tries to find the ball to Ronaldo. Given away there by Agger, and that's a dangerous position because now Ronaldo is hovering around the edge of the 18-yard box, but one thing that certainly wasn't dangerous was the left foot of Cristiano Ronaldo there. He got that one a little bit wrong, got the timing wrong. Just dragged it harmlessly wide of that far post.
A saving grace for Agger, despite the fact that he is behind in this game and doesn't really have the run of possession at the moment, is that Diego has conceded 4 goals in every match so far this tournament. It's not like he is a rock at the back as well. As much as I talk about Agger being weak defensively, Diego certainly needs to be working on it himself. But going forward, he has looked the danger man. But I feel like Agger has something in his tank. He always does. Arguably one of the best Danish players around. And you're always going to be a little bit scared going up against him as to what he can offer next. What is he going to pull out of the bag?
He's managed to get the ball through to Eusebio here. Vieira. Pele now. Goes for that finesse shot. Oh, just wide of the upright. Almost something out of nothing as the half-time whistle is blown here for Agger. It's a first shot in vain there, to be honest with you. You can see this from the statistics. No shots on target for the Dane. And no goals to report as well. But that almost was the first chance that he had. And just before half-time, he almost took it.
And that would have been the best way, I think, to kind of kill Diego's confidence. The fact that Diego had dominated the game, he had stopped Agger from even attempting a shot on goal. If Agger had been just able to sneak one right at the end of half-time with his first shot, I think Diego would have felt pretty hard done by, probably would have knocked himself down a peg. But he still goes into the dressing room with a goal advantage. And Agger needs to find something else. Maybe it is going to be one of those finesse shots from outside the box, or maybe he can work his way with a couple of skills, as he's trying here now.
From the kickoff then, can he find an opening? Big tackle from Patrick Vieira, though, for Diego. He's going to win him the ball back, and didn't look too dangerous there from the kickoff. Wins the ball back, though, with Carl Walker here, Agger. Of course, if you're watching competitive FIFA for the first time here, a reminder, it is 2 legs that we play for every single match, so each player will play home and away. The aggregate score will be the deciding factor, but here comes Diego once more. 50 minutes gone in this game, and Neymar is going to find the back of the net. Early keeper movement there from Aga. Maybe pulled his keeper off his line slightly too far, and the perfect time finesse shot there from Neymar just dips over him. And that's going to double the lead.
I think you hit the nail on the head earlier when you said the word predictable. I think the biggest thing about FIFA 19 is trying to be unpredictable. You don't want to be able to be read easily by your opponent. But was that obvious? Was the finesse shot teed up so much there for Diego, which Aga might have been able to counter it? Was it a mistake? Did he move the keeper a little bit too much? All questions that he'll be asking himself. As Diego now takes a comfortable 2-0 lead. And I have to be honest, if things stay the way they've been going thus far, Aga is really going to struggle in this tie. He doesn't really have anything to scream or shout about. He hasn't had much possession. He hasn't had much shots or even chances. It's been all Diego.
Yeah, and he looks to be growing in confidence here, the Argentine as well. Ronaldo on that right foot. Forces the save from David De Gea, turns it behind. Fairly comfortable save in the end from distance. And now you might see some changes coming in here from Aga as well. You can see fresh legs on the pitch. But is it going to be enough? Because apart from that one opportunity towards the end of the first half, Dan, as you say, nothing to write home about here for Aga.
At least his keeper movement was on point there, able to stop that driven shot across goal. Now he just needs to defend this corner and get that ball up on the other end of the pitch. Maybe even slow things down himself, Aga, once he gets the ball. Play it around the back four, switch it from left to right, wait for an actual opportunity to be able to play it to his front men. Because he's naturally going to be trying to rush it at this point because he's gone 2 goals down. And whilst he is very good on the counter-attack, we've seen that already in this tournament off screen. He does find goals. He just needs to try and keep Diego off the ball just ever so slightly.
Here is the goal scorer, Neymar. Cancelo in at right back. Diego's a little bit of a Cancelo lookalike, to be honest with you, if you actually look at his player count. Very similar in appearance. And now you're going to see the ball through the middle for Aga. First real opportunity for him to do something. He's got De Bruyne on the ball here, that Team of the Year FUT item. First time I've seen him being used so far in this particular tournament and last weekend in London. Obviously got that 5-star weak foot as well, so it can turn either side and get those finesse shots away. Chance here for De Bruyne, fresh on the pitch. Strikes it straight at Manuel Neuer though.
Good goalkeeper movement. That was a real opportunity there for Aga, and he knows it as well. De Bruyne, so many times you just want to finesse it. The finesse shot that is available for De Bruyne is insane. But at the same time, try and be a little bit unpredictable. Try and catch your opponent out with their keeper movement. So he does have another attempt from outside of goal. This is better from Aga. At least he's going to make Diego feel slightly more uncomfortable. And look at the amount of press. 3-4 white shirts all chasing after the ball. But most importantly, Diego has kept it until then.
Yeah, he's got it back. And look at this, Neymar might have a chance to strike it here. El Tornado from Aga. Oh, and he's managed to find one with a bit of magic. That's what Aga can do. And it's Neymar on that left foot via the crossbar who halves the deficit.
It's just creativity. It's doing something a little bit different. The keeper had already been moved across because you'd expect that time finesse on the right foot. And even though the El Tornado is relatively slow in terms of animation, and maybe Diego could have read that and moved his keeper back across, maybe he was thinking that there either A, wasn't going to be a shot coming from the El Tornado, or B, the shot was going to go across goal anyway. Brilliant stuff from Aga. Very creative and exactly what he needed.
Finally, Aga started to wake up a little bit in this. We've been waiting for that moment. And it's just a reminder of the ability that this player has. Easy to forget about it when you see a little bit of a slow first half. R9 then on the edge of the box. Cricketta can't get past Ruud Gullit though. And now Diego can bring the ball away. Marcelo down this left-hand side. There's a running behind there from Mbappe. He decides not to use him, and that's smart. Slowing the game down a little bit, trying to take the sting out of things.
I think Aga maybe is recognizing how he wins this game. He can't go toe-to-toe with Diego in a passing game because Diego is winning that outright. Aga needs to get creative, needs to go for some of those skill moves, use his cricketters, use his drag backs to be able to beat that first man, that second man. And then suddenly Diego's defense is going to be slightly out of position. And maybe he's going to start to drag a couple of players because he's going to get hesitant with the ball being so close to that edge of the box and that finesse being possible. And then more opportunities are naturally going to grow then.
Chance here for Diego, though. He's got in behind with Eusebio. The little fake shot. The basic fake shot to just drive around the edge of the defender. Almost bought him enough space to deliver across or look for a shot of his own. CR7 then. for Aga. 15 minutes or so left in game here at this first leg. De Bruyne cannot get round Maldini, though. Good strong stuff there from the Italian as Manuel Neuer takes a slightly heavy touch. Good distribution, though, and now look at this. You've almost got a 3v3 situation. Hullet comes back to join the defence to win the ball back, though. Scary moments for both players there.
And that's where the experience is going to come into things for Diego. Of course, this being first real tournament we've seen him at, this FIFA 19. Is he going to give the ball away in a silly position? Is he going to maybe not waste as much time as he should during the last few minutes of a game? Or can he keep his composure? You've got to remember, when it's an elimination game, suddenly you're going to be sweating that little bit more. You're going to be worried. And you're going to make those mistakes.
Long time to go in this game, of course. It's only the first leg, so 90 minutes left after this one. One goal between the two players isn't an insurmountable task by any means. And also, if you have that one goal lead, you know how fragile that can be. And there it is, it's gone. Tied up at 2-2 now, and Aga's back into this one, and it's Kevin De Bruyne on that right foot.
And I said something needed to change because Aga was just miles behind in terms of gameplay against Diego. He's made a couple of changes in terms of which foot items he's using. He's also been playing a couple of first-time passes as well, just to make sure he stops that pressure from Diego, because Diego had been pressuring him very high up the pitch. And as soon as he beats those first few men who were trying to grab the ball off him, he's had so much more space to work with. He's been able to put himself in positions like that where he can try and hit a finesse shot. Should Diego have been moving his keeper to save that one? Maybe again. But all Aga's going to care about is the ball went in the back of the net, and suddenly it's all tied up. I did say on average, he concedes 2.3 goals per game, but he also scores 2 goals per game.
Well, we're set up beautifully here at the end of our first leg. Aga showing he knows exactly that no game is won in this first leg. It's very rare that you'll see a game decided in that first leg. If you can take it to that second leg, keep it tight, there always is that opportunity. And a player like Aga as well knows that he's so experienced, he can work out a player's play style in the first leg, in the first 60 minutes. And you have seen it so far in this game. You watch the way that Diego came out the traps there, 2-0 up almost, before we could introduce both players. And from there, Aga really has grown into the match, and towards the end of this second half and from the halftime whistle, you have to say he is the player who has all of a sudden controlled the game.
Yeah, definitely. And now it's going to be a really big task for Diego of how he personally responds. Aga's been in this position before. He's been down 2-0. He's found himself in situations where he said, all right, well, I'm struggling here, but I know how to get back into it. I know I'm capable of scoring a couple of goals. Whereas on the other side, maybe Diego hasn't been in this position before. Maybe he's not had his back up against the wall where he's like, hold on a second, I've just thrown away a 2-0 lead. Is he going to start to beat himself up a little bit? And if he does that, suddenly Aga has a chance to just pounce on him and really take advantage of someone who maybe isn't in a comfortable position.
Well, it looks like we might have had a slight technical issue with the game, so we'll get back into it as soon as we can. But I think there was just a few minutes left at the end of that first leg anyway, so hopefully things don't change too much as far as the result of that particular game is concerned. But we'll also try and keep you up to date with some other scores that are coming in as we can. Of course, you know, this is elimination time for some of these players. Every single player is going to be sweating who's currently got those 2 losses to their name, and every single game is going to mean so much more to them. But, I mean, the way that Aga's come back into this one is impressive, isn't it? And we talk about experience and you know, situations you can draw upon from the past. I mean, how vital is that to a player to have that experience in the bank?
To be able to just analyze your opponent's play and just change your own play is just fantastic. And the fact that Aga noticed that when he was playing the ball out of defense, there was a lot of pressure coming towards him. And he was like dwindling on the ball a little bit too much, trying to turn here or there. And that was offering up the chance for tackles to come in. And then suddenly his defenders are out of position, and that offered opportunities for Diego to score. He's changed that by suddenly hitting first-time passes and playing it either a little bit faster out of defense or lobbing the ball over that defense to the midfield. The second thing he noticed was when he was passing it around in midfield, he was also struggling to get to that final third because, again, too much pressure. So instead, he started to use a bit more skill moves, a few more croquetas just to get in the way. And it's how he's just adapted over the course of the 84 minutes or so has been really impressive.
Well, it looks like we're just going to restart the game at the moment, from the moment that it was, the game was ended there. So we'll get back into it as soon as we possibly can. But, I mean, looking across the players you've seen so far today, Dan, who's impressed you? I mean, the one player for me who has been super impressive, and it kind of comes from that one particular result that stood out, you know, like a beacon in comparison to some of the other results we've come in. Emerson Sari. I mean, we know how good he is. He's the current FIFA World Cup the current FIFA World Cup champion. So I managed to get that one out just about. The fact that he's come out of the traps against a player like Gorilla, who, yes, we can recognise hasn't had the best year, you know, by his own standards, as well as many others, to come out and pull out a result where he just, I can't remember what the aggregate score was, but he was 7-0 up when we joined the game, when there was still sort of 30 minutes or so to go. That's a statement for me. And I always feel like in the Swiss round, if you can make a real statement against one of those kind of players or one of those big names that's in the tournament, it just strikes fear through the rest of the pack.
I think Gorilla tweeted out after the game and just said, he was just better. He's outplayed me there. He accepts it. But Gorilla still moves on. He still has the opportunity to qualify. I'm excited to see what he can do. I'm still waiting for that big tournament from Gorilla. Like that old Gorilla that we know is still there, is still hiding and waiting. Maybe in hibernation. We just need to like kind of lure him out a little bit. A couple of treats just dotted along and he'll be back and he'll be in those finals and he'll be trying to regain those titles that he was able to get. But who else impressed me? The Stranger, the first game that we were able to watch. I think that he played very well. I'm excited to see how far in the tournament he can go as well. If I think back to Paris Games Week, Stranger was the most impressive player there for me outside of Jox. And of course, he did finish second. Aside from the result, it's just his goal-scoring ability and the chances he created and the different kind of ways he maneuvered his way around the pitch. That's what impressed me most, Mark.
Okay, well, there's obviously some other players to keep an eye on as well. Shuri, I want to talk about him. He conceded 2 goals across the games that he's played today. Probably put one of the best defensive records. I imagine, I haven't seen the stats from every single game, of course, but defensively, that is super impressive. And you look at the likes of Boras, who have spoken on the sofa before we even got underway about how defense wins you titles. And I mean, the fact that he's come out and he's played so well so far against some very, very good opponents as well, that's got to be something for him. A huge positive for hashtag Shuri to be taken home.
I mean, 2 defensive title winners that scream out to me is Joxan at Paris Games Week. He showed us an absolute masterclass of defense, and everyone was like, oh, okay, this is how we can defend now in FIFA 19. On the other side, Nicholas at the last event, the LQE at London. He absolutely shut down any opportunity of anyone going forward. Time finesse was just cut out by goalkeeper movement. Through balls were cut out by just moving his defenders into the right position. And maybe, Shuri could be that next player.
I want to talk about the fact that, you know, talk about Nicholas, how many times we saw R9 Ronaldo making tackles in those last few games as well. He was doing as much defensive work as offensive work. But as you can see, we're getting back into this one. We're restarting from the 84th minute here. It's tied up at 2-2. If you're just joining us, of course, welcome along. Aga has just tied things up after being 2-0 down. The first leg, of course, is what we're playing at the moment. Still got 90 minutes to go. As you can see, just a few minutes here. Will there be a deciding goal between one of these players to really spice up this particular game?
The momentum certainly would have been with Aga after a little bit of a pause. Hopefully, he still has that fire in his belly. Maybe just that little time to reset and think about things might actually help him. But on the other side for Diego, he needs to go again. He was 2-0 up. He knows he has the potential to actually go goals up here. He knows he can have the better of Aga. But he just needs to maybe keep control of possession once again and just grind out these last few minutes, get that one last chance.
I almost feel like the break might have actually helped Diego, to be honest with you. Good keeper movement there from Aga towards the near post, because all the momentum was with the Dane. He just equalised after being 2-0 down, as I was saying. And that little break, that little moment just to slow things down might have helped him out just a little bit. But as you can see, we played out the rest of the game there. No goals to report in that last 6 minutes or so. And now we're set up for our second leg, all to play for. Nothing between the two players, apart from the fact that they're both facing elimination. It's scary times for both these players, and you're starting to see some real nerves.
Scary times as well for some of the predictions of some of the talent team who were also at 1 and 2.
It's true.
Who did predict Aga to win.
Are.
I mean, the fact that Aga was 2-0 down probably had a couple of the talent members kind of quaking in their boots a little bit, thinking, oh my, I should not have predicted him. But they stuck to their guns. They've gone for the experienced veteran, and they've been rewarded for that. I mean, that's what Aga has to offer. He has that comeback potential. He has that creativity about him. You look at his first goal. He's 2-0 down. He's not really done much. And then suddenly an El Tornado and a nice little dink into the top left-hand corner with Neymar. I mean, that's sublime.
Question for you, Dan.
Okay, I'm ready.
Who do you think's winning the predictions, by the way? Take yourself out of it, obviously. Because
who do I think is going to win the whole thing?
No, who do you think is going to win the predictions for all the talent?
You know, I would have said Richard Buckley.
Wow,
because
okay.
Richard
Well,
Buckley
he's 0-3, so that's
is
obviously
a
irrelevant
man
now.
of so much knowledge.
And just remember, I'm sat right next to you right
in
now.
terms of
casting
FIFA
with you all
knowledge,
weekend.
Richard Buckley is up there.
He
right?
is. He's an encyclopedia.
He really knows everything in and out. Foot item statistics, he's got it all up there. But apparently, can't predict results.
Yeah, he's got. Yeah.
I think Jimmy Conrad, you know,
You reckon Jimmy?
something about him. I don't know if it's the glistening white teeth.
He has
or
got something in his ear as well. Have you noticed that?
the nice
The
bronze
whole time?
tan that he has. But it just makes me feel that he's going to win this one.
All right, well, Dan's a fan of Jimmy. That's what we've learned. I'm interested to hear what is being fed in his ear, to be honest with you, because those predictions are looking pretty good. I'm going to predict myself to win, obviously, because why wouldn't I? And I said that you couldn't predict yourself, but, you know, I make the rules. So we're going into our second leg now, as you can see. Interesting to see Kevin De Bruyne being introduced and used by Agger here. Obviously, he got one of those goals towards the end of the game. Not a foot item we've seen too much of, that team of the year, De Bruyne, but using him in and around that central midfield. Interesting to see him, obviously, favouring him over some of the other players that we have in there, the likes of Messi, etc. Why do you feel he has used him in there?
I mean, I think any team of the year foot item should be thrown in the mix because I think they're better than some of the icons, to be honest. But yeah, very strong player, obviously very good with his finesse shots as well. But just all round, like all of the other team of the year foot items, they are incredible players. You can put them in any position and they're probably going to make it work. Hell, you could probably throw them in goal, Mark, and it still might work out. They are that good.
Here we go then, second leg underway between the two players, both facing elimination. 90 minutes to prolong their tournament here in Bucharest. And it's going to be Diego who wins the ball pretty high up the pitch, to be honest with you, off of Agger. Nice turn there into space. Now R9 can attack that back line. Can't get past those two CDMs at the moment. Vieira in and around the edge of the box. Cancelo. Well defended, though, by Agger. Now he goes direct and gets the ball up to R9 nice and quickly. And that's what I want to see from Agger. Nice direct passing, not allowing that press that we're seeing from Diego get too aggressive. Letting him get under his feet too early. Use that little ball over the top into strikers, into those wide cams. You can really negate those central midfielders at points.
I think the scary factor is if Agger does manage to find a goal lead here, it's going to be really difficult for Diego to get back into the game. Agger, I think, is playing drop back, judging by the amount of players that are behind the ball when Diego is going forward. So if he can guard a 1-0 lead with that tactic, he's going to be feeling extremely comfortable. But he still needs to find that goal. And he is trying to find it on the counter-attack as well. When Diego misses that opportunity of trying to win that ball back up on the pitch, suddenly that's when Agger pounces. That's when he takes that opportunity.
Well defended there by Diego. You can see he was looking for that, looking to play that extra ball back there for the run from Neymar, but there's a run from R9, and R9 finds the back of the net. He was 2-0 down, and now he's 3-2 up. What a turnaround it's been from the Dane.
It was just a little bit of a mistake as well from Diego. He was trying to pass it up the pitch very quickly. I can understand why he's doing that. He sees that Agger's playing drop back, so he's thinking, all right, some of his players out of position. If I get the ball up the pitch fast, suddenly when I'm outside the box, there's not going to be as many bodies behind the ball. But one of his passes goes amiss, and then suddenly opportunity strikes for Agger. That's exactly the game plan Agger has approached this game with, and it's finally paying off for him. Now, I said with a goal lead it was going to be scary because he's playing drop back, because he's playing this defensive game.
Oh my word, David De Gea, what are you doing?
Please be careful, Agger, because he can hold on to this. Yes, he's conceded a lot of goals in this tournament and other tournaments included, but now he's playing on drop back. Now those players are getting behind the ball. He can definitely defend this lead.
That would have been one way to throw things away there for Agger. It would have been a golden ticket there to the chocolate factory for Diego. Ronaldo now on this left-hand side. Ooh, tried to find the run of the player through the middle there. Was lots and lots of space. Now we're going to see Diego behind for the first time in this match. He was up by 2 on aggregate. Ball in behind there for Ronaldo. Wins the throw in there off Marcelo. And now you can just see Agger starting to feel more and more comfortable. And you can almost feel through his gameplay that Diego's starting to feel a little bit nervy and a little bit worried about this one.
Yeah, you can see completely with the way that Diego's passing it around that he's not comfortable anymore. He is a little bit nervous. And the veteran experience from Agger has kind of shot him down and might even end up winning Agger this time. That's why the other members of Talent were predicting Agger to win. It was the safe prediction, even though Diego has looked kind of fiery this tournament and has that potential. The old guard always find a way to get back into games, to claw themselves in because they've been in those situations.
What a ball. Look at that ball. Through to Ronaldo. CR7. Back to Hullet. Chance to score here. Strikes the post. De Bruyne on the follow-up. Look at the face of Aga.
But look at the throw from Diego, trying to rush the ball up in the pitch again, and he's given it away. He does need to be careful here. He can slow it down. He has plenty of time. If he had just gone a goal down and it was only 1-0 right now, I think he'd still be playing his own game. But because he was 2-0 up, because he's conceded 3 on the bounce now, he suddenly feels like, I need to get the ball at the pitch. I need to get back into this game. I should be winning. I've thrown the lead away. Calm it down. Play your own game. When you were playing your own game and you were making Aga trying to adapt to you, that's when it was working.
So much time left in this game as well. Still got 60 minutes of in-game FIFA to be used up by both these players. But it's Aga at the moment who's looking like the dominant force as Ronaldo goes near post. Neuer gets the saves. Aga realizes what a big chance that was. But the worrying thing here for Diego is every time that Aga's coming forward, he's looking more and more dangerous, and the chances he's creating are becoming more and more clear-cut.
And chances are going to be coming even more so as well, because Diego is naturally going to be playing this ball even further up the pitch. But the reason why Aga is in so much pain every time he misses one of these great opportunities is he knows in FIFA 19, 1 goal is not a comfortable scoreline to be leading by. All you need is one little mistake or maybe even a set piece, and suddenly Diego could be back in this game. You've got to put a game to bed when you've got this much possession and when you are dominating.
Diego has given the ball away a couple of times here. He's won it back almost within sort of 5 or 10 seconds, which is just a sign of nerves, in my opinion. You know, he has a little bit of room here to attack here with Hullet. I like what I'm seeing, just slowing things down a little bit, trying to find his rhythm back into this game. But again, just a slightly loose pass. He gets away with it and wins the ball back. Now Vieira around the corner to R9. Back to Neymar here. He's inside the box and he's buried it. What a game this is turning out to be. Both players are facing elimination, and both players are saying they do not want to go home yet.
Yeah, and I said Aga was going to regret not taking those chances in front of goal. It was just one opportunity Diego needed. I think that was his first shot of the game, Mark, and he's put it away. Hit it green on the finishing. And R9 has so much shot power behind him. It's going to be difficult for any goalkeeper to save it. And we go again. Mentality. It's got to be in favour of Aga because he's been here before. But at the same time now, that's going to give that confidence boost Diego so desperately needed.
Ball falls loose here in midfield then. Just as the half-time whistle is approaching. Might be time for one more attack for Diego before that whistle does blow. But it's actually Aga who wins the ball back here. Last thing you want to be doing is conceding just on the stroke of half-time, having worked so hard to get back into this. And Hullet takes it early on his left foot. I think that Aga wanted him to take it on his right foot. Some frustration coming across his face. Into stoppage time now. CR7 wins that. Look at the run here from R9 as well. We've gone from one end to the other. Is there going to be a chance just before half-time? Vieira. Quick turn there from Neymar. Neymar somehow keeps hold of it. Well defended, though, by Aga. And there is the half-time whistle. 45 minutes left in this game. One of these players is going home. Who is it going to be?
And what a different first half that is in the second leg. Complete flip and opposite of the first leg, because Diego was the one who had the possession, who had the shots, and it was only Aga with one shot on target at the end of that first leg, first half as well. But boy, did Diego need that. He looked like he was going to start to sit into a bit of a rut. He was just playing out of the ball too quickly from defense. He wasn't playing his own game. He was trying to claw back into it. But now it's all even again. He can calm it down. He can play his own football. He can think back to the glory days of when he was 2-0 up against Aga. And we speak about being a veteran and being in these situations, but you've also got to think about the pressure, Mark. Aga, one of the best players around, as you said, high up in the leaderboards, under the organisation of North. He's going to be expected to win this game, and that will be in the back of his head every single second that ticks away.
Neymar! Oh, cross goal, first chance of the game. Does go to Diego, but he doesn't take it, and that's 2 big chances we've seen not taken in this game so far. Slightly loose pass there from CR7 means possession is going to go back to Diego. Now we're kind of settling into a pattern that we saw at the start of our first leg, Dan. Diego controlling the pace of the game. Aga starting to get a little bit antsy in the tackle. Just both players need to stay cool in this situation. Great passing move here. Goes for the strike. Mbappe, that's a fantastic goal from Diego, and that is one worthy of winning a tie.
Mike LaBelle, get to your breakdown board and analyse that one. How many passes was that? 8, 9, 10. Beautiful movement. Aga is playing so defensive. He's playing on drop back, and it's so hard to get in front of some of these men. But Diego has just found that one opportunity to take the lead once again.
That is, in my opinion, one of the goals of the tournament we've seen so far, just quite simply because of the way that he worked that opportunity. As you say there, Mike's going to have an absolute field day, breaking that one down with Rachel. Now Aga finds himself behind him and behind. Can he find, again, he's come back twice for more energy, a couple more chances to find his way back into this one. Lionel Messi's looking to do so, has to go up against Patrick Vieira, but Vieira's giving it away now. De Bruyne goes for goal, cannot beat Neuer.
Keep the ball. Just hold the ball a little bit, Diego. Calm it down. You've passed it out far too quickly, of course, there from the defence. He knows it, and that's good. Just keep possession for a little bit. And it's all going to come down to, I think a famous man once said, who's got the minerals? It was Richard Buckley who said that, and he is very famous, but he's completely right here.
Messi then, look at the run from CR7. He's created space for De Bruyne. Aga's got a chance. What a tackle from Maldini. Oh, that could be huge in this complexion of this tournament for these players, not just this game.
And he's so risky, sometimes sticking a leg in that penalty box, Mark. But sometimes you've got to do it. It's do or die. It would have been a goal probably if he hadn't have stuck a leg in. Great stuff from Diego, and now he's looking dangerous again.
And you can see Aga's trying desperately not to pull players out of position, but he has to pressure the ball. And he's just creating spaces, and the quick passing here of Diego is creating spaces, and you just feel like a chance is round the corner. 25 minutes left in this game for Aga to find a goal, to send it to extra time. The Argentine looking to close things out. Neymar! It's 4-4.
And Aga is just praising the FIFA lords. A look to the heavens because he knows, boy, did he need that. He's gone, he's taken a risk by hitting a shot from out there. It was on the outside of foot from Neymar. So it's not your typical finesse shot to the top hand corner. But now we're all tied up once again. And I was going to say before it went in, there's definitely goals left in this tie.
Whew. All right then. We're all tied up once more. Modric on the pitch now for De Bruyne here for Aga. He's playing in one of those outside central midfield roles. Neymar finding that top left-hand corner though, beating Manuel Neuer. I've heard a lot of players saying that Team of the Year Neymar is their favourite player on the game. And look at those stats, you can see why, 97 rated overall, but the added physicality to that card I feel was the real difference maker, to be honest with you. We all know that Neymar's regular foot item is pretty impressive himself with the 5-star skills, with the 5-star weak foot, but just struggles a little bit to stay on his feet and gets pushed off the ball a few times. But if you add that little bit of strength that Team of the Year card has, then it can create more chances for you as Diego answers straight back.
Right up the other end is from kickoff. And it's just going to be rubbing a little bit of salt in the wound for Aga, just as he's worked so hard to get back into the game. Diego is showing so much fire. Going up against someone like Aga, the experienced veteran.
It's the composure, Dan, from Diego as well.
It's crazy.
Look at him. His facial expression has not changed during this whole ridiculousness of what has been this game. He has stayed so cool, calm, and collected. You have to admire what you are seeing from the Argentine. Here comes Aga then, from kickoff. Oh, he's not going to go down the other end and equalise. He almost did. What a tackle that was. This game has had absolutely everything so far, and you just feel like it's not over yet.
I mean, are we surprised that there's been 9 goals? When you look at Aga's first 3 games, and there were 36 goals scored on both ends, you knew there was going to be goals in it. There was going to be who was actually going to be able to find it in that crunch time, who's going to be able to get that one crucial goal to put them above the other opponent.
Messi's won this here on the edge of the box. Messi drives it towards goal. A combination, I believe, of Maldini and Neuer deal with it. 15 minutes left. If you're just joining us, you've joined us at a perfect time, because you just feel like this is set up for a grandstand finish, Dan.
And it's an elimination game as well. Loser of this is out of the tournament. It's not just a simple Swiss game of, oh, well, they have more chances. No, it's do or die. At the moment, Aga is facing elimination from his 5th tournament during the Swiss phase this FIFA 19 season. He just hasn't been able to do it at these tournaments, unfortunately. He had that incredible one, of course, where he got to the console semi-finals in Bucharest in the FUT Champions Cup 1. Since then, he's struggled a little bit.
Here's Hullet then for Diego. Round the corner. Eusebio looking to end it. Big save from De Gea. Oh, what a double save.
That was it. That was the game right there.
Shake his hand, Aga.
On a tee. But a tree has got in the way, and it was De Gea. And now Diego's just taking a look at that clock. He's noticed there's only 7 minutes left. Not going to quite hold the ball in the corner just yet. Is still going to try and put another goal in.
Corner's going to do him absolutely fine here, Diego. More seconds off the clock. The most important thing for him at the moment is that timer in the top left-hand side of your screen. Every single second that ticks by, that smile is going to get bigger and bigger on his face. Ball into the front post, and I think that's going to be it. CR7 rises up at that near post and buries the header, and 2 goals with just 6 minutes left on the game clock. I think that could be Aga crashing out the tournaments once more.
We talk about composure, we talk about risks. How many players with 5 minutes left would have passed that short and just kept the ball? But Diego said, no, I'm going for this. I'm confident in Ronaldo front post, and he's been rewarded for that risk. And now Aga has so much to do with such little time. Surely this is going to be the end of Aga's tournament, and it's another agonizing one for him as well.
Eusebio tries to find Mbappe there. Vieira's drops on the edge of the box. Referee plays the advantage here. Vieira back to his feet now. Might be a chance for another one here. The game management, though, you have to credit Diego for it. He's played these last few moments so well since he had that lead. We're into stoppage time. Hullet with the strike. But I think it's pretty much going to be academical at this point. Aga takes his headset off. He knows the result is done. And Diego will stay alive in the tournament. But unfortunately, once again, it's going to be Aga who's going to go crashing out on the Swiss stage as we see another goal here for Diego. And that is going to be it.
And that's going to be hard to take for Aga as well. He is a veteran. He does have so much experience, but he also had the pressure on him. Paris Games Week, he went 2-3 in Swiss. London LQE, he went 1-3 in the Swiss, and now he's gone 2-3. He's gone 1-3, sorry, again here. And he knows it's not good enough for a player of his standard, but he needs to work at it. He needs to improve. And you know full well we're going to be seeing his name because he's got so many Global Series ranking points already next to his name.
Maybe he's going to have something a little bit magical at the end of this game just to entertain all of his fans at home. But there is the final whistle. And Diego picks up the win. Big smile on his face, as you would expect. But it went back and forth. And the Argentine finally managed to close things out in those final few moments.
Well, one thing Aga does do is certainly provide entertainment.
That's true.
Every game today has had some insane amount of goals. But what a hard tournament it's been for him. Losing his first game on penalties as well. But we're going to move across now to Web Nasri versus Jazz and see how they're getting along as we move into this one, just as a goal is scored, Mark.
Yeah, I believe this is an elimination game as well. We'll get confirmation of that as soon as we can, but obviously Jazz from the United Kingdom, he's qualified for a fair few events this year, but I mean, Web Nasri, if you weren't in Amsterdam last year, he came out of nowhere and smashed his way through the tournament, almost pulled off one of the most ridiculous comebacks you'll ever see in competitive FIFA against, I believe it was Marv in the semi-finals there. At the moment, I haven't quite had the opportunity to see the aggregate score, but Nasri is up 2-1 here in this particular game. And getting confirmation in my ear at the moment that it is an elimination match at the moment. So just like we saw, pressure on both these players. Times it by 10.
I believe Web Nasri's last game was an elimination match as well. He went 0-2 in the Swiss. He's going to be trying to fight back against Jazz of the United Kingdom. He takes a 2-1 lead here, though, and that will put him 4-3 advantage on aggregate. So that one goal, absolutely massive. And with just 10 minutes left as well, we could see Jazz now crashing out of the tournament.
Only one goal between them, though. But here comes Webb, steaming forward once more. Look at this run from Mbappe through the middle as well. If he can time the pass, might have had the chance to put the game to bed, but we've still got 9 minutes left in game here for Jazz to find a chance, to craft a chance. And he's trying to do so now with Lionel Messi down this left-hand side. Marcelo's trying to snap back into the tackle. Here's Kante. We've seen some important goals from him in London. Across the box now to Mbappe, goes near post. Good save, though, from De Gea.
Was that a reference to last night, Kante's goal through 3 legs? He's done brilliant stuff in real life, but he could do with pulling something out for Jazz here. Something I've learned from watching Jazz over this last year or so is he's very good on the ball, knows his way around players and how to maneuver these skill moves, but he needs to find a way to get this ball back from Webb Nasri with just 3 minutes left.
And Sabio then, beautiful heel-to-heel there from Webb Nasri.
And it's keep ball time.
Heading towards that corner. Wonder if it's going to be, he does win the throw in here, so that's more important seconds off the clock. You're just going to see this one running down. The question here is, can Envy's Jazz find one more chance in this game? Can he win the ball back one more time? And he has. It's been given away here by Webb Nasri.
And this is always the scary factor when it does get into that final dying moment and you know you've done so much in the game already, but it could all be blown away by a last-minute goal. Kante on the ball, needs to go forward now as we do reach the 92nd minute. It's Messi on the right. Is he going to cross it in? He tries to play it round Huller. It's not worked. But the ref has not blown the whistle.
Ball into the box.
Oh, it was an opportunity, but it's not worked out for Jazz, which means he's eliminated from the Swiss round as well. He's out of the competition. He will not be going any further. But for Webb Nasri, he lives to fight another round from 0-2 to 2-2.
I was just about to say, yeah, from 0-2 to 2-2. And sometimes the momentum of those kind of players, you don't want to be playing him if you match up against him. Of all the players at the moment, you don't want someone who's come off the back of going 0-2 and then just making a tremendous comeback. It's going to be a difficult game for sure. But heartbreak for Aga fans at home. It's been entertaining to say the least. Aga's run so far this tournament. Unfortunately, he crashes out. But we're going to throw it back to the guys on the couch right now. Jimmy, it's over to you.
And Gaskin, some exciting games, mainly because we see some guys going home.
Yeah.
So exciting and sad at the same time. I'm here with Spencer Owen and Nightwatch, who's ranked number 22nd on the Xbox side. Great to have you here. You have 550 Global Series points. Do you think that's enough to get you in that grand final playoff?
I hope, but I doubt. I hope it's enough, but I doubt it's enough. So I'll do my best to qualify for another event and hopefully get those points to make the playoffs and see
keep
from there on.
grinding weekend league as well. Get those 10 points every time.
They could be deciding at the end for the 59th, 60th place.
Yeah.
You never know. The difference between one weekend league or playing or not could be deciding.
I think so, definitely.
I like his vibes. Real positive over there. Appreciate that.
Well, imagine if you just dropped below 27 and you got the 9 points and you missed out by 1 point.
I've thought about it.
Oh.
Is that what gets you up to compete in the weekend league on a regular basis?
Yeah, just the points, just the stubbornness and the motivation to make the playoffs. You know that every point could count, so I have this motivation to qualify. Despite everything, despite all the odds, if you want, just qualify and get to the playoffs.
Well, speaking of points, Aga gets 150 points, even though he gets knocked out.
Yep.
Still nothing to sneeze at, but let's take a look at these highlights now between him and Diego. We'll talk about our predictions in a second. Let's get to these first. I think Diego is in the blue.
Yeah.
He's from Argentina. Fun fact about him is that he is apparently the play partner for Nicolas. So obviously he's going to cut his teeth against one of the best in the world. Gets an early lead there. But as we saw with Aga throughout this, doesn't matter. He'll come back. He'll fight his way through, even if he goes down 2 goals.
Yeah.
Which,
it's not over till it's over, but unfortunately it is over for Aga. But he makes you wait for it. You know, he makes the game go to the buzzer usually. But you can see on his face there, he's not happy with the FIFA he's been playing today. Even that 150 points, so he's going to put him in a pretty good position. I mean, he's 7th on the PlayStation, going into this second of all the players here. So he's still looking quite healthy.
But it was a huge opportunity missed, right? Because he could have gained a couple more if he just would have won 2 more games.
Definitely, but it's easier said than done. Like 2 more games. It sounds like it's nothing, but you're playing against the best players in the world who know the game inside out, who perform the mechanics that most players cannot perform and do not expect. And it's just, at this point, as we said, it's margins. It's whether the outshot gets blocked or it goes in, if you manage to hit a green or a yellow, although sometimes they both go in, as we just saw with the tornado goal. It's very tight margins, and you can see he hit the post, had the rebound, doesn't score. He would have tied it. He would have went 2 goals up, and that could decide the game. And from there on, he gets equalized and loses the game.
Yeah, it feels like he had gone down in most of these games, then fought back, then took a lead, and then when he gave up that lead, he never seemed to recover. Is that something he needs to work on mentally?
Well, he needs to start going out and getting and taking the lead in games, because ultimately, if you're always going behind, it's going to run out eventually your luck. And the first penalty loss in the first game set a bad stall out for Aga for the rest of the day, and it's not worked out for him. But there's no doubt about his ability. He's been qualifying very, very well this year so far, but it's all about his performance at events, and he'll be disappointed with them. We should talk about Diego, though. You're a great player.
That was a fantastic goal. We just saw 7 passes. It sets up a nice one-time finish into the top corner. Yeah, he kind of snuck up on everybody.
Yep.
Coming from Argentina. Anytime we talk about Argentina, it's usually attached to Nicolas's name. But now he's making a name for himself. He's still not there yet. He hasn't qualified. He's now 2-2. Do you think that gives him an advantage, Nightwatch, that because he had his back against the wall in an elimination game, that's going to make him stronger going into this one?
That always helps. Always when you have that extra. Sometimes it depends on the player. Sometimes the pressure helps. Sometimes it hinders your abilities. And apparently he had his back against the wall against Aga, and he managed to perform. And now whoever matched him at 2-2 looks at his previous matchup. He's like, oh my God, he just beat Aga. And they are maybe worried. So we're yet to see. And you mentioned we don't know that much about him. We didn't know about Iago, again from Argentina. We don't know that much unless it's Nicolas. And they prove that they have more than one very, very good player. And we'll see if he makes the knockouts.
Yeah, I think the best way for us to get to know you is to win. Because then we start talking about you, and you start hitting our radars in a way that you're forcing us to talk about you because you're playing so well.
Exactly.
That's how it happened last year with Tex, for example. Nobody knew him. Then from 500 followers, as he said, he went up to 50,000 followers just off one event because nobody knew him. People saw how good he was. He won an event, and that's how it goes.
So talk to me a little bit about when you see other results from other players, because you mentioned it there ahead of Diego. Whoever's going to play him next is going to be like, oh my God, he just beat Aga. How am I gonna beat him? Does that really play into your thought process before you sit down and play?
It always does. It always does, because at this level, with FIFA 19, it's very much a mental game. It's how you're mentally prepared for an event, how you're mentally prepared for a specific game. And if you're not mentally on point, if you're afraid of your opponents, that you've already partially lost that game. I know a lot of players, including me at times, if you play Tex, if you play Dossery, you're going into that game thinking, I'm playing one of the best players in the world, and there's a big chance I'll lose this game. And you've already lost, in a way. Whereas where you play an opponent who's unknown, maybe, for you specifically, you're not that worried. So you go into this game feeling confident, and you try things. You're in your own waters.
Until they start smacking you around.
Exactly.
And then you get nervous again.
Exactly. but it's still a better way. You play your game. You try to play your game. Whereas if you play a very good player, you maybe try to adapt to their game, whereas you don't play your own.
All right, well, we're going to stop here, breaking it down here on the couch. We're going to throw it over to this board. It's called the breakdown board. We brought it with us, so we might as well throw it over to Rachel and the Zebra. Take it away.
Here and go, are you going to keep let them saying things like that to you?
I'm about to rebrand to Madagascar Mike.
They're now just saying it's a kind of a throwaway board as well. This is not throwaway at all. This is legit stuff which happens here. But Mike, before we get on to everything that's going to happen, which is going to be great, just the South Americans, Diego, they're bringing the game, aren't they?
Yeah, a lot of times players from South America, they get, I don't want to say swept under the rug, but they don't get the same exposure because maybe there's a language barrier or whatnot. But when they come to events, especially this year, keep showing up, keep making a difference. And there's not as many of them compared to the Europeans. So you've got to give a lot of credit where credit is due.
Absolutely. And Jimmy there was just saying, people now watching that game will go, how are we going to beat Diego? Well, we're going to show one of his goals. It's not really going to show you how to beat him, but maybe it's a bit more of insight in how he actually is playing. And it's quite a long build-up as well, isn't it, Mike, this goal?
Yeah, you got to give him a lot of credit for having the patience to have this build-up. And then we always talk about in FIFA in particular, you want to be able to change the pace. And if you could change the pace where it's an advantage for the speed that you're thinking. And I feel like Diego does a really good job of this. You're going to see space open up. Push play. You're going to see space open up upcoming here where basically Diego's going to attack that space. And when he does, it allows him then to speed up the game, and he almost lulls August to sleep. And I really feel like this is the game-changing goal. You see the space there. He's got 3 different options. Diego would be happy with any of those 3 options. Basically, it would give him more freedom when he's attacking, where August now has to adjust or take a gamble, take a risk. And when you open somebody up like that, good things are usually going to happen on the offensive end.
And let's just see what does happen in the end here, because we were all impressed watching this, and I think Mark in comms was loving it and saying you'd love it as well.
Yeah, and it ends with the first-time finesse shot, but it's all about the 5 or 6 first-time passes that led to that. I'm going to rewind, and a lot of people will say, well, Mike, why didn't August move the goalkeeper? When somebody connects, because this is where this shot's going to go, when somebody connects 5 or 6 passes in a row, first time, it makes it where you can't guess what's happening next. Therefore, you don't know when to move the goalkeeper, and when it gets to this position, you're already too late. And that allows Diego to of course, convert, and August goes home a little bit early.
And you just spoke to August because he actually is sitting just the other side of the camera. Did he give you any insight into what went wrong today?
August was a little bit frustrated because he had a lot of chances prior to this happening where he felt like he should have scored, he should have converted those opportunities, and that would have changed the match. He would have been in control versus having to chase a game because once you have late game situations, you got to be more aggressive. There's more space for your opponent to work with. You name it, a lot of problems are going to happen. Errors are going to happen.
Well, it's such a shame to see another big name go out so early, but I'm sure he'll bounce back in the next tournament he plays in. But for now, back to you guys.
Thank you, guys. Dynamite insight as always. So let's talk about Mike's outfit. I call him the zebra. I'm the only one that's really giving him some heat. Is it deserved?
He's definitely worn worse. Definitely
That's
worn
true.
worse.
That's
I don't
true.
think it's too bad. I think he could have probably taken off when he got inside.
Yeah,
but you know,
it's a fashion choice.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
I'm the new kid on the block, so
You're going to say neutral.
I'm going to say neutral.
All right, you're like Switzerland.
He's going to win friends.
Exactly.
He's going to win friends that way. Clever.
All right, so huge game with Diego and Aga. I want to talk about Aga a little bit because when players leave here and they get knocked out earlier than they expect, sometimes they go to social media to vent. Sometimes they do all kinds of different things. How do you think he's going to respond?
Well, he's got a big fan base, so he'll definitely go on social media and say something. He'll want to update his fans and why he thought it went wrong for him today. But it's important to stress, like, it's a long season. And Aga's had a lot of exposure to these tournaments already. He's qualified for a lot of them. So he shouldn't, I think he's in a really healthy position. The thing he needs to be concerned about is why is he not getting to the latter stages of these tournaments? Because if you're not doing it here, what's going to change between now and come the playoffs and come the World Cup final if you make it, that's going to help you there. And apart from potentially the game changing a little bit, because there's no doubt about Aga's attitude, he's very, very professional. He's putting the time in. He's putting the time in. He's got a great kind of setup with North now in Copenhagen, his hometown. So I don't know how much more he can do. That's my worry about him is where can he go from here?
Yeah, has he hit a ceiling? And this is it. That would be a big concern. Anything to say about that?
Well, I played him, as I said, last year at playoffs, and I remember him going from being one game of elimination to making the FIWC final in London by clawing his way back. So as we've seen, and even in-game, he's 2 goals down, he brings it back. He eventually loses, but he's shown that he has the character to bring it back. So I think he'll go home. You have that bitter taste of getting knocked out every time you get knocked out after a tournament for a couple of days. But after that, you just start grinding again, start playing, and start focusing on your errors, learning the new meta, whatever it is. And I think he'll do good enough to go far at the playoffs, maybe get to the grand finals.
I think one of my favorite parts about being at this competition is to see how the competitors deal with adversity and how they deal with adversity. Because there's only going to be one winner. Everybody else is going to go home upset. And I learn a lot by observing.
Yeah, what I'm finding is, because we are going through a period of professionalisation of this sport now at the moment, with more and more players being signed to clubs and esports teams and whatnot and getting paid decent wages, we're slowly seeing, and this is not a kind of reflection on previous tournaments, but what we're seeing is people take things better, I'd say, in general, and deal with adversity better, which is important because these guys want long careers, right? That a loss here is annoying and it's going to hurt for a few days, maybe weeks, but you're going to come back maybe playing an event next weekend. So you have to be able to bounce back.
I think it's also partially due to the fact we have so many events this year, which, as a competitor, it helps. If you don't qualify for this event, if you don't qualify for the next one, you have another chance, another chance, and it just gives you that room to breathe, to be calm. I didn't make this event. I'm disappointed, but I have a qualifier next week.
It gives you the opportunity to look forward.
Exactly.
But it's exactly the same as traditional football, right? When you're playing at a high level, you've got a game on maybe a Saturday, maybe a Tuesday night. when you lose on the Tuesday or the Saturday, all you want to do is play that next game. And the good thing about that the setup of traditional football and sport in general is that you're never more than a few days away from a game when you're in a season. It's the same now.
All right, well,
FIFA.
looking forward. Let's take a look at these PS4 results from round 4. I know we've talked about Aga in particular and Diego and his big win. But here are some of the other scores.
Ali
Ice
G
Vogel with his
keeping
back
alive.
against the wall.
Yep.
Ali G still alive. We saw
Look
Webb
at the
Nasri.
Look at that Lev result.
They have Lev Vinken is out.
He's out.
He's done.
7-0 to Marcuso. That's big.
Yeah, we see Pico. He's qualified now to the knockout rounds. FCC Fiddle is at 2-2.
Marco against Pina, the second to last game.
Unbelievable.
He's done it. He's gone and done it. We said if he wins that game, he makes him a favourite.
We talked about it.
Is he, along with maybe Hasu?
He's 4-0. Hasu's 4-0 as well.
Are they the favourites now based on that? They've got to be, right?
We could argue.
If I'm not mistaken, first game between Stranger and Hassel, I was there, I looked at it. Stranger won 4-3. So you can see that Hassel came back second game and won 4-0.
We'll have to figure out what he did differently for that second game, because I have a lot of questions about that. Also, NYC, Chris got the result. He's going to go through to the knockout rounds as well to represent EMLS.
Nice.
I'm always supporting North America. Let's go. But yeah, so that should set up some really nice and tasty round 5 matchups.
Yeah, a couple of perhaps surprises in the 2 3-0 games, but then again, you can't read too much into them at this stage because everyone was through. You do have to ask yourself questions. Pinner's going in as the top seed at the tournament here. Is he thinking about keeping his cards close to his chest and not going too crazy in that 3-0 game? Because obviously you don't want to. It's almost in your favour. Some people would argue to try things in those games and allow yourself to have a good day tomorrow. That's all that really matters, is how they get the first game tomorrow, how they get on in that.
We talked about this earlier about one of your boys, about Shari, #Shari. If he wants to change something, or does he want to keep the cards himself, show his opponents how he defends. And he actually mentioned that he's not changing anything since he's feeling confident. Why would you change something that works? And why would you start leaking goals on purpose, showing your opponents, giving them the confidence that they can actually score goals? So yeah, I think if you're at 3-0, 4-0, you want to keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
All right, well, before we move on to round 5 for PS4, let's look at the matchups for round 4 of Xbox. There's some tasty ones there. Kid Mamito right off the top, he's 1-2 against Lyrics. They're both 1-2. Hensu versus Rogue and Rasik, both 1-2. You can see kind of the ones that are fighting backs against the wall are like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Stokes Gorilla, another UK matchup.
That's huge.
That's a big game.
We have 2 matchups that catch my eye. Danny against Tex.
That's a great one.
Obviously a repeat of a few 2 games that happened here in Bucharest.
Yeah.
And Dollarmark against Kevin Asia, 2 Germans, both 1-2, playing on the verge of elimination, playing in the same qualifiers, obviously, so they know each other pretty well. Also tight game.
Well, you guys will have a chance to vote on the next match using the hashtag #NextMatchFIFA, and then going to EA FIFA eSports to go vote. Here are your 4 choices. You can go Hensu versus Enrasic. That's 1-2. Whoever loses that is going home. You got Dragon versus Dudek. Same thing. They're both 1-2. Salzor, Mr. Benedict against Phenomeno. I think they're both 1-2 as well.
These are all elimination
They're all
games.
1 elimination games.
Just
Yeah,
like the last
that's right.
vote. So you're
Kid
gonna
Mamito
see-
versus Lyrics. Who do you guys want to see
Yeah,
really
4
struggle with the pressure or succeed under pressure?
4 of those 8 are going home. You know, that's significant. That's why we give these guys the chance to vote on elimination games, because there's a lot of guys we're not going to get to see anymore. So, yeah, have your vote at home and
Make it happen. Make it happen. So round 4 of PS4 is done. And up next is Xbox, but it's going to be right after this break, so come back and join us.
Dai, giochiamo a modalità sopravvivenza, dai.
Forza, vai, subito, assist,
Grande Cemme! E gol! È in posizione da cross. Troppo forte il portiere, chi è?
Ciao, sei tu, hai fatto gol. Cancelo! Cancelo elimina Cancelo.
Dai, ciao Giovanni.
Come mai fa gol Cancelo, ragazzi?
È sparito Cristiano Ronaldo dal campo.
Oh, giochiamo 9 meno, non c'è Ronaldo.
Con il cucchiaio!
Lui gioca ogni giorno.
2-0, grazie, tutti a casa. Finisce la gara.
Sono rimasto così io. Giochiamo alla modalità niente regole.
Fai il gol allora.
Che rigore. Non ci sono regole qua, Che son vero.
Non sai giocare, giochi bene, ciao.
Ma voi siete macellari comunque.
Fai fallo, fai fallo, fai fallo.
No, veloce, non tanto.
Solo così potevi giocare.
Su, Leo, su.
Alla base.
Tutti a casa, Leo. Tutti a casa, Leo.
For the players.
Welcome back, everyone, to Bucharest, Romania for the FUT Champions Cup presented by PS4. I'm Jimmy Conrad, and I'm not being joined by Spencer Owen. Instead, it's Boris Legend and Nightwatch. That's you guys' gamer tags, though. It's Ivan and Ivan, but you like to be called Ivan. That's a distinction there.
For argument's sake, yes, to make the distinction between both.
Okay, that'll be easier for me. Yeah. So big news. We're going to announce to you guys right now, Emis Desari has gone home ill.
Yeah.
He is forfeiting his last 2 games. He's already qualified for the knockout rounds, but he's gone home. He wasn't feeling very good. I remember Kyle asked him a question about the cold and the temperature change, and he said he wasn't feeling good, and that's proven to be true. He's going to play against hashtag Shori. Shori gets the win, gets the shutout as well. Another clean sheet for the guy. It's just going to pad his stats moving forward. What do you think that means for Desari moving forward? Do you think he gains some advantage just to go home and sleep? I mean, I think he's sick, so I'm not going to try to stir any kind of pot there, but
I mean, I think you want as many games as possible on this build, on this gameplay. So for him, you can see 2 different ways. Okay, sure, he will get that extra rest, but he won't get as many games on this build. But he also said to me that for him, the matchup in the knockouts doesn't really matter because we have so many good players, 2 and 2. Also, I mean, the chances of him playing Tex are minimal. So for him, going 5-0 or 3-2 doesn't really matter for him.
Right? Speaks to his confidence, doesn't it?
That's exactly what I wanted to say. That it shows that he's very confident, that he doesn't really care that much who he's going to play in the knockouts. Because once you get past the first round of the knockouts, it doesn't matter what your seed is. So the big problem is getting past the first round of the knockouts. And there you can see his mentality of being the world champion and being confident against any opponent.
Also, I think just that he has this also courage to say, okay, this is it. I'm not feeling good. It's very, very few players who can actually make this step.
There's very few players that are going 3-0 consistently like he is.
But we're seeing, we saw some players in the past playing ill. I think it was Rosia playing in Amsterdam, and he played ill.
And he shouldn't have.
He shouldn't have because it got very, very, very bad.
Yeah. Well, that's a good shout. That's a good
it's
good
something
shout.
that you have to understand watching this competition. It is super stressful. You have to be so focused. Every cell in your body needs to focus on this current moment. And that takes its toll. And if you're not feeling good, you should definitely rest. So lucky for him that he was 3-0.
Yeah, it's a nice spot to be, of course. Now, we asked you guys to go on to EA FIFA Esports on Twitter and vote in the poll about who we're going to see next. And you guys decided it's going to be Mr. Benedikt Salzor versus Fenomeno.
Another German matchup.
Another German matchup.
I talked about Dolan Mike against Kevin Asia, and here we have also Salzor against Fenomeno. Both playing in the same qualifiers, both 1-2. They know each other very well.
Backs are against the wall.
Exactly.
They probably train against each other every once in a while. Pretty familiar with how they have
Both from
success.
Germany. We know the levels of German people. We know the competition they have in Germany.
Yeah.
We obviously know the level they have. This is going to be a very tight game, I think.
Yeah. Okay. And is there anybody that has the fine margins and an advantage in the fine margins?
Well, I think knowing how both play, because I'm in the same qualifier with both guys, I think Fenomeno could surprise also with a few new things that he's not expecting. So I think the margins would go Fenomeno's way.
All right, Boris, before I get to you on that, let's check the intros of both of these players. I think my favorite photo so far now is Salzor doing one of these. Like he's number one.
We have another pro player from Lille, Crafty. He has a one picture from Amsterdam going like this.
Yeah.
It's
The
pretty.
finger.
Yeah, the
Classical.
finger.
Yeah, it just seemed like, hey, Benedict, can you just raise the number 1 for us, please? You know? But no, it looked great, and I want to make sure we get some of those intro pictures moving forward. Now it's your turn. Boris, how do you see this one playing out? Before I get to predictions, let's break this one down.
Well, first of all, I want to say that I'm not as familiar with the Xbox side. I think you are, you know slightly more, but we have seen Salzer making a console switch. So last season he was playing actually on PlayStation, and he was peaking early in the first major in Barcelona. He went unbeaten in the Swiss format.
That was 7 games in the Swiss format.
Yes, 6-0, and then next day he just lost the first round, and the rest of the season he...
I'll never forget it. He had his head on the table like this for like an hour.
Yeah,
that's how sad he was once he got eliminated.
Managed to find his way back, and then this autumn he just made his switch to Xbox, and he's been doing good. But the question is, maybe Phenomena with more experience from this console will have an advantage actually in this game.
Exactly, and that's what I mentioned. It's harder to qualify on PlayStation, and maybe that's why he made the switch to qualify on Xbox. It's a bit easier to qualify on Xbox just because of the number of players. But still, I think as professional players, you should be able to, if not play both consoles, to adapt quickly if you change your console. So he should be pretty confident on Xbox despite the change. I think the main problem will be that they're both German, they know each other so well, and when you play somebody you know well, it usually tends to be very, very tight games decided by a small margin.
You're straddling the fence. You're like, I could go with either guy here. I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's your prediction?
I think Phenomenal is going to edge it because I know both playstyles, and I think Phenomenal knows how specifically to win this game.
I'm 2-2 now, so
I'm 2-2 as well.
I'm just gonna follow the advice of the Xbox expert.
I just feel like the switch in consoles, you know, it's still pretty recent for Benedict.
Yep.
I'm feeling Phenomenal as well.
I mean, if you're listening to me, I'm already out. I'm 1-3, so don't listen to me.
No, I understand that, but you're still ranked in the standings. You have 550 Global Series points, so you have more credibility than us two sitting here. So we're going to listen to you for sure. So you thinking Phenomenal?
I think Phenomenal. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I got some other phenomenal news for you guys. We have another Twitch drop that's happening. Make sure you link your Twitch and EA accounts so you can win some premium gold packs. It's all going down. I didn't win a Marcelo Team of the Year or Conte. I'm so disappointed.
You can try mine.
I can try yours?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Account sharing?
Yeah. I love Conte. He's one of my favorite players in real life. I have one of his jerseys, even though I'm not a Chelsea fan. Is that breaking the rules if you can support one player on a team that you don't support?
No, I think if you like the specific player, that's no problem.
We can hang out more often. I like when people agree with me. All right, so you have Phenomenal.
Same
have Phenomenal.
Yep,
I have Phenomenal. I'm kind of curious with what our casters think about who's going to win this next one. We're going to throw it over to those guys. It's Richard and Brandon. Putting you guys on the spot now. We've made our decision. What's yours?
I think we have to disagree, aren't we? We're going to go Benedict Salzel.
I mean, I'm out.
Wow.
I'm 0-3.
Oh, well, Richard's out. We're kind of doing a Swiss-style format, if anyone doesn't know at home. I think Richard went 0-3.
Yeah, I'm out of it. But I was watching those games last round and seeing some of them results, seeing Jazz go out, Aggie go out, I was speechless. I mean, the only word that comes to mind was supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to say, Brandon.
Well, that was a mouthful of words.
That was
Richard.
a mouthful. I didn't. Can you spell that? I don't think you can.
No, I can't. No.
All right, guys, have some fun with this game.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. We are going to go for a Benedict Salzel win, though. I think me and Rich, obviously Richard's out of the predictions. Well, I think I'm like 2-2 if we're doing a prediction Swiss-style format. But I think you've just got to look at the experience of Benedict Salzel. He's been around this scene for so long. You know, you talk about the Aggers, you talk about the Boris legends, who's lucky enough to work on this broadcast with us. Players that have experienced how FIFA esports has grown over so many years.
I mean, we talk about experience being vital, but if you look at some of the players that are coming up right now, they ain't got tons of experience. Players like Tex, players like Goal Machine. These aren't players that have got 3-4 years of FIFA experience. These are players who have come onto the scene in the last year, come into the scene in the last 18 months and just dominated. This time last year, it was Tex making his name in Barcelona. Now he's arguably one of the biggest names in FIFA esports as a whole. So it shows how things can just switch for you in a weekend, switch for you in an event. So I think it's really tough to predict this game. That's why I'm going to sit on the fence, because my predictions don't count anymore at the end of the day.
Well, the couch all went for Phenomenal. And I'm going to go for Benedict Salzel there. Of course, the whole team involved in this, and you guys at home as well can let us know who you think is going to win this. But this is elimination FIFA now. This is Swiss-style format. This is round 4 of it. Of course, all these guys playing now are currently 1 and 2. 3 losses send you home, 3 wins send you through. Hopefully we can see some incredible stories here of players that went 0-2, then can maybe turn it around. But some of the people that have already gone home on the Xbox side of things, you've got Marlet from Stuttgart, his first real event of the year. Remy Martin, again, he's gone out. And then you've got people that are in this position, Richard, and names you wouldn't expect to be in this position. You talk about Nicholas Rajic in there. You've got Lyrics in there. You've got Dragon, Dylan Mike, who's had a fantastic start. Went 3-0. He went unbeaten last weekend in London.
It shows how tournament football is so unpredictable. One weekend you can be on top of the world, and the next weekend after, it can all come crumbling down on you. Did get a message last weekend from Salzor, and he said thank you for the kind words. We were talking about players like him, like Tim Latka, like Timox, especially in that German region, who are just so professional. They'll be on time to events. They're not only players, but they're sort of icons in that German scene. And
he loves a Turtle Beach headset as well.
He does love a Turtle Beach headset, like myself.
Yeah, of course, obviously one of our sponsors here over the weekend. But, you know, you look at Benedikt Salzar, I'm going to go out on a limb to say that I think he's one of the first players to sign with a football club. Now, I think he signed first, then Dave, by the way, followed, then it was Timo at Wolfsburg. And, you know, they were one of the first real football clubs to get involved in esports, one of the first German Bundesliga clubs to go into esports. And, you know, look how all the clubs have followed from that. You know, we know what Stark Esports have done and how they brought in a number of other Bundesliga clubs into that setup. But Wolfsburg were the start, and they started something.
Yeah, they were the pioneers, you'd say. The real building blocks that FIFA Esports has built upon. You look at then the likes of Ajax getting involved, Manchester City, these teams who are not only just getting a player for a player's sake, but they're really building a community and infrastructure around the club.
As we said, this is round 4 of Swiss style. This is the Xbox side. We saw the PlayStation side went, obviously, 2 names, 4-0 at the moment, and on the attack, of course, was Ronamo there. 2 German players going out here as well. We came into this competition with 16 German players. There's a finesse. It's saved by David Haya. And if you didn't know already, it is Benedikt Salzar kicking from left to right in that blue strip, that blue Wolfsburg strip.
Just looking at the names already fallen from the PlayStation 4 side of things, we're going to have an equal amount of huge names falling from the Xbox side. Agger out. Mikael Lord-Horf, a fantastic player from Denmark. He's been knocked out. Rain 10 coming from Mexico. He's travelled all the way here and he went out on the PlayStation 4 side of things. But what a performance from Hasu and Footwiz Marco, both to be 4-0. And now, after hearing the news that MS Tesari is going to forfeit his last couple of games in Swiss style, hashtag sure he's going to be 4-0.
It's going to give that man some confidence as well. And he deserves it, to be honest. Obviously, for circumstances that couldn't be controlled. Obviously, MS Tesari not feeling too well. Of course, he should be back competing tomorrow, though, because he has got his 3 wins. He's through to the knockout stages, so I'm sure there'll be a number of Saudi fans in the stream. Don't worry, he will be back tomorrow. He'll just be obviously ending the day with a 3-2 record there. But hashtag Shuri doesn't concede many goals, but hasn't scored many either. But he's had a great run. He's had a fantastic run in today.
Well, he'd conceded 1 goal in, I think it was 6.
Oh, this is superb from Benedikt Salzar. He deserved more. Hit the post for Cristiano Ronaldo. It was fluent football.
Yeah, nice play to get into that area, and then that post just being the difference between a 0-0 and a 1-0 scoreline. Nice intricate passing from Salzar to get into the opportunity, and then unfortunate with the finish.
Could have been 1-0. Could have been putting them in the right direction, but don't know too much about these 2 guys. Obviously, played a lot last year as well. Obviously, played a lot for Benedikt Salzar for a number of years. Phenomenal obviously was in the top 16 back in Barcelona, which was actually a year ago this weekend, where DH Tech's made his name. And 12 months later, he probably wouldn't have expected the run that this man's had. Winning that tournament, coming this wonder kid as such, signed that contract, obviously with F2, then the YouTube, the subscribers, the Twitter following, the Instagram following, all that followed through with it. And now he's up there, one of the world's best players, and he's only 17 years of age. Phenomenal now. All the way across to the back post, Marcelo. Just do enough.
Just goes to show you what experience can do for you. Not only experience, but confidence as well.
Play the one more. Bullet. Went for a finesse all the way across. He's going to go to R9 off the other post. Both players have struck the post in this opening half.
Massive slice of luck there for Fernando for that chance to even come about.
I think he's just offside.
He's just offside. As we're talking about, Tex just goes to show what confidence, what having a winning mentality, a championship mentality can do for you. In his first ever event, he won the event, and since then, in FIFA 19 especially, 2 championships and a couple of top 4 finishes to go alongside it.
Over across there with Mbappe, but didn't work out on this occasion for him. We've still got round 5 to go through as well, obviously breaking that one up to PlayStation and Xbox. Only one player can go 5-0 on each console. Obviously, FUT was Marco Ahasso, who will be the man to do that. I thought it's been a great day, and in the nicest way possible. If you come into a tournament, you look at the fans' favourites that were there as well. You wouldn't have put Marco or Ahasso to go 5-0. That's just from probably like an outsider's view in the FIFA community. Of course, these guys are fantastic players, but you'd be looking at the favourites, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you want to predict them to be in a 4-0 position, whether you're a massive FUTWiz fan, an Australia fan, or if you are one of the analysts, Mike Lavelle, the Evans, people on the couch. No one would have predicted that to be happening after day 1. It's a 3-day event, it's not a 1-day event. You've got to come back tomorrow, you've got to perform again. How many times do we see people going 5-0 and then crashing out?
All the way to the back post. Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Rich. You hit the nail on the head. We saw Mo Aubameyang not at this tournament, but went 5-0 in the past tournament. Went into day 2, just didn't play as well as he did, and it's not taking anything away. There's Varane there, just we'll go for half time. But just looking at the way that a number of players have performed, you have to give them a lot of credit. We're not saying that they didn't deserve to be there at all, but it's just one of them things. If you have a good tournament, you feel good, anything can happen.
Memory serves me correct, Janos in Manchester went the perfect record and then went out of the first round of the day 2. It just shows that Swiss, at the end of the day, don't really mean anything. You've just got to get through Swiss. You've got to get last year 4 wins, this year 3 wins. Don't matter. You've seen Desari. He's forfeited his last 2 games. Wow.
Lovely ball. He's offside anyway.
Went for the Adam Ryan kick off there. Looks like I know he's very confident at doing that. I'm sure he'll be watching online as well. Young prospect from Scotland representing Team Bundled.
Again, another young player as well coming through the ranks. So many of, you look at the Dylan Mikes, who's in a tough position at the moment, needs to win this game or will be going out the competition. But so as we know, if you're someone that wants to compete at home, 16 years of age, you need to be minimum. And look at Dylan Mike, he was wanting to compete in these tournaments. This was the year when he could start coming through, and he only got here last night to Bucharest because he had an exam the day before, and apparently if he didn't do that, he wouldn't be allowed to come. So here we go, Zalzor with the fake shot, tried to open up a shot, but still 0-0 between these two. Nothing really to cheer about. As me and Richard kind of talk about a number of players in this tournament, some players that have had a big history in competitive FIFA, the way that times have changed, and at the moment, something that hasn't changed is there's been the most German players in every single one of these events as part of the Global Series this year. There's been 6 so far. There hasn't been a German overall winner.
Yeah, it shows that people are qualifying from Germany, and Germany have got the best qualifying success rate, but that's probably down to a couple of things. Probably there's a large number of people trying to qualify from Germany who are at a very, very good level, given how many tournaments that they have in Germany, how many small tournaments that they have. Your casual player, your average player who's getting Gold 1 in Germany with the tournaments that they're putting on, he's going up to Elite 3, Elite 2, and then when you get to that level, it's all about the small margins, as a lot of pro players say, and just doing your best on the day, and that's probably why you have so many qualifiers from that region. Also, the grind. Look at Megabit, he's willing to put in time.
Whip it to the back post. Ronaldo will be there, and that'll be the opening goal of the game. Benedikt Salzor, 58 in-game minutes is taken to score the first goal. And as we were just thinking back to Barcelona, do you remember when Benedikt Salzor went 7-0, I think it was, in Barcelona?
7-0 and then got eliminated straight away in the first round.
A year ago this weekend. So there's a bit of luck in the air for this man to pull it through, get him into the knockouts.
Just looking at that goal right there, that's the new meta in the game. El Tornado into a back post cross. Ronaldo is pretty strong in the air, safe to say.
Number 9.
And he's not making any mistake.
He knows more than anyone, Richard, that there's still another 19 game minutes left and another leg of FIFA to play. However, there could be an equaliser straight away from Fernando off the bar. Nearly on the rebound.
Yeah, straight from kickoff, coming down the other end. Love a little dinked pass into the path of R9, I think it was. Cannoned off the crossbar. Very unfortunate. Tried to instantly, someone say hashtag swift reply, straight back into this game.
See, a pause has been cued as well by that man who just had that chance at the bar. He bounced down on a rebound, but on this occasion it wasn't falling nicely for him. He's going to get one more attack though, before maybe heading into a pause where he can make a change if he's not happy still. Neymar with an interesting choice across there. Kind of just digged it out with his feet to put that into the box, but still in possession. Back to Hullet, all the way out to Ramos now. He looks like he's playing it right back, and it's a familiar position change we're seeing. Obviously, that 97, I want to say. Timothy Ramos.
Yeah, Timothy Ramos, 97 rated alongside the 97 team of the Neymar.
Speaking of him, he was just on the ball. Out he goes now. This is Ronaldo. Surely he's not missing from here. Oh, yes, he is.
Shanked wide of the post. And Phenomenal knows that was a fantastic opportunity to get back into this game.
I think Salzor did as well. You just saw his reaction there. We can see the changes he is going to make. Obviously, 4-2-3-1 seems like the formation that everyone is playing in these tournaments now. It just offers those two CDMs, and you can do a lot with it.
I mean, it's just simply the strongest formation on the game. There's no real, unless you're a master in a different formation, such as Shells back in FIFA 17. So that was 4-4-2, his baby. Goal Machine 4-3-2-1 last year. That was just sort of, that's what he ran every single game, either a 4-3-2-1 or a 4-3-1-2. It's a safe option. You pick a 4-2-3-1. You know that you're going to pretty much get matched up with a 4-2-3-1 against your opponent. You're not taking any risk. It's a very risk-free formation.
Well, that was a risk there that Salzor did. He went for a threaded through ball, or a lofted through ball, sorry. It was just way too heavy for his Messi to get onto. That's a mistake there, Maldini. He's got loads of time though just to pick up the ball and calm it down, but sure inside. Nomino will know that this is a knockout game. He's 1-0 down.
Just noticed there as well something quite interesting that he's doing. He's playing Ramos at right back, which is no real surprise, but from the goal kick you can dink it out to your right back, and he's always going to win the header. People on Ultimate Team, they'll usually dink it to a left back or a right back.
You've got someone that can win the ball in the air.
Sometimes Andy Robertson or Kyle Walker or Alex Telles, whoever you might be using in a fullback position, isn't the strongest in the air. You're dinking it out to Sergio Ramos, arguably the second best header of the ball behind Cristiano Ronaldo.
He's been jumping for fun today. You can see some of the goals that Ronaldo scored. Speaking of which, the ball nearly fell into him there for Benedict Salzor, and I'm sure his teammate Timox will be at home watching, supporting. Obviously, they've got the virtual Bundesliga now that they're all involved in. It's taking place, one of the partnered leagues as part of the Global Series. 850 Global Series ranking points. If you can pick up the win at that one. See the MLS as well. It's the Kid Mamito in a knockout game. And up against Lyrics, that one we'll have our eyes on too. Some games it's to solidify that you're going through this competition. Some games right now, with one like this we're watching, is to keep yourself in it. The tournament that Aga had to go through, and unfortunately he goes out the tournament. Lord Hjort, as you mentioned, young Danish player there. Jazza, of course, from Envy.
The touch there from Ronaldo letting down Salzor, creating a nice little opportunity, but just outstretched, and Ronaldo unable to pick up that loose ball.
Speaking of which, here comes Messi now outside the button, the left foot. Has he got something on that, or?
I think he was just offside.
So he got lucky there. The least being a corner. I've got hit off David De Gea on the way through, but it was offside, so that's not going to matter. But simple for you, Salzor. Hold on to this 1-0 lead. Take yourself into that second game. It hasn't really been too much to cheer about, but a game that's kind of been controlled from both of them.
Yeah, and not a lot of first-time finesse in this game. Not a lot of the timed finishing. It seems as though both players just not really able to create that space on the edge of the box. If you're marking well and you're defending well, sometimes the opportunities just don't arise. And 1-0, it's been a pretty stalemate sort of game.
To be honest, at half-time, I don't think Salzor even had a shot. I think it was 0% shot accuracy. Even he missed his chance, so he didn't have any shots.
A little bit of quality from the main man, CR7.
Well, he's going to get a bit more quality maybe now. Is Phenomenal. He's onside as well. The shot. Oh, there we go. Game on as we go into this second leg. At the perfect time as well. All Salzor had to do was just hold on to that 1-0 lead. The game hasn't offered too much regarding chances-wise. And Cristiano Ronaldo, you mentioned it just then, Richard, someone that will always step up to the plate when he's called upon. An unbelievable strike from him.
Yeah, he's got Harry Potter's wand in his right boot. An absolute magic finish there from Phenomenal. Off the post. Keeper can't do anything. You can have 3 players controlling the goalkeeper in your goal and you're still not going to be able to save that. That's the first leg wrapped up pretty much there.
And that is how it's going to be, Richard. Obviously 1-1 there between the two. Nothing more to really celebrate as well. It's obviously playing for Borussia Esports, obviously not Borussia Dortmund, not in the esports space as of yet.
See Fiddler there next to him, representing FC Cincinnati, and the man on your screen there, 27 years of age, Benedict Salzor.
Been in this esport for a very, very long time as Benedict. I remember obviously one of our first games that we got to commentate on was Timox up against Benedict. You couldn't have written that. You know, you're looking at some of some of the other clashes in this tournament. The Rogue boys could be up against each other at some point. If Nicholas Rajek stays in the competition, that is, he's in the knockout game, then Goal Machine seems slightly more confident.
If Aggie would have won, there'd have been a good chance that Marcuso and Aga could have matched up as well in a 2-2 matchup, but wasn't meant to be for Aga, former world champion. He goes out of the competition, and as we jump into this second leg very shortly, one of these 2 players will be going out of the competition. Will it be Phenomenal or will it be Benedict Salzor? 1-1 after the first leg.
And of course, some of those players that already left the competition on the Xbox side of things obviously include Marlet from Stuttgart. Obviously, we've seen as well Remy Martin from Norfolk's Given Esports. Then you've got people that are in a huge deciding game over here. We've got the likes, obviously, Benedict Salzor up against Phenomenal that we're watching at the moment. We've got Nicholas Rajek from Rogue. We've got Houston Dynamo's Kid Mamito, Lyrics, Ranners.
Dragon as well, former grand finalist in 2016. He's an elimination game, so I'm sure if this game does go one way and either Phenomenal or Salzor lead 4-5 goals up, we'll jump over to another elimination game. Let's try and give you as many different outlets that we can throughout this crucial time, round 4 and round 5. That's why all the fixtures are split, to try and give each player as much coverage as they potentially can get over this quite crucial time in the season. We're over halfway through the FIFA season. This is the first major event on a brand new patch. The latest patch isn't available yet for the players to play, but we're playing on December 18th patch, so interesting to see as we go later in the competition, will those sort of things come into effect. It's very, very interesting viewing right now.
Of course, it's at the day of action, really, hasn't it? From round 1 to where we are now in round 4, we've had some incredible matches. You look at the scores in round 1, round 2, round 3 delivered as well. We went to penalties, extra time. It was all just really one goal to separate a lot of games. But here we go then. Match number 2 in this huge deciding game. I know, obviously, Benedict Salzor is a big Twitch streamer himself. I'm sure he's got a number of fans in here as well, trying to support him along the way. But it's not going to be an easy ride in Phenomenal.
Yeah, pretty much one of the only events that we've seen any sort of VFL Wolfsburg participation at. Timox and Salzor both struggled to qualify this year. I think the last time we saw Timox was we saw him at the Olympics committee.
Yes.
He went over there alongside Tim Latka to put on a demonstration for FIFA Esports, but it's been a little bit of a struggle this year for both Wolfsburg players.
It's lucky for them, they've got their Wolfsburg Academy. I think they've got Benny coming through the ranks. He's qualified for one of the upcoming FUT Champions Cups. I think he's qualified for the one next month, obviously. Waiting to see where that one's going to be held. 1-1, all square in this one, I should say. Still nothing to celebrate, and it was in the second half we saw the first real chance for Benedict Salzor in that last game. So he didn't know he's kicking from right to left. Hasn't actually played in his home strip yet of Wolfsburg. And it will be Phenomenal from left to right in that white strip. Scored a 92nd minute equaliser with Cristiano Ronaldo. Got in a pocket of space. Just literally smashed it as hard as he could. Went posting in. Here we go. This is Benedict Salzor now. Loads of space, loads of time. Lovely goal as well.
Yeah, really, really nice bit of play from Benedict Salzor. He went down the line. It's something we've been seeing more and more recently. Not cutting inside, just taking it down the line. And when you're getting into the box, it's pretty tough because your opponent can't really put a tackle in against you. Lovely La Croqueta. It's the most useful skill move this year to add to your repertoire. Any 4-star skiller or above can do it. Just a very, very quick turn of direction, and then sets him up for a finesse. Ronaldo from 7 yards out. It's pretty reliable.
Exactly that. He's not going to be missing them ones, is he, Richard? Mbappe now. This is straight down the other end now. Fenomeno, he needs a goal to pull this one back all square, but a better start from Salzor in this game. So he went into half-time in the last one. 0% shot accuracy. Obviously, didn't really register many chances. Mbappe, ball across the box. If he gets rid of that, they've done really well.
Yeah, really nice ball there from Salzor. R1 and square. That low-driven cross across the box, looking to create a little bit of space.
Oh, he's done so well there. And Kylian Mbappe all the way across. Oh, no, just too heavy. You saw the idea there from him, but just speaking about the Xbox side, as we know, obviously, MS Tesoro not feeling too well, so sure he gets the win there to put him 4-0, but as we are speaking now, you've got Danny against F2 Tex. Both those players are 3-0 at the moment.
So the winner will be playing Shori. They already know that. They already know what awaits them in the final game of the day.
If Shori goes and beats Tex or Danny, I know he's really good mates with Tex, it's not a bad outing, is it, for day number one?
A lot of confidence going into day two. However, we've seen it before. We've seen people, as we were talking earlier, don't need to re-emphasize it. Going perfect on day one isn't sometimes the best situation to be in.
Because kind of the spotlight's on you as well for how well you played in day one. Sometimes those players that go 3-2, or obviously if we're playing bigger events last year, such as with more players involved, you know, you're looking at the 4 and 3s, the players that just about scrape through, Richard, and it doesn't really bother them. As long as they're there, as long as they're in the knockouts, they get the jump up on the points, as we know, they get the jump up on the prize money. But 24 hours can be weird in competitive FIFA. You can be on top of the world and then just get knocked out in the first round. Benedict Salzor, he's got other ideas though. Somehow got the shot away there. He did time it, but David De Gea looks a bit confused there with Patrick Vieira, I think, at the back, who's clearing that one out.
We go from hero to zero in no time flat.
I don't think he's going to be taking the shot of Vieira there on the finesse. I doubt he's going to be doing that. Instead, loses out. Now he needs to defend this one as we slowly approach the half-time interval. Of course, hopefully you guys that have been watching all day long have picked up some rewards as well. Benedict Salzor straight down the other end. There he goes. He's got space as well. Can he find Neymar? Doesn't want to. Instead, going to go to Mbappe. I think he just dropped the ball instead off to Neymar.
That chance all came about from Fernando trying to play out from the back with Maldini. He played it straight into him. You're trying to play out with your centre-back. If you lose the ball in that sort of area of the pitch, you're going to get punished, and very, very close from Salzor extending his lead to 2.
Ronaldo, can he play the overlap run? Instead, he plays to R9. Plays all the way across to Mbappe on the finesse. That would have gone in if it didn't get blocked by Ramos.
The goalkeeper's about 3 years too late with that one.
He's in no man's land, isn't he? Just run away completely from that. Cleared away by Maldini then. And Nick Salzor, you can see on his face, he knew that would have been a clear goal for him. Would have given him a bit more confidence, as he would have been up by 2 goals to 3-1 on aggregate. Fenomeno, though, if he can score now, he loves a goal on the added time or really late on. There's kind of just swiveled and turned, could have easily went the other way, but used that left foot. Keeper was needed, called into action.
Yeah, no real conviction on that. You can see he's pulling him towards the back post.
He's controlling Ronaldo as well. He's going to play. The idea nearly came off for him as well. Nearly fell to R9, then he tried to play one more on there. This game has really opened up in the last 10 in-game minutes. It's really, really opened up. End-to-end FIFA.
Looking for a fake shot down the line again. That seems to be the move for Salzor. Just that big fake shot down the line.
Ronaldo to Ronaldo. Commentary line I'm used to saying in competitive FIFA. And Mbappe was pushed. That looked harsh.
Asking questions of the referee.
I think Salzor was expecting something out of that as well. Referee says, no, thank you, we're playing on. However, falls back to Mbappe, luckily. Lovely interchange there. Oh, and he's offside. Just about offside there. We had a little bit of space. Instead, though, just petered out, and that's going to go for a free kick there. Rafael Varane into the book for something that I'm not too sure exactly what he did. Maybe a late tackle on Mbappe.
Oh, no, he's Varane walking a tight line right now. And you see some pretty dodgy yellow cards gave.
The referee has indicated
Little trips here and there.
And we saw obviously
Player
FUT was
colliding.
Marco. If you look at the story of FUT was Marco today, and giving away 2 penalties in that Lev Vinken game where he was 2-0 down, looked defeated, to now being 4-0.
And Lev's out.
That's the story of competitive FIFA.
Yep.
Anything can happen in these huge tournaments. Half-time there in this second leg. Possession, not really too much to talk about there other than the scoreline of 1-0.
Surprised R9's not coming off yet, to be honest. He switched his fullbacks. I think that's probably maybe just to defend the back post cross, all depending where he's playing specific players. So as you can see, he's playing Cristiano Ronaldo right cam is phenomenal. That's because he wants to utilise the back post cross as much as possible with it being so strong this year. So what Salazar's done is switched Marcelo and Ramos. So Ramos is the one defending Ronaldo at the back post now instead of Marcelo. Ramos versus Ronaldo, a much highly contested aerial battle than it would be against Marcelo at the back post. So that's just the wherewithal and the experience of Salazar to spot that and to say, I know a fix for that. I can put a plaster on that, so to say.
Hopefully that plaster stays down because he's going to get a lot of pressure from Fenómeno unless he can score this one. Well read. Well met, I should say, from David De Gea. It was a finesse that was easily met into the box R9. Lurking in there, went to Cristiano Ronaldo though instead. And now played straight back down. It's a Fenómeno that's going to attack with pace. Counter-attack with pace, I should say. Ramos is making a right-wing run there. He's offside though, by a mile.
Yeah.
And he would have actually scored if he was onside, maybe.
Good little finish from Sergio Ramos, but was offside.
We knew he used to be a right back by trade. I wonder if he used to bomb on like that down the wing.
For a second, I thought that was a second Rafael Varane yellow card when I saw Varane going into the book, but that means both Varanes on both sides of the field right now have picked up yellow cards.
And they need to be very, very careful. Otherwise, one of them could be down to 10 men, and that could be lethal. Especially as they come into the latter stages of this second leg. Is it going to be a routine cross once again? It is!
Not even Ronaldo this time. It was Kylian Mbappe getting up, getting above the rest of the players in the box and driving his header goalwards.
Didn't even need Ronaldo there. Ronaldo went for it, but Mbappe leaped above Ramos as well.
If you're playing at home and you're playing weekend league, if you've not implemented this into your game, get a 5-star skiller on the wing. Get Mbappe's regular card. Get Neymar's regular card. Xherdan Shaqiri's got 5-star skill. Just get somebody who can do an El Tornado and try and implement it into your game.
He must be doing so right. Obviously, these pro players are using it right here, right now. Eusebio to Neymar. He's going to cut back instead. Play inside to R9. This could be huge for Fenómeno, but still soaks up this pressure. And then this is the time when we talk about the professional players. When you're 3-1 up now, when you're in the 60th minute, you're 3-1 up, you think about those big games, those big occasions, those German championships, all those big events that Salzburg's played, and then you relax. You think about, how am I going to see this game out now? Apply those tactics into the way you can.
For Neymar down the line, he's loved that over-the-top through ball. Now he's going to expect the El Tornado inside. So this way you start mixing it up, you might go back down the line again. Something that you've had success previously with.
No. Oh, well played.
Yeah, that's a great goal. That's a really, really good goal.
I think that's Victor behind him there from Stark Esports, just giving him a little shoulder massage. Because that is some fantastic FIFA from Benedict Salazar. You said about not using the El Tornado or not overcomplicating, doing the same things again.
It's all about unpredictability. If you're playing against somebody, they start to read what you're going to do. It's as simple as that. If you do 10 things in a row over and over again and you do the same thing every time, someone's going to read that move. They're going to read exactly what you're doing. So you've got to keep it unpredictable. You've got to keep that element of surprise almost. And Salazar's pulled away right now.
That's a fantastic chance for Fenómeno. Yes, he can. He can score it as well. Back to 2 goals. Only 2 goals are needed. Don't get me wrong, there's still a hefty margin. However, it just gives a little bit of confidence back to Fenómeno.
There's still a lot of FIFA left to be played in this game. That's the thing that you need to consider as well. We've just seen 2 goals in 2 minutes. If Fenómeno can get another goal in quite a short space of time, This game is well and truly open. I wouldn't be surprised to see, yeah, you see Eusebio coming on, Messi as well for Mbappe. And Kante coming on in midfield just to give a little bit of extra legs. He's putting comeback on his left cam and central cam.
Doing very well to read a bit German there, Richard.
Plenty of FIFA commentary.
We get to see a few different languages going through those custom tactics. However, simple as it is, hold on 25 or just over that 26 in-game minutes. You've got yourself a win here, Benedict Salzo, and you're throwing yourself through to the knockouts tomorrow because this is a 1-win, 2-loss game for both of these players. They win this.
They're still in competition.
Sorry, they're still in the competition. They're not guaranteed for apologies on that. They go 2-2 and they could be putting themselves in for
they're giving themselves an opportunity.
A remarkable comeback for themselves.
Yeah, this is the fight to stay in the competition, the fight to survive, almost. It's like when we're in the Premier League, you're on that special day, last game of the season. Who's going to stay? Fight or flight?
And it's always changing. Someone's scoring, someone's conceding. Of course, we'll give you an update on all those other games. I'm sure the guys at the couch will, after how we see this second half of round 4 goes down. I'm sure we'll go over to a few games as well, just lofted into the box. Nothing fancy about that one. Chance to switch the play out now. He's got an ongoing run as phenomenal. Instead, wants to keep the ball between his two centre-halves and build into this attack. He won't get many more. And that time is slowly running out for him. If it goes 3-0 now, be clever, Benedict Salzo. He tried to be clever, in fact. Off to Messi. He's done so well there. He expected to finish so early. Instead, he just held on to the ball.
He's moved his keeper for the cross, has Phenomenal. He's expecting the back post cross, so he moves him across the goal to come and intercept a cross, and just left all that near post so open. Could say the goalkeeper was dancing there across the line.
You could say with he could say. What an unbelievable chance that was to save it and keep the game alive. I was thinking of a dance there. I think he was doing the flamenco there. The way that keeper was moving.
Good little dance as well.
Looked completely out of control. We might be doing that dance again in a minute, Richard. Can you play it across? Yes, he can. Ronaldo. What's Ronaldo going to do? So simple. Drag back or two. Wins a penalty. Surely, referee. No, he says he's won the ball.
Wow.
I just feel like in every tournament we're doing at the moment, we're just looking at penalties going, penalty or not?
I mean, if there's ever not been a penalty gave, I think that was it right there. I'm not sure
if that was 1 second more, or 1 second just slightly later, yeah, that would have clearly been a penalty. I think it was just the millisecond detail of where he just did that mechanic.
I mean, I think he just jumped into the tackle, to be honest.
Well, I mean, the fake shot. If he held the skill move or something like that a little bit longer. Messi. Oh, no. 3 goals in front, though. He looks home and dry, this Benedict Salzo. Years of experience coming out for him. 27 years of age is this man. So one of the older FIFA players in the scene. You look towards the Ditos, the Bucharest legends, the August Rosameyers. All those legends, Bruce Granick, the Alfonso Ramos, all been involved in competitive FIFA for such a long time, and it's great to see, obviously, some of them still being able to, some of them still being able to make a career out of this, which is fantastic to see.
You see resurgence of FIFA players of old as well.
Exactly that. You see,
like Tom Stokes.
Yeah, coming back for obviously bundled Stokes. You go right now. You look at Sean Allen, been involved for a long time in competitive FIFA. Into the last in-game of 5 minutes now. If anything, it's going to be a consolation for Phenomenal unless he misses this one. Saved by De Gea. Marcelo had no clue about that one, instead just fell into the ball. And I think Phenomenal knows it's over, Richard.
Yeah, good, experienced, cultured performance from Salzo. He's looking to make it 6 right now.
Cut back inside. Play to the left bottom corner. I've seen it. He's seen it.
I think Phenomenal just took his own goalkeeper out.
And it's 6-2 in the end there. And you can see there just a fist pump and a deep breath there from Salzo.
Just watch the replay back.
Keeper got tripped over.
He took him out at the knee, Marcelo. He's done like an NFL sort of tackle on him.
Smiles all around from Benedict Salzo there. And even a finger wag to know he's He's ensured himself a little bit of hope. This isn't to put yourself through. This is to keep yourself in the competition at 2 wins and 2 losses.
But they're going into that last round with 110% confidence right now that he can take on anybody. Will Salzor 6-2 victory against a countryman.
And after the first game, it was completely open, this game. It was 1-1. In this leg, we've seen 6 goals. Completely different story.
It's just been the story of taking your chances. I think it's been the story of capitalising on mistakes, keeping original and knowing what you need to do to get over the line in the end. And that's exactly what Salzor did. And he'll be moving on to a 2-2 matchup. But
we wanted to see this one.
Jump over to Kidman Mito versus Lyrics. I'm guessing this probably in the latter stage of the second half, maybe even extra time. He's just scored a 90th minute to tie it up for all.
That's Lyrics as well. Kidman Mito in that Houston Dynamo strip. And he's just conceded against Lyrics there, the UK player. What a time we've joined this one. Are we going to extra time? That's the question. What's the aggregate scoreline? 4-4?
I believe it is 4-4.
There we go. We can see what you guys can see. Hold on to this one. We're going to extra time. And
unless Kidman Mito
you've got to give a lot of respect to Kidman Mito. Unless, if he goes and scores this as well, we'll have even more respect for this guy. Messi to the edge of the box. Cristiano Ronaldo! Wow! He might have just flown in from Los Angeles, but that's not affecting his FIFA ability at all.
Last minute goal. We joined the game. We see 2 goals in 2.5 minutes. Kidman Mito comes forward.
The point I was saying is he played in the MLS literally about 2 days ago, missed out on that LQE and Gfinity the week before because all his preparation was for this event and that EMLS.
And this is an elimination game. That is Lyrics.
And that is
out
a
of
shock.
The competition.
Lyrics goes out the competition. It was a shame to see another UK player go out. 8 of them were on the Xbox side. However, we leave that one, Richard. Now we're into another one now. Nicholas Rajek up against Henso, an all-German clash once again. There were 16 Germans in this competition. No surprise, but they're constantly matching up. 5-3 at the moment to Rajek, but just a quick word more about that game there. Kidman Mito conceded as we joined, then went and scored. Nicholas Rajek, on the other hand, somehow dancing around that box.
Yeah, you always get a chance. If there's time left on the clock and you might have conceded a late goal, you always get a chance because you've got the ball back and you can always go forward again. If there's time on the clock, there's time to score a goal in FIFA, and that's exactly what Kidman Mito did right there. He kept it nicely. He didn't go backwards when he got into the final third, because if you go too far backwards, the referee doesn't think you've got a chance and he'll blow full time. He knew exactly where his angles were and fires himself into a 2-2 situation.
Of course, we'll give you an update on Goal Machine. However, if it stays like this, all the rogue players will still be in the competition. We know that CMS Dasari is through till tomorrow.
Winner of this could be matching up either against Kidman Mito or Benedict Salzor.
Could be jumping into another all-German clash there, but Kidman Mito, I think there was 4 people that flew over from the MLS. Obviously, it just took place in Los Angeles. You've got Mike LaBelle, of course, works as one of the talent here on the production. You've got, obviously, New York City Chris. You've got FC Cincinnati Fiddle. And, of course, we just saw there Kidman Mito, who made the final in that competition, lost out to Dualstar. And, of course, congratulations to him. He was in the Cup 1, in fact. That was the Irish FIFA player there.
Yeah, interesting to point out as well, Kidman Mito qualified for last weekend in London. However, decided not to go. He decided that he wanted to prioritise other tournaments. And if he goes far in this competition and gets up and wins more than 850 Global Series ranking points, that sacrifice has paid complete and utter dividends. It's been a massive sacrifice he's willing to take, and it'll have proved successful for him.
There we go. And straight down the other end, if it wasn't over already, 6-3 the score. Ramos even jumping on the score sheet. The first time I think I've seen him score today. Wasn't a header. It was just a cheeky little finish that he just bent round the goalkeeper there. Stopped and turned. Just a basic pivot turn for him, and now he sends himself 6-3 up. But about Kidman Mito, a fantastic point. If he's got the confidence to say, right, I'm not playing in this LQE. Obviously, I know he had other commitments and stuff, and obviously the EMLS was a big commitment for him, but then he goes and performs well in this competition. That's a risk well taken. 6-3 the score now to Rajek. One of the more consistent players of last year. There's a finesse, and it was easily read by Edwin van der Sar. Hello, Edwin van der Sar. I haven't seen you for a while in competitive FIFA.
Yeah, really good bit of movement as well from Rajek. He's 3 goals up inside the last 3 minutes. He knows that this game's not away from him. He knows that there's no chance of Henso getting back into this game, but still switched on, moving the goalkeeper. That just shows the sort of professional he is. I think he tried scoring from a corner there.
Directly from a corner because he saw Van der Sar slightly off his line. However, I think Henso knows that this game is over, hence why he's trying to do some incredible acrobatic finishing there. Added time of 3 minutes, and Enrajek will keep himself in the competition. So, out of the games we've just seen there, obviously Kipamito 2-2 now. Fortunately, that is the end of the tournament for Lyrics. And of course, this game will be the end of the tournament for Henso as well.
Disappointing as well for Lyrics, knowing by his personal standards how much quality he does have. He's already got quite a decent amount of Global Series ranking points, but
there we go.
You can always get more. Just the goalkeeper movement there from Henso. They get, I should say, from Razek. The game's over. Razek goes through. Henso goes out.
I don't know where Van der Sar went. I think he went on his holidays. And just dropped into the bottom corner. Consolation more than anything, but a lovely finish from Cristiano Ronaldo. You won't be missing those ones, to be honest. That 99 Team of the Year FUT item. 99 finish. And referee, are we all done here? Send through Enrajek into... You could say the competition still is not definitely through. He still needs to win one more game, but at least the competition is still alive for the German FIFA player.
That's what it's all about in these latter stages. It's all about just getting over the line. It doesn't matter if you finish 5-0 or 3-2. Everyone's coming into the same position tomorrow. It doesn't matter whether you won every game 10-0 yesterday or you scraped through on penalties every single game. Everyone's starting tomorrow fresh. You could start in a knockout game, and after 2 legs of FIFA, you could be going home tomorrow.
Exactly that. Well, all we need to know is that I got my prediction right. Benedikt Salzor still in the competition, and I'm still in the prediction competition. Back over to the guys over on the couch as always.
Before we get into the games, I want to apologize to Benedikt Salzor. I went against you. I fell to the peer pressure of Night Watch and all of his Xbox experience.
Don't put the blame on me.
I'm totally putting the blame on you. I think Boris and I should both put the blame on you.
I mean, might as well.
Because you were like, Phenomena's the guy. He's got more experience on Xbox. Benedikt, you swayed me with him switching consoles. I was like, I knew that, but you're right. Maybe there's something there, and I was wrong.
I warned you.
I apologize, Benedikt. I should have known better. You have more experience in Phenomena. I should have went with the experience factor. Great performance by him overall. You want to check out those highlights?
Definitely.
I think we should check out those highlights because there's some good goals. And I really thought that overall Benedikt's performance was very thorough from the beginning whistle to the end. He was the best player on the field.
I think here we're about to see the new meta. Yep, we see the tornado into Cristiano Ronaldo, which is the main way to score with first-time finesses. So you see he greened the header, goes in. And after that, I think Phenomenal equalized at the very end. There were a few chances before that. This one where he just didn't hit the timing perfect. And I think at the end of the game, because I was watching the game behind them, I saw the 92nd minute, I thought the game was over. And next thing I know, the game finishes 1-1. So another missed chance here from Phenomenal. And at the end, I look, it's 92nd minute, I think the game's done. I go over to watch another game. And Phenomenal manages to show some composure at the end and actually score one more goal.
Which I was happy about. I think all of us were who predicted him to win. It's a great goal there, and obviously right there at the end. You thought that would kill Salzor's spirit a little bit because going into the second leg, the momentum was with the Phenomenal.
This is also what he gets from being, one of the oldest players here, that he has the experience. He's been in the scene for so many years. He knows that this doesn't mean anything. There's a second leg, and there is going to be more chances here. He works it in perfectly. Once again with that La Croquette and finds the perfect angle for the finesse shot. And also later he will show more of that kind of new meta with El Tornado crossing for the far post. I think it's maybe this goal, yes. And you see here this time it's actually Mbappe, and he has been absolutely phenomenal today. And this time, he completely outjumps Sergio Ramos, who is taller and has 99 jumping. Really a player to watch out for. He's been so good, and he will also score once again here. He finds this nice near post finish. It's something that Salzor is very good at. We're seeing it almost every goal, how he manages to find this green timing. Sometimes I think it's not even necessary. Maybe from these headers he would score anyways, but he's still, it's a muscle memory for him. Just keeps coming, and he always tries to find this a green timing here. He overtimes it, but phenomenal here is also over moving his goalkeeper, which gives Salzer here the huge space. And Salzer here, he was looking very confident towards the end, and also he's gonna score here one more with that green timed shot. And that's something that we've seen throughout this year, that if you don't master the timed finishing, you have nothing to do in the top 8.
Right. And that's a good point, and I appreciate all that breakdown. What I find interesting was the last time we were here in Bucharest, Eusebio's icon card was the card that everybody was talking about, and now it seems like it's Mbappe's Team of the Year, who's going to prove to be the difference maker for a lot of these teams.
Of course, the meta changes. You have new items throughout the year, and the stats that are boosted of the new Team of the Year items, the Mbappes, the Ronaldo, especially Mbappe and Modric. We haven't seen that much of Modric. I know he's used by some players, but Mbappe, he's had a huge boost compared to his regular card. Not that much in pace because he's already very quick, but in jumping and finishing and shooting and composure and all the other stats. And that's why he's so vital, because with the new meta, he can do anything. He can jump, he can cross, he has the skills to do the new effective tornado cross, etc.
He has skill moves, but also like people are following trends. You know, if they see, for example, after Tex play in a certain way, if he's using certain players, they're going to try to copy him because they think, okay, this is what makes him so good. But usually, of course, it is much more deep. I mean, it's more about the way that he uses these players, and even he's also starting to get away from these icons and have more and more Team of the Year players. And like you said, yes, the meta is changing, and we haven't seen Modric. But if we, for example, had one player here who did really good, maybe even won this tournament using Modric, then everybody would do the same. So I don't think that Modric is not good enough. I mean, people are saying that he's too small, but Kante is shorter.
That's true.
And he's dominating.
Right.
So I'm just saying, I want to see more Modric in here.
That's fair. I love seeing Luka Modric do a lot of good stuff too. Also, I love seeing Kyle Walker, who's with another winner today, Kid Mamito, whose back was against the wall, and he found a way to win. Kyle?
Thank you, Jimmy. Yes, I am here with Kid Mamito. What a win that was. How are you feeling after that? Because it went down to the final few moments, but you got the win. That's the important thing. How are we feeling right now?
I was nervous until I scored that goal. I had a two-goal lead. I was up 4-2. He just went on a team press, and he started pressuring me hard, and he got those 2 goals. But minute 90, I got the kickoff goal.
You did indeed. You took it to those final few seconds. But as I just said there, you got the W, you got the win. Now, one question I want to ask you. Have you slept? Because you were in LA 2 days ago, and now you're here in Bucharest. How's the sleeping pattern doing for you?
So far, I haven't slept much. I think last night I fell asleep like at 5 a.m. and I woke up like around 7. So it's been a grind, but let's go.
It's been a grind, but let's go. You're obviously going in now 2-2. One more game for you to play. Are you going to get the win? I want to know.
Yes, I will.
Oh, I like the confidence here in Kyle's cool down spot. Are you feeling cool?
Yeah.
I like it. Man, a few words, but he's going to get the win. Back to you guys on the couch.
And thank you, Kid Mamito. He is a man of few words, but an impressive performance from him as well. He did what he had to do with his back against the wall. He seemed pretty even keel. Let's see if he can keep that going in an elimination game, because he's now 2-2. You get to this 2-2 position, okay? You fight back. You're in a 1-2 game. How are you feeling now preparing for round 5? You have a little bit of time because you have to wait for the other console, PS4, to go first. Do you like having that big buffer of time before you get to play again, or would you rather play right away?
Well, I mean, me personally, from playing tournaments, you just want to play instantly after, and especially if you're feeling that you're playing good, you know, you feel that your gameplay is working perfectly. Then you don't want to have any breaks. But let's say that you have problems, you are maybe struggling, then you want to maybe take a break, maybe eat something, get your blood sugar up, and maybe drink something. But it's depending on how it's going. And for him, for a Kid, I mean, he's playing good now. He is on fire. So if I was him, I would say an instant game.
I think if you're coming off of a win, you definitely want to play right away. But if you're coming off a loss, you want to have a break.
Yes.
Because if you were 2-1, one step off that pressure of being in the knockouts, and you lose, you're mentally a bit unstable compared to how you were or how you could be, so you need a break. Whereas if you were 1-2, you're back against the wall, you won a game, you have your confidence a bit back, you want to play straight away. And even if you lose, you want to play, but it's not good for you to play straight away.
All right, well, we saw what Mamito and Salzar did. Let's see the rest of the results from Xbox round 4. We can talk about some of these shock results maybe for some people. And Rasic gets past Hensu. Hensu goes home. We see Lyrics and Luck. He didn't have enough luck. He's going home after Kid Mamito beat him. Dragon with a big 7-0 result.
It's very uncommon to see him with a clean sheet, actually. He's been finding some keys maybe in the defense. 7-0, that is a big score.
And we see Tass there losing 3-2. He's now at 2-2. He has an elimination game here in round 5.
Up against the wall.
Goal Machine with a big win over Foley. I saw Foley while we were having a quick dinner during the other games, and he was nervous. He's like, this could be Manchester all over again. He went up, had 2 wins there, or he had a lot of wins there, and then ended up losing.
3 wins, and then back to 3-4.
So he was joking about it. I mean, that was a long time ago, and he's still thinking about it. So that's interesting. Gorilla beats Stokes.
That was a very tight game. That was a very tight game.
Yeah, that was a good game, and Gorilla goes through now, and Stokes is now at 2-2. And then Dax absolutely obliterated his opponent, and Tex barely gets past Danny.
Well, Danny is a very high-quality opponent, especially for Tex. They played the final. They played the following week again in Bucharest, so they know each other pretty well. Both very good players, so it was expected to be a tight game. So,
but
no
Tex
surprise.
always seems to come out on top. There's something about him in particular.
And that's where I mentioned earlier the mental part. There's maybe a part of Danny that's afraid of Tex now. Every time you play Tex, you are worried that you can lose again and again and again.
Yeah, but at the same time, we're not seeing him with that convincing scorelines as we saw previously. I mean,
That's fair, but he's still getting wins.
He is winning, yes, but it's 1 goal margin, maximum 2. We're not seeing him maybe having as dominant displays as Dossery. We also saw that Dossery lost because of forfeit 6-0. He had some medical issues, but he's going to come back tomorrow. And I still think that on the Xbox side, we have Dossery and Tex that are really on a different level. And I think the Xbox side will definitely be about these two.
Okay, well, you've heard from us on the couch. Let's throw it over to the breakdown board with Rachel and Mike.
Thanks, boys. Well, I actually just want to say as well where this breakdown board is situated. So it's where all the players are actually playing their games as well. And Mike, this morning, it was so quiet in here. And now you can tell people are progressing and getting a little bit more confident because it's quite loud in here as well now, isn't it? Everyone's chatting. Everyone's a bit more calmer.
The tension was high this morning.
And now it's not. Now everyone's having dinner, having a little chat with their friends, but we want to have a little chat about Kid Mamito. Obviously, Kyle just spoke to him, and you were over in America just a couple of days ago with him, got to the final. Do you think his memento is building because he's got more and more games under his belt?
He's been Mr. EMLS. I think he had 34 unbeaten until he lost the final against Dulstra a couple days ago.
Okay, well, let's have a little look at one of his goals here. It's got quite a bit of a build-up play here, but do you think he'll be also being a bit tired from his flight? Because I know you are.
He looks tired. He definitely looks a bit jet-lagged. I talked to him briefly. He said, Mike, I might need a Red Bull or something. I'm hurting, or give me some coffee. Something's got to make this happen. In this first freeze frame, what you're going to see is a drag back with Neymar. And when he goes for the drag back, the goalkeeper's going to move. And what this tells Kid Mamito is I've got a decision to make. I can either try to challenge this goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper's going to be moving backwards with Lyric. I can either try to challenge him, or I can try to go for a secondary skill move to open up more space to aim for a sure thing, because the goal is to get a 100% opportunity. It's hard to make that really exist, but that's what you're aiming for. The higher the percentage, the better chance creation that you're putting together for your squad.
So you're saying that if he tries to score from here, he is less likely to score?
He's less likely to score because the goalkeeper's already shown movement, he's going back, and he's very likely to take away the obvious angle, which would be on the near post.
Okay, and obviously he doesn't take his chance from here, he waits.
And that's when you see the second drag back. And the key to this with the second drag back is the goalkeeper moves off of his line. And as you can see with this example here, goalkeeper's no longer on the back of his line. He's been pushed off. You've baited him off, which gives you more space, which improves your percentage of scoring those goals, of converting. And that's what's so important when you're looking at the pro level. You might only get 3 or 4 chances in a game, and you've got to be clinical.
And so when Lyric's in this position, is there any chance that he can actually make that save? Or is it a dead cert?
Because the goalkeeper's no longer being moved, or he's going to be too late after the secondary drag back, I think he's out of the picture. It's a done deal. You can wrap it up. It's all about, is Kid Mamito going to be able to convert that finesse shot? And, of course, he does. Not an issue for Neymar.
There we go. So, obviously, a good use of goalkeeping skill as well. Mike, obviously, you were over in America with Kid Mamito. Would you be able to play to the standard that he has been doing if you're in this competition?
Most people in MLS, no one's really been playing to his standard, at least in that competition. And I'm hoping that he travels well. He's got one more game left, and I'd like to see if he can get out of the Swiss stage and then maybe make a run.
Well, it doesn't look like he's got jet lag at the moment. We'll see how he gets on in the next round.
Rachel and Mike, some dynamite insight as always from them about Kid Mamito and jet lag and how it can impact you. Now, that's just for a certain set of players, but there are other players that are here based in Europe that are struggling too, and it's probably not due to jet lag, it might just be due to pressure, excuse me. If you're in this 2v2 situation, your record's 2-2.
Yep.
How do you approach it? Is it simply just based on momentum? Like, is there something you're doing different? Because I get into a situation at times when I'm playing at home where I want to change things when they don't go right, and I don't have much patience. I'm ready to switch out different cards on my ultimate team, and you know, they're not necessarily the best solutions, but I feel like I need to do something. Do you guys go through that as well, especially in the 2-on-2 situation? 2-on-2. It's like I want to play pickup game right now. But when your record's 2-2?
I mean, it depends if you're coming from a win or a loss. If you're coming from, we're seeing some players going from 0-2 to 2-2. So they did their changes and they are feeling confident. But then we have some different players who are coming from 2-0 and down to 2-2. And these players will have to start to ask themselves a question maybe, what am I doing wrong? Do I have to make any tactical changes? And usually they will have some manager with them, and if he can give some great input, that can do a lot of positive things.
Now that kind of leads me to superstitions. Do you think there's any superstitions with players? Do you have anything in particular?
Some players do have superstitions. I personally don't. But I think it also depends on who you have played. Because, for example, I think right now Tom Stokes is 2-2, but he just lost to Gorilla. So it's not as if he lost to someone who is not that good or he doesn't feel he should have lost to. He lost to Gorilla. Whether it's deserving or not, I can't specifically say, but he knows he's lost to a good player. So he's not feeling
as bad
that
about it.
as bad.
Sure.
And if you're 2-2 after beating a very good player, having your back against the wall, then you also feel confident. So it's very much the mental part of the game, who you've played, how you feel after the game, and how you approach the next game.
Well, like we did for round 4, we're going to do the same thing for round 5. We want you guys to pick which match we're going to watch using the hashtag NextMatchFIFA, going to EA FIFA Esports on Twitter to make that happen. Who do you want to see next? Marcuso versus Lost in the Waves. I love that name. All these are all elimination games. They're all 2-2 here. FCC Fiddle versus Ice Vogel. Pioxoto versus Diego. And then we have Giovi versus Ali G, who scored a whole bunch of goals, but gives up a whole bunch of goals. So who do you guys want to see? That is the big decision here. Who do you guys want to see out of those?
I personally would like to see Marcuso against Lost in the Waves, because I think if not specifically a rivalry, both players people want to see play.
Okay.
I would say the same, because we haven't seen Marcuso yet this tournament, not even this year on the stream. So it would be nice to see his gameplay.
Yeah, it would be very nice. All right, guys, we are done with round 4 on both consoles, but thankfully we have the very exciting round 5 coming up right after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Baby, that's a wrap. My dog is better than you at this game. Boom, baby.
Hey! What up? Finally, brother. Are you good with FIFA? Yeah, you? I suck. Really? Yeah. For me, Rio is a special place. I love the people here, I love the energy.
We're in Brazil, jogou bonito. E já.
You don't like what you just said.
Are you ready?
I'm getting nervous. Me too. Okay, let's do this. Let's go. Yes. Oh. Ah. Oh, that was... No! Soccer has been a huge part of my life. I used to play almost professional, and when I was 16 years old, I went to the studio for the first time, and then I decided to take the way of music. See? Finally! 1-0. I love to play FIFA, and I also love to play in real life. We're gonna play a game? Yeah. Let's do it. I played soccer for 6-7 years growing up. I would DJ in a local bar every Saturday night, and then the games would be on Sunday. So most of the time I was a backup player.
Goal! He's not terrible. He's not terrible. He was lying.
No! Modric! That's the goalkeeper. Okay, just let me score 1 goal. With soccer, you feel the connection between the world. It's amazing. It just unites complete countries. Yeah. There's so much happiness, so much adrenaline. It's a universal language, I would say. It's like music. You don't need to know the lyrics of the song to enjoy it. It's just about having fun. Exactly. 2-0. My Maluma's team. We're the dream team.
PlayStation, the best place to play.
PlayStation.
So make sure you guys tag Turtle Beach on Twitter @TurtleBeach and use the hashtag #BuiltToWin to win an Elite Pro 2 headset, which Spencer has, by the way, and I'm jealous.
Yeah, I didn't win it, but I have got one.
And that's great.
It's
and
great.
I'm jealous.
I really liked it.
Properly jealous. And welcome back to the couch, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Welcome
Good to be back.
I'm Jimmy Conrad, Spencer Owen, Boras, legend, also Ivan Lepagne.
Correct.
Is his correct name. And I said it right?
Yeah, it was good.
I'm really proud of myself. Thank you. Appreciate you giving me a compliment there. All right, we're into the very exciting round 5.
Yes.
And I get the sense that this is the time of day because you've been around for so long where you get tired and you lose some concentration. But it's where you need to really stand up and be held accountable, right? And hold yourself responsible. This is what you trained for. Is it? You guys feel the same way?
Well, yeah, I mean,
I was waiting for somebody to just take it and run with that.
If it's an elimination game, obviously, for you, and you've got to win it to stay in. Then,
yeah, I guess I'm thinking more of the guys that are 2-2.
Yeah, it's the hardest way to do it, as we talked about earlier, because you've gone through 5 super stressful games, whereas some people have already had 1 game off, if you like, if they went 3-0, so they're feeling a little bit relaxed. The likes of Tex, we're about to see Shuri play him, I think, in a second. He's had a game off as well, because Dasari went home. So they're in a very different boat. But the guys who have had to absolutely grind it out today are going to be feeling stressed now, and it's going to be the worst way to go out if you go out at this point. But if you squeeze through, tomorrow's a new day.
Right, and you're feeling good about it. You got a little pop in your step as you go to the team hotel and get some rest and get some food. 2-2, Boris. You've been in these situations before. What do you walk us through it a little bit? Are you talking to a coach? Are you talking to a friend? Are you just thinking to yourself? Are you listening to music? I have so many questions about this situation for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to try to play your best FIFA simply. It's make it or break it. And that's also what is so good with the Swiss format, because in previous formats, maybe if you had a group stage, you would depend on other players. But now it's only yourself. You have everything in your own hands, nothing else. You're also talking about it with the jet lag. It's also European players starting to struggle because we have long days. Some of the players have been there for 10 hours, played maybe 15, 20 games with the warm-ups, and it's taking its toll. And here, what it becomes so important to also live as an athlete. So the question is, how good did this player sleep? Did he eat well? Did he drink well? Because if you are sloppy with this part, this is when we're going to see, okay, these players, maybe they didn't have their 8 hours. Maybe they didn't exercise yesterday.
We talked about the fine margins on the field, but these are the fine margins off the field, things that you have control over.
Yeah, because the competition here is so high, and you have to try to find the small edge. We're seeing, okay, we have the mental part. We have also, of course, the skills, but also a huge part is to actually also live as an athlete, because our main tool, or only tool playing here FIFA is our brain. It has to work to its maximum. And this is when we're going to tell who has been living a good life and who has been sloppy.
All right, well, we asked you guys on Twitter to vote for what match we're going to see next, and you guys voted. And this is who we're going to see. It is Di Pizzotto versus Diego. And I probably butchered that, and I apologize, but There's his name. You want to have a crack at his name there, Spencer?
I don't.
No? Go ahead.
It's Peixoto.
Peixoto.
I believe.
You think so?
It is,
He's
yes.
French, though.
Yes, he is French, but he's French, but he has roots from Portugal.
Okay. So Peixoto versus Diego.
Peixoto, yeah.
So French, Portuguese versus the Argentine. Now, Diego looked pretty good when his back was against the wall before. He trains with Nicolas, which I think gives him a big advantage in this. Who do you like in this? Let's go to the predictions.
Well, I'm out of this.
Yeah, it's
Well,
actually,
you know what? I am too.
There's only a handful of us left,
I mean,
to be honest. It's me, Brandon, Mark, and Dan are the 4 people left in the race. 3 and 2, all of us. All of us are the same
Okay,
record.
wait. Before you get your predictions, though, we have to go to our intro. Let's take a look at these players first.
Okay.
Maybe that'll sway you. All right. We give a salute to both of those guys for those awesome pictures. Now, predictions. That change your mind at all, seeing those?
Massively. So I do my predictions based off hand signals mainly. And I really like Diego's one who's doing this.
Yeah.
So for that reason, I'm going to go with Diego.
You're going to go with Diego?
Going to go with Diego. It's Diego versus Diogo.
I know.
I'm going Diego. I'm going to write it down here for proof.
Can I?
And we're out. Can we just do something for fun?
You can take part for fun.
For fun.
Yeah,
for fun. I'm 2 and 3.
All right, so I'm gonna say that considering that Diego beat Age, that is one of the world's best players, considered as one of the best. It gives you a huge boost to the confidence, and therefore I think that he's gonna win this round.
That's what I was thinking. It was that and the fact that he did this.
Yeah, and he had the confidence to do that pose.
Exactly.
That takes a lot. Though Peixoto, he came off a win as well. So I'm going to go against the grain for once. I feel like we always agree. I'm going to go with Peixoto.
I'll write them
that's my
down
pick.
just for fun.
Yeah, we put it down just for fun. And
yeah, for fun.
Maybe I can have a side bet with Boris Legend over here.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's looking good. All right, and we need to find out obviously what Mark and Dan think, but I could be winning this.
Yeah. Speaking of the casters, we should get their predictions because I think it's about time to hear from them because we're about to start round 5 in PlayStation 4 here at the FUT Champions Cup presented by PS4. Guys,
yes,
Brandon, Richard?
Yes, Jimmy. As Spencer said, Diogo up against Diego. For me, I'm going to go Diego, as Boris was saying, that massive result against Aga. This man is going for his favourite. He pronounces this guy the best in FIFA. Richard, take it away.
Diogo Boxetto. That's what I'm going with.
No.
That
is not even close. Just like your shirt, it's not even close to acceptable. Now, guys, also I should mention before we go over to this game, there is a Twitch drop that's happening. So everybody at home, make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts so that you can get a rare player pack. It's happening right now. And I just thought you guys should know that.
50K packs.
All right, you can take it away now.
Well, Richard's been
you
doing
can take
that throughout the day, trying to link his Twitch account to get some free rewards. But you heard it from the guys on the couch there, kind of going towards Diego a bit more, which I'm going to go. It's going to be Diogo. We're not confusing you. But let's talk about Diego for a minute. Plays for Ducks Gaming, I believe, or DUX. Gravison, the Spanish player, plays for that team as well. And we've only seen really 3 Argentines come out of that country. We've seen Nicolas 99 that we've always known. And then we've seen Iago, who played in that London FUT Champions Cup. And then we've seen this Diego. And on the other side of that, we've seen Diogo for a long time.
Yeah, we've seen him participate in the G-Fin Elite Series for quite a little while now as well. So it'd be interesting to see how he sort of can adapt to this sort of clutch situation right now. It's a 2-2 game. The winner goes through, the loser goes home. It's as simple as that. Will it be Diego, Diogo or Diego?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tongue twister for us.
It's going to be tough. Not even most of England understand me. So this is my FUT Champs.
Well, lucky for you, I understand you, Richard. From left to right, it's going to be Diogo, though, as they mentioned. He's a French FIFA player, but has a bit of Portuguese, obviously, in him as well. And I think it's PX8. We do apologise on the pronunciation of that, but it's going to be, obviously, Diogo against Diego. Diego kicking from right to left. Beat August Rosemeyer. Both these players are 2-2 at the moment in the tournament. And it's everything to play for. You win the 2 legs, you go through to tomorrow, you go through to the knockout stages. You lose now, you've left it right to the end, haven't you, Richard? And you're going to be going out the competition. First attack of the game, could be falling.
Nice little heel-to-heel there from, I think it was Pele, trying to get in behind for Diogo. Interesting to see how both of these 2 players do start. You've got to think as well, there's not that many people in that area right now. There was 64 earlier today. People have been slowly getting chipped away from the competition, and right now, I believe there's only the real clutch 2v2 games taking place right now. The rest of the games will be taking place the 3-on-1s and the 4-on-0s. However, PlayStation coming up first, and then probably in about 55 to an hour, we're going to have the Xbox clutch games, the 2v2s. And I tell you what, there's some stacked players on the Xbox side of things.
There is. Obviously, you've got Tom Stokes in there, obviously Bundle Stokes. You've got Thully from Envy. You've got Reiser. You've got FaZe Tass, Benedict Sauser from Wolfsburg, Enrajek, Mamito, Dolomite. The list goes on of the quality players there. Of course, the Onset and Gaskin will be taking you through a little bit later today, but this one, we've got some big names in there. We haven't seen all the big fixtures, but the Kingfishers amongst this 2-2.
Looks like we have got an issue.
I think he's just got an issue with the controller.
For Diego.
I think he's just going to get an admin over now. Or is he going to play on? One of the two, maybe. He wants to play on. I don't know if there was an issue there for him. He put his hand up like he was something wrong with the controller. But speaking of which, Diego, the only representative from Argentina, as we said, no Nicholas this weekend. I'm sure you know that little group there. You've got Yargo, who's been, I've seen him on Twitter, trying to get this game voted. It was probably down to him to get his friend on stream again.
22 individual nations represented at this tournament out of 64 players. That's remarkable. That just shows how the game, it's not just in one country, it's not just in Europe, it's worldwide. And the qualifiers are really bringing the best talent from around the world. Look at FUT Marco. He's doing bits right now. He's 4-0, and he's from Australia.
The more the point of that, he's on his own from Australia.
Yep.
We know how the spots are all broken down on the qualification system. That rest of the world, and he's done a great job. We'll say it again, Marco's blown everybody away today. 4-0, he's going to be playing against, of course, Hasso in that last game, which will be taking place actually right now.
Interesting there, Diogo went for the near post instead of the far post for that first time finesse. I'm loving these flick-ons as well from Ronaldo. I think he's actually flicking on the ball with L1 and triangle. You sort of get more trajectory and more height when you do flick it on instead of just pressing X. That's a Pro Clubs tip that I definitely picked up on throughout the years when you're playing Pro Clubs at the high level.
Pele through to R9. This is Diogo now. He's got a little bit of space. This is Cristiano Ronaldo. What's he going to do? Does a drag back or two? And
good tackle.
Expecting the shot to really come a little bit earlier from him, but happy to just to stall that attack. He's still in possession though, so I'm sure he's not worrying yet. Can he play a through ball? No, he can't. Plays instead out wide to Pele. A few step overs in there as well, and
just run into him in the end.
Nearly dispossessed. However, Diogo with the better start, obviously, in this first half of the first leg. Two-legged game, and this is another elimination game. If you have just joined, this is round 5 of Swiss-style format. Both these players have won 2 and lost 2. They haven't really left it easy for themselves. Vieira.
Looking to just create a little... So he has got an issue.
I think Diogo knows there's something wrong as well.
Not sure if Diogo knows that. I'm sure he would kick the ball out of the play for fair play.
There's an admin right next to him on his right-hand shoulder there. If he can... I think he's reporting it now. You can see the admin behind him there, but we'll get that sorted for...
If there is an issue, it's very similar to real life. You kick the ball out of play, you get your players on. If someone's injured in real life, you go down.
I think the only thing that he's concerned about is giving away possession. But got to remember as well, Diogo has no idea of what's happening because they'll be in different areas of the room. But if he's happy to play on, I'm not too sure exactly what the issue is, unless maybe something very minor.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It can't be really a headset issue because the headset's still on. It can't be a real controller issue.
Well, he just had an admin next to him, so I don't actually know what's wrong with. I'm sure that can be cleared up after the game, but it's still 0-0 in this one. It's just twice in that first half. He's kind of put his hand up to get some signal from the admin. But
well, he had the ball in a nice place. Did Diego as well? He put his hand up and the ball turned over. So
now he's back in.
Keep your eye on that. Keep your eye on it.
Back playing FIFA. However, still 0-0. Just on the stroke of half-time. Cancelo tried to play that threaded free ball down to Neymar, but having no luck there. And you can see Rana's on your screen. Interesting to see how he got on, actually, because he was in a a massive game. Lovely ball through. This is Diogo now of Cristiano Ronaldo. Tried to get the shot away, but...
Yeah, good tackle. Just got the opposite side of him there and did enough. Manuel Neuer in goal for Diego. That flick on every single time is working.
Looking
from
so
Ronaldo.
well from him, but he's using
a free kick.
He's using the right man to win there every time, isn't he? Cristiano Ronaldo. Added time of 2 minutes to come now. Free kick from distance. Ronaldo on it. I'm sure you want to put him in the box. Yes, you can see him in there. I'm sure we'll try and control him as well. You can see his Ronaldo that's trying to defend it. Plays short instead to Marcelo, who's still in possession. And what we done here for half-time? Referee added time of 2 minutes has been played. And I think we're going to be going to half-time with nothing really to cheer about between the two. And
so now he has got half-time. I'm interested. I'm looking at the face cam. Is there
an issue? I just don't really know.
All seems just a little bit strange from Diego in that first half. But enough of that. Let's get back into the FIFA action. 0 shots on target for Diego at half-time. Diogo had probably the better chances at the break, but second half in the first leg. It's a two-legged game here in Bucharest. All FIFA esports is pretty much 2 legs. Aggregate scoreline. The winner of this will come back tomorrow to take part in the last 16 straight knockout. The loser will be out of the competition. Simple as that.
Just to repeat again for the final time, of course, it is Diogo from right to left in that Portuguese strip. Diego from left to right. It's confusing us. Hopefully you guys at home can understand it as well. 0-0. All you need to know is that one of these players must win their game to send them through to tomorrow, to send them through to the knockouts on the PlayStation side. The last 32, so the last 16 of the those knockouts. Messi switched all the way across back to Marcelo. Pele try and play that one full. No, he can't. It's going to be interesting to see the kind of road that Diogo has had, because we know the road that Diego has had. Obviously, he had to play against August Rosemeyer in a massive game. Obviously, he knocked out Aki.
That were an elimination game. That were a 1-2 game. So he's come back from this sort of
negative
dug himself out of this hole.
Yeah.
Now he's on the. You can see the light almost. You can see the 3-2. The pearly gates into tomorrow.
As we know, he gets that jump up in Global Series ranking points and prize money if he can get himself there. The question is which player can do that, because there hasn't really been too much to celebrate. It feels like a little bit like that Benedict Sousa game that we saw on Xbox not too long ago against Phenomenal. That was like around this time when the first goal was scored. Maybe we're going to see it again right now. Vieira, edge of the box, loads of time for it. Hit it, why not? There we go, there's the goal as well. Diego with it.
Lovely strike from Ruud Gullit on the edge of the box. He's got that 5-star weak foot. You don't often see many people shoot with him from there, but we always ask questions, why? Why not open up and pull the trigger? And Ruud Gullit there releasing the Kraken. Top left corner from arguably the most well-rounded player in FIFA. It's often a stat that I like to pull out. His lowest in-game stat, I believe, 77 slide tackling. That just shows the type of player that he is. So well-rounded, Ruud Gullit.
And the first time we've really seen him have a shot as well, because last year it was a common theme. You know, take a shot from distance of Ruud Gullit. He's got those stats, as you mentioned. You spoke about his lowest stat there, which just speaks of how good of a well-rounded player he is. He can defend, he can go forward and attack, and he can just be a nuisance, really.
He's also 6'3".
And we used to see him at right wing occasionally. Well, not right wing as such,
cam.
but right cam. And it was like play back post to him, wasn't it? And that was the way to score a number of goals. Whether this year it's kind of changed, the roles of players have changed.
I'd say certainly up to team of the season, you're not going to see anyone taking his position at centre defensive midfielder.
For a roulette there, but came with that one at all from R9.
That's right. I don't know if there is another that well-rounded midfielder who could play CDM to take Gullit out of the position. Potentially if maybe someone like Milinkovic-Savic gets a team of the season. Maybe, but I think he's pretty much a concrete slot in every single player's team. Him, De Gea.
So Vieira in there as well, or?
Vieira it sometimes changes. The team of the season, Modric, comes in now and again for Vieira. Team of the season, Kante comes in for Vieira. I think if Pogba gets a couple of more special items, I think Pogba could maybe contest Vieira at that position, but
I think the great thing about, as you mentioned, Hullet and Vieira, they've got that extra bit of height as well. Just players that can break up the game and just slot into those two CDMs, which is all about that 4-2-3-1.
At least for the foreseeable future, Hullet and Vieira are pretty locked into that position.
But just good CDMs as well that can move themselves about. And see, some people start Kante, like Resende we saw earlier. I'm not too sure if he's in the competition still. I think he's going to be battling around there.
Good stats there. One shot on target for Diego. Both players playing 4-2-3-1. Very similar teams as well. Just looking at the personnel in those lineups, but a free kick for Diego.
Well, it is what it's expected as well, you know, similar teams, because you're not really going to be missing out on a number of those team of the year items that are so, you know, crucial. Main talking points as always is now we've got Kante in the midfield. Is that changing up anything at all? And you're looking towards the subs of how people do them differently. With right backs, a good talking point as well. Who uses Kyle Walker? Who uses Cancelo? Who uses Sergio Ramos? Left back, we've seen a few changes there. We've even seen Nicolas Rajek playing Van der Sar in goal. That's what Ultimate Team's been built upon. Building your dream team, using the players you want to use. However, if you're lucky enough, some of them can even be good enough in the competitive structure. Hullet, great feat.
Yeah, Hullet was the spare man actually there. Little lack of Keta, but didn't come to anything in the end. It's been played at a fairly slow pace, this game. Nothing too frantic about it. Both of the players taking a lot of care over the passes. Not a lot of possession lost.
It's one of those situations, though, where you have to be so much more careful now, because this is an elimination game. You haven't got the, you know, that safety of round 1, round 2, round 3.
Yeah, I understand that, but also you can't adjust the way that you're playing really that much, because if you do and you start playing a completely different play style, that's when you go out.
Oh, it could be worse. It could be worse for Diogo. Went for a corner instead.
Yeah, lovely roulette there. Created a little bit of space. Went near post in the end. Probably quite a hard shot for Diego to get a good success rate on. Played short.
This is Diego on the attack. Still 1-0 up in this game. Mbappe, as with a shot, will win a corner once again. As we slowly move through this game.
Playing short again into Eusebio, more than likely. Oh, he's flicked onto Hullet. He's going for the back post, and it's gone out of play before it's
swerved it. That's just swerved out of play. First time I've seen that. Something you normally see on Sunday League, where.
Yes. While we've got this pause, funny story. There were I used to play Sunday League. There were a lad, and he'd try and score from the corners.
Did he score many?
Never scored one. It probably took about 12 corners, and then in the end we just went, mate, come on, get off corners, get off corners.
So he just was wasting corners all game for you, really?
I think he put one into the box, and then he'd try and score from 2, and then bad delivery. Let me take the next one.
There's not many times you can use that excuse, is there?
Yeah.
I'm sure if Neymar does that again, he'll be off corner duty completely.
Safe to say the lad got took off set pieces altogether.
I'd be ashamed to see if Neymar gets the same treatment after that interesting corner from him. Into the last few minutes now. Hasn't really been too much to talk about, and it's kind of a similar theme, it seems, with these first legs. They're always really contested. They're always tight. Just can there be an equaliser for Diogo? Last attack is probably going to fall to him if he can keep the ball and time it well. Added time will still follow. Oh, he nearly had the through ball there to Neymar. You saw the idea of what you're trying to do with Messi. And now it'll fall back to Diego to have his turn. Eusebio, can he push off Kante? Stick goes to Vieira, who's happy to keep the ball, happy to keep it close to his feet. Hullet, who scored the goal, the only goal in this game, to Ronaldo. Lovely ball through. Can he play one more inside? Oh, so close. Eusebio nearly just couldn't to top hand corner of the net.
Fractions from doubling his lead going into the second leg there. Diego just rustling the side netting. That is pretty much going to be full time in this game. Diego leads 1-0 after the first leg. You know what? I think I'm gonna go Diego and DP. That's why I'm gonna. He's gonna be named DP for this second leg.
Put it into initials instead. Yeah. However, Diego obviously won that game, the Argentine from the Ducks game in the US game, and it's good to see Alan Bryn over there as well behind Diogo Poxato. I got it right there. Obviously, Alan Bryn, PSG coach as well, and I think that's Riser's coach as well next to Alan there. 2 French coaches. Could you get any more support? 2 coaches.
Tell you what, as well, it's there's a lot of knowledge right there, giving you information on the game. I'd be interested to see what they're saying to him. Maybe just try and calm it down a little bit. There were no fluidity from DP in that first leg. It seemed as though he was just playing within himself slightly, and having somebody like Alan Bryn behind you just to give you that sort of composure, and not only composure but just to relax you. I did think that in this second leg he'd come out and just be a little bit more fluid, but Diego did all he needed to do in that first leg. He got the goal, he got the lead, and he's been taking fashion tips from Mike LaBelle with the zebra stripes.
Yeah, so there we go. He's put his hand up now. Maybe we can see the issue that he's been complaining about. However, he still won 1-0, so if there was ever an issue, he's got the admin over his shoulder now. I think I'm not too sure exactly what it is, but he's going to get that sorted now. So if anyone's at home worrying about that, that's going to be all sorted. But you can see Alan Bryn there speaking to Diogo Poxato, as you call him, DP now for this second leg. He's 1-0 down, though, in an elimination game. 2-2 on Swiss-style format. Can he pull it back? That's the more important question, Richard. It'll be interesting to see how Dax is getting on as well. Of course, he's an Xbox player, and that's who Alan normally does come with.
Yeah, but interesting to find out if we can the rest of these 2-2 matchups right now on the PlayStation 4. How are people getting on? You see Remy Martin there in the background. Unfortunately, he crashed out of the competition earlier, but his spirits don't seem to have been broken. Big smile on his face.
See the back of Kid Mamito as well, who gave us a thrilling end to that game against Lyrics, and you've got Ranners there as well from AS Roma Fnatic. And, of course, just a slight delay before we jump into that second game there, but fantastic game, Richard, as we know. Of course, hopefully you guys at home have been enjoying it as well and getting some of those Twitch drops throughout the day. But you know, we mentioned it earlier. It's something about the first legs that just seem very cagey. They seem... People, don't get me wrong, I won't blame you if you're nervous right now, because you're missing out on jumping up on points, prize money.
I think what it is, people just don't want to lose in the first leg. You can't afford really to lose a big margin in that first leg. You're remembering back to Gorilla versus Desere a little bit earlier on today. Gorilla were 4-0 down in the first leg, I believe. So you're going into that second leg then. He's gone in with a 3 at the back. It's almost like the game's finished before that second leg's even kicked off. And that's a mentality and that's a position that you can't put yourself in. So you'd rather play quite within yourself and play quite reserved in the first leg. And in that second leg, express yourself a little bit more with only 1 or 2 goal deficit, rather than having a 6 goal deficit, but still playing this free-flowing attacking football. There's no point. A loss is a loss at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if you lose by 10 goals or by 1 goal.
Exactly that. And if Diego, as we said, had some sort of issue with his camera angle or something like that, he won that game 1-0. And Ruud Gullit, first time we've seen him really score today, was the kind of the story of it was last year that he was scoring goals from everywhere was Ruud Gullit, and people weren't scared to shoot from distance with him. However, the pros know what worked now, you know, where to shoot from, where not to take a risk from. And sometimes if you do something that's completely unpredictable, such as just a normal basic shot from there.
And it on his left foot as well. So he has got a 5-star weak foot. However, you're shooting with Gullit on his weak foot. It's just not something that you see every day. So again, that unpredictability almost goes up another level. You're doing that math in your head all the time when you're playing FIFA and you're playing against someone. You're thinking, what's the probability of this person shooting with this player? What's the probability of this person shooting on his weak foot? What's the probability of this person shooting from outside the box? When you add it all up, that's when you're moving your goalkeeper. That's when you're doing these little things. You're giving someone like Kante time before he got a Team of the Year, outside the box, on his strong foot, because the chance of him scoring, quite slim. As soon as you add in a 5-star weak foot or a Team of the Year player, those probabilities, they go lower and lower, and that chance of going in goes higher.
Well, we saw it last weekend, didn't we, at the LQNG Infinity? It was the story of Kante for Ascende, just literally finessing them in from 25 yards, just like, let's call him just a pole driver, literally. AKA just put his foot through it and it just zinged into the back of the net. We're about to jump into this second leg, though. At the moment, it is 1-0 to, of course, Diego in that blue strip once again. He's going to be kicking from right to left to kick us off here. Diogo, he had words of wisdom from some of the best FIFA coaches in the game. Of course, Alan Bryn taking Bruce Granick to back-to-back FIFA Interactive World Cup trophies, and maybe he can help. Not back to back. He won it 2 years in a row. He won it not 2 years in a row. He won it 2 years in the space of a few years.
2-time.
That's the word I'm looking for. Is there a reply from the Frenchman? Manuel Neuer's off his line as well. It's an open goal. It's a gaping goal.
You were looking for something to get you back into the game. It was a mistake from Manuel Neuer. He was about 12 yards off his line, and DP straight back into this game. 4 minutes after the kickoff.
Had to think quick, had to be smart of it as well. Look at the, I have to say, the energy of the passion there from R9 to get that ball. Play it to Cristiano Ronaldo. Everyone was off balance. All it was about was trying to move the ball as quick as possible and to try and fire it into that open, gaping goal. 1-0, in-game 5 minutes time. Diego Poxato. 1-1 now. What a mistake that was from the Argentine Diego. After such a comfortable game last game, I'm not really seeing much from Diogo.
That lead just being completely wiped away. It's like he's got the whiteboard rubber and just rubbed it out. That was a nice strike from outside the box.
That would have been an unbelievable strike from him. It was timed as well. Looked like it was just going to fly into the back of the net.
He's playing Marcelo in short.
It's Neymar on the corner.
Ronaldo's the man. Fighting into
He's
Ronaldo.
going to play into Ronaldo.
Yeah, looking for a nice little glancing header at the front post there.
Walking down to Messi. He's got loads of space from him as well. He's done so well there just to kind of hold the ball, open up a gap, let them make a mistake. Messi's now in space. This could be a turnaround and a half, and it will be. He's onside as well. Cristiano Ronaldo in that Portuguese strip as well.
Lovely little timed finish at the near post from Ronaldo. Good pass from Messi. Cut open the defence, and then Ronaldo making no mistake there. And it must have been some words of wisdom from Alan Breen. It's inside 10 minutes.
Attack.
He's turned this game completely around.
Just shows how different a first leg can be from the second. 19 game minutes. We didn't even see a goal. Rarely a chance from Diogo. 10 minutes here. Yes, it was a mistake for the first one, but the second one was pure quality. Straight down the other end now. Can the Argentine bounce back straight away on the finesse? Tried it. We'll win a corner instead.
Yeah, interesting save from De Gea as well. Just punches it past to the post. Had no real pressure on him.
Played short to R9. Now to Mbappe. He's going to have a drag back. Can he play inside? Doesn't want to. Goes under the keeper. Can he get there? Woo. Nearly left that too late. Did De Gea, but kind of just jumped on the ball in the end.
Nice timed. I should say nice low-driven effort there.
Keeper just about took the sting out of the shot, but even that nearly wasn't enough. It nearly trickled on through into the goal. What a 10 minutes this has been for Diogo. Incredible start for the Frenchman. After a frustrating 90 minutes. Seems in control, seems more confident now. Ronaldo, he's going to have a shot. That one taking a deflection. He's going to have it again. Now, timed it twice in the green.
Yeah,
and now he's got another chance. Play one more. Doesn't want to off the post on the rebound. No, he can't.
The second time was very, very good because it was a very short amount of space in between the shot coming back to him and also shooting again.
Oh, Ronaldo, what can he do? Oh, just completely scuffed that one now. I think he's just kind of said, what was that? From
that was red timed.
Cristiano Ronaldo. I remember clearly that it was that team, wasn't it? I think it was Chinois, the French player there, and obviously Diogo at Norderwind in that Gfinity Elite Series. Played together as a great team there, the two French players. Down the other end now, a little bit too much, I'd say, to complicate the chance.
Yeah, very tough team to pronounce. I think Schneider and Diogo Pochettino. That's
we nearly got there after 6 weeks of pronouncing, but we will get there eventually. But nevertheless, two fantastic French players. Oh, this is very well done. Not really much area to move around. Oh, the ball nearly fell to him as well.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Diego. He's played some really nice FIFA throughout these 2 legs thus far. Nice intricate passing in and around the box, good dribbling accompanied with that.
Oh, Walker just dispossessed there. Ronaldo, ball roll. Plays back inside now to the other Ronaldo. R9, of course, the icon. I have to say, he has to play in such tight areas. Does Diego, the ball's going to fall back to him. He's offside anyway. That won't matter, but the last 10 minutes there, just try and calm it down, Diogo. Keep the ball. He's going to play it to his left back there, it seems.
Big switch of play.
Done very well there as well. Still leading by 2-1. See yourself through to half-time. Try and calm it down. You can see just Alan Brun over the shoulder there, obviously PSG coach of Dax as well. Bullet to Ronaldo, to Messi. Can there be any way through? Going to give away a free kick instead. Silly from Ramos. He's going to go in the book as well, which could come back to bite him a little bit later.
Yeah, the way that Ramos defends, he usually squeezes high up the pitch. High aggression, high medium work rates as well, so that could potentially be dangerous for him being on a yellow card.
Remember, this is only day 1 of the competition as well. By the end of day 3 on Sunday, you can see what the prize pot is. $50,000 to the winner and 1,500 Global Series ranking points there. Huge prize to one player. Last time it was Tex that picked it up, and then he won the LQE straight after. Diogo did well there to try and just run the ball away from the goalkeeper with Messi. Tried to switch all the way across. Could not do that. Vieira now plays out to Kyle Walker, doing so well. Seems to be a familiar face at that right back choice. Definitely for me, if I was a pro, I'd be playing Kyle Walker right back all day. I don't know if I'd be using the centre half. He's done so well. Is that a slide tackle pass?
If that's an intentional pass, sorry to interrupt you. If that's an intentional pass right there from Diogo, that is the pass of the game. Pass of the year.
That is an incredible. If that's a pass, that's an incredible pass for him. I don't know what else it could have been, because if it was a slide tackle, it never would have went there.
Yeah.
It would have had to be in a pass. Ronaldo's kind of just lunged in at the ball, flicked it on, came off the keeper originally, but
the wherewithal to know that that pass is going to come off. Wow, deserved goal.
What a fantastic goal that was. Caught us off guard. I think even caught Diogo off guard as well. Just a little tap through, just to play that, open up the pocket of space. Yes, the original shot was saved, bounced back to Hullet. And how 90 minutes of FIFA can change everything. Well, not even that, 45 in game minutes of FIFA.
So right there, what he was doing, he played a short corner and then he played onto the edge of the box. If the player that he got on the edge of the box was Maldini, if he takes the corner with Maldini or someone like Rio Ferdinand or someone like that, the player on the edge of the box will then be an attacking player. So it almost makes that corner quite viable, because you're not going to shoot with Maldini on the edge, but I know Tex, I think he took in London, he was taking his corners with a defensive player. So on the edge of the box, it was always R9 waiting. So it's just a little thing like that. If that's someone other than Maldini and it falls to Diego on the edge of the box, that's a viable shooting opportunity. But with Maldini, you're not even going to take the risk of taking a shot on. So quite interesting there if you are playing FUT Champs right now, if you're wanting to be a competitive player, just the little things that you can pick up from these events.
Especially those set pieces as well, how to play out from a goal kick, and the custom tactics, of course, they won't work for everyone, but you're learning how to use different formations, when, how's this going to help me, how's this going to benefit me in a certain match situation. I'm sure there's been a number of people out there that have watched these events in the last few years and then they've come to them. You look at a player like Yimi, of course, I haven't seen too much of him this year in Feyenoord, but
been very, very tough his qualifying. I think he's gone out in 3 final matches already this year.
A prime example of someone that was a fan of competitive FIFA, then made the step himself, and one of the big names, the big young names, as a finesse. Saved by David De Gea there. It was Time Green. If anything, tournament football now for Diogo. Your 2 goals in front. Keeper's off his line again. I'm not too sure exactly what's happening with Manuel Neuer every single time.
He is the super keeper.
He is everywhere, don't get me wrong. But he made Diego concede the first goal, really came off the line. Did not get rid of it. And Diego had an open goal, a gaping goal of Cristiano Ronaldo. That was like literally 5 in-game minutes into this one. Pele play forward. Like he was going to be pressed. Had to just somehow keep it on there. Now he's lost out possession. You're not going to get the ball too much more, Diego. You've got to make something of this. To the edge of the box for Hullet again. Back to Hullet. Is he going to have a shot with him? Instead, he just gets wiped out by Diogo Hullet. It's going to be a free kick now. And a pause as well, Q. Because we can't see what Diego's doing. This is Diogo's side. We can see that obviously 4-2-3 went as expected. And look at that bench, the options he's got.
Yeah, a couple of bronze players on the bench. Switching into a 4-2-2 by the looks of it as well. It's still in a 4-2-3-1. Neymar and Mbappe, the two PSG Team of the Year players coming on. And how many times are we going to see that over the next 7 months of competitive FIFA? The 4 Team of the Year attackers, all in this team, all at the same time. 3 cams and a striker.
Obviously not yards, 18 metres away. Bullet runs over it. Played short by Neymar. Into the path. Mbappe! Just flew straight into the top corner.
Shake of the head from Diogo. He knows that that was a little bit of goalkeeper movement. It just moved him.
Marcelo there.
I mean, you saw the keeper movement. It moved him probably 3 inches to the left there. That shot, if it's not really in the corner, but it's still going to trouble the goalkeeper. If you're moving him, you completely get rid of that threat in the goal.
Now the game is all nearly square again. It's back in Diego's hands to try and go and score another one, though, and put it all square at 3-3. Well, he could have a chance now. He can play through Cristiano Ronaldo. I know he'll be expecting it, though. Really well done, Kyle Walker there. Just to push off Kylian Mbappe, say no thank you. You may have just scored that last goal, but not troubling this defence anytime soon.
Yeah, great tracking from Mbappe to get back in there. And I mean, I should say from Walker on Mbappe to get in there and do the defensive work when needed. Walker left a little bit out in the cold recently with 3 Team of the Year centre-backs coming out and no right-back. But
the way I looked at it was just temptation, isn't it? You got that temptation of, as you said, that shiny blue foot item that is worth so much, obviously, to any casual player out there.
Well, you see 2 different right-backs used here, not one of them being Ramos or Varane. It's João Cancelo, the 86, second in form from Juventus, playing right-back. You've also got Lala, 86, who could be an option at right-back as well. So you've got a few good right-backs. No outstanding top-of-the-range right-back like you have got Marcelo on the other side. But Kyle Walker, he's in the top 5. Top 3, I'd say, meta right-backs on the game.
He has to be in there. Play one more if he can. Messi, what a save. Neuer. It's been interesting to see that there's been a few differences from a few players in this event. You know, we couldn't really see too many in the LQE London because obviously there was less players there, so less chance of different teams, you know, mixing up and seeing what else they can provide there. But we see a few goalkeeper changes. Right backs normally the talking point. Left backs occasionally. We saw Alexandro actually in use for F2 Tex over Marcelo, which was interesting.
Well, like Cruyff, pretty much completely left out in the cold.
Is that from the Dutch? Is that from seems like the Dutch players?
Not a lot of Cruyff. Eusebio now and again. Pele now and again, but seems like the Team of the Year players have taken full stage right now. They're the lead actors and actresses in this play that we call FIFA esports.
And the players that you put your trust in. You look at the likes of Ronaldo. Played across. Oh, no, De Gea had to time that to perfection there, to dive down, to parry that away. Of course, we can see all your tweets coming there. Just use the hashtag FUT Champions Cup to hear from you who you think is going to win, who's impressed you today. You know, we've seen a lot of support for Marco, and I'm sure if those guys, I doubt they are awake still, but if they somehow are, or just waking up, in fact,
Yes, like gone to bed and woke back up.
They'll be seeing that man's done incredible. He's definitely through to tomorrow. He was 4-0 when we last heard from him. Now he's in an amazing game right at the end. Can he have a heavy touch around the keeper? No, he can't. Neuer will just dive on that one, grab it.
Did try knocking it past him and running, but not on this occasion. Neuer getting down well and doing the goalkeeper basics. That's risky.
Very risky at the back. Lovely ball down the line. Messi playing side. You've got Neymar there. Place to Hullet. Yeah, one more if you need to. He's going to go back to Neymar. No, he's not. He went for the shot instead with Mbappe, which was brave. Needs to really look after possession because I can just see there being an equaliser. It's Diogo's to lose, really. And offside again there. Of course, these tournaments are for those ranking points, the really important ranking points. Obviously, you need to be in a certain position come June for the playoffs, and you have to be in a certain position the month after for the big final, the final that matters, to be the world champion. You saw how Mr. Sari won that, and it's just in the books. That will always be there. It's in the trophy. It's in the the factual books. You go online, you type in FIFA Interactive World Cup, now called the FIFA E-World Cup. You'll see all the winners there from every single year, and you gain that respect, don't you, when you become a champion?
Yeah, you gain that championship mentality that you can go down in history, one of great players and alumni of FIFA talent. Some still with us when playing the game, some moved on.
And you look at the respect that the likes of Aga get, Mr. Sari, Gorilla. The list goes on.
Bruce Granek.
Those players that, are still competing as such. Just a little bit of respect they get. They've been there, they've done that. But that hunger of competing never stops. Minutes away. Diogo Poxeto, you could be on for a win here. An incredible turnaround for that man as well. He was 1-0 down after the first game. The only Argentine in the competition. It's gone right till the end, but he could be going out unless he can pull something back. Take it to extra time. However, falls straight into the path of Diogo there. Wins himself a free kick. Added time will be coming any second now. It is to lose, really, Richard.
What a comeback it's been from Diogo. That first leg didn't really look like anything were going for him.
Nice kicked out as well.
Against the Argentine, but second leg, a couple of words of wisdom. At the interval between the first and the second leg, he's come back out second leg and he will lead him within 10 minutes.
Vieira to Huller.
And he's seen this game out perfectly, has Diogo. He's done exactly what he needed to do, keep possession, keep the ball, doesn't have to score a goal, and he'll be finishing 3-2.
And he'll be happy enough. He'll be going through to tomorrow. Added time of 3 minutes is up. It's nearly over. It's seconds from over. Diego knows it's done. We're going to be jumping to another game, I'm pretty sure, straight after this one. But congratulations, Diogo Poxeto. Unfortunately, that means that I've got my prediction wrong. You've got yours right, even though you're out, unfortunately, Rich. I went for Diego, the Argentine. And it is going to be Diogo Poxeto. Congratulations, the Frenchman goes through. 3 wins to 2 losses. He left it right till the end. That's another name in the hat for tomorrow's competition.
Great performance. Did what he needed to do in the end, and he will fire his place into tomorrow. 3-2 from the Frenchman. And done exactly what he needed to do. Got over the line in the end. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't an attractive style of FIFA, but he got there.
Now we're checking in with the Kingfisher, it seems, over in this game. FC Cincinnati's Fiddle. As we mentioned, he's come straight from the EMLS now, and we're joining this at the perfect time possible. Eisvogel kicking from right to left in that Schalke strip, and the Kingfisher might just be arriving in Bucharest.
Tell you what, if the Kingfisher scores a goal here from this corner, the Berg Sanctuary is well and truly open for business in Bucharest.
All you've got to do is defend this Fiddle. Recently joined FC Cincinnati. Are we going to extra time? Please say yes so we can watch this game for a little bit longer. 5-5 couldn't separate them. 2 games of 19 minutes couldn't separate them either. This is an elimination game again. Haven't really seen too much of the Eisvogel this year.
Yeah, he struggled with the transition from FIFA 18 to FIFA 19. You're one of the best players, safe to say, in FIFA 18. But FIFA 19, it's just not really been clicking for him at the minute. And this is a great opportunity to go through, go 3-2 in Swiss style with some of the big players either not participating in this tournament or already out. You're looking at Lev Vinken, he was a favourite. Aga and Mikael Lord-Horf, all of them 3 already out of the competition. This would be a big statement for Eisvogel to really push on and get some crucial Global Series ranking points.
Exactly that. A massive opportunity for him as well. Obviously, as we used to call him, PSG Fiddle. Moved on, obviously, FC Cincinnati is one of his local, I think it's his local club as well. a perfect move for him as they join the MLS. Part of that partnered league there. You can see obviously the Global Series rankings to the right-hand side of your screen there, all the players involved. However, you've got Nicholas, Joxan and Mo Albert. They're all not in this competition. You wouldn't actually believe that.
Tor's not here. Houston.
Andoni.
Aga's out.
There's not many names, are there, that are in this competition still. Ball across the box, chance to lead. Palm off the post on the rebound. Surely he's going to be doing it. Yes, he is. Fiddle will go in front, 6 goals to 5.
Fantastic leap from wherever it was in the box who got open, won that header. I'll have to check it back on the replay. Of course it was Cristiano Ronaldo leaping higher than anybody else off the post, and in the end Mbappe right place at the right time to smash that home. Fiddle, last year he was by far the best player at Paris Saint-Germain. He was making tournaments left, right and centre, pretty much solely representing that club pretty much on his own at times, it felt like.
He's getting to so many events as well, wasn't he? He's playing at so many different. Here we go, Neymar plays it through the Kingfisher. This is the chance for him. Oh, what a save that is from De Gea. And he's offside. Is N'Golo Kante there?
But he's moved somewhere closer to home right now. Has Fiddle, as you were saying earlier, and see if he can make it through into the knockout stages, 3 and 2.
Laurent Blanc at centre half as well for Fiddle.
It's got to be a.
He's got Ramos at right back as well.
It's got to be something that he uses at home. Just a little bit like a safety blanket. Not going too out of your depth. I'm not going to experiment with a Van Dijk at an event or experiment with somebody who I'm not really that comfortable with.
Oh, he's through. Oh, it's Vogel in acres of space. Can he do it, Ramos? Can he do enough? Referee, no! I think he's just jamming.
I thought I was still
the circle button there. Modric. The attack isn't over yet. The Kingfisher's still got so much left to give. What a tackle that is from Rafael Varane.
Men behind the ball right now for Fiddle.
Everybody.
Vogel comes forward again.
Just jumping in front of it, trying to make a block. This is the kind of extra time period of this game. We've still got 15 minutes left of it, though. Elimination football we are looking at the moment. At the moment, if it stays like this, Fiddle will be going through till tomorrow.
I think Ice Vogel must have gone through at the back at some point during this game because he had Hullet playing right back right then. He's now put Mbappe at right back.
I'm guessing he's used all his changes as well.
Yeah, he's had to go through at the back at some point. It must have been... I'm really not too sure what's happened in this game. He was playing Hullet right back, and now he's had to put Mbappe at right back.
Unless when he goes attacking or something like that, it may have automatically changed for him. But you can see there on your screen, I think Mbappe will be slotted in at right back for now instead of Hullet, which was an interesting one. But obviously Hullet not on the field anymore. Modric brought one instead for the German at Schalke Esports. Obviously playing that same roster as Ideals and Tim Latka. I'm sure we'll get an attack. I'm sure we'll get a chance. Yes, he will. There we go. I've been waiting to say it for a while, but finally, the Kingfisher is back.
He always gets a chance. He always gets a chance, does Ice Vogel. Lovely weighted pass for Neymar. He just peeled off.
Oh, finish it was
Sergio
as well.
Ramos did Neymar outside the left boot, past the goalkeeper.
Don't think he can get any more curl on that. Outside the boot, hit the post and in. And this game all square again, 6-6 now. The question is how good of a right back is Kylian Mbappe? Is he going to get troubled by, I think it's actually Mbappe that's out there. Mbappe against Mbappe, Ronaldo. Oh, this is beautiful. It nearly was so good.
Yeah, lovely low driven there, looking for the near post. Ronaldo won the header.
Ronaldo to Ronaldo. I'm sure both these players will not want to go to penalties, but if your right back's got those kind of skills, why not bring them out? Don't know why he shot there as well of Neymar. That was from very far out. Neymar all the way across. What a header that was from Modric.
What a leap. And it was timed as well from Luka Modric.
This game has got one goal in it. The question is, which way is that goal going? It literally could be anyone's game. Marcelo is in. Now to Ronaldo. Now to Ronaldo again. What's the save? I know it was off target anyway, it looked like.
Just offside
No,
as
he's
well.
just offside. Maybe do not play that short. We're going to chip it up in the air instead to the middle of the park for Ronaldo to win. Of course, he's going to win that. However, instead play it back to R9. That wasn't how the script was meant to follow. Cristiano Ronaldo back to R9. Out for a corner.
It's not really last chance saloon as of yet.
In it goes.
But if you get a goal this late on, you've got to think that's the winner.
So this chance actually could be falling to Fiddle. It's perfect. This is R9. Which way is he going to go? He can go left, he can go right.
Late drama here in Bucharest.
Who's winning this one? Are we going to penalties again for like the third or fourth time we've seen today? He
Ramos.
goes in. Oh, it's Ramos. He's always in everybody's team for a reason. And sometimes when he's called upon, he will deliver. We know how good his heading is. We know how good of a defender he is. If he needs to go forward for a corner.
The Icevogel, the Kingfisher, that has his wings clipped right in front of us here in Bucharest. He's not flying high anymore because the Fiddle has knocked him down to ground. What a leap from Sergio Ramos. With only one attack left. He's going to get one attack from kickoff, is Icevogel, to force a penalty shootout.
Well, he paused it as well. You saw Fiddle straight away. The ball was just in the box and you're like, if either that's Ronaldo or Ramos, that's probably going to be a winner on that. Originally, I thought it was Ronaldo, how he leapt up, but then I saw Ramos.
Downward header as well. I think Fiddle's done that himself. He wants the ball to be going down into the ground.
So it was so much harder. Referee, I don't even know if we're going to get another attack here because I think we've played the added time. The referee looks like he wants to stop. I'll be stopping. Yes, we are. What a turnaround that was. Extra time delivered. 118 game minutes delivered as well. And wow. Console off straight away if that was Icevogel. Obviously not happy at all.
Get out of the building. Gower Bucharest does the Kingfisher because he is out of the competition. 7 goals to 6. Fiddle, massive performance and representing that North American region fantastically well.
And of course, we saw the battle of Diego versus Diogo. Diogo won that one. Then FC Cincinnati's Fiddle, he's doing it for a fellow American, of course, Jimmy Conrad. I'm going to throw it back over to the guys on the couch right now. Some fantastic games of FIFA.
Yes, that's what's up. North America represents EMLS. FC Cincinnati. Fiddle does it at the very end. Maybe one of the most exciting games that we've seen today, fellas. What do you think?
I thought it was decent. I thought what he did with Kante there. You've seen a lot of people go for the El Tornado towards the back stick. He's gone with Kante, showing some good footwork.
And some patience, too, because he waited that split second for us.
Yeah. And once again, we're seeing the Team of the Year players being so decisive. It's Kante with the pass and Sergio Ramos with the leap. You can just see how high he's jumping, and the Team of the Year players, they really make a huge, huge difference.
Well, speaking of those guys, Kylian Mbappe in particular, I thought he was going to be the one on the end of it. He scored a lot of goals today. I talked about this earlier. Eusebio was kind of the MVP for a lot of players the last time we were here in Bucharest. This time it feels like Kylian Mbappe's Team of the Year.
Yeah, well, obviously the Team of the Year guys have been added since the last Bucharest tournament, and there's still a little bit of debate about who's going to get used. Some people are using Mbappe, Messi, Ronaldo. Obviously, got loads of icons, but yeah, Mbappe seems to be the one that, when picked, he's been really making a difference in games. So I think off the back of this, we'll see a few more people pick him up.
All right, well, that was the Fiddle game against Icevogel. He's out. But let's talk about our featured match, which was Diogo versus Diego. Now, I had Diogo in this one, but I'm out of this competition, the predictions. You went with Diego and you lost.
Everyone went with Diogo in the official predictions. Everyone went with Diego, apart from Dan or Gaskin, who went with Diogo, sorry, and he got it right. So basically, he's smashed it. He's now got 5 for 1 for the day in predictions, as well as obviously Diogo going through. He's happy as well.
Yeah, he's got to be very happy. The first half highlights, or excuse me, this is the first game. And Diego was in control of most of this one. He won it 1-0. We were all a little bit worried, all of us that picked Diego Peixoto to get a result in this one, because Diego looked like he was in firm control. But the second game changed some things.
It's a game of two halves.
It really is.
Keeper comes, not the most convincing of headers, off his line. Not a bad finish, is it?
That's good awareness there. Not Zlatan-esque, let's say, against England way back when, but a good awareness.
Good. Yeah, because this goal is a bit unfortunate here for Diego here. Yeah, Diego, because after this goal, it seems like he kind of lost his confidence, a little bit lost his focus, you can see, because Pai Schultz after this, he kept the goals coming. You know, he scored 2-1 after this also soon. He's also going to score 3-1. So I think that this kind of haunted him mentally after Neuer making that huge blunder. You can see just in the first half, Pai Schultz here gets 3 goals. And here pretty much, I mean, after this, it's so hard to come back.
I'd say mentally as well, right?
Mentally.
In the game, tactically, but also mentally.
It wasn't just 3 in the first half, it was 2 in the first 9 minutes. You know, when you're going into a game with a lead and suddenly 9 minutes in, you're behind, that's going to affect you. But he gets one back here.
With plenty of time left, too.
Yeah, nicely worked free kick. He still needed another goal at that point, but it was Peixoto's game to lose from that point on, from that 9th minute onward, really.
No, I thought he did a good job of managing the score, keeping the ball, and now he goes through and Diego goes home. A little unfortunate for Diego. I thought he had played pretty well.
Yeah, and I think we're once again coming back to this, how important is the mental part, because if this was, let's say, MS Dosser or Nicholas conceding that same goal, they would just maintain their focus, just keep playing the same way. While Diego, when he was falling apart completely, he was playing great in the defense, he gets this goal, he's not happy, starts to think about it, and in a matter of 45 in-game minutes, the game is over for him.
Well, we saw Fiddle with his back against the wall do the business, and then Diogo did the same thing. Kyle Walker's with somebody else, Lost in the Waves, who also won his big match.
Yes, I am here, joined by Waves. What a match it was. It went down to the wire because it was just so... Well, Marcuso was giving you a hard time. He wasn't making it easy, was he?
Yeah, it was hard, but I tried to play my game. Started off with 3-0, but he came back to 3-2, somehow scored the 4th goal and tried to hold the position and somehow managed to clutch up 3-2 Swiss round, through for tomorrow.
You are indeed through until tomorrow. Going back to that game, though, there, you said you're 3-0 up, and he brings 2 goals back. Yeah. What do you do when you're thinking, oh no, I can't let this slip, I can't choke here?
It's in the back of your head, so you always know you was 3-0 up. He switched to narrow formation and he put the pressure on me, but I somehow got the penalty, and that was the 4th goal, so that was what helped me get the win.
It was indeed. Now, you said there 3-2 in the Swiss rounds. You're chilling for the rest of the night. What are the plans? Are you going back weekend league or what?
Yeah, gotta play weekend league, get a 10 pro points, 10 games, 12 games, and prepare for tomorrow, knockouts.
That's it, the grind never stops. Now, one quick thing, who's your one player from Team of the Year that is going to be in your squad? They've got to be in there no matter what. Who's the first person you pick?
Cristiano Ronaldo, because of the headers.
There we go, there you have it. You heard it here first. This man is going. I'm going to let you go and do your weekend league. Get those 10 points, 27 plus wins. All right, he's gone already. He's gone. That's it, the grind is continuing. Back to you guys on the couch.
So some good insight there, I thought, from Waves. Boris, I'm going to start with you. He said when he was up 3-0, he switched into his opponent switched into a narrow formation and put a lot of pressure on him. How come he didn't seem like he had a lucky penalty to win the game? Why wouldn't that opponent just start with that formation right from the get-go? Or why wouldn't he switch to that a little bit earlier? You know, I mean, is that if you know that something works and you're that desperate? I feel like, don't you ever watch a game, whether it's in real life or even in FIFA, where that finally the person that's down starts to play with urgency? You're like, why didn't you just play with urgency from the get-go? Why didn't you play with that type of risk-taking and that swagger that you needed? Why did you have to wait till you're down 3-0 to really take a risk?
And that's something that you ask yourself also a lot of time. And reason why is because you always want to start with something that feels confident. Always your plan A, which is always your tactic, which is more safe in the defense, because you don't want to lose the games just because you rushed it from the start. That is a worse feeling. So you always start a bit slower, and then if you feel, okay, this is working, of course, you're going to keep going with this tactic. But something that many players do, that they are so stubborn also, it takes time. Sometimes these switches with the tactics takes too long. And looking here at Marcus, he was down 3-0. Nothing was working for him, so surely maybe he should have changed earlier.
Likewise, when you go narrow, sometimes they might change the amount of pressing they're doing, and you can't do that for sustained periods of time. At the start of the game, we saw it happen a little bit more. Then as a patch came out, affected the player's stamina a little bit more. And so if they go into that press the whole game, they're going to get tired. And they can get. And then equally, if you're narrow, you can see people switch the ball from side to side a lot and kind of just cut you out of it. So you kind of have to choose your moments. But yeah, Boris is completely right. Often we see people too stubborn and leave it too late.
Okay, now he also mentioned that he would use Team of the Year Cristiano Ronaldo. Would that be your choice if you had all the options?
I'd take any of them. That's fair. I haven't got any. But yeah, I mean, it's got to be Ronaldo, right?
Yeah, I mean, surely he is the best player in the game, no doubt. But I also think that his regular card is also really good. And if you're going to take a look at which is the biggest difference from their regular card, I would say Mbappe actually, because that upgrade, I mean, seeing what he's doing in this tournament, that is something special. But I mean, overall, team of the year this year, and we've never seen it being so strong. If it was possible with the chemistry, they would probably play 11 total players from the start. There are so many different leagues, so you gotta have 2 or 3 icons to make it work.
Well, we've got in depth here on the couch. Now it's time to take it a step further at the breakdown board with Rachel and Mike.
Thank you, and we have something super new as well, which Mike is really excited about. And for Mike to get really excited about something means we haven't shown it very often. So we're going to go over to here, and this is something that I'm just going to pause it actually because we don't see it very often. It's probably only the players that are super experienced that can even do this and will even realize what Mike's gonna explain for us. Is that right, Mike?
So we've got the Fiddle versus Icevogel matchup, and what we're gonna showcase here is a way of beating an opposition who's chasing back, or someone who is AI defending heavily, and that's what you're gonna see in this freeze frame here. It's a really good read from Fiddle, and I want to give credit because it looks very simple. As you see on screen, Fiddle is Neymar Jr. here. We've got Icevogel chasing back with Varane. And the secondary man that you're seeing here is Marcelo, where you see the indicator over his head. That's going to be the nearest man and often the guy that you're going to switch to if he loses the switch out here kind of with Varane, if that makes sense.
But we're only seeing this icon here because we're looking at it from Icevogel's point of view.
Yes.
So Fiddle can't see that?
Fiddle can't see that indicator, but at the same time, he knows that he has the separation between Neymar and Varane, so he's going to attack space because he knows that Icevogel is chasing with Varane. So he wants to attack the front man. In this case, that would be Marcelo.
And he's anticipating Marcelo just because... Why would he think this is the guy that it would switch to?
As he gets closer to Marcelo, it tends to be a switch off for Icevogel. He's not going to continue chasing back. He's losing that battle of trying to run back.
And is it because it switches to this guy because he's the closest...
He's going to have to switch to him because he's being attacked, and he's not making up ground with Varane.
Okay.
And Fiddle registers everything here. So he's going to use a scoop turn, he's going to use a fake shot, and he actually goes diagonal, which is better than sometimes going directly at a player. It just creates bigger separation between the player that's chasing from behind you.
And what does the scoop and the fake allow?
It allows him to create better separation between himself and Varane, and also Varane can't use his body to push him off the ball, because Neymar's not as strong as Varane.
So more space.
More space is going to be created.
Let's see if more space and time happens, and if we...
And a perfect example here, you see the fake shot, and that's when you get the switch from Icevogel now controlling Marcelo, but it's too late because he's already moving towards the middle of the pitch, so it's going to create enough space for Fiddle to get off this shot, and it's just a very smart read and a big moment in the match, and it carries them on to victory.
And it obviously really helps that we knew there which player it was going to switch to. Can you, if you're playing, have that option on or off, or is that not even a possibility?
I think most players have it on.
Okay.
But with that being said, your opposition would not be able to see who your secondary player that you're controlling is, who your teammate container, or who is going to be switched to the nearest player. But everyone should have it on, in my opinion. It's a good way to learn the game, and it's very helpful information.
So it'd be good if you're learning, but these pros, they might just opt out.
I think most pros have it on as well.
Okay.
And there you see the finish, and he makes it look simple. It's just a lot more complicated than that because I know that he sees the player chasing, and he's like, I'm going to attack this guy. I want to see you switch. I want to put pressure on you, and I'm going for the W.
So that was quite in-depth. A bit of AI defending there, a bit of anticipation, and Mike obviously knows his stuff, so knew exactly what to pinpoint. So I hope you guys actually learned something there.
It's Mike LaBelle, so it's debatable whether we learned something or not. I'm just kidding, Mike. That was some great insight. Anything from there that you guys liked, his breakdown and what he's trying to show?
I'm a big fan of the being able to see who the second player is going to be addition this year because I think it's quite helpful. And one of the things that Boris actually taught me last year was, well, I knew about it, but I didn't realise how important it was, is the change player with the right stick, which allows you to change player to the person maybe you prefer to change to. What that addition does is it tells you in advance who it's going to be, so you know already if you need to use the right stick, because L1 or LB is not going to take you to the player you want.
I think that's pretty sweet. You're still teaching him stuff.
Yeah, but you can see this different ways, because we're seeing also the best defensive players in the world. We have, I think, Aftertex and Nicholas. They're not using this.
Really?
So it's definitely possible to have a really solid defense without having this feature on. Because what sometimes happens, because I also of course try this in the start of FIFA 19, there's sometimes in the games where you are a bit nervous, that you're a bit stressed, this extra marker can actually confuse you
Right.
that you are actively controlling this player. But of course, if you get very used to it, it can also work out good. But definitely not only positive, and we are seeing, like I said, the best defensive players in the world are actually not using it.
Interesting.
Well, round 5 of PS4 is now complete. We're going to talk about the Xbox side, and you guys get to vote. The hashtag is NextMatchFIFA, and the Twitter handle is EA FIFA Esports, and here are your 4 options. We got Resende versus Foley. Excellent. These are all knockout games, everybody. Everybody's 2-2 here. FaZe Task versus Vinny, Dragon versus Jet Merkin, and Salzor versus Stokes.
Big games, massive games, survival games.
If we could sway the audience, who would you go with?
For me, I'd like to see Resende versus Fully, I think. I haven't seen either of them really play too much today, and I think that'd be a good match.
Okay. Boris?
I would say the same as Spencer, actually, because we have Resende in amazing form, being the current champion from London last weekend, LQE, and also we have Fully, who went from 2-0 to 2-2.
We talked about this, didn't we? We were worried about him maybe
He said something to
throwing
me,
it away.
going to get a meal. He's like, oh, it might be all Manchester all over again.
We even
It's
talked
still in
about
his
that,
head.
didn't we? We were worried he might do that, but he needs to get over that.
Yeah, I
because-
want to see that game too, just to see how
Yeah.
he performs in
We'll
a big
see.
match. Well, the finish line of day 1 of the 3rd major of the FUT Champions Cup presented by PlayStation 4, is almost upon us, but the Xbox side is coming up right after this break, so come back and join us.
FIFA World Tour.
Yeah. Shout outs to real ODB. You know, you can add the J if you like.
Every time I see him, my son ODB, I just salute a fellow pretty boy. You know what I'm saying?
So you can set it up with no fouls, no nothing. I've been playing FIFA since like 2001. Like I've been playing it for a long time.
Yeah, I play board games like Sorry, Cool.
What was the first sport you fell in love with as a kid?
It really was soccer, but I'll tell you the truth. I told my mom when I was 4 years old, I'm practicing for Sundays, like I was gonna be playing football.
I'm gonna come clean. I was always trash at sports. But when I was about like 8, 9, I really wanted to play football bad.
Short pass, long pass. Yo, why you lie say you didn't know how to play, bro?
I think FIFA's just international, so. Actually, matter of fact, I had David Alaba and a couple of his people from Bayern Munich over at the crib. 2 of them couldn't speak no English at all. Me and my boy played them 2-on-2, and they was like cussing in German the whole time. We couldn't understand anything, but you can understand that they was getting that to it.
On. Oh, damn, you good, boy. Bro, how you did that, bro? So what settings you got on your controller?
I feel like I catch a lot of heat just because I'm so different, right? I got blonde top, you know. I want to hit them folks with you. I want to dance. I want to have a good time. I like to make people feel like you can always be you.
It correlates to where I'm at in hip-hop. You wear whatever you want. You have loop earrings, you have hoop earrings, you got diamonds on your teeth. You a rock star, bro. It don't matter if they got a uniform on you or not. You a rock star. There ain't too many of us out there, man.
The man right here.
PlayStation, the best place to play.
PlayStation.
The FIFA 19 Global Series is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach, proud audio partner of the EA Sports FIFA 19 Global Series. So also, if you guys want to win a headset, an Elite Pro 2 headset, make sure you use the hashtag BuiltToWin and tag Turtle Beach at Turtle Beach on Twitter. You have one of those, Spencer?
I've got the white one, double decent.
Double decent.
Double, maybe triple decent.
Triple decent.
Honestly, it's very good. I'm enjoying using it.
Great. I'm excited
you
for you. I'm a little bit jealous. I'm going to get in.
Get one, mate.
I'm going to get
involved.
one.
Go down to Turtle Beach. Bring a towel.
Bring a towel. All right, so we're here at the finish line. The last round, Xbox, it's all happening. All the games that we have a chance to see are elimination games. Very excited about it. We don't know the results just yet, so keep voting. EA FIFA Esports is where you need to go on Twitter to make that happen. We think potentially it's going to be who?
Well, we're liking the Resende Philly fixture, but I'm going to guess the TAS match will win. I know the FaZe clan and TAS has got a lot of fans out there going to want to see if he can win the game.
We haven't seen TAS
and it
today.
could be the last time we see him if he doesn't win.
That's true.
He won't be in tomorrow, so I've got a feeling that might win the vote.
Yeah, and I would once again say the same because we saw Taz in the first major, and this is actually the only tournament that he is qualified for now because we had 3 qualifiers the past months. He didn't manage to qualify for anyone, so this is really his big chance, and this is one of the legends of the scene. I mean, you really want to see if he can find that format he had in FIFA 17 when he won in Paris.
Yeah.
So this is a big game and definitely also a game that I will love to watch.
We should talk about the points as well. So if you go out at this stage, you get 150
That's
points.
Right.
Just getting through to the next stage is 275. So it's an extra 125 points. Could easily be the difference in qualifying for the playoffs, maybe even the World Cup, depending on how many points you get. And if you get one more win, it goes up to 450.
Yeah, and
that's where it gets really interesting.
This round, I mean, it really hurts losing because you've been here all day. And if you lose this round, I mean, you have been playing the whole day and you will get the same points as a guy who just went out after 3 rounds.
Yeah.
And only 500, nothing wrong with $500, but compared to the 50 grand someone's going to get,
question.
You're going to feel a bit shortchanged.
Yeah. So I've got some good news for you guys and everybody else. FaZe TAS is who we're going to watch.
Nice
Taking on NSE Vinny in this one. Take a good look at those two guys here. Back against the wall. How has TAS done historically against Brazilians? Because I feel like Europeans struggle with the Brazilians at times.
There's definitely been a bit of a rivalry there, for sure. I think the Brazilians like shaping themselves up against the European guys and showing that they've got a great fan base out there as well. Community. The guys on Twitter are always very quick to defend
We don't give them a lot of love.
But no, I mean, the Brazilians in general have impressed me, and Argentinians as well, we should mention. South America, obviously huge footballing continent, and Brazil and Argentina particularly love their football, and it's great to see it's coming through in FIFA as well.
All right, let's take a better look at these guys. Check out these intros. Yes, I'm back with my own intro photo. It's a real life one. Those crack me up. Those are like my favorite part of the whole show.
On Vinny's shirt it said net shoes. That's like a great name for a football boot.
It really is.
A net shoe. Put the ball in the net with the shoe.
Yeah.
Something I thought of.
Okay, so we've seen TAS.
Yep.
I want to talk about him specifically. Obviously, the audience wants to see him play. Since he won at Paris, it's been pretty up and down, but more downs than ups. When do you think he's ever going to make that jump again? Does he have it in him? We talked about it with Aga. Is this his ceiling? Is this the best that we're going to see from him?
I think it's first of all, his year, particularly back on FIFA 17, was a really good example of someone who, in my opinion, got a little bit cold. And that's through, back then, the format was slightly different. And through winning in Paris, he almost, I wouldn't say he got punished, but he wasn't able to compete at the next event, which was in Madrid. So he meant he didn't get to have that much practice. They didn't play again until Berlin, which was the big final, which Rocky ended up winning. TAS went into that as a big favourite, but didn't quite recapture the form of Paris. And then, by his standards, I'm sure he'd agree, had a disappointing FIWC, as it was called then, finishing bottom of his group. So that particular year, I think it was a case of the game changing over time and him getting a little bit cold. Since then, he's struggled to re-find that form. And it is about hunger for me. It's about whether those guys have been around the scene a little bit longer. You know, it's no surprise to me that Dasari, for example, is dominating. He's 18 years old. Tex is dominating. He's 17 years old. Is he 18? I'm not sure. So they're super young guys. By FIFA esports standards, TAS, I think, is at 24, nearly 25. He's one of the elder statesmen.
A dinosaur, as you would say. Maybe
I don't know what that makes us.
Okay.
But he's one of the elder statesmen in the group, and you've got to be really hungry to keep that level.
All right, Boris, let's get into predictions. Who do you like in this one?
So hard to tell because we haven't seen them on the stream. I think Vinny had perhaps some tougher matchups, but Taz has the experience. This is a very, very tough one, and my predictions for the past four ones been terrible.
So whatever you think, pick the opposite.
All right, I'm gonna say Vinny then.
Okay.
All
So
right.
he thinks Taz, but he's going
But
Vinny.
you've been eliminated now of our prediction
we've
stuff.
given it to
So
Dan
Gaskin's
as
won.
the champion. Yeah,
Yeah.
we can't catch him, but I am gonna say Taz for this one. I reckon he's gonna do it.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Tass as well. He's won a couple close games today, and the ones that he did lose, he only lost by 1 goal. So I'm going to go with Tass. And I'm feeling pretty good about it. Now I wonder what our casters think about it. Guys, it's a big match. Obviously, a lot of big matches here in this last round. How are you guys feeling?
I don't think it matters what I feel anymore. We've got the predictions king sat next
That's
to me.
true.
I mean, what is that? Who's going to win, Dan? Just tell us.
Me, I won. It's a tough one. If you look at leaderboards, I mean, Tass is probably who we would go with because he's high up on the Global Series ranking. So I think I'd probably go with Tass.
I'm going to go with Tass as well, Jimmy. I don't know why. It's just something just came over me there. You know,
Well, I think it's because the prediction genius told you to pick Tass.
What a surprise.
It's
Yeah,
all right.
maybe it is.
I've come too early now. Like Friday is fantastic, but Saturday and Sunday, who knows? I might not turn up.
Let's hope not, eh?
We'll see. Well, you won day 1. We'll see how the rest of us do in day 2. Good luck calling this game, guys.
Thanks, Jimmy. And yeah, predictions king. I think we should give you some congratulations. Obviously, you know, you kind of know what you're on about, as you should.
What do I get? Do I get any special
Absolutely
prize?
nothing. No, that was it. That was it. You get some niceties from me for a little bit. But let's talk about this game. Obviously, Tass versus Vinny. We have Brazil versus UK. You can see Tass on your screen right now. He's getting ready for the game. He's obviously just tweeting out the stream. Like you all should be at home as well. We've only got a couple of rounds of Swiss left today, so make sure that you tweet out the stream. Get as many eyes in here as we possibly can before we get into these ones. But Dan, talk us through these guys' records. Let's talk about how they've got to this stage. Obviously, elimination game. Everything's still on the line. How they're looking up.
Yeah, of course, both players at 2-2 at the moment, which it's always one of those situations where it depends if you've come from 0-2 or whether you've maybe dropped down from 2-0, and it always changes the mentality. I remember back at the FUT Cup #1, which was Bucharest, is when we last saw Tass. He went 1-3, so he struggled a little bit in the Swiss, and this is a chance for him to redeem himself. As we heard, he has a lot of fans, a lot of people behind him, and he'll want to pick himself up and really take that chance. He's 48th in the Global Series ranking at the moment. On the other side for Vinny, he's 213th, so you could argue it means more to Vinny this game.
Absolutely. Well, as you can see, we're about to get into our first leg here. See Tass is going to be playing in the almost FaZe-esque colours, the yellow and black. Yellow meaning orange, and black definitely meaning black. He's going to be using Sergio Ramos at that right-back position as well. So always an area that we like to keep an eye on early on. Who is going to be filling that void in at right-back? And Tass known for his patience in his attack, and he was one of these players, a little bit like MS Dasari, Dan, who at the start of the year wasn't used to that time finishing, didn't have it turned on. It's only fairly sort of recently in the competitive scene and time span, he's actually decided to use that time finishing. And look at this, surprise, surprise, he's at the tournaments, he's doing quite well.
And despite the fact that Tass is already relatively high up those leaderboards, and maybe with plenty of weekend league results, he could creep his way into the playoffs coming towards the end of the season. He knows this is a massive tournament. We heard them saying on the couch, he hasn't qualified for anything else. This is his last tournament that he's qualified for. This is his moment, and he needs to seize it. He does have the potential to do so. He has been learning, he has been grinding the game. And now he just needs to turn up when it matters most.
And the interesting thing for me with Tass especially is he's one of those players you feel if you get to those knockout rounds that you're not going to want to match up against. He has that experience on his side. He knows how to close out those tight games. It's one of those things that he's obviously known for, tassing it about and running the clock down a little bit as it's been called. But he hasn't got to that stage very often this year. FIFA 19 hasn't been his game so far. But as you say, it's steady improvements as the year has gone on and a lot riding on this tournament for him.
It's been Vinny with the majority of possession opening though. And if he can just kind of control that game and keep Tass at bay, then he will be feeling extremely comfortable. As Hullet takes a pop shot. Never really going to go in from there, but it does make a rebound, and Messi's going to pounce on that rebound as well, and Vinny takes an early lead. That's not what Tass wanted to be seeing.
No, fell to the left foot of Lionel Messi, and not for the first time. If you get it on that left foot, you're certainly going to see that finesse shot being used, sending it arcing towards that far corner. Timed it perfectly as well. Nothing that De Gea could do after the initial save. So Tass finds himself one behind, and Vinny from Brazil. Around 500. Where was he exactly in the Global Series ranking? 213th in the Global Series ranking points.
He's not been.
He's in the lead, Dan.
He's not been at any of the LQEs. He's not been at any other FUT Champs. As far as I'm aware, I mean, happy to be corrected if I am wrong. However, that means he's just crept up those rankings just with Weekend League, really. Of course, you get those points for finishing above 27, etc. That gives you a decent number of points. But most of these pros nowadays, they're finishing 29 or 30 week in, week out.
Here's Marcelo then for Vinny. Twisting and turning on the edge of the box. Little layoff here to Ruud Gullit. Finds Ronaldo again. I think the flag might have gone up there, but no. The linesman decided that that was onside. The shot had to be dealt with there by David De Gea, but there is a little bit of spacing behind here. Unfortunately, the ball down the line there lets them down a little bit. And maybe that's one of those areas that you look at. You can get in behind with that. You see Mbappe on that right-hand side. Tas starting off with him. Heard Boras, lauding so much praise on that Team of the Year Mbappe foot item and what it's done for him and how much it's impressed him. And there's no surprise with some of the impact that we saw, as we say. Last week we saw him back in London. Seeing him do it again here. We've seen some towering headers and leaps from him as well. So no surprise to see him starting.
I am surprised to see a couple of settings being changed, though. As I think Tas was just flicking through, you could see he was on drop back. And it's how long you want to stay on that tactic. I mean, when you're 1-0 down, really you want your players to start going forward, but at the same time, you don't want to be conceding goals as well. Ideally, when you are playing drop back, which a lot of the pros do now, a goal lead is so important. Tas just needs to continue playing his own game. Don't switch things up just yet. We're only 20 minutes in. Plenty of time to redeem himself. And maybe we can see him claw his way back into this game. First time finesse is not going to be able to find its way past those defenders.
Yeah, well defended there from Vinny. Making sure that he kept as tight as possible to that player who was attempting that first time finesse shot. Now Vinny can start an attack of his own here with Gullit, and he fires it straight into the feet of Lionel Messi. A little bit of space between the CDMs and the centre-backs here for Vinny. Lays it off here to Gullit. Inside the box, battling with Vieira. Kante now. Interesting to see him in the lineup alongside Ruud Gullit instead of Patrick Vieira. Kante then to Neymar. Neymar fires it towards the far corner. And look at the passion coming out from Vinny. Lets out a roar. I'm sure Tas could have heard that across the room as well. Neymar with that right-footed first-time finesse finds the far corner.
Yeah, very contradicting emotions on the player cameras there. Tas looking down at his controller saying, well, I thought I'd move my keeper. Well, it doesn't look like he was able to get there in time. Sometimes when you see that ball mid-air, you're like, oh, wait, I should be moving my keeper, but not quite early enough. And that will be slightly frustrating for Tas, I'm sure. But nice movement from Vinny to be able to get himself in that position and to put that goal away. Tas now trying the El Tornado from the edge of the box. Doesn't actually go for the back post header because it saw he wasn't on that time, but maybe that's something that he might be able to pull out later on in this game. A possession back to Vinny once again.
It's given away though. Neymar now on the ball, tries to cut inside, and Tas had a real opportunity to get at that back four of Vinny there. Didn't take it, but Vinny's giving the ball straight back to Tas here. Mbappe. Now Tas going to have the ability to start an attack here, build from those two CDMs. Neymar just creeps inside the 18-yard box. The El Tornado found Mbappe, and again with that leap won the header, but Tas really hasn't created too much of note going forward. It's just been those two finesse shots from Vinny that have been the difference between the two players.
Yeah, and he's really taken advantage of having that drop back as well. You can see every time Tas has the ball on the edge of the box, there's 5, 6, 7 bodies in front of that ball, making those finesse possibilities almost impossible. And really just now thriving on this 2-goal cushion. And the thing is, he's just going to be frustrating Tas, and then he'll have that chance to build on this lead as well on the counter-attack. Tas will need to come up with something a little bit different. The El Tornadoes have been great. They've been able to pull his players away. This is the breaks that I said are really, really dangerous.
Fake shot then from Eusebio. Does go down. I think Marcelo got just enough of the ball there. Tas almost gave the ball away there with Maldini, but there is a run around the corner. Pele's going to opt to use Marcelo instead. And we talk about the 2-goal lead, Dan. It's a funny lead sometimes in FIFA. You find that 1 goal can change the momentum of the game. You see the El Tornado into that cross, attempting to find that player at the back post. We've seen it be effective for a lot of players so far this weekend, but if you can nip 1 goal back, it's very often that we see 2 without reply.
Yeah, 2-0, you feel like you should be comfortable. But as soon as one goes in, you get a little bit hesitant and you start to make maybe weird passes that you wouldn't have done if you were up 2 already. And then things start to get a little bit cagey at the back, and it does just gift your opponent the chance to get back into the game. But TAS definitely has a game plan here. El Tornado to back post is what he's trying. Vinny's marked pretty well against it, but that is a pretty filthy challenge, to be honest. And Walker will be lucky to get away with anything other than, yeah, okay, a yellow card is probably acceptable there in that scenario. A red probably would be a bit harsh.
So. Yeah, bit harsh. Half-time whistle just around the corner as well. I mean, he didn't get any of the ball, really, to be honest with you. He got a heck of a lot of Marcelo. So a chance from the set piece here. We have seen some goals scored from set pieces. So far in FIFA 19, it looks like TAS might be opting to take this one short, potentially. Vieira going to be the player who's going to potentially deliver.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get it to a 5-star skiller here. It's going to be... No, instead it's going back post. Hullet on the edge of the box.
Strikes for Hullet.
Strikes into Hullet.
And there it is. The half-time whistle does go. You can see some frustration coming in from TAS. He's 2-0 down, and not surprising to see him a little bit frustrated. But Vinny, solid first half from him. Not too explosive, not too creative, but has had the opportunity and the space to hit those first-time finesses. And most importantly, he's taken them.
Yeah, really, you need to cancel out those first-time finesses, whether it will be with just generating pressure with your defenders or moving that goalkeeper early. Okay, you can be left slightly vulnerable if you move your goalkeeper too early, then they could just go the other way. So maybe if those have just been driven shots near post, I would have been saying, oh, he shouldn't have moved his keeper. Like, hindsight is 50-50, right? Like, you need to make sure you go the right way, but at the same time, you're going to be punished if you go the wrong way. So it's a difficult decision to make.
Well, it's a tough one to make, and obviously we see as the meta develops, players opting to almost assume that their opponents, based on how good they are, moving that goalkeeper, might drive that ball back across goal. So it does become, as I've said before, 100 times now in FIFA 19, a game of cat and mouse, but it really does, with how powerful those finesse shots are. The second half underway here, 2 goals between the 2 players. TAS with it all to do. Of course, this is just the first leg. We do have another game to come straight after this one. But when elimination is on the line down, every single second just disappears so quickly.
Yeah,
it's going to sand through your fingers.
It's going to feel like these seconds are so fast on the side of TAS. Just hoping that he can claw his way back into this one, but he's really struggling at the moment. He's been slightly one-dimensional with his attacking, really going for the back post headers. They've been cancelled out well by Vinny, so maybe something a little bit different. Finesse cancelled out again by Maldini. And Vinny just putting bodies in the way, and I've got to say, TAS just, his gameplay looks frustrated.
Yeah, and here's Neymar. He's in behind Sergio Ramos. That's an early driven ball back across goal here, and there might be a chance for TAS to go straight up the other end. Pele now on this left-hand side. Kyle Walker trying to get across, but he's on a booking, which makes things more difficult. Pele puts it in towards the back post. And Cristiano Ronaldo gets up and buries the header. TAS finds his first goal of the game, and now it's just a 1-goal game.
Well, I said it was slightly one-dimensional. I said that maybe you need to find something a little bit different. He's still gone for a cross, but it's worked out. Cristiano Ronaldo has an absolute leap on him. 2 players beaten there. I think that's Ramos and Marcelo couldn't get anywhere near Cristiano Ronaldo. And TAS will be more than happy now getting back into this tie, despite being on the receiving end of quite a heavily possession-based game by Vinny. And now he just needs to build from this.
So there, one goal the difference between the 2 players. Still plenty of time left in our first leg, let alone the second leg here for TAS to get back into this one. Now we're going to see if Vinny changes his mentality. Can the Brazilian find another chance here from the kickoff and maybe restore that 2-goal lead? And that's an important touch on the ball there. I believe it was Sergio Ramos there for TAS who got a foot in, just as it looked like there might have been a little bit of space between his centre-backs for one of those strikers to potentially unleash a shot of their own. Messy fight with Hullet there and managed to win the ball, but TAS gets it straight back here. The run down the line from CR7.
It's nice one-touch football from TAS from the back. You recognise there was a lot of pressure coming from Vinny. But defensively, I've been actually quite impressed with TAS since those 2 goals have gone in. He's been tracking the runs that have been made by the wingers, not allowing any easy through ball right or left. And that's made Vinny have to restrict his play to the center of the pitch, and then Tass has been more than happy to sit players behind that ball. So he's almost controlling where that ball is and guiding Vinny into saying, well, you have to play it around the middle, and then that's going to allow me to get those opportunities to steal the ball back off you.
Good win there from Marcelo for Tass. Ball in behind here for R9. He's inside the 18-yard box. Unfortunately, the offside flag will go up. Just caught offside. Now we'll see a pause come in, maybe a few changes. We'll see, we saw R9 brought on at half-time by Tass, and Team of the Year Messi as well. Let's have Thierry Henry on the bench as well. If you don't know anything about Tass, he's a huge, huge Arsenal fan. His idol is most certainly number 14, Thierry Henry. So if you need some inspiration, you look at Tex. He's always got Steven Gerrard lurking on the best bench there, and I think Tass has got Thierry there just for the same kind of reasons.
And the decision to bring Kante on there as well, maybe just for a little bit more agileness in the middle of the field, someone who will just sprint after that ball and be able to intercept and win you back possession. A little bit higher up in the pitch. And also interesting, moving R9 out wide and putting Messi in the middle. I don't know if that was after seeing R9 be played offside, so he wants to put him out wide instead. Who knows the thought process? But either way, it's going to be Pele out on the left. And there was a challenge as Messi gets taken out. The referee either didn't see it or wasn't having any of it.
I think it might have actually been one of Tass's own players that got involved there momentarily.
You need to sort that out in the dressing room, really,
yeah,
don't
leave
you?
it in the dressing room. Well, here comes Vinny. Marcelo again wins the ball. Getting in front of Kylian Mbappe a few times here. And Marcelo has continued his run, and look at CR7. He's completely free in the middle, but what a save. From Thibaut Courtois. He had to use every single inch of that 6'6" frame there to make that save.
Tass just slapping his thigh. He said it was an open goal. I mean, the man behind Cristiano Ronaldo was completely wide open. But the ball landed at Ronaldo's feet. He's not put it in. But Tass really starting to heat up. Now there's the El Tornado. Oh!
How was he missed? It was Sergio Ramos, and he timed the header green as well. You were almost expecting that one to be nestling in the back of the net. I feel like Tass has got to not let the frustration get the better of him here. That's two big chances he's had. He feels like he's done everything right twice, and things just haven't gone his way.
He's almost won the ball quite high up the pitch there, but not quite able to get it under control, and he needs to be very careful not to give it away, not to give a goal to Vinny because of his frustration. He doesn't want to be just running at everything.
And how much like sports would this be? Sometimes when you don't take your chances, your opponent goes straight up the other end and scores their own opportunity. And luckily for Tass, he managed to defend that one. But Vinny's got off the hook a little bit there. They were two huge, huge chances. The first one, the one-on-one. Courtois came up big with the save from the resulting corner, the El Tornado cross. Sergio Ramos somehow missed the target when you fully expected him to score. 10 minutes left in this game. Is there going to be another big chance here? Will it be Vinny with the chance to go into the second leg with a 2-goal lead, or will it be Tass who ties things up?
And for Tass, he does just need to focus on the positives. He got in those two situations. He found those two possibilities.
Oh, the post!
But it just seems like the ball's going everywhere but the back of the net for both players in this second half. But there is still a second leg. I think Tass will be more than happy just going in only 1 goal behind, especially after being behind by 2.
Here's R9, moved out to that right-hand side, to that right cam position, trying to fight his way past Sergio Ramos. He does win a throw-in here, as we enter the last knock-ins of our first leg here in Bucharest. Messi tries to get it past Ronaldinho. Can't do so, though, and now Vinny's got a chance to go up the other end now and really put Tass to the sword here and get another goal to make this second leg so much more comfortable for him. Ronaldinho on the follow-up after the save from De Gea. Kante has to get back in and do some defensive work. And that was a big chance there for Vinny.
Tass is still defending well, still tracking those runs, especially Mbappe on the right. I see him every time darting forward. Head this one away. It's gone back post.
Good
De
handling
Gea
from
gathers
Gea.
it. Just a few minutes left, so chance for one more attack for Tass here. He just needs to maneuver this one up the pitch. Take your time a little bit. Make sure it's the last attack, potentially.
Here comes the Englishman then. Pele tries to turn past Kyle Walker, who just snaps into the tackle. He wanted that last attack, and he might still get it. Marcelo gets it back. It's been so impressive, to be honest with you, that 94 rated Team of the Year for item in at that left-back slot. A lot of talk about his height being an issue, but you can see what he does offer. That's a strong tackle in the midfield here. Might be an opportunity to get out wide, and he's got away with one, Vinny, there. The referee decided the advantage wouldn't be given. Tass wins the ball back, though, and there is the final whistle. It got a little bit rough and tumble towards the end of that game, but at the end of the first leg, it will be Vinny, the Brazilian, who goes in with a 1-goal advantage, Dan.
And I think he'll be counting his lucky stars as well. Yes, he opened well. 2 finesse shots that maybe Tass wasn't really expecting or he wasn't ready for, not moved his keeper quick enough. But either way, Vinny had a 2-goal lead. He looked comfortable. He was controlling the game. And then Tass switched things up a little bit, sped up his passing, started to go out wide anymore. He was persistent with the El Tornadoes, the crosses. He finally found one. And it looked like he could have got 2, maybe even 3 goals. So, yes, okay, he's going to be frustrated. But the other side, it's just going to be counting lucky stars, like I said, and just praying that his fortune continues into the second leg.
How long can it go on for? I mean, he'll be hoping it at least goes on till the end of this game. After that, he'll be like, fine, I don't care if I... yeah, absolutely fine. Just get me out of the Swiss. Get me into the knockout rounds tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, we look back on some of the chances that were missed in that game. The big save from Courtois when Marcelo squared it across, and we were all expecting Cristiano Ronaldo to bury that one. And then you look at that Ramos header. I mean, he was head and shoulders above his man. He powered it in towards that back post. Tassa timed the header as well. He'd hit it green, and it just went wide of the target.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe he wasn't holding down LB and RB. If you hold down LB and RB, or L1 and R1, depending on console, sometimes it heads the ball down, or it does head the ball down. If he had done that, would the ball have gone in? Maybe. Who knows? There are differences. There are different ways you can head the ball. But either way, yeah, he's gonna be a little bit annoyed, but he needs to forget about it.
Just create the chances.
Just focus on the positives.
I would say, yeah.
Just say, all right, I've made those chances. More chances will come. I'm only a goal behind. And Tass will be thinking, I've been in this scenario before. I can come back into this one. This guy's got nothing on me. As long as he's confident in his own ability, he will get those chances and he can get those goals.
Yeah, it's all about just staying calm, keeping your composure in those sort of situations when you've had games like that. You've got to think that could have been comfortably 3-4-2 to me. You've got to look at it that way and go into this second leg with that mentality. But some of the other games are going on at the moment. I believe Tex is going to be playing Shuri at the moment. They're both 4-0, which is the only players at the moment with perfect record on the Xbox side of things. I believe there's only one player on the PS4 side of things who's got a perfect record at the moment. That's Hasso. So keep an eye out for him and see what he's going to do during this tournament. Certainly going to be excited to keep an eye on him and see what he can do, especially with, we said, some of the big names not here on the PS4 side of things.
Yeah, and just to touch on the Xbox side of things, of course, there's that chance that Tex can go into tomorrow, #1 seed. Jasari retired from his games. He went 3-0 and he went home. He's not feeling very well. So that means he's going to finish 3-2. There is potential tomorrow.
Set your alarms, ladies and gentlemen.
Jasari versus Tex. It could happen earlier than maybe it should have. That is the risk that Jasari is taking. But obviously, you need to focus on your health, and I hope he gets better.
100%, yeah.
Our best wishes. But that's also, for Tex, he's going to be thinking, well, I hope I don't have to face Dasari early on. Come on. Maybe he's expecting to see him in a final, but either way, a lot of explosive potential tomorrow for sure.
Oh, for sure. And obviously, we're only just getting started here in Bucharest at FUT Champs Cup #3. We've got 2 more days of action ahead of us, Dan. We've got used to these kind of quick 2-day events that seem to be over before they've started. Now we've got that 3-day feel again, and we're getting through the Swiss. Lots of games obviously going on today, and it's going to take you out, these players. When you get to those final days, it's a long old haul here in Bucharest. We talk about the amount of games that these guys have got to play, but it's also the travel that's involved. I mean, we've got players coming, you got FUTWiz Marcus coming from all the way from, New Zealand over here. I mean, think of the potential jet lag and tiredness, getting your sleep schedule right, and then you get landed and you've got to play all of these games, and he's performed superbly so far today.
Not only that, he's probably going to play 30 games of Weekend League on top of that. I wouldn't be surprised if they are playing 50 games of FIFA this weekend, which is absolutely balmy that they're able to keep that much focus and play so well in that many games. I mean, me, after I've played 10, my head's gone completely.
Just need to point out there.
Hood's up.
The power of the hood has come out. If our theory's got anything got any legs to it, which, let's be honest, it probably doesn't, then obviously Tass will be looking to pick up this win in the next leg here. He has to do so, but I mean, I want to talk about this fatigue that's going to be coming into these players. Are we going to see more and more mistakes coming in as the fatigue starts to kick in on day one? Early on, we sort of had those touchy-feely games, no sort of blowouts, and then As we get into day 2, we get those knockouts, and obviously the days start, and everyone's fresh, revitalised, good night's sleep. But you do see mistakes start to creep in. The nerves start to get to people because it gets at this stage down that every single game, especially in a single elimination bracket as well, the pressure goes up. It gets ramped up every single game.
I mean, this will be their 10th game of FIFA of the day. People at home know, who play Weekend League, 10 games is a lot of FIFA. And yeah, you will face fatigue, but that's why they are the best of the best. That's why they are so high in the rankings, is because they can play 10 games and they can keep that focus. They can't let a little bit of fatigue creep in and just any sort of mistake. They need to focus for the full 90 minutes on both legs and actually try and get a W here. Messi's going to have an early pop. Wasn't even timed, that one, but maybe just to test the keeper. Also, you start the mind games early, Mark. You think, all right, well, I'm going to convince my opponent I'm going to constantly go for that finesse shot, and then you drive one in near post later and just try and surprise them.
Tass in behind here with Kylian Mbappe. Goes for that El Tornado again. Smashes it towards the back post. Pele gets up and wins it. It's Vieira. Oh, what a save. Courtois with the save there, and Tass can't believe what he's seeing.
He's lip reading. I greened it as well. I think I've said that 1,000 times. But Courtois pushes it to one side for a corner. But Tass is very firmly knocking on that door, just like on Halloween. But he wants some treats. At the moment, he's just getting tricked.
Mbappe, it's going to be a goal, finally.
He gets the candy, and it's what he's been searching for. And he's right back into this tie early on in this second leg.
Yeah, and we've seen it so many times today. That leap that this Team of the Year FUT seems to have on him. He just springs up like a salmon, and he gets on the end of it, gets ahead of his man, Marcelo there, I believe it was, and buries the header. I mean, Sergio Ramos missed an opportunity from a very similar place in the first leg. But we're all tied up now. Tass takes the lead in the second leg, but on aggregate, it's 2-2.
And I think he needed that just bit of relief, because there must have been so much frustration building in him. The more and more chances, they went wayward, that he felt like he should have scored. He was going to start to get more frustrated. Even worse, it might have affected his gameplay, but now he can just have a level head. Look, I'm back. It's tied. It's basically 0-0. I can focus on my game.
Here's Messi, though, looking to answer back straight away for Vinny. It finds its way through to Eusebio. What an important foot. That was from Ruud Gullit, just to take all of the sting out of that strike. Well, now Tass just slowing things down before driving that ball out wide. Kyle Walker wins the header, though. And now Vinny's got some questions to answer. He was 2 up in this game. Tass has brought it back to 2-2, and De Gea's forced into a save again. That's how Vinny's created his opportunities and scored his goals so far. And he almost looked to do the same again.
That has been his only way of creating opportunities, has been the time finesse from outside the box. And if you think back to last week during the LQE, I think it was M10 Houston versus Nicholas. Nicholas completely negated Houston, who was the top goal scorer in the tournament, because he just said, I'm not going to let you time finesse from outside the box. Either I'm going to close you down, or I'm moving my keeper to stop it. And Houston wasn't really able to do anything because of that. If Tass can find a similar defensive attribute here, maybe he can actually stop Vinny from even finding any sort of opportunity. And that's going to allow Tass to just control and run this game.
Flag goes up here as Mbappe was trying to get in behind once again. You get the feeling that Tass is just buying his time, looking for those runs in behind before slotting those through balls in behind the defence of Vinny. And I think you make a great point there, Dan. Questions kind of being asked of Vinny, like, what have you got going forward now? Can you create something different? Or can you do at least something different to maybe put the question into Tass's brain? Is there something else going to be coming as Neymar now? A couple of drag backs. Creates a bit of space. Kante now into Gullit. Is he going to look for that finesse again? Yes, he is. And this time, Tass is trying. The longer that it goes on and the more that he tries this, Tass is finding it easier and easier just to negate that finesse shot and get the ball away.
It's just about having something else in your back pocket, like running down the left wing there. In theory, Vinny could have tried what Tass is doing. He could have gone El Tornado and cross it back post potentially, depending on which player is where. And of course, you need a 5-star skiller to do so, and you want a tall player to be crossing to. But he's got pretty much the same players on the pitch that Tass does. He has the potential to do so, but maybe it's not integrated in his game yet. It's a relatively new thing that's been developing over the past couple of weeks, the El Tornado into back post cross, and Tass is taking full advantage of it.
Sometimes it is those small margins that separate the players. Having that knowledge of the meta game, what's most effective, how to create your chances and score those goals. And now you're seeing Tass come forward once again. Vieira. Neymar turning, a little bit of space. Went for that first time finesse himself there. And Neymar's actually stolen the ball back here, but Tas can't believe it's a foul. Vinny's quite happy with that one. And things just settle down here half an hour into our second leg.
I always find this Swiss phase interesting as well because all the players are sat together. They can all hear each other. If it's hard enough knowing that thousands are watching you on the stream, when you have people walking behind you also watching, also listening to what you're saying, how you're reacting, there is so much extra pressure. I played some weekend league games this morning with you watching, Mark, and there was instantly extra pressure on me. God knows how some of these players feel.
Not going to say that I coached you to a few wins, but I 100% coached you to a few wins, but
no one remembers the coaches, Mark. They only remember the players. Remember that.
I have no response. Yeah, you just completely shut me down. But anyway, Walker now on this right-hand side for Vinny. Turning with Kante. Can the Brazilian create something here? Is there anything else in the lockup? Maybe a heel-to-heel inside the box. Get past his man, but Tas is finding it easier and easier, like I said before, to defend these attacks. And Tas' variation in attack has made him look a little bit more dangerous when he is going forward. But for all of the praise that we're putting on him for getting back into this game, we have to give credit to Vinny. Still tied up at 2-2. Hasn't let Tas get carried away with things here, with the momentum. Only 1-0 in this game. Is there going to be a chance here before half-time for one of these players to change the complexion of this tie?
Vinny certainly is trying to restrict wing play from Tas. He's recognised that those El Tornadoes are coming from the wing, so he's chasing those runs and not allowing any easy passes. Tas is just going side to side here, waiting for a man to have space, but he's really struggling because everyone's being closed down so effectively by Vinny. Really using that player switching to his full advantage, using that second man, using the AI press. And maybe Tas is just going to hold out here and say, all right, look, halftime's coming up. Let's wait until 45 ticks over. I'm having the last attack. And I can maybe go in ahead on aggregate if I find a goal with this chance.
There's one thing that Tas has in bundles, and that is patience when he has possession. He will wait for that perfect opportunity to try and strike. And now, as you see, we're into stoppage time. Just as I say that, a loose pass there. After all of that possession play and build-up, he's going to give the ball straight back to Vinny, who just tries to get a ball in behind before the half-time whistle goes. It cannot do so. And now we go into the second half of our second leg in this elimination game in the Swiss-style format, with both players tied up. Very much all to play for.
Tas had the ball for almost 10 in-game minutes there, just building up, waiting, saying, all right, I'm going to wait, I'm going to have the last attack, and then he gives it away. A lot of these players are superstitious. They feel like you get an advantage in the 45th minute. No, I'll give you your kickoff stuff, but I'm not giving you 45-minute goals. It's all a superstition, Tas. Just attack, get the ball up the pitch, get a goal. You've been dominating the game. Vinny has had nothing going forward. You are controlling it. Just assert your dominance now and put this game to bed. You've got the opportunity to do so.
1-9 on the pitch then. I think of the 4 attacking players he's got on the field as well, all of them have 5-star skills, so that El Tornado, very much an option still for Tas. Vinny hasn't had much of this game in this first half. And one finesse shot, but no real power or anger behind it. No particular danger. But as we know in FIFA, it only takes one chance. It only takes one opportunity. As I almost slip into Eminem.
I was wondering where you were going. Talking about anger
to
and
win
fire.
a game.
But maybe that's his problem. Maybe he doesn't want to put anger behind it. Maybe just love. He needs to believe in his players. Just curve a finesse in nicely, beautifully.
What a ball that is, though, from Tas. Pele now on this left-hand side. Decides to slow things down again and build up play from the midfield. Vieira now. And again, patience here from Tas. Marcelo. Back to Hullet. And now here's CR7. Tries to drive it into Mbappe there. Had the option for the finesse shot. I like the idea, though. Maybe wait for that goalkeeper movement. Try to drive that ball across. Should have been a simple finish there for Mbappe, but well defended again by Vinny.
Well, I see what Tas is trying to do here. He's passing it around. He's playing the possession game. He wants to slightly rile up Vinny, I feel.
So frustrate him.
Yeah, exactly. So that Vinny will like suddenly just attack him with his centre-backs, for example, saying, oh, I just need to get the ball back. And then, bam, there's that opportunity that Tas has been searching for the past X amount of minutes.
There's a man free here. Maldini calmly and confidently heads it back, and a deep breath there from Tass. Maybe he didn't feel quite as calm and composed in that situation as the defender made him look.
And that's the thing, regardless of if Tass is in control of this game, whether he feels it or whether we can see that it's obvious, that one goal suddenly could be enough to put him out of the tournament, and that is going to make everything a little bit nervy. No matter how many tournaments you've played, no matter how many LAN experience you have, you're always going to be nervous. Nerves are always going to creep in here or there.
Things don't go away. However many games of FIFA you play, however many tournaments you've won. And interesting to see there from Tass, just a little thing on that left-hand side there. Almost baited in the right back there to thinking he was going to go for that El Tornado, then took an extra touch down the line. And then when that fullback tried to get in and sort of second-guessed himself, thinking, oh, he's going to cut in, he's going to fly down the line here, try and get to the byline, then went for the El Tornado. So, little mind games there from Tass, but here comes Vinny now. Hasn't had much in this game, but if he can create an opportunity, you just get the feeling he's the kind of player to stick it away. 25 minutes left in game here. And a pretty stale start to this second half. No real chances of note.
But all the while he's keeping this possession, he is wasting time, and that could play to his advantage or his disadvantage. If he slips up just once and gives that opportunity to Vinny, and Vinny takes it, suddenly he has less time to get back in the game. So Tass really needs to take advantage of this possession at some point. But he'll know what kind of game of FIFA he's played. He would have been in this scenario many a time before, and he'll be feeling comfortable.
Throw in then on this left-hand side here for Tass. But the pause will come in. Some changes of personnel once again, similar to what we saw in that first game. Team of the year Messi. Fresh on the pitch on that right-hand side. This one is poised absolutely beautifully.
Slightly different to some of the explosive games we've had earlier, like, for example, Aga's elimination from the tournament, where it was just goals galore. This is just a contest where both players are relatively evenly matched. Both players more than happy to try and slow things down and play that methodical, slow football. But it's interesting seeing Mbappe leave the field, the influence he's had in so many games. Maybe Eusebio can make the difference, though, this time. He was the man we used to always talk about. He has the chance to do so again.
Here's Tass on the attack once more then. Trying to build something here. CR7. Scoop turn onto that left foot. Pele now to El Tornado. I think Pele had just snuck offside, unfortunately, there for Tass. The El Tornado is one of those things that it can become a little bit predictable, but it's still so hard to defend against. Even if you lunge in, you miss time a tackle. Just lofting that ball up in the air takes it over that defender's leg, and you can give away penalties.
It's how the first goal happened. I mean, you looked at Neymar, I think it was the player who did it, and he completely dilly-dallied around a player, put it over his head. Once that ball is in the air, it's so hard to stop that animation. It's why the El Tornado into shoot was so powerful during the early iterations of FIFA 19, until it was ever so slightly nerfed. And by ever so slightly, I mean nerfed into the ground. But now we found a new way to introduce it to the game. Players always searching and exploring for different ways to adapt. We know timed finesse is going to change, and people have been saying, well, I mean, are players still going to be able to play the same? Are the top players still going to be the top players?
They
top
find
players
a way.
are already finding
They're
a way.
already finding ways. Here's Neymar then for Vinny. He's had absolutely nothing so far. But Pele had the opportunity there to try and find the other Brazilian there, Neymar. And there's space now on this right-hand side. Lionel Messi, who's fresh on the pitch, remember, full of running. Vieira now. No one on that left-hand side for Patrick Vieira. And just dallying on the ball there means that Pele's going to have enough time to get back and defend. And now Vinny's going to be coming forward himself, Ronaldo. And look at this run there. I think he might, unfortunately, just be offside. He could have played that one a little bit earlier. The linesman's flag has gone up, I believe. But he could have played that ball a little bit earlier there. I'm not sure on the timing of the pass there from Vinny. But that's definitely going to be a wake-up call to Tass there. Make one mistake and you're out the tournament. It's not just out the game.
It's the risk he faces with how he's currently approaching this game. But if he ends up with a W, if he gets this next goal, then he'll say it was all planned. And it was the perfect approach. With just 4 minutes left, extra time currently looming at 2-2.
Here comes Tas then. If we know anything about him from what we've seen so far in this game, he's going to wait until the last second. You can see a little bit of frustration coming in from Vinny there. A little shake of the head with Tas going back to his goalkeeper. Maybe Tas's gameplay is working here. He's playing the mental game. And Vinny here, you feel like he would be heartbroken should this game be lost in the last few minutes. El Tornado into the box. Messi gets up, forces the save from Thibaut Courtois. And for all of that possession, Tas did create that chance. But look at the space here in behind. Mbappe straight up the other end for Vinny. Whips the ball into the box. Oh, and Ramos had to get up there and beat Pele to it.
Just has to defend this corner now. Does Tas. He's done so much to keep possession. He wanted that last attack. He's not got it. And now he's facing a back post cross. And
the
there's
ball's
space
falling.
here.
Mbappe, the ball's going to fall. Oh, what a tackle from Varane. Vinny holds his head. The game could have gone either way in these last few moments. Corner for Vinny. Deep breaths all round here in Bucharest. Whips this one in. Courtois should get there. It's actually De Gea, apologies, who does take the ball. And you can see both players need a little breather there. That could have gone either way in the last few moments.
I need a breather.
They're the margins.
My heart went when that ball was just bobbling along the floor. But look at the possession dominance.
62%.
And that's why Vinny started to get a little bit frustrated towards that end of the game, because he saw that ball going backwards and he's thinking, mate, you're drawing. Why are you going backwards? Why are you keeping possession? Well, the reason he was doing it, Tas wanted that last attack. He didn't get it. Vinny almost punished him for it. But now we reset. We go to extra time. We got another 30 minutes now. As you can see, celebrations in the background of Tas's player cam there. And honestly, it is amazing to see just what it means winning games for so many of these players, getting through to those knockouts, getting those global series points.
This is the life on the line here in the tournament for all these players who are still playing at the moment. Well, those 2 losses on your record, it's a haunting thing. Every time you look at it, you just know you've got nothing left. You can't make any more mistakes. And that ball falling free in the box towards the end of that game, you thought that Tas's tournament was going to be over, but Team of the Year Varane showing his worth into that centre-back spot. Managed to get a block when it mattered, and now we're into extra time.
Now, does Vinny try and counteract Tas's game and say, all right, well, you're going to play possession football. I can play possession football as well. Try and beat him at his own game. You're going to see maybe, 3 chances each on either side with the amount of time that's actually left inside the game, considering how this game has actually gone so far.
He's pushing it 3.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great ball, though, and there might be a chance here. Messi has got in behind Marcelo. Centre-back comes across. Tas just showed slightly too much of that to Ramos, but luckily for him, does get that throw in an advanced position on this right-hand side, but almost gives it away immediately. Ronaldinho got in with the tackle, and CR7 beats Marcelo to the ball and then bullies him off of it. The ball is just bouncing back between these 2 players. Maybe a little bit of fatigue with the stamina in the players starting to come in. Is there going to be a mistake towards the end of this one?
I think it could come down to it. Could come down to mistake. Could come down to a little bit of misfortune, perhaps.
Oh, CR7.
It's that fatigue that's coming into it. And not only these players fatigue, but now the in-game players are going to start to lose a little bit of that stamina mark. And more opportunities are going to be able to come about. Defenders aren't necessarily going to get to the ball as fast as they would in the opening 90 minutes. But Vinny does look threatening going forward. Even though he hasn't created that many chances, he's getting in those dangerous areas, and that is what is going to be terrifying Tas, I'm sure.
Here comes Vinny then. Kante just patrolling the midfield at the moment. That's what we did last night. What a goal he scored. I'm sure Vinny would love something similar from N'Golo Kante, the Frenchman. Pele goes for the finesse shot. Tas had already moved his goalkeeper towards that near post. Deep breath again, gets the ball back. And now you're going to see that methodical build-up, but he's actually just gone for a defence-splitting pass here. Lionel Messi brings it down beautifully. Marcelo snaps in with the tackle. There is Kante inside, offering a pass. Tas coming forward. Again, looking for that last attack. Messi's in behind here. Drag back, beats one man, can't get past Marcelo, but keeps the ball here, Lionel Messi. Maybe lining up a shot on that left foot, takes it on. Good goalkeeper movement though. Vinny kept his composure when it mattered, moved that goalkeeper across and made the save.
Yeah, I think maybe Tas was hoping that Vinny's focus would have been on defending the pass that's going to come across the box, but instead, Vinny's very switched on. We talk about fatigue, but he's very aware of that potential finesse shot. One more half of extra time, 15 more in-game minutes. Still possession heavily in favour of Tas. However, Vinny did claw a little bit possession back in that first 15. In terms of shots, we said that Vinny hasn't really created many chances. It's just because Tas has been crossing that ball in so much, and half the time it's not even reached a player's head. So he's not been able to get those shots on goal.
What do you do then if you're one of these players in this situation? Second half of extra time. Tied up at 2-2 across the two legs.
And I can tell you what's in the back of their minds.
Here we go.
They're going to be thinking, I really don't want to go out to penalties.
Yeah.
That's what everyone is going to be thinking.
You'd rather lose in regulation time or extra time or whatever you want to say.
And if that is the case, then you go for it here. If you're Tas, you stop passing it around and just playing possession. You've got 15 minutes. You take every possible attack that you can. But if you're confident in penalties, you stay how you're going.
Marcelo then finds Messi, and he has looked dangerous, and there's a dangerous ball to Pele inside the box. El Tornado, Hullit's trying to get up, Hullit wins the header, but it was a fantastic challenge in the box from the defender just to make sure he was under enough pressure not to get the full connection on that.
Maybe this is where Mbappe coming off the pitch is slightly hurting Tas, because back post Mbappe is so deadly. We've seen it already in this tournament. But he's got possession again, and Pele is just finding so much space out on the left. El Tornado again whips it in. Hullit again, but on the other side.
Just not finding a target at the moment, and Ronaldinho is going to bring it away now for Vinny. Beats one man. Hullit now in midfield. Looks back to Ronaldinho, and here is the Brazilian. He's got some space to work with as well. To the edge of the box. CR7 might have won it here for Vinny. It's his first real shot in anger that I can remember in this second leg. And he's made it count. The Brazilian finds the back of the net with who else but Cristiano Ronaldo. Tas can't believe it. Look at him.
Absolute heartbreak for Tas. He's been really dominating this entire second leg. He's been playing his possession game. He's been stopping Vinny from finding any chance. He's been moving the keeper when Vinny has just been taking pop finesse shots. But that one, near post, has just slightly caught him off guard. And you can really see the frustration on Tas's player cam. But he still has 6 minutes, Mark.
You just felt it was going to happen, Dan. You felt there was going to be a chance for Vinny in this game. There had to be a chance. And there was. And he's taken it. Oh, it just shows the margins between the two players. The reaction from Vinny summed it up. The reaction from Tas summed it up.
And he's out of substitutions. He can't even bring on Thierry Henry for the belief. 3 at the back. Everything going forward now. Ronaldo and Ronaldo up front. We've seen the younger generation just pull out something absolutely massive for Vinny. And Tas needs to completely change his game plan. It's not going to be passing it around now. It's going to be constant pressure and just getting everything up the pitch.
Yeah, he needs to get the ball. He needs to get one of those big men up top on the ball and create something here. He's only got 6 minutes left in the second half of extra time as we see the replay. Just got that touch out of his feet and just beat David De Gea at that near post with a time finesse. One more attack then potentially here for Tas to keep his tournament alive. Vinny can smell the knockout rounds.
He tries to go for a tactical foul there. You saw Pele actually go to ground with the slide tackle.
Oh, he's giving it away. Gets it back though. Vinny just panicked there.
What have you got, Tas? What have you got left in the tank? He needs to really dig deep here now. He's been trying his El Tornadoes.
Ronaldo's in. El Tornado again. Well blocked though by Sergio Ramos.
And this is the thing, it's becoming a bit predictable now,
Yeah,
Mark.
you have to say it is.
Vinny knows it's coming, so he's been able to block quite a few of them.
And this is the problem now for TAS. There's going to be space in behind, and space means time off the clock for Vinny. All he has to do is just run the ball away and just eat up the ground. A wry smile there from TAS. I think he kind of knows this one might be done unless he can get the ball back in the next few seconds. It goes out for another throw in here. Vinny is trying to keep his composure, not get carried away with the situation. He has a corner here.
And surely that's going to be it. You play it short, you dance around a little bit more. Seconds tick away, there's only a minute left. TAS is facing elimination from the competition. Even switching players to eat away at that time just a little bit more, Mark.
Taking short, as we would expect. Pele now twisting and turning and just breaking the heart of TAS and fans from the United Kingdom as well. And Hulic just finished it off here. Look at that man. That's what it means to him. 4-2 now on aggregate. Pack your bags, TAS. It's time to go home.
And that's always the danger when you do frustrate an opponent. There's so much pent-up hatred, and he has just expressed that towards camera. You can see how much he wanted it, how far he was behind in that game in terms of possession. Yeah, he's found the goals when it mattered. TAS is eliminated. Vinny still marches on through to knockouts.
Yeah, Vinny stays alive, unfortunately for TAS, after what was a very impressive performance, to be fair, in that second leg. Just didn't get the rub of the green, but let's go into this one now. How about some more extra time, ladies and gentlemen? Fully versus Resende. 4-4 on aggregate. We're in extra time once more.
And of course, Resende, after a fantastic performance last week in London, and Fully, as far as I'm aware, this is his first appearance at LQE or a major so far this year. And he has a chance to put out Resende, which would be absolutely incredible, really. It does seem like there's been a problem there. That will be fixed shortly, but I mean, tied
Exhausted.
up at 4-4. I think there was 12
Yeah.
minutes left. I mean, all these games go into extra time, and I think that happens sometimes when it is crunch time and when you are facing elimination. The games just become a little bit more cagey.
I feel like your mentality changes to, instead of thinking, well, early on when you're 0-0, how many games do I have to win? I need to win this game. I need to win this game. It's, I don't want to lose. I can't lose this game or I'm out of the tournament. And it's so funny how little things like that can play on your emotions and how you change your game. I mean, we saw it in that last game. It was so cagey. It was so, neither player wanted to give the ball away, wanted to use every second of their attack. And it's amazing what pressure can do and how changing the situations can completely change the way that a player will play FIFA 19.
It's what sets aside our best players from the really good players. I mean, getting here, the pressure in those qualification periods is incredible. But then it just gets ramped up just a little bit more when you've got all of your friends watching, you've got players watching, you've got cameras on you as well. I felt like in the game with TAS, he was playing a little bit scared. Yes, I know he's a possession-based player, but at the same time, he had opportunities to play that ball forward several times. At the end of the first half, when he ate up 10 minutes for an attack that ended up doing nothing, he could have potentially had 3-4 shots on goal there. But maybe it's just not his game plan, maybe not his style. He will be able to look back at that and say, I could have done this different, I could have done that different, but ultimately, he's eliminated from the competition. He still walks away with Global Series ranking points, and that's what's important.
Yep.
But you know what? There isn't a next time for him. He hasn't been able to qualify for anything else. He now needs to grind Weekend League and hope that he can make the playoffs through that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a heartbreak for him and for UK fans at home. I'm sure they're wishing him well. But Vinny, I mean, you got to give some credit to. We talk about powers of concentration. He was under pressure there for the majority of that game, but held it together, which is the most impressive thing. We talk about what a mental, how big the mental side of FIFA esports is, and it's a perfect example. Just put yourself at home in that position. You're playing your weekend league games, you're playing your game of FIFA, and you have to defend for the majority of the game. And you know that if you make one mistake, all of that work that you've done beforehand is thrown away. It's a horrible situation to be in, and that's what he's just done there. He held it together, and he's got that win.
I mean, we spoke about focus beforehand. If he had just let that slip at any moment, TAS is going to pounce on that. That's what TAS was hoping for. He was hoping to frustrate Vinny. But in the end, it was Vinny who frustrated TAS by actually winning the game, and you saw what it meant to him with his reaction towards camera as well. We are going to be jumping back into this game then. We are going to see who is also going to be able to make knockouts after a couple of changes are going to be made on the pitch. We're going to see Mbappe and Eusebio introduced, fresh legs, and we know how scary fresh legs Mbappe can be.
Right then, once again, it's England versus Brazil. I'm sure the English fans at home are wanting a different result. I'm sure the Brazilian fans are cheering on Resende once more. They were the 2-0 sweep here in Bucharest.
It's just giving me flashbacks of that Ronaldinho free kick.
Oh, over David Seaman's head.
Oh, no.
Bless his little ponytail. Still swinging in the wind somewhere in Korea, but never mind. As an Arsenal fan, it was even more difficult to watch.
It really was.
We're just
Maybe
waiting
that
for
was
this
the
game to get... Sorry?
That was the downfall for Arsenal.
Yeah, that was that moment. Yeah, David Seaman. So that was the end of his ponytail for sure. But
here we go then. 3-2 by the looks of it. I don't know whether something's changed here. We'll get information soon. But either way, we're 106 minutes in. We're in extra time, and it's crunch time.
And it looks like on aggregate it's actually 3-2 fully then. And what a result this would be. Just say, we'll try and get confirmation just to make sure that's 100% correct. Resende, the man who, as you say, Dan, had such a storming performance back in London at the LQE last weekend. The only man that could stop him was the eventual tournament winner.
I mean, he was our Xbox winner in the LQE at London last week. Unfortunately, he goes down in the history books for a bad reason. He was the first Xbox loser since 2017 in a grand final. But we shouldn't take away what an incredible tournament it was for Resende. But he's now, off the back of that, potentially facing elimination.
And what a performance this has been from Fully. You have to remember as well, Fully was 2-0 at the start of the day. He got his 2 wins in early. Then he kind of fell away and he's put himself under all sorts of pressure. But if you can win a game like this against a player like Resende, having done what he did last weekend, oh my, the confidence that Fully will have after that one, sorry, excuse the pun, he will be full of confidence because it's a tournament winner. It's an Xbox side of things winner.
And he's just trying to control this game now, just trying to see it out with just 3 minutes left. So he's just passing it from right to left. And if he is careful, in theory, there shouldn't be another attack for Resende. Fully has literally the game at his feet, but there's the weaknesses. Sometimes your pass can go wayward. Thankfully, this time it goes out for a throw-in, so Fully still has possession and still has the possibility of going through to knockouts.
And for Resende, this is the heartbreak moment. You're trying so desperately to get your players to cover the ground, to close down the players and try and get possession back. And there he has managed to do it. Is there a chance here in stoppage time for Resende to send this to a penalty shootout? To do Brazil proud, like Vinny has just done as well? Or will the United Kingdom get one back on the board? Eusebio cuts this one back to Hullet. He's got to make something happen, and he can't go backwards, and that is going to be it. Fully will close out and go through to the knockouts. Oh, it was a tight one there. I think Resende thought that maybe he was advanced enough up the pitch there for that attack, to give him one more attack, but unfortunately it wasn't. Fully's going to go, I'm absolutely happy with that. Get me out of here. I'm done. I'm through to tomorrow. I mean, Fully, what a performance coming in from him.
Absolutely phenomenal if you think about it. If you think Resende was our Xbox winner at the LQE last week in London, that just shows the sheer caliber of players, not only at this tournament, but in general, on the Xbox and just the FIFA world. I mean, the fact we've got 64, we've got 32 more players here than we did at the last tournament. But first place on Xbox just lost to Fully, his first ever tournament in FIFA 19. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. That's going to do it for us now. Brazil took home 1 win, but the UK managed to get one back thanks to Fully. We'll send it back to Jimmy and the guys on the couch now. What do you make of that one?
Gaskin, onset. That was crazy. And as they mentioned with Fully, I think he still had Manchester in the back of his mind.
Yeah.
Where he blew a big lead. He almost did it again today. But
he made it through.
He made it through.
Made it through.
So the UK all the way. It's coming home, potentially. It's coming home.
Those 4 elimination games on the Xbox right there all involved a UK player, and Fully was the only one that got through. So of those 4. So he's done well. He's joining the likes of Tex, Shuri, and Gorilla.
So what does that mean for Fully now moving forward? I mean, he got something. He can relax a little bit now.
Yeah,
is he playing with house money in some ways because he now crossed a threshold that he never had before?
I mean, I think he's made it out of a group before, but I think it's more about him sort of silencing that demon, if you like, that's of Manchester, where he had that lead and threw it away. If he'd done it again, he'd start to think he's cursed. He's one of these players that does believe in that sort of thing. He's very, believes in these kind of superstitions and whatnot. So he's done that now. He's got it off his back, and he can move on, and tomorrow could be a new day for him.
Now let's talk about our featured match, Tass versus Vinny. Tass is gone. He's out. It's finished. It's over.
Yeah, grouped once again. And we talked about it previously also. He was one of the best players in FIFA 17, and something that sometimes happens with players that become champions in a certain title. They try to mimic this way of playing. They try to play like they did during their golden era. And that doesn't work in FIFA 19, and that's why we're seeing players like MS Dawser winning every year, because he is adapting, and that is the key. We have one new game coming every year. And Taz, he is a bit, reluctant to change his game style. It still tries the old way. I think he just was like last month where he actually turned on.
You're saying he's a bit stubborn, right? A bit stubborn?
A bit stubborn, yes. And sometimes also a bit predictive in the attack. When he had that last chance, we said it. He's gonna flick it and go for the cross. It was so obvious. And
it became easier for Vinny to defend.
Yeah, exactly. Even though he made a nice comeback here, he was finding his luck here on the crosses, finding also here the timed headers. And when you really find that timing, it's hard to stop, even though you are moving the goalkeeper perfectly. But yes, a bit stubborn and a bit easy to predict in his attack, and that's why.
And maybe a little bit unlucky. We see an opportunity there where he should bury it. Would have made it 2-2 there in the first leg. It ends 2-1 in the first leg.
The thing with Taz is that he's just as good in the defense as he was in FIFA 17. He haven't really found the attacking patterns. He is a bit reluctant to make these changes, to use that first time finishing, and that hurts him, really.
Well, that was talking about Taz. Let's talk a little bit about the winner, Vinny.
Yes.
Yeah. He played very, very well, and obviously survived a few dangerous situations, but ultimately got the win.
Yeah, he had a 2-0 lead. He'll be disappointed that the game ended up being as tight as it was, but definitely a convincing play. He did ride his luck a little bit. Tass was trying this particular skill a lot, and it worked from a few times, but it probably worked from a lot less than it did, if you know what I mean. I think he'll be disappointed with how little he got from that crosses into the box. He missed a lot, and he had a few that were saved. So. But Tass did get back into the game and put a lot of crosses generally into the box, wasn't winning enough for them, wasn't challenging the goalkeeper enough. So Vinny, you could argue, maybe liked that. Maybe he was happy for Tass to have the ball out wide and put it in because he didn't seem like he was being punished from it. But over and over again, you see the same sort of attack happening. And this time, Tass actually puts it in along the floor. That was Vinny, sorry. Vinny put it in on the floor there as opposed to putting it in the aerial ball, which Tass was doing so much. Shows you it is good to mix it up.
Yeah. We can also see here this goal, like the way that Taz tries to defend. It's very nice to watch with the manual defense. But in FIFA 19, sometimes you need a different approach. And like I said, to just summarize it, a bit too stubborn with his game style.
And here we see Vinny close it out.
There's some skills of a sucker punch here. It was like the game was done anyway. The whistle was going to go any second, so Tass was kind of committed, and Vinny gets another one here. But it would have finished 3-2 anyway if that hadn't gone in. And he's delighted. It's great to see those celebrations. Obviously, not nice to see someone down and out like the Tass was there, but Vinny delighted and looking at the camera, and his coach really happy as well.
Yeah. So what does that say about Vinny? Because he gave up a 2-goal lead.
Yep.
It's easy at that point to put your head down and be like, oh man, here we go. Tass is a very good player. He's going to beat me. But he found a way to get a win.
Yeah, and we mentioned it so many times during this broadcast. The mental part is what makes the difference in the end. Because looking at these players, they're all pretty much the similar level. They have the same knowledge about tactics, skill moves, etc. What makes the real difference is the mental game. And Vinny here shows some great qualities.
Yeah, we see the shots on goal, tackles, corner kicks, pretty even, but possession a little more favored in Tass's.
Well, possession doesn't win you prizes. You've got to use the possession. And the way Tass plays particularly is he keeps the ball for long periods of time, sometimes in his own half, playing it across. That's great if you can starve your opponent of the ball and then go and be effective with it going forward, which didn't see enough of that from Tass in those two games. And as a result, Vinny was probably happy letting him have possession because he had the lead for the majority.
Well, another guy that might be happy is with Kyle Walker right now. His name is F2 Tex. Kyle?
Thank you, Jimmy. I am honoured here at the cool-down spot because I've got royalty The newest prince of Romania is here. He does it again. F2 Tex, you come to Romania and you dominate. A lot of people might not have seen what you've done because it's not been on stream so much today. But tell everyone, how have you done today?
So I went 5-0, but like realistically, my defending was tragic, but I scored a lot of goals, so who really cares?
Who cares? That is it. Who cares? You went 5-0. Still got a few things to work on. Moving forward into tomorrow, you said there you're defending. Is that something that you need to look at? You need to do better on.
Well, hopefully I defend better, but as I say, if I keep scoring goals, who cares? Not me.
That is very true. Now you may have heard it, you may not, but over here it sounded like, well, a Sacha Baron Cohen character, Borat, because Mike LaBelle was just going very nice, very nice, very nice. He was absolutely praising everything you did, as was everyone as well. Unbelievable. Moving forward, can you win this tournament?
I'd like to think so, so let's wait and see.
Humble. Now, obviously, MS Dasari went home. He forfeited his last 2 matches. He's a little bit ill. If you were to meet him, are you going to go easy on him because he's ill or not?
Nah, I play as best as I can, but if I get Dasari, I just want to win this time, man.
There we have it. And quick thing I just want to do before we end. You, after last weekend, went home and did all 30 games in your weekend league. Is that going to happen if you win this weekend?
Not a chance. I only did it last week. The tournament was in London, but I'm not getting a plane home just to play weekend league.
There you have it. He's not getting a plane home just to play weekend league, but hopefully he can dominate here in Romania. F2 Tex, good luck for the rest of the weekend, and I'll see you all very soon.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, F2 Tex. So this guy owns Bucharest. 2 tournaments here already this season. He's won them both. He's 5-0 now.
He's the man to beat.
Is he the guy?
He's definitely the man to beat for sure. It was between him and Dasari, and Dasari's obviously had to go home ill.
But when he wasn't, he was undefeated as well.
He was undefeated. He ends up with a 3-for-2 record, which is slightly a bit of a misnomer because he may have well gone 5-0. We don't know. We'd have loved to see that matchup between Tex and Dasari. So we're hoping Dasari gets some good rest tonight, gets a bit of sleep, comes back tomorrow full guns blazing, and we might see that matchup.
Now, Boris, if you're Tex, do you go home and continue to play? I mean, you have your weekend league games, of course, that you have to get into, but do you just want to put the controller down for a little bit and think, I need a rest?
Yeah, he should definitely rest, and also the fact that this might be slightly different to play in this environment with the gameplay here, so he should definitely not mix it up with the weekend league stuff. You know, he should just get back now and take it easy, just unwind. And seeing Tex this tournament, I mean, not as convincing as before. I mentioned it a couple of times, especially his defense is not there. I mean, in the past tournaments, he had by far the best defense of them all, and now he is conceding a lot, but he's also scoring. But the question is, with this defense lacking, can he still win this tournament? That's the question.
I mean, I think he can, because I think all you have to really do today is get out. You know, he's still done it in style. He's still done it playing badly or playing worse
and still
than he has
winning
in the
games.
past. He's still gone 5-0. Only one person does that on each console.
Right.
So he can't really have done better.
You have to wonder
maybe by his own standards, but
yeah, you have to wonder if you're another player. You're like, God, this guy complains about not playing well, and he's still 5-0, and he still gets to the semifinals in London. You're like, this sucks.
I mean, I'm saying it once again that on the Xbox side, I really think that MS Dasari and Tex are on a different level. Really.
Yeah.
Also, Gorilla, perhaps he's looking good at this tournament. Maybe this is the name that could threaten these 2 giants.
Well, we've already seen Dasari put 7 past him.
Yeah,
that's true. I'm not sure, but you never know with Grilla. That is one thing you have to say about Grilla. You never count him out. And people have gone 5-0 or dominated games. I think Benedict Salzer comes to mind last year. I think went 7-0 in the Swiss in Barcelona and then lost his first knockout game.
Now there's somebody that is 5-0. It's
Hasu on the PlayStation. Yeah,
that's right.
It's the story of the day for me. Story of the day because he's come out of not nowhere, but no one. The PlayStation was always more open because there's only 3 of the top 10 in there for the current Global Series ranking points. One of them's out. That's Aga. So there was a chance we knew someone was going to come in and get a lot of points and climb that leaderboard. It looks like it's going to be Hasu.
No, it's interesting because I think we know Tex can handle the pressure, but can Hasu once the knockout rounds begin? We're going to find out more of that later, but first we're going to go to the breakdown board with Rachel and Mike.
Thanks, guys. And we actually have a guest alongside us as well. We've got Fully here, who just actually went through to the next round, beating Resende. But I'm going to say he has actually labelled himself as the unluckiest man in FIFA.
Until today.
Until today. You need to explain why you feel you are so unlucky.
Okay.
How long have you got?
We'll bring it back to where it first started. Now, as a aspiring pro FIFA player, once you qualify for your first event, you don't know anyone. You don't know any pro players because you're not in the scene. You're new. So I qualified for my first ever tournament in Madrid, FIFA 17 regionals, and I was in a group with #Harry. You know him, Tim Latka, that plays for Schalke, and Quinton, who used to play for Feyenoord. Every single person finished on 4 points. Every single person had the same goals scored. Every single person had the same goals conceded. So everything was the same.
Even the head-to-head was the same.
Head-to-head.
It was like who beat who, it all evened out.
Everyone evened out.
So you don't sound unlucky at the moment. It sounds like you were on form.
Yeah, so then it got to a point where it went so far down the rules that it was nothing. So it was just a coin flip. And unfortunately, me and #Harry went out. He took it a lot better than I did. You know, his words were, "There's more tournaments to come."
So back in the day, you used a coin at the end to decide who went through or who didn't, and you didn't.
I didn't. So like, for my first ever FIFA tournament, to go out via a coin flip is like, you think, okay, like, this is bad, but why me, you know? Like, why me? But
I think I'd be pretty annoyed, wouldn't you?
You put in all this time to qualify, and it was just, I remember being there and it was just dead even on everything, and you couldn't plan it this way. It was kind of crazy.
And then, so like, you dust under the rug, you know? Then my tournament prior to this one was Manchester. Now, Manchester, I went in there fresh mindset. I was 3-0. You need one win to get out of Swiss. Then I played PSG Dax, lost 2-1 narrowly. But what I would say for a lot of players is mentality. Like me, in my head, I think I'm the best player. But when I lose, I can lose to maybe your grandma. Like, anyone can beat me. You just make me, I lose one game, and I'm for the team.
And you've lost it.
Yeah, and I lost it. So then I went on to lose to Razek. Then I lost to Remy Martin. At the time, no one knew who Remy Martin was. So when I got him, I'm like, who's this guy? First game ended 5-5. Second game, he scored a corner 80th minute. I lost. Now, you're thinking, okay, you got Dax, Razek, Remy Martin. All of these finished top 8. So it's like, okay, I'm now 3-3. I'm thinking, who can I get? I get my practice partner, #Ryan. Now, FIFA 18, Ryan was one of the best players. So I play Ryan now, and it's the craziest game you ever see. It was on stream, the craziest game you ever see on FIFA. Like, nothing beats that game. Like, watch it if
you could watch that one back. I commentated that game, actually.
That was the craziest game you ever see on FIFA. It went down to penalties. Now, Ryan is the worst at penalties. He knows this. But during the week, he was like, oh, fully, how do I save penalties? And I'm like, oh, you do this, do this.
No, you were teaching him. Oh, that is the worst ever. You should never teach your competitor.
And then we come to the tournament now, he beats me on penalties. Now, people at home, when I tweet, oh, like, I went 3-0 to 4-3, really and truly, like, you see it, you just carry on scrolling. Other people are going through worse things, you know what I mean? But as a pro player, like, teams might think, oh, yeah, you're just bad, you know? So, come to this tournament now. Here we go. I'm here in Bucharest, you know?
Can't get much worse, can it really?
No. I go 1-0.
Time to break the curse!
Yeah, in my head, I'm 2-0, right? And then I play Tex. You guys all know him. The best player. I will say this, the best player. He beats me first leg 5-2. So, at this moment, for me, I'm thinking, like, whoa, man, like, it's over, right? But I just thought, I can't, you know? Then I come back 3-0. We go extra time, I lose. Because he always edges it, you know? But at this point, as I said earlier, once I lose, my head goes.
You can lose to his grandma.
His grandma.
my mom's been playing FIFA, to be fair. Maybe my mom.
And then, so, as you say, Tex is first seed in the entire thing. My next matchup, Goal Machine. A week ago, he was Xbox Vice Champion. I play Goal Machine, he beats me deservedly, 6-2. It was over, like, over. And then I'm thinking, okay, I'm now 2-2. Me and Mike even had a chat before this. He was trying to pump me up, you know, telling me. So I'm like, okay, everything's fine. I'll even wash my face, just to, like, start the day again.
But it's good because we now know what happened, because then, thankfully, you've gone through, you're up against Resende, you finally got the win, but I actually feel really bad for having you up here now, because we're about to tell everybody, the world, your secrets. So I'm really sorry, but obviously, #Ryan, he knows your secrets on penalties. Now the whole world's going to know your secrets on how to do a goal. So we're going to quickly run through them, I think, Mike.
Tell us what's going on during this goal.
Okay, this goal here is a great goal from me, because I know things people don't know. Like here, scooped it online, fake shot. he animates, what color is this? It has to be green, no other color, you know what I mean?
And you were excited about that as well, weren't you?
It's a lob cross to the back too, gives
Yeah.
Ronaldo more time to get on the back end of that.
And as I say, in my game to go through, I'm playing the Xbox champion. You know, how bad could it be? Now, on this goal here, there's a background story. I've gone near post twice before this. So Resende is thinking, I don't know. But green, again, just like that.
It looks
you know?
like a typical finesse shot, but earlier in the game he had gone to the other post.
Yeah.
Therefore, he's starting to cheat for that post, didn't move the
So
goalkeeper.
you might see this, you think, oh, like I would have moved for it. But trust me, you wouldn't have moved for it.
Well, there we have it. I hope you enjoyed a story time with Fully. We did. The unluckiest man in FIFA.
The curse has been broken.
Goes through to tomorrow.
Tournament.
You heard it.
If Tex is on the other side of the bracket.
Now we're just getting a bit confused, but there you have it. Fully has made it through to the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow, the Foley Show. I feel like that deserves its own segment.
It's a podcast, that was, wasn't it?
It was a podcast. Just give the mic to Foley. Mike and Rachel could have walked off. He could have just taken it, talked directly to camera. His whole blow-by-blow, though, probably the most unlucky player that I've heard of in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean...
The coin flip?
I don't want to disagree with him because, hashtag
Well,
Harry
if
was on the
you
receiving
do
end of
disagree
that
with
as
him, he
well.
might be coming into the studio to sit down and tell you more about it.
I remember that event. Harry was on the same situation, lost on that situation. That is very unlucky. There's no two ways about that. I think if you go 3-0 and you lose, I don't say it's unlucky.
That's true.
Personally, I'd say that's no different to going 0. Well, no, it is different to going 0.
He bottled
of course.
it. Ultimately,
but
he bottled it.
It means you're coming up against some great players, the kind of people you have to come up against in the knockout round. So
we could have called them the Spurs of FIFA in some ways.
That's sensitive
You
after
like
last
that?
night.
Too soon?
I wouldn't put them things in the same bracket as what happened to him in Madrid with the group stage thing. But he's unlucky, but he's said it himself, he lets his head go sometimes. I'm happy for him that he's got the win here, and maybe it can be a new chapter for Fully.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, we're going to have the brackets for the knockout round, so come back and join us.
Vamos a modo supervivencia. Cuando marcas un gol, te quitan a un jugador. Fútbol champán, ¿eh? Segundo. Corazón de gas, claro. Hemos perdido a Modric, pieza fundamental, ¿eh? ¡Qué balón!
Este no falla, ¿eh? Este no falla, el golazo.
A ver qué jugador perdemos ahora.
Ah, Sergio.
El capitano.
¡Hola, hola, hola! No quería perder un jugador.
¡Tómala! No, está por hold. Ah, no. Están con miedo.
¡Uy, qué Pikachu! ¡Pikachu! ¡Chop, chop! ¡Vamos!
¡Vamos!
Qué buena, tío.
Eso era calentamiento. Ahora jugamos de verdad.
Final de la Champions. Ahí vamos otra vez.
Vamos a la revancha, ¿eh? Venga. Jugador a seguir, Gareth.
Cuidado con Gareth.
Ahí la tienes, mételo. Odriozola, mételo.
Golazo de Odrio, ¿eh? Mira, a la cámara.
Y mira,
Oye, ¿tú estás conmigo o qué?
¡Grande, tío!
¡Llega! ¡Métela! ¡Sí! ¡Vamos! ¡Cuidado, ¡Mételo! ¡Ay, qué golazo!
No lo voy ni a celebrar, te lo digo. Que sí, que sí. El hombre a seguir. Gareth Bale.
Nos ha durado la alegría.
5 segundos.
¡Vamos!
¡Vamos!
Campeones de la Champions. Vamos, el Champions.
No comen. ¡Sí, vamos!
Oh my days! Go on, bang it! Bang it! Wait, let me... Bang it! Bang it down! It's you! That thing's on you!
England.
Yeah, beat England.
We gotta beat England now.
Look at that Jesse poster boy, all right.
Let's get it cracking.
Remember, just foul them, just foul them. There's no rules.
Smack him! England won!
Ooh, sorry.
You can't swear.
Play me in.
Oh, you're in. I'm in. No, I'm in.
I'm swearing it. Oh my days. What was that? Oh my days. That was a good touch, guys.
I like that. Go on, to me. That was dead. To me.
No, do you know, I'm getting used to it.
Man, I'm sweating over there.
Hey, what are you doing, bro? Come at elbow with him.
I'm foul them. How'd you punch?
How'd you elbow?
Kick it in behind.
Clam.
Wait for me.
Right,
wait for me.
I'm waiting.
Finish it. No, wait for me.
That was dead. It was you as well. Flipping it.
You lot actually in the game, you're not performing.
Clamp.
Here we go. Jalen's on the run.
Clamper!
Shoot.
I should have clamped him, Dapper, bro.
You know what you're doing? Bro,
Should have clamped him, bro.
man's wearing deep heat. And that stinks, bro.
Why did you bring that, bro? This guy's so massive.
Injury, you know, in case someone elbows someone, you got to just, you know what I'm saying? Just sort out the...
Someone.
What's that? That's because you sprayed the deep heat.
In goes the corner.
Look at that.
We didn't score.
Stop doing that as well. They didn't score. That didn't score.
I look like it went in.
Yeah, it didn't score. Wasting confetti. Melon.
Go on, Dapper. Finish it. Lukaku. Finish it.
Come on, bruv.
Finish it. How's that?
In your face, bro.
Look, Dapper right there. Look where I am. Oh, bro, through. Oh, shum. Like that.
How's that through ball? Where? Chum.
Shum, triangle. Boom.
Hold on, pause this.
Oh,
Pause it. Just tissue, man. I'm sweating. The tissue.
Yeah, see some of this.
Where's the headband? Show no more.
Ready, boys. Ready. Come,
It's
It's
on, Storms. Pay attention to what's going on. This is real life.
Sterling.
Shoot them. Love that, bean. Pop that. Love that.
What just happened? Bruv, I was rubbing my eyes and I've come back
That's
and
the
it's
problem,
goal.
bro. Why would you rub in your eyes when these lot are in the box?
Look at that ball.
Run in.
Look at that ball. Go on, Dapper.
Bad boy, ting that. Bang that. Bang. Did you see that? Oh, and I scored with you.
Pressed high here.
Oh, play.
Look, grab him. Look,
You were standing in front of him, bro.
What are you doing? We gotta bring this back, bro.
Yeah, 71 minutes. We can do this, bro.
Turn. Go on, thank you.
Finish up. Yeah! That's scaring me every time.
You scored that. That was alright still.
Every time.
That was alright still.
They're not playing.
What are you laughing? Why is he laughing so much? What are you laughing? Cut this. I don't know what these guys have done. Why are you not laughing so much?
Oh, my brother just scored, bro. They just scored, bro. No. No. When did the game even stop back, bro? That's dumb. That is dumb. Daps, come chase them down with, man.
Go on, Storms.
Oh, go on that ball. Oh, why did you just... I said don't...
I didn't think I'd get the ball, did I?
We've lost, man.
Look at him go.
Ah, jarring.
I was gonna score.
Well done, lads. Good game.
Why do you not keep doing that? No one scored. What was the point of that?
Yeah, I think we was the better players today.
We was dominant.
Worked well as a team. I think we got the result we deserved.
In real life, of course I can. If you come and watch me at, yeah, thank you very much. I've done it before.
We've not seen it back, to be honest, so we'll have to check when we get back in the change room.
Are you really gonna ask me if we were cheating? Hold me back, bruv. Hold me back. You're really gonna ask me if we was cheating? Off. No further questions. Thank you.
Andiamo a modalità sopravvivenza, dai.
Forza, vai, subito, assist,
Grande Jamie! E gol! È in posizione da cross.
Troppo forte il portiere, chi è?
No, sei tu, hai fatto gol. Cancelo! Cancelo elimina Cancelo.
Vai, ciao Joao.
Come mai fa gol Cancelo, ragazzi?
È sparito Cristiano Ronaldo dal campo.
Oh, giochiamo 9 meno, non c'è Ronaldo.
Con il cucchiaio!
Lui gioca ogni giorno.
2-0, grazie, tutti a casa.
Finisce la gara. Sono rimasto così io. Giochiamo alla modalità niente regole.
Fai gol allora.
Che rigore? Non ci sono regole qua, oh. Che son vero.
Non sai giocare, giochi bene, ciao.
Ma voi siete macellari comunque.
Fai fallo, fai fallo, fai fallo.
Non tanto.
Sì, davanti!
Solo così potete giocare.
Su, Leo, su.
Alla bassa
Tutti a casa, Leo. Tutti a casa, Leo.
For the players.
Diego, tenemos 10 minutos. ¿Vamos a echar un FIFA?
Vamos, te voy a ganar, hermano.
Venga, vamos. Dale, Costa, saca. Metimos Costa, bien.
Complicado la cosa. Tontón, que pase para Dieguito La Costa. Gira Costa. ¡Ey! ¿Qué hizo en la otra mano?
Si hubiese empezado el partido al minuto 30...
Ya, la cosa iba a ser otra.
Oh, no. ¿Qué pase? Espera, graba, mira, pica ahí.
Este es un viciado, está engañado.
Antes tienes que recuperarlo.
Yes! Vamos, chicos, que hay un segundo partido en el vestuario. Vamos, equipo campeón. Pues aquí estamos con Rodri, la cosa está complicada porque el primer partido yo no he estado muy bien, pero tenemos la esperanza porque somos la leche. Da la vuelta, Rodri. Vai! Vai, safadinho. Pero vamos que ahora va un gol.
¡Qué golazo! ¡Oh! ¡De Rodri!
¡Qué bien, chaval! Rodri juega muy bien ahí. Va, running, va.
¡Qué bien! ¡No es para Rodri!
Y marca con el dorsal número 7, Antoine Griezmann.
Dos, tonto, mano. Pero la verdad es que esperaba un poquito más de ti.
Te voy a ganar, te lo juro.
Dale, toma,
¡Gol! ¡Qué golazo de mi hermano! ¡Tómale más!
Pero yo creía que Rodri era mejor que yo, pero la verdad que...
Diego Costa.
Ya te dejo. Te lo mereces, hermano.
Pero un abrazo, ¿vale?
Un beso.
FIFA World Tour.
Yeah. Cuckoo. Ratata.
Shout outs to real ODB. You know, you can add the J if you like.
Every time I see him, I say ODB. I just salute a fellow pretty boy. You know what I'm saying?
So you can set it up with no fouls, no nothing. I've been playing FIFA since like 2001. Like I've been playing it for a long time.
Yeah, I play board games like Sorry, Cool.
What was the first sport you fell in love with as a kid?
It really was soccer, but I'll tell you the truth. I told my mom when I was 4 years old, I'm practicing for Sundays, like I was gonna be playing football.
I'm gonna come clean. I was always trash at sports. But when I was about like 8, 9, I really wanted to play football bad.
Short pass, long pass. Yo, why you lie say you didn't know how to play, bro?
think FIFA's just international, so. Actually, matter of fact, I had David Alaba and a couple of his people from Bayern Munich over at the crib. 2 of them couldn't speak no English at all. Me and my boy played them 2-on-2, and they was like cussing in German the whole time. We couldn't understand anything, but you can understand that they was getting that to it.
One. Oh, damn, you good, boy. Bro, how you did that, bro? So what settings you got on your controller?
I feel like I catch a lot of heat just because I'm so different, right? I got blonde top, you know. I want to hit them folks with you. I want to dance. I want to have a good time. I like to make people feel like you can always be you.
It correlates to where I'm at in hip-hop. You wear whatever you want. You have loop earrings, you have hoop earrings, you got diamonds on your teeth. You're a rock star, bro. It don't matter if they got a uniform on you or not. You're a rock star. There ain't too many of us out there, man. The man right here.
PlayStation, the best place to play.
PlayStation.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FUT Champions Cup presented by PS4. We're here in Bucharest. It's major, a third major. Lots of points, lots of money, a lot of stuff going on. You guys, how's day one been for you?
It's been major, as the name suggests. It's been fantastic. I think we've seen 2 different storylines, which we'll go into later, kind of materialising on the 2 different consoles. But of course, day one is just day one.
It is.
The big stuff goes down tomorrow, and even bigger stuff on Sunday.
Well, we have the brackets, Boris.
Yep.
We're going to start with PS4 first. Very excited to see who these knockout round matchups are going to be. Obviously, there's been a lot of chatter and a lot of good performances. And let's take a look. We got Hasu versus Peixoto. NYC Chris, FCC Fiddle. That's an all MLS battle right there.
That's big.
The Stranger versus Tuga. I think that's very good. And then Zizinho versus Pico. And then on the other side, we have Waves taking on FUT Marco. That's going to be a great matchup.
Yep.
We got Wolves Fafilsa taking on Chihan. We got Zezu taking on, I can't, oh,
Pina.
it's Pina. Yeah,
Pina.
sorry. My
Yep.
eyes are not very good. And then at the bottom,
Giovi.
Yeah, we have Giovi
Against
taking on
Marv.
Yeah,
taking on
and this
Marv.
is a very, very open bracket. I mean, I haven't seen a bracket being this open on the PS4 side for many, many tournaments, and especially that left side looks completely open. On the right side were 2 of my favorites before this tournament, both Vols Fields and also PSV Pina here, still looking very, very strong. But that left side, I mean, it's completely open.
So I'm actually pretty disappointed that the MLS guys are facing each other. I mean, one of them's going to go on, which is great.
Going to get a lot of points.
But couldn't they just match up somewhere else?
The thing is about that bracket, there's probably only one person in it that you would have, if you'd been told will win the PlayStation side, you would not been surprised, and that's Pina. Everyone else should have been like, oh, really? He's won a tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see what develops.
Now, he's the favorite based on his history and his experience, but FUT Marco has been excellent through this first day.
Yeah.
How much of a chance do you give him?
Well, there's Marco, of course, and there's Hasu.
Right?
So he's gone 5-0.
That's true. That's true.
So Marco,
there's 2 of these guys.
Has impressed some people, obviously, because well, both of them, because they weren't really expected to what they've done. Pina's done what he needs to. He got the 1 defeat. Didn't score a lot of goals. For someone who's gone through 4-1, I think he only scored in the sort of 13, 14, 15 goals sort of number, maybe 16. But some of the guys, I think Hasu scored 31, which is the most on anyone on either console. So he's got to be taken seriously, as has FUT Marco. They definitely can go the distance because there's not a plethora of, like, we've got on the Xbox, we've got a few guys we're saying are in the class of their own. Doesn't really seem to be anyone like that on the PlayStation side in this tournament. So it's up for grabs.
Anytime I see someone do really well on the first day, I always harken back to when Salzor did really, really well, and then he was so pumped up for the knockout rounds, he got knocked out. I get the sense that one of these 2 guys, either FUT Marco or Hasu, are going to be knocked out in the first round, which would be tragic, of course, but especially given their performance so far in day one. But I don't see both of them going through. I feel like there's an upset there.
Yeah, definitely. It's very, very rarely to see players that are going unbeaten in the Swiss format to go all the way. The only example we have is Nicholas, but he is definitely a very, very special player. But for Hasu, going undefeated, I mean, it's it's gonna be tough. I mean, if I was Hasu, I would actually rather have one or two losses, you know, to have this feeling of losing. So he's gonna have maybe some different pressure tomorrow because he's gonna try to maintain this pace, and people will see him. Okay, this is the guy who actually went unbeaten in the Swiss format. So he has some more pressure tomorrow to play on his best level.
Yeah, right. There's no opportunity for him to fly under the radar anymore. Everyone's going to be going, you're the 5-0 guy, I'm going to line up a certain way against you. So
we'll see how he handles that. Of course, he's been winning all the way through and playing against good opponents in the Swiss format. So he's shown up, but sometimes day 2 can be a lot different than day 1. Now let's talk about Xbox. And there's been some issues. Okay. I think that's the best way to say it. There was a technical issue that happened between Dragon and Jet. And so they're going to have to replay that game at some point, or they even actually haven't made a decision on what's going to happen. They're tied with maybe 60 minutes left in leg 2.
Yeah.
And there was a bit of a technical issue, and because we don't have that winner, we can't do the random knockout.
No, we can't.
We don't have the bracket for you guys
because obviously they've got different. It's not just their record would have been the same, but there's a sort of
it's like a pecking order, right?
Record based on when you got the wins. So they might have to play different opponents depending on who wins. So that means it affects the whole bracket. So we'll have to stay tuned for that one.
Yeah, you have to stay tuned. Make sure you follow EA FIFA Esports on Twitter for all the latest updates. And of course, we'll probably retweet it as well if you want to follow us on all the social media stuff. But we still know who the favorites are on this one. It looks like Tex. He's the guy until proven otherwise. Dasari, he's sick. Will he come back and be a hero? Have his Michael Jordan Game 6, you know, the flu game, the famous flu game, and show up tomorrow. I'm sure he will. Obviously, he's a talented player. Anybody else maybe in that Xbox field that stands out for you guys?
For me, those two are the ones that everyone's going to be putting the pressure on, that's going to be expecting to go and win. I mean, they're the only 2 people that have won this trophy before, right? So obviously it's going to be likely that it goes that way. But doesn't mean it's going to happen. There's been a few decent performances, the likes of Ix Danny, Gorilla, of course, #Shori, all going 4-1, a few other guys as well. But a few of them have actually played Tex already and lost to him. So that they maybe feel like, it depends on their mentality. They might feel like, how am I going to beat this guy? You saw Fully earlier saying he's going to win the whole thing as long as he doesn't go on the same side of the draw as Tex. You have to play him at some point, mate, even if it's in the final. Likewise, if you lose to him, you might have the hunger to beat him. Sure, he lost 6-4 in that final game to him, so he's put 4 past him. So maybe he feels like he can reverse it. I don't know.
Well, to kind of put a bow on this whole thing, we talked about Gorilla at the start of the show. How do you think he's going to do now in the knockout rounds, Boris?
It's hard to tell. This is still a guy who maybe doesn't have the best confidence. This year we're seeing him being grouped a lot of times, and that is very unlike him. He always go far. This is... well, it's taking a big toll on his confidence, and we're seeing him this year struggle more and more, and people are starting to ask questions. Is he done? Is his reign over? Can he ever come back? And I think in this tournament, he's showing that he's still up there. But the question is, does he have what it takes to beat the 2 main guys, Tex and Dasari?
I guess we're going to find out. Well, my final thoughts for today are about missed opportunities, because I feel like there were a lot of top players, especially on the PS4 side, that weren't here. And Aga in particular stands out for me. He could have moved up that leaderboard, and he just fizzled out. He didn't step up when the time was needed for him to step up. And I was a little disappointed because I expect more from him. He's a talented player.
Definitely.
How about you guys? What are your final thoughts?
Is this like the end of Jerry Springer? This is the
yeah. You are not the father, Spencer.
What? I mean, in terms of missed opportunities, you've got to look at the Aga. Tass, obviously, will be disappointed. Stokes is someone who has been impressive, been the 2nd best British player on the Xbox side. He'll be disappointed he didn't go through.
And Marcuso, this was his one opportunity that he qualified.
Resendi as well.
Resendi was
one of the highest ranked players in the whole tournament.
Icevogel, Marlet.
It's a big name.
Kid Mamito.
Particularly on the Xbox side, we've seen some big exits, and like I said, the PlayStation side is wide open. So for me, the main story there is that we're going to see some massive movement in the leaderboard on the PlayStation side. We're going to see all kinds of changes going, and if Pinner wins the whole thing, he can still end up #1 in the world on PlayStation.
Boris, your final thoughts?
Yeah, I think we summarized it pretty well with the players. Going to talk more about the teams, because we're seeing the meta slowly changing. We're seeing more and more Team of the Year players getting used. They're really taking over the lineups. And I want to mention one special player that really, I mean, he blew my mind. And Team of the Year, Mbappe. I mean,
get him in.
What a player. And seeing also that, also the top players like Tex. He was last weekend in London. He lost the first game after trying out some new players, Team of the Year players. He went back to his old squad, But now he's also getting more and more confident with these new players, because I also mentioned it previously that these players are really, really good. If it was possible, we'll probably see a full team of the year squad, because they are so powerful.
So day one, everybody, is in the books here in Bucharest for this third major presented by PlayStation 4. It's official. It is done. It is over. But tomorrow plans to be even more exciting, because the knockout rounds are going to begin, which means I know I'm going to see you then. So thanks for watching.
Bye.
Forever. You're the starter staring back up in the mirror. 'Cause it's special when you stand out from the rest. When you know that you're